300 years ago, the Divine Tower descended, monsters invaded Blue Star, and the era of global awakening began. Player Jiang Chen perished on the battlefield of the myriad races, but upon his death, he was reborn and awakened a rule-level talent. Mind Manifestation. Ding, congratulations! You have obtained the SSS rank Special Item Identity Solidification Potion. Ding, Identity Solidification complete. Secondary Identity acquired. Lillia, female. Illivial, my child. You are the hope of our Blue Elf clan. Granny believes in you. Cecilia, Lillia, I have a story. I want to tell you. Lin Yao, what? A female elf? You Lillia are. Jiang Chen. Hello everyone, my name is Jiang Chen, but you can also call me Lillia. In my previous life, I was insignificant. In this life, reborn with the rule-level unique talent Mind Manifestation, I hold dual identities, the Human Empire Seed Godslayer and the Elf Queen Lillia. Reborn once more, I will ascend to the one and only supreme throne of the gods. Chapter 1. My name is Jiang Chen. I'm a reborn. Summer Nation, Swang City number 1 High School. Class 18, Senior Year. Inside the classroom, a graceful young female teacher stood at the podium, looking at the students below with a gentle smile. Class, today is the day of your awakening ceremony. She paused, then continued. 300 years ago, when the Divine Tower descended, countless otherworldly races invaded Blue Star. Yet, heaven's path is never absolute, and perhaps by divine mercy, humanity entered the era of global awakening. From that moment on, every one of us has had the chance to awaken unique talents. Moving mountains, flying through the skies, no longer myths but attainable powers. In short, today is the day that could change your fate forever. As she finished speaking, the teacher suddenly frowned, reached in a chalk box, and flicked a piece of chalk toward a dozing student. Bang! Jiang Chen jerked awake, leaping up from his seat, shouting, "Monster! Take this! You won't get me!" But when he saw who had attacked him, he froze. Then his eyes turned red, his voice trembling, almost in tears. "Ms. Su." The entire class burst into laughter. Ms. Su's face turned stiff with embarrassment. "Quiet down. Jiang Chen, go stand in the back and wake yourself up." Jiang Chen blinked, pinched his thigh hard. "Huh? No pain? Wait, this has to be a dream. Suang City was destroyed long ago. Ms. Su died in the war. But this feeling, suddenly, you idiot, are you trying to kill me?" That voice, Jiang Chen's heart nearly stopped. Lin Yao, no way. The Lin Yao, the future empress of the Summer Empire. What's she doing here? He squeezed again while soft, smooth, warm. Then he touched again. Wait, what's this? Sticky. He licked his fingers instinctively. Sweet, strawberry taro bubble milk tea? Not a dream. Before Lin Yao could explode, Ms. Su slammed the desk. Enough, Jiang Chen. You're at the bottom of the class already. Must you fool around even during your awakening? Awakening? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat that he looked around. Every face was familiar. Xiao Huahua, Jiang Jingyu, that greedy fat guy Lin Hong, and beside him sat Lin Yao, his deskmate for 3 years, and the future Empress Yao Guang. Memories flooded back, classmates, teachers, classrooms, and the future he once dreamed of. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his mind. What's going on? A dream? Time travel? Or rebirth? On the school field and the stage, the balding principal addressed the students. Students, today marks our nation's annual Awakening Day. I hope each of you awakens a powerful talent to protect our country and our people. Now, the ceremony begins. One by one, students stepped up to awaken their talents. Ma Yang, combat type, accuracy boost. Talent rank E. Li Hoka, life type, cooking speed up. Talent rank E. Wang Li, life type, equipment durability enhancement. Talent rank E. Wang Gang, combat type, summoning. Talent rank C. Li Xiaozhan, combat type, swift as the wind. Talent rank C. Zhang Ping, life type, forge enhancement. Talent rank D. Time ticked by, and Jiang Chen grew tense. In his past life, his awakening was rank B. Mana amplification, not bad. A permanent JA 20 to magic damage and JA 50 to max mana. That talent had kept him alive through the chaos for over 10 years. But above B rank were A, S, SS, and SSS. Anyone below A rank was cannon fodder once the myriad races invaded. Only A rank and above could rise through the ranks. Maybe even command a region. As for Lin Yao, of course she was SSS rank. The future empress, the terror of the myriad races, the true peak of power. And this time, maybe fate would repeat itself. Jiang Chen. Finally, it was his turn. Heart pounding, he walked to the awakening crystal. Ready? The instructor asked. Just place your hand on the crystal ball and hold for 30 seconds. Jiang Chen nodded, pressing his palm against the crystal. The next moment, a brilliant light burst forth, illuminating the entire field. As it dimmed, glowing text appeared. Jiang Chen, special type. Chapter 2. My name is Lin Yao, and I too am a reincarnator. Dingling, dingling, dingling. as the clear ringing of the bell echoed. The classroom of Class 18 gradually fell into silence, with all eyes fixated on the female teacher ascending the podium. She is our homeroom teacher, Su Yan, a young educator with an exquisite figure and an extraordinary aura. Her eyes sparkled with hope for her students, and her voice was both gentle and firm. Class, today marks the day of awakening for our cohort of seniors. Su Yan's words caressed my heart like a spring breeze, for I understood that this day heralded a new beginning for each one of us. Since the advent of the Divine Tower 300 years ago, which ushered in the invasion of myriad races, the Blue Planet has entered an era of universal awakening. Every individual has the opportunity to awaken their innate talents and transform into formidable beings capable of moving mountains and filling seas, soaring through the skies and traversing the earth. My heart brimmed with anticipation, yet was tinged with anxiety, for I knew that my destiny would unfurl a new chapter following today's awakening. Suddenly, Su Yan raised her brow, seized a piece of chalk, and aimed it at a particular direction, towards Jiang Chen. Startled, Jiang Chen leapt from his seat, appearing as if ready to duel a fiend, only to scream at Su Yan, "Demon, come and take my life. Don't harm me." In that instant, a suspicion arose within me. Perhaps Jiang Chen, like myself, was also a reincarnator. The entire class erupted into laughter, and even Su Yan struggled to maintain her composure. She rapped the podium with authority. "Jiang Chen, go to the back and collect your thoughts." Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He bent down and pinched my thigh, seemingly in disbelief of the unfolding events. I could discern his confusion and shock, yet he remained unaware that I too had endured the agony and struggle of reincarnation. The depth of the myriad races was indeed profound, far beyond what the present populace could perceive. Even as the former empress of the Xia dynasty, I had ultimately fallen on the battlefield. Perhaps this reincarnation signifies a chance to start anew, a glimmer of hope for humanity. We have not yet lost. Silence. Su Yan's voice rang out again, interrupting my reverie. I gazed at Jiang Chen, feeling an inexplicable connection to this mischievous fellow. At last, Jiang Chen regained his composure, surveying the room and locking eyes with me. Xiao Huahua, Jiang Jingyu, Lin Heng, and others. His expression was a complex tapestry of emotions, as if he were striving to digest the reality surrounding him. In that moment, I became even more certain that Jiang Chen was also a reincarnator. On the school playground, we gathered together, poised to commence the awakening ceremony. I stood quietly among the crowd, my heart turbulent with waves of emotion. I knew Jiang Chen harbored secrets unknown to others. His talent had once enabled him to survive the invasion of myriad races. And I, Lillia, the future empress of the Xia dynasty, would also reveal my power at this moment. The voice of the old principal resonated from the platform, his words igniting inspiration within each individual. Students, today marks Xia Nation's annual Talent Awakening Day. I hope you all awaken formidable talents to contribute to the protection of our nation and its people. Now, I declare the awakening ceremony officially commenced. One by one, the students stepped forward to showcase their talents. I listened intently to their results, silently praying, "Jiang Chen, what talent will you awaken this time?" Maoyang combat system, hit rate increase, talent level E. Lihoka lifestyle system, cooking speed increase, talent level Wang Li support system, equipment durability enhancement, talent level E. Wang Gang combat system summon, talent level C. Li Xiaozhan combat system, swift as the wind, talent level C. Zhangping lifestyle system, enhanced crafting, talent level D. I watched Jiang Chen closely. Although his former B-level talent seemed unremarkable, it had sufficed for him to endure for years during the invasion. As for me, my talent is SSS level unparalleled, yet I yearn to know if this time he would reveal something different. Finally, it was Jiang Chen's turn. He approached the crystal ball, gently placing his palm upon it. And at that moment, the entire playground was illuminated by a dazzling glow. My heart raced in anticipation of the outcome. Jiang Chen special system. As the brilliance receded, all gazes converged upon the words displayed. I could not ascertain the nature of Jiang Chen's talent, yet I knew that regardless of the result, our fates would be irrevocably altered. Jiang Chen, let me witness whether this incarnation can surpass the last, crafting a distinct legacy. The path of an empress is exceedingly solitary. May we traverse it together this time. Chapter 3 SSS Level Talent. Time Rewind. Jiang Chen Special System. Time Rewind. Talent Level. SSS. Upon witnessing this result, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Jiang Chen himself was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the awakening of an SSS level talent. He opened his talent panel to find Talent, Time Rewind. Quality, SSS, Time Rewind. At critical moments, the holder can activate the ability to rewind time, reverting their state to a few seconds prior to evade impending crises or amend erroneous decisions. Usage limitations. 1. Non-combat state. Up to 3 uses per event. With a minimum interval of 1 minute between uses. Each rewind duration must not exceed 5 seconds. 2. Combat state. Limited to 1 use per battle. With a rewind duration not exceeding 3 seconds. 3. Affected scope. Primarily impacts the holder with minimal effect on others. Precise control over others or the environment requires specific conditions. 4. Activation conditions. Must achieve absolute focus and unwavering will. Otherwise, external disturbances may lead to failure. 5. Special restrictions. Cannot be used to extend lifespan or reverse elapsed time. And its efficacy may be suppressed when faced with higher-level time manipulation skills. Note, this talent will enhance as the host's own strength grows, with the highest form allowing for unfettered manipulation of the river of time. Jiang Chen stood at the center of the playground platform, his heart pounding like a drum, clutching the fateful slip of paper detailing his talent. Time Rewind, an SSS-level ability. This was a power he had never dared to imagine. He closed his eyes, feeling this force swirling within him, envisioning myriad possibilities. He understood the significance of this talent. In battle, he could reverse the tide at critical junctures, evading lethal blows. In daily life, he could avert irrevocable mistakes. Yet, this power was not omnipotent. It bore limitations, demanding absolute composure and focus in dire moments. Unbelievable. This is utterly astonishing. The crowd erupted into a chorus of exclamations. Wow, wow, wow. 666,666. Brother Jiang is incredible. Did you see that? He is from our Class 18. Even Su Yin, standing at the forefront of Class 18, was flushed with excitement. SSS level. This is an SSS level talent. How many SSS level talents emerge in a year across Xia Nation? This could mean promotions and pay raises. Perhaps he might even etch his name in history. If Jiang Chen were to become an emperor, I could be his imperial tutor. Amidst the fervent gazes of his classmates, Jiang Chen endeavored to suppress the tumult of emotions surging within him, swiftly regaining his composure. Beside him, the supervising teacher addressed him. Do not return to the formation just yet. Remain here. In that instant, Jiang Chen comprehended the underlying intention. Perhaps this was the school's way of safeguarding his personal safety. After all, possessing an SSS grade talent, any mishap would be beyond anyone's capacity to bear. The awakening ceremony continued its course. Next, Lin Yao. As the awakening instructor enunciated Lin Yao's name, the entire playground erupted in whispers. Wow, is that Lin Yao, the goddess? She is stunning. Of course, she is recognized as the foremost beauty among the top 10 campus flowers. With such beauty, her talent must be remarkable, right? If her talent is lacking, what then? I dare to ask, how long must one endure the sewing machine if she is unwilling? Silence. Do you wish for a death wish? How dare you utter such words? Her family background is beyond your imagination. Below the stage, Lin Yao, upon hearing the awakening instructor call her name, felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Lin Yao, how long has it been since someone called me that? 5 years? Or perhaps 10? She gracefully ascended the platform, her figure accentuated by the sunlight, making her all the more captivating. Her heart raced, a blend of anxiety and anticipation enveloping her. Perhaps it was still that talent. The instructor, in a mechanical tone, inquired, "Are you ready?" Just gently place your palm on the crystal orb and hold it for 30 seconds. Lin Yao nodded slightly, placing her hand upon the awakening crystal orb, focusing intently. Suddenly, the orb radiated a dazzling light, illuminating the entire playground. The brilliance gradually receded, ultimately revealing a line of text. Lin Yao, Combat System, Sword Immortal, Talent Level, SSS. A stirring sensation coursed through Lin Yao. Indeed, the instructor's announcement once again incited a fervor. Wow, this year is exceptional for our school. 2 SSS grade talents in succession. They both belong to Class 18. Hey, do you think Jiang Chen and Lin Yao might end up together? It seems likely, right? They are both SSS grade from the same world. A formidable alliance, bringing prosperity to Daxia. Gossip, gossip, gossip. Meanwhile, Lin Yao accessed her talent panel, Talent, Sword Immortal. Quality, SSS. 1. Sword of Stars. Harnessing the power of the stars to execute sword techniques. Each swing seems to summon fallen stars, inflicting tremendous damage upon foes. Damage from ordinary attacks is elevated to 300, with a chance to induce a brief state of dizziness in the enemy. 2. Sovereign Sword. Condensing sword energy into a tangible blade, transforming ordinary attacks into long-distance sword energy strikes. Where the sword energy travels, nothing remains unscathed. Damage from ranged sword energy attacks is additionally enhanced by 200, with an increase in attack speed by 50. 3. Untraceable Presence. A form that dances like a wisp, making it challenging for enemies to perceive. Enhances evasion probability and has a chance to trigger an invisibility effect while attacking. Absolute evasion rate increases by 30, with a 15 chance of triggering invisibility. 4. Sword Spirit Guardian. Surrounding oneself with sword energy, forming an invisible barrier that automatically deflects a portion of damage. Overall defense increases by 40, with an additional reduction of 20 from frontal damage. 5. Astonishing Sword Strike. A talent skill that condenses all sword intent into a single strike of sword energy, powerful enough to shake the heavens and the earth. A single attack can deal up to 2,000 damage, simultaneously ignoring 40 of the target's total defenses, entering a cooldown of 5 minutes post-use. Note, this talent will continuously awaken new abilities as the host's strength grows, ultimately reaching the power of Starfall and the might to cleave the heavens with a single strike. Nothing has changed. Even the notes are identical. Chapter 4. The campus flower on her knees, pleading for reconciliation. 2 hours later, the awakening ceremony concluded, and students gradually returned to their classrooms. Jiang Chen and Lin Yao, however, were retained separately to receive the congratulations and instructions from the school's leadership. In the principal's office, the elderly principal gazed upon them with a kindly demeanor, stating, "As the only 2 possessors of SSS grade talents in our school, and even in the city, you are entitled to guaranteed admission to any university in the country." He then turned to Jiang Chen, smiling gently as he inquired, "So, Jiang Chen, which university do you intend to pursue?" Jiang Chen paused in surprise, not expecting to decide his future so swiftly. After a moment of contemplation, he answered with unwavering conviction, "I wish to attend Qingbei University." Qingbei University is the premier institution for awakeners in Xia country, without rival. It boasts the nation's finest faculty and training resources. The principal nodded, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Indeed, Qingbei University is an excellent choice. He then directed his attention to Lin Yao. "And you, Lin Yao?" Lin Yao smiled, replying, "I too choose Qingbei University." Her gaze flickered over Jiang Chen, revealing a subtle tenderness. The principal erupted into hearty laughter. "Very well, in that case. I wish you both great success at Qingbei University. May you bring glory to our school." Jiang Chen and Lin Yao exchanged smiles, their hearts brimming with anticipation for the future. Having finalized their university choices, the duo returned to the classroom to attend the final lesson of their high school careers. In class, Su Yan, with a serious demeanor, earnestly reminded each student, "According to the covenant between humanity and the myriad races, once you awaken your talent, you are qualified to challenge the Divine Communication Tower. The Divine Communication Tower is, in essence, akin to a tower climbing game. It features various maps, wild monsters, bosses, dungeons, and more. Each map serves as a level with set level caps. Upon reaching a certain level, you must complete corresponding breakthrough tasks to unlock the next map. Awakeners can battle monsters to level up and unlock maps, and all abilities, items, etc. obtained can be brought back to the real world. Generally, if an Awakener dies within the tower, they merely lose a certain amount of experience and will be teleported out of the Divine Communication Tower, waiting for a cooldown period to elapse before re-entering, which typically takes 24 hours. However, if killed by certain special monsters, the Awakener will face absolute death. They will not respawn. Thus, within the Divine Communication Tower, while immortality may no longer be a dream, it is accompanied by the peril of demise. It is advised that novice Awakeners prepare adequately. Subsequently, Su Yin distributed a Divine Communication Tower login device to each student. Jiang Chen and Lin Yao accepted the Divine Communication Tower login devices, a solemn feeling surging within them. This small contraption was, in fact, the key to another world. Until his last breath, Jiang Chen remained unaware of the secrets contained within. The Divine Communication Tower login device was circular in shape, its surface adorned with a faint sheen. At its center embedded a translucent screen displaying intricate rune patterns, seemingly infused with mysterious power. Its edges were engraved with delicate lines, offering a visual impact that was both ancient and imbued with a sense of technology. Teacher Su Yin, with a serious tone, elucidated the use of the device. This login device requires a blood drop for identity confirmation. Once successful, it will transform into a tattoo, eternally marking the back of your right hand. It serves as your sole credential for entering the Divine Communication Tower and symbolizes your identity. Subsequently, Teacher Su Yin added, after recognizing the Master, one can communicate with the Divine Communication Tower at any time through thought. It is imperative to remember, after using the login device once, it requires a still recharge of 12 hours. Jiang Chen and Lin Yao, following the instructions, each bit their skin with their sharp teeth, letting a drop of crimson blood fall onto the login device. The instant the blood made contact, a radiant light erupted, and a warm current surged into their bodies. Soon after, the runic patterns on the device seemed to come alive, gradually merging into their skin, transforming into an exquisite tattoo that faded into the back of their right hands. As the class bell rang, the students began to leave the classroom one after another, and Jiang Chen and Lin Yao packed their bags, preparing to bid farewell to this familiar campus. They were both acutely aware that, perhaps, starting tomorrow, they would embark on a brand new path, heading towards their respective futures. However, just as Jiang Chen stepped out of the classroom, a familiar silhouette appeared before him, Lillia. The campus belle. Her beauty remained as enchanting as ever, her long hair dancing gently in the wind, and her clear eyes shimmered with tears. Yet at this moment, she knelt before him, her voice choked. Jiang Chen, I know I wronged you before, but I truly wish to atone for my past mistakes. Please give me a chance. Will you? She had once ended their relationship due to familial pressures, but now, it seemed, regret had taken hold of her. Jiang Chen was taken aback. He never anticipated encountering Lillia under such circumstances, and his heart was a whirlpool of emotions. He gazed at this girl who had once stirred his heart, ripples of feeling washing over him. Her features were exquisite, her skin as fair as snow, and her white attire accentuated her gentle demeanor, as if she had stepped out from painting. Yet, he pondered if he had not awakened his SSS level talent. Would she have turned back to him? Standing there, staring at Lillia, his heart surged with tumultuous feelings. Lillia, do you know how I once longed for your understanding and support? But now, everything has changed. I'm no longer that boy who could be manipulated at will. He recalled their separation, the heart-wrenching pain that lingered even after more than a decade. After all, she had once been his moonlight. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and spoke gently. Lillia, we have both grown up. Some things cannot be undone. I will help you, but we cannot return to the past. Upon hearing this, Lillia's tears cascaded down as she stood up, wiped her tears, and looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude. Thank you, I understand now. I will work hard and no longer let you down. However, the moment she turned to leave, Lillia could no longer hold back her tears, running out of the classroom with her soft sobs echoing in the corridor. Jiang Chen watched her retreating figure, a wave of sentiment swelling within him. Indeed, the wheel of fortune turns. This year, it has come to my family. Jiang Chen shook his head, feeling utterly speechless about the situation. Had he known it would come to this, why not have acted differently from the start? As night fell, Jiang Chen returned to his rented room, sitting steadily on the bed. He gazed at the divine communication tower tattoo on the back of his hand, and his inner monologue surged like a tide. Lillia, although your beauty remains, I have already embarked on my own path. In this lifetime, I shall strive to become stronger, to protect this world and those who truly care for me. He then closed his eyes, activating the tattoo. In a flash of light, he was instantly drawn into the world of the divine communication tower. Meanwhile, Lillia also activated her tattoo in her own room, and moments later, her figure vanished amidst the glow. Chapter 5. Entering the Divine Communication Tower. Awakening of Rule-Level Talent. Soon, Jiang Chen's consciousness was pulled into a peculiar space. Regaining his composure, he reflected, indeed, it is just as it was in my previous life. A melodious female system notification chimed. Detection of an awakener entering the Divine Communication Tower for the first time. Please establish a character ID. Jiang Chen's gaze hardened as images of the brutal assault on Blue Star by celestial beings flashed through his mind. The land of Xia ravaged, its people displaced. The feeling of helplessness was indelibly etched in his memory. Godslayer, Jiang Chen uttered in a low voice, flames of battle igniting in his eyes. Let me be called Godslayer. In this life, I shall ensure that no divine being may tread upon the land of Xia. His resolute voice echoed in the void, resonating like an oath that reverberated through the heavens. Using character ID, Godslayer, the melodious system notification chimed once more. Character ID creation successful. The Divine Communication Tower welcomes you, Godslayer. Just as Jiang Chen was about to open the character panel, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations. You have received a beginner's gift package. Would you like to open it immediately? Open. He replied decisively. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a special lottery chance. What? What is happening? A lottery chance? Wasn't a lottery chance awarded only after clearing every 10 levels of the Divine Communication Tower? In my previous life, it only granted me a set of beginner equipment. This is fortunate. It seems this life is off to a much smoother start than the last. With a soft chime, a beam of light descended from above, revealing a colossal spinning wheel before him. It displayed over 100 powerful items. 1. Sword of the Stars, S-rank weapon, possessing the power to tear through the void, capable of severing all bindings, reaching for the heavens. 2. Nine-tailed celestial fox, SSS rank pet, immensely powerful, able to assist you in battle and serve as your loyal companion. 3. Elixir of Immortality, extraordinary potion. Consuming it grants longevity and significant attribute boosts, propelling you further on your cultivation path. 4. High-level invisibility technique. A rank skill, allowing you to conceal your form at critical moments to evade formidable foes. 5. Star fragments, rare materials, useful for forging top-tier artifacts, crafting invincible relics. 6. Otherworldly summoning card. Can summon beings of godly, emperor level, status, or lower from other realms to fight for you, with formidable power. 7. Tenfold experience card. Significantly boosts experience gain for a short period, aiding rapid leveling. 8. Supreme Defense Shield. S-rank armor. Unbreakable, capable of withstanding powerful enemy attacks. 9. Dragon Hatchling Spirit Beast Egg. Upon hatching, it grants you a baby dragon, which will become your invaluable assistant in battles. 10. Lucky Clover. Greatly enhances luck, allowing for more unexpected gains during your tower ascent. Wow, this is truly a fantastic start. The special lottery offers nothing below A rank. This is the rhythm of invincibility. He took a deep breath, filled with anticipation, and reached out to gently touch the spinning wheel. With a firm grip, he gave a vigorous spin, simultaneously chanting in his heart, "Please let it be the nine-tailed celestial fox." The wheel spun rapidly, and various treasures flashed by until it finally stopped on a golden pattern. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the SSS level talent. Words become reality. Ding! Due to the influence of an unknown power, your SSS level talent, time reversal, and SSS level talent, words become reality, are merging. Ding! Fusion successful. Congratulations, you have obtained the unique rule level talent. Mind's command. What? Am I hearing things? What is this unique rule level talent? I never heard of it in my previous life. Aren't the highest talents SSS level? Is there even a unique rule level? Filled with curiosity, Jiang Chen opened the panel to check. Talent. Mind's command. Quality. Unique rule level. Description. The will of the awakened is the law. Thoughts embody the truth, and words manifest into reality. Ability details. 1. Manifestation. The desires of the awakened are instantaneously realized without any extraneous actions, achieving their aims directly. 2. Law of will. Under the direction of the awakened's will, natural elements, material forms, and even the flow of time can be altered according to their whims. 3. Thought control. Objects can be manipulated from a distance, exerting influence on targets without physical contact. 4. Mental teleportation. Through sheer thought, one can instantaneously traverse to any desired location, disregarding the constraints of distance. 5. Psychic domain. A realm can be created where the commands of the awakened automatically take effect, and none can defy them. 6. Telepathy. The capacity to perceive the emotions and intentions of others, foreseeing potential future events. 7. Will enhancement. Bolstering the willpower of oneself and allies, resisting negative states, and augmenting combat prowess. 8. Psychic shield. A protective barrier formed by mental energy, safeguarding against external physical and magical assaults. 9. Mental link. Establishing a connection with others to share knowledge and experiences, transmitting information. 10. Will transmutation. Transforming thoughts into tangible objects to fulfill basic survival needs or create offensive means. Restrictions. Strength limitation. The use of abilities is constrained by the current strength level of the awakened. Desires exceeding this capacity cannot be fulfilled. Will exhaustion. Each utilization of the mind's abilities consumes a significant amount of mental energy, and excessive use may lead to mental fatigue or even unconsciousness. Will resistance. When faced with equally powerful will challenges, the effectiveness of abilities may diminish or fail entirely. Environmental interference. In extreme environments or specific barriers, such as chaotic realms or powerful magical barriers, abilities are restricted. How terrifying this is. What distinguishes it from making a wish? Jiang Chen tentatively pondered. Let me draw once more. I desire a nine-tailed fox. Immediately, a notification chimed. Warning. Host lacks the necessary strength to activate this talent. Caution. Caution. Random use of talents may result in unconsciousness. Ah, how embarrassing. Ultimately, it still relies on strength. Item rank. SSS being the strongest. G being the weakest. Equipment rank. SSS being the strongest, G being the weakest. Skill rank. SSS being the strongest, G being the weakest. Strength classification. 1st to 9th rank. Emperor level, mythical level. Chapter 6. SSS level evaluation in reality. At this moment, the system's prompt echoed once more. Please select your profession within the Divine Tower. Basic combat professions include warrior, mage, assassin, archer, swordsman, dancer, priest, etc. As for auxiliary and lifestyle professions, they were beyond Jiang Chen's consideration. After all, he was destined to be a man who slays gods. Would he really learn cooking to fry a deity? Jiang Chen declared mage. In his previous life, Jiang Chen's talent was mana enhancement. Thus, the mage was naturally the profession he was most familiar with in his past. The system's prompt followed. Profession selected. Mage. Bestowing basic magical skills. Ding. Skill bestowal complete. Please check. Jiang Chen swiftly raised his right hand, tapping the tattoo on the back of his hand to open his character attribute panel. Nickname. Godslayer. Level 10. Profession mage. Talent. Mind S will. Health points 100-100. Mana points 150-150. Strength 10. Agility 8. Intelligence, 15. Constitution, 7. Spirit, 12. Attack power, 12 to 16. Magical attack power, 20. Defense, 5. Magical defense, 8. Hit rate, 65. Evasion rate, 55. Critical rate, 5. Skills, 1. Fireball, LV1 consumes 5 mana points, dealing an additional 20 fire damage to a single enemy. 2. Frost spell, LV1 consumes 10 mana points, reducing the speed of enemies in the area by 20 for 3 seconds. 3. Lightning spell, LV1 consumes 15 mana points, dealing an additional 25 electric damage to enemies in the area. 4. Magic shield, LV1 consumes 10 mana points, forming a protective shield around oneself that absorbs 20 damage. 5. Mana burst, LV1 temporarily increases magical attack power by 50 for 5 seconds. Mediocre. Closing the panel, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and stepped through the light gate, heading to the first level of the Divine Tower. The first level, also known as the Novice Dungeon. Upon stepping into the first layer of the Divine Tower, everything felt simultaneously unfamiliar yet reminiscent. According to his past life's memories, clearing the first level required defeating 10 ordinary monsters guarding the passage. Though these creatures had low attributes, they would still consume some time to deal with. As a reincarnator, Jiang Chen was aware of a secret. If he bypassed these monsters directly and reached the end of the passage, there would be a hidden level. Within this hidden level lay a single reward treasure chest. However, the conditions to trigger this hidden level were rather stringent. There were 3 primary conditions. First, one must stealthily bypass all monsters without triggering any alarms. Second, at the end of the passage, there exists a complex magical lock that must be solved within a limited time, or else one would be teleported back to the starting point and lose the opportunity to challenge. Lastly, the talent level must be SSS or above to enter the level. The Divine Tower has descended upon Blue Star for over 300 years, and for those ancient families, the first 2 conditions were considered essential knowledge. Yet, the third condition continues to ensnare countless novice awakened. In a vast Xian nation, with a population nearing 2 billion, only a handful of SSS-level awakened emerge each year. To note, over the past 3 centuries, the total number of SSS-level awakeners in Xian Nation has barely surpassed 1,000. With a stroke of luck, several may appear in a year. With misfortune, none may appear for years. Furthermore, during the early descent of the Divine Tower, no one had discovered this hidden level. Hence, the number of successful challengers was exceedingly scant. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen smiled faintly. He chuckled. Isn't this just a gift? Subsequently, he closed his eyes, beginning to recall the intricate details of the hidden level. Moments later, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his complexion pale, yet the corners of his mouth curled upward. With a mere thought, he found himself within the hidden level. This talent, though it consumes quite a bit, it can be deemed all-encompassing. Jiang Chen surveyed his surroundings. The space was imbued with a rich magical essence, as if every stone and every breeze contained boundless magical power. He quickly retrieved a restorative item from his pack, replenishing the mental and magical energy expended during the teleportation, then approached the treasure chest within the level. The chest radiated a soft, golden glow, evidently concealing precious items within. Carefully, he opened the chest, revealing the treasures before him. Stellar Mage Class Change Scroll, usable after reaching level 10, allows one to change class to Stellar Mage. Exquisite Robe, increases physical and magical defense. Mage S-Ring, wearing it reduces the cooldown time of magical skills. Stardust Shards, a rare material utilized in the crafting of high-tier magical equipment. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Jiang Chen's ear. Congratulations on successfully completing the Novice Dungeon hidden level with an SSS rating. Simultaneously, a more grandiose announcement reverberated throughout the entire Divine Tower. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen for achieving an SSS rating in the Novice Dungeon hidden level. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen for achieving SSS. The announcement resounded 6 times throughout the tower, and the world seemed to freeze in an instant, plunging into silence before erupting across various channels. What? Another SSS rating has emerged? Goodness, I thought the highest was only SS. I recall the last SSS rating appearing some time ago. Others inquired. Hidden level? What is that? Does the novice dungeon even have such a thing? How come I wasn't aware? A knowledgeable player remarked, Bro, you're out of the loop. It said that only those with SSS level talents have the chance to enter hidden levels. Yet, before the discussions could cease, another 6 resounding system notifications filled the air. Congratulations to player Yao Guang for successfully completing the novice dungeon hidden level with an SSS rating. Congratulations to player Yao Guang for achieving SSS. What on earth is happening today? 2 SSS ratings in a row? Are you daft up there? Today is the awakening day for this year's seniors. No wonder. Does that mean there are at least 2 SSS level awakeners this year? Shoo, don't let outsiders hear. Meanwhile, upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to reveal a smile. Indeed, the Empress remains the Empress. At Qingbei University, in the president's office, President Jiang urged, Quick, investigate who the SSS level awakeners are this year. Soon, the staff responded, President, we have findings. This year, Suzhou and Hangzhou have seen 2 SSS level awakeners, one named Jiang Chen and the other Linyao. The imperial capital also has one, the second daughter of the Wang family. Hearing this, President Jiang furrowed his brows, lost in contemplation. I know about that girl from the Wang family. Thus, these 2 awakeners must be in Suzhou and Hangzhou. He immediately issued an order. Seal off all information related to these 2 SS level talent holders from Suzhou and Hangzhou. I will personally lead a team to their high school. We must ensure they join our institution. He added, Prepare the fastest plane. We must arrive before anyone else. Chapter 7. Classmate, your misfortune has flown away. On Jiang Chen's side, a gentle system notification resonated once more. Congratulations. You have completed the novice dungeon with an SSS rating. Earning rewards. All attributes 100, luck 10, gold 100, 000, experience 200, 000. Congratulations. You have cleared the hidden level with an SSS rating, earning the reward. Ultimate Profession Evolution Token. Ding. You have leveled up. Current level, 10. A flicker of astonishment crossed Jiang Chen's eyes. He had reached level 10 directly. Quite remarkable. An instantaneous upgrade. He recalled that in his past life, he had struggled to achieve a mere C rating. In his previous existence, he had only been lucky. Otherwise, he could have been slain by minor monsters. Now that he was already at level 10, it was time to change professions. Filled with excitement, Jiang Chen retrieved the Stardust Mage Career Change scroll from his backpack. As the scroll unfurled, a powerful surge of magical energy swirled around him, causing the entire space to tremble. His body was enveloped in mysterious halos, and amidst the radiance, his form gradually became indistinct, as if resonating with the magical elements of the universe. Ding! Career change successful. Shortly thereafter, another system notification chimed. Ding! Detected that you possess the Ultimate Profession Evolution token. Would you like to use it? Ultimate Evolution. It should be quite spectacular, right? Jiang Chen took a deep breath and silently intoned. Use. In no time, the token was activated. The system notification resounded once more, proclaiming his new profession. Congratulations! Your profession has successfully evolved into Supreme Mage. After completing the career change, a new attribute panel materialized before Jiang Chen. Nickname, Jiang Chen. Level, 10 100. Rank, 0 rank. Profession, Supreme Mage. Talent, Mind and Magic. Health points, 7,100 7,100. Mana points, 1,015 1,015. Strength, 310. Agility, 308. Intelligence, 315. Constitution, 307. Spirit, 312. Attack power, 312 to 316. Magical attack power, 666. Defense, 330. Magical defense, 540. Hit rate, 75. Dodge rate, 65. Critical hit rate, 5. Active skills, Fireball, LV1, Frost, LV1, Lightning, LV1, Magic Shield, LV1, Mana Burst, LV1, Falling Stars, LV1. Passive skills, mana control, magic mastery, elemental affinity, quick casting. Subsequently, Jiang Chen opened to inspect the newly acquired skills. Active skill, Falling Stars, LV1. Level A. Effect, summons the power of the stars from the heavens to strike the target, inflicting 500 light-based magical damage, accompanied by a 5-second stun effect. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Passive skills, mana control. Level, SSS. Effect, mana consumption reduced by 100. Magic mastery. Level, S. Effect, spell damage increased by 100. Quick casting. Level S. Effect, casting speed increased by 100. Elemental affinity. Level, S. Effect 1. Elemental spell damage increased by 50. Effect 2. Elemental spell damage reduction by 50. My goodness. This is astonishing. The growth potential of the mage profession is remarkable, and the passive effects are equally formidable. Casting speed doubled. Skills cast without consumption. Spell damage doubled. If it's an elemental skill, damage can be further enhanced by 50. Absolutely incredible. Truly deserving of the title of Ultimate Profession. Alright, let's leave it at that for today. Jiang Chen silently thought. Exit. His figure gradually faded from the divine tower, returning to the reality of his home. At that moment, Jiang Chen felt a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He still found it hard to believe. In his past life, he was but a nameless pawn. Yet in this life, he was an SSS-level talent holder, a candidate for the Supreme Mage. The rapidity of these changes was overwhelming. He rose to his feet, approached the window, and gazed at the myriad stars in the night sky, silently vowing, "This time, I shall not remain ordinary as in my past life. I will wield my power to craft my own legend, a legend uniquely belonging to Jiang Chen." The following morning, Jiang Chen awoke early, stretched lazily, and resolved to step out for breakfast as a reward for himself. He had just opened the door when he was met with a throng of people standing outside. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they were all his classmates. It was evident that they had gathered to ascertain whether Jiang Chen had indeed cleared the novice dungeon with an SSS rank the previous night. As soon as Jiang Chen appeared at the door, someone shouted, "Jianggu is out." Instantly, his classmates surged forward, creating a blockade at the entrance. "Jianggu, were you the one who cleared the SSS rank last night?" "Well, obviously, it must be me. This year, only 2 SSS talents have emerged from our school." "Jianggu, what rewards did you receive for clearing the SSS rank?" "Jianggu, do you have any tips for clearing the SSS rank?" Faced with the barrage of questions, Jiang Chen could only helplessly rub his temples. Then, with a flick of his mind, dozens of undergarments suddenly appeared in midair. Some were adorned with bows. Others bore blue and white stripes, featured cartoon patterns, were made of ice silk, and even some with lace trim. They floated in the air, varying in size and shape. Under Jiang Chen's mental command, they soared directly toward the pool beside the community. Jiang Chen chuckled mischievously. His classmates suddenly felt a chill beneath them. A certain chubby boy glanced up at the sky and exclaimed, "Heavens, the undergarments have come to life." With a look of feigned innocence, Jiang Chen turned to a female classmate in the crowd and said, "Classmate, your undergarment has flown away." Her face turned a deep crimson as she hurriedly looked down to check her skirt. Soon, her face blushed even more, as if it could drip with water. Then, a shriek erupted, "Pervert! Deviant!" She darted off in pursuit of the flying undergarments. Hearing her scream, a smirk crept onto Jiang Chen's lips as he turned back inside, saying, "Everyone disperse. Instead of wasting time here, you might as well work on enhancing your skills." With that, he closed the door. His classmates exchanged glances before following the direction of the female classmate's retreat. Once back in his room, Jiang Chen's grin faded, replaced by a contemplative frown. Though his little trick had momentarily alleviated his immediate troubles, it had also revealed a concerning issue. The myriad of races was not something his classmates could contend with. Revealing his strength too soon was indeed perilous. As an SSS talent, he could easily attract assassination attempts from various factions. After all, to them, a genius who had perished posed no threat whatsoever. At that moment, Jiang Chen's phone buzzed with a text message. Upon opening it, he was surprised to find it was from Lillia. Classmate, Jiang Chen, are you free today? Come out shopping with me? After reading the message, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. What was Lin Yao up to? Why the sudden desire to go shopping together? He didn't recall such an event in his past life. Could it be the butterfly effect from his rebirth? Although they were desk mates, their relationship had been merely average. What prompted her to want to shop with him? Was it because of his talent? Or perhaps it was due to his earlier actions in class. Surely it couldn't be because of that. The thought of his previous behavior in the classroom sent a cold sweat down Jiang Chen's back. Goodness, this was the future Empress. What had he done? How could he be so bold? Wait, could it be that she has taken a liking to him? Never mind. Let us just agree to go and see what her intentions are. Thus, Jiang Chen composed a response and sent it. Lin Yao replied promptly, Great. I'll come find you after 10. Jiang Chen glanced at the clock and noted that there was still some time before 10. He decided to assess his recent gains instead. Jiang Chen tapped the tattoo on the back of his hand and retrieved his gear from his backpack. Equipment. Exquisite robe. Grade. G. Type. Armor. Level. 5. Attributes. Physical defense 10. Magical defense 20. Special effect. Spell flow. Restores 5 points of magic after using a magical skill. Equipment. Mage S ring. Grade. C. Type. Accessory. Level 10. Attributes. Magical attack 50. Skill cooldown reduction 20. Special effect. Magic amplification. Has a chance to increase the damage of the next magical attack by 20 when casting a magical attack. Wow. There's even a piece of fine gear. If memory serves, a C-grade item could fetch over 50,000 gold coins, even in the late stages of the invasion. Converted to summer country currency. That's a whopping 500,000. For an awakened individual of modest means, possessing this equipment during the novice phase would significantly lessen the difficulty of dungeon clearing. Upon donning the gear, Jiang Chen's magical attack power soared to 716. Thus, if he unleashed a falling star, it could deal 716 by 500 by 258,950 damage. Furthermore, the second cast would benefit from the magic amplification effect, raising the damage to 10,740. Of course, this was merely an ideal scenario, not accounting for the target's defense. Yet, even a tank of the same level would have a maximum health of around 5,000, while awakened individuals with health amplification talents barely surpass 10,000. If one strike isn't enough, he could simply cast again. At most, it would take 2 or 3 strikes of stellar force. This is the might of the Supreme Mage. If he equipped a better weapon, oh, how formidable he would be. Time slipped by, and soon it was 9:30. Jiang Chen tidied everything up and stood at the door, awaiting Lin Yao's arrival. To him, this outing was not merely a casual excursion. It represented a crucial opportunity to forge a connection. He needed to present his best self and leave a lasting impression on Lin Yao. After all, this was the future Empress. Sure enough, within 10 minutes, there was a knock at the door. Jiang Chen took a deep breath to steady himself and opened the door. Outside stood Lin Yao, clad in a blue checkered skirt and a white crop top, her fair, slender legs adorned with elegant black stockings, exuding a youthful and vibrant aura. Good morning, Jiang Chen. Are you ready? Lin Yao's voice was sweet and melodious, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Wow, she's wearing black stockings. This is quintessential high school girl charm. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Lin Yao's appearance. Is this the young Empress? Compared to her future self, this version of her was far more appealing. Jiang Chen then flashed a radiant smile. Of course, I'm ready. But where are we headed? Lin Yao nodded, a smile gracing her lips. Let us go. I heard there's a new coffee shop opened on Sunshine Avenue. Let us give it a try. Jiang Chen inwardly groaned. Coffee, huh? However, he maintained an outwardly casual demeanor. Sure. Lin Yao, lead the way. Time flowed on, and they departed for the CF. At the entrance of the CAF, Lin Yao paused, turning back to offer Jiang Chen a gentle smile. Jiang Chen, we have arrived. Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, beholding the time CAF before him, a subtle feeling surging within him. The time CAF, was this a hint of something? Could it be that Lin Yao was aware of his identity as a reborn individual? Surely not. After all, The current Lin Yao was merely a novice, a fledgling in her own right. Upon entering the CAF, Lin Yao chose a seat by the window, and Jiang Chen followed suit, taking a place opposite her. "What would you like to order?" the server inquired as they approached. "A cappuccino, please," Lin Yao replied politely. "I'll have a cappuccino as well," Jiang Chen echoed. The server flashed an okay sign and smiled. "All right, please wait a moment." As they awaited their coffees, an air of awkwardness enveloped them, neither daring to speak. Jiang Chen, unable to contain his curiosity, glanced around, searching for a topic of conversation. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. His gaze fell upon an antique clock adorning the wall. He pointed towards it in an attempt to break the silence. "This clock is quite unique. It appears to be an antique. What do you think, Lin Yao?" Following Jiang Chen's gaze, Lin Yao smiled in response. "Indeed, I noticed it too. This clock carries a certain charm, evoking a sense of nostalgia." "Jiang Chen, you seem particularly attuned to such details." Jiang Chen nodded, feeling a pang of tension in his chest, and continued, "Yes, I find these things fascinating. They seem to possess stories of their own." Lin Yao appeared intrigued by Jiang Chen's remark, gently nodding. "You are correct. Every object has its history. Just like each of us, we all bear our own pasts and futures." Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Chen furthered the conversation. "Exactly like us, though we are merely students now. Who knows what the future holds?" A flicker of contemplation crossed Lin Yao's eyes, quickly replaced by a smile. "Yes, the future is always brimming with infinite possibilities." Upon hearing Lin Yao's response, Jiang Chen felt as though his suspicions were being validated. His heart raced. Something felt amiss. Was this the manner of speech one would expect from a girl who had just awakened? Her tone bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the Empress from his previous life. Just then, their coffees arrived, and the conversation flowed seamlessly thereafter. Taking a sip of his coffee, he decided to delve deeper. "Lin Yao, do you believe in fate? Or rather, do you think our futures can be altered?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Lin Yao's eyes flickered momentarily. After a brief pause, she sighed gently, gazing out at the sky. "I believe that every life contains unpredictable elements. Much like the flavor of this cappuccino, only by truly savoring it can one comprehend its essence." Jiang Chen's heart trembled. He sensed that Lin Yao's response bore profound significance, as if she were subtly revealing her awareness of the future. No longer concealing his thoughts, he directly probed. "So, if we had the opportunity to foresee the future, what would you do?" Lin Yao returned her gaze to Jiang Chen, her eyes resolute and clear. "If I could truly see the future, I would choose to alter any outcomes I found undesirable." At that moment, Jiang Chen experienced an illusion, as if Lin Yao's figure was merging with that of the former empress, Yao Guang. Her answer seemed to indicate that she too was a reborn individual. He then decided to voice his suspicions. "What if I told you that I too have glimpsed certain futures? Would you believe me?" To his surprise, Lin Yao's reaction was unexpectedly calm. She nodded slightly, as if she had anticipated his claim. "I believe you. Moreover, I suspect that you and I may share similar experiences." A knot tightened in Jiang Chen's chest. He was finally convinced of his suspicions. Lin Yao was not only a reborn individual, but also aware of his secret. Chapter 9. The Skill Library. After finishing their coffees, the two departed from the CF. At the entrance, Lin Yao softly suggested, "Shall we head to the city library next?" It was evident that through their conversation, Lin Yao had gleaned the information she sought. Her spirits lifted considerably. The city library was an awe-inspiring structure. Situated in the heart of the city, renowned for its solemn architecture and vast collection of books. As Jiang Chen understood, the library had once been an ordinary establishment. However, 3 centuries ago, with the advent of the Divine Tower, everything underwent a monumental transformation. This ancient edifice was repurposed into the city's largest skill library, becoming one of the most enigmatic repositories of knowledge. Perhaps Lin Yao intended to acquire some skills. With this thought, Jiang Chen smiled subtly. "Sounds great. As I have just awakened, I too need to learn some skills." Thus, with boldness, Jiang Chen approached Lin Yao, taking her hand without waiting for her consent. Striding towards the bus stop, feeling a rush of delight at his audacity. Why not seize the opportunity? Lin Yao, taken aback momentarily, felt a warmth spread within her. Is this the first time since ascending to Empress that I am holding hands with someone of the opposite sex? This sensation is rather pleasant. Being an Empress was exhausting. I hope that in this life, Jiang Chen will walk alongside me. Before long, they arrived at the city library via bus. Jiang Chen gazed at the library, filled with nostalgia. It remains unchanged. He then squeezed Lin Yao's hand gently, whispering, "Let us go." Upon entering the library, the atmosphere captivated both Jiang Chen and Lin Yao. The library not only housed skill books, but also various items such as cards and folded newspapers. There were even vendors selling intelligence. However, the information available for public sale was generally quite costly, and it had all been verified by specialists to safeguard national interests, typically focusing on foreign entities. For example, secrets of the three-eyed tribe you must know, or attack patterns and countermeasures of the Trant tribe. In addition to foreign intelligence, there were guides for navigating the Divine Tower, such as master this technique to easily achieve an S-rank evaluation. Beyond the rich literary resources, the city library boasted an advanced magical assistance retrieval system and interactive multimedia devices, making research and in-depth study significantly more accessible. The library was not merely a haven for reading and learning. It also hosted various magical lectures, mysterious exhibitions, and renowned sorcerer meet and greets, drawing numerous awakened individuals eager to share insights. In summary, the city library was a splendid fusion of classical and modern architecture, a cultural treasure of the city, a confluence of knowledge, and a nurturing ground for many awakened to flourish. Yesterday marked the awakening day for this year as seniors. Hence, the library was particularly crowded today. Despite its vastness, the first floor was teeming with people. According to memories from his previous life, the library comprised 5 levels. The first floor catered specifically to A-grade and below awakened individuals. The 2nd through 4th levels corresponded to S, SS, and SSS grade awakened individuals. As for the 5th floor, it served as the operational center for the entire library. High-grade awakened individuals could access the lower levels, but low-grade awakened individuals were generally barred from ascending to the higher floors unless in special circumstances. Because most skill books come with corresponding learning requirements, it is highly likely that low-level talent awakeners, upon acquiring advanced skills, may be unable to learn them. This explains why high-level talent awakeners can overwhelmingly dominate their low-level counterparts. It is crucial to note that many talents, despite being of lower rank, can possess remarkably potent effects. For instance, Jiang Chen is aware of a C-level talent known as tenfold damage. As the name suggests, the talent effect is to inflict tenfold damage upon attack. Clearly, the effects of an average A-level talent may not even compare to this particular talent. However, since this talent is only rated C, it consequently restricts awakeners from learning the majority of high-level skills. The actual combat effectiveness is significantly diminished. After all, the disparity between the effects of C-level and A-level skills is vast. If one were to possess an A-level talent, tenfold damage, the impact would be entirely different. Indeed, an A-level skill as tenfold damage could equate to the combined tenfold damage of 4 or 5 C-level skills. According to memories from a past life, each level is equipped with a machine to assess talent levels. As long as the results meet the criteria, one can ascend to higher tiers. Furthermore, to safeguard the personal safety of awakeners, the results of these assessments are generally kept confidential. Following the memories of his previous life, Jiang Chen led Lin Yao before the machine, inputting some basic information as instructed, then placed the back of his right hand upon the sensor. The machine whirred to life, emitting a soft humming sound, and moments later, the screen displayed the results, qualified. This meant they were eligible to enter the learning areas of the 2nd level and beyond. Upon confirming their eligibility, a transparent elevator constructed from magic materialized beside them. Unlike an ordinary lift, this elevator was specially crafted by high-level magicians, capable of sensing the talent levels of passengers and automatically adjusting its route to ensure that each awakener could only reach the floors commensurate with their talent. Jiang Chen took Lin Yao's hand, and they stepped into the elevator, pressing the button for the 4th floor. The library's 4th level. The elevator glided smoothly to the 4th floor, and as the doors opened, they stepped out, immediately enveloped by the rich aura of magic. The books and materials here were evidently more rare and advanced than those on the previous 3 floors, each potentially concealing the power to alter destinies. This was a realm Jiang Chen had only dared to dream of in his past life. The 5th floor. Inside the office, a group of administrators was busily organizing documents when suddenly an alarm blared, indicating that an awakener had entered the 4th level. What? Someone has entered the 4th level? And 2 at that? I heard there are 2 SSS-level awakeners at this year's Hang Yi. Could it be them? An elderly administrator swiftly made a decision. Regardless of who they are, there are no surveillance cameras on the 4th level. We must go down and investigate. Subsequently, this elder administrator personally led a few colleagues hastily to the 4th level. Chapter 10. Yao Yao, lend me some money. When the administrators rushed to the 4th level, Jiang Chen and Lin Yao were diligently browsing the precious documents on the shelves. Suddenly, a warm voice reached Jiang Chen's ear. Young brother, you're a new face. Aren't you? Jiang Chen turned to see a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline standing beside him, greeting him amicably. Jiang Chen nodded and curiously asked, how did you know I was new? The middle-aged man continued, of course, this is the 4th level of the library. Only those with SSS-level talents are permitted entry. Moreover, you appear to be unfamiliar faces, likely still high school students. You must be the 2 newly minted SSS-level awakeners from yesterday's Hang Yi. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. Was it really that easy to have his identity exposed? This shoddy school, as confidentiality measures, leave much to be desired. The middle-aged man spoke again. Forgive my manners. I am Lin Xinshu, a staff member at the city library. Just call me Old Lin. As he spoke, he handed over a business card bearing his telephone number. If you wish to purchase skills at any library across the country, feel free to contact me. Newcomers enjoy a 2 discount. He then presented 2 half-metal cards shimmering with golden light to the 2 of them. This is the Library's Supreme VIP Gold Card, granting a 30 discount on skill or item purchases at any library nationwide. Jiang Chen accepted Lin Xinshu's business card, his gaze lingering on the familiar name, a peculiar sensation welling up within him. This name, why did it seem so familiar? Oh, wait, ISNT Lin Hung, that chubby fellow your son? And ISNT he working at the library? What a coincidence. Jiang Chen raised his head and tentatively inquired, Uncle Lin, do you have a son named Lin Hung? Lin Xinshu was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a proud smile. Indeed, that rascal is my son. How did you know? No wonder that chubby fellow is so wealthy. Turns out he has a father with a stable job, Jiang Chen explained. I went to high school with Lin Hung, and I never imagined you were his father. Lin Xinshu erupted into hearty laughter. What a twist of fate. You are indeed my esteemed guest. How about this? If you need any skill books or items today, I'll personally arrange a discount for you. How does 50 sound? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. He understood that this was not merely a monetary discount, but also Lin Xinshu's acknowledgement and support for them. That would be greatly appreciated, Uncle Lin, Jiang Chen expressed gratefully. Lin Xinshu waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. You 2 will be frequent visitors to our library from now on. I'll have Hung Ye learn from you as well. Having said that, Lin Xinshu turned to leave, glancing back to remind them, once you've chosen your skill books, come directly to the 5th floor to find me, and I'll assist you with the procedures. He then hurried away with the other administrators to attend to other matters within the library. After thanking Lin Xinshu, Jiang Chen and Lin Yao began to select skill books. The skill books on the 4th floor were specifically tailored for SSS-level talent awakeners, although the quantity was relatively small compared to the previous 3 floors. The quality was astonishingly high. The least of the skill books reached S level. Skills rated S or above carry significant value, and Jiang Chen could only afford to look for some free materials. As for skill books, even the most basic ones began at over 1 million gold coins. Jiang Chen's backpack held just over 100,000 gold coins, rendering him unable to afford even the cheapest option. After browsing for a full hour, he finally paused, standing in the corner of the library, beginning to question his existence. So, I'm broke? What to do? Everything looks so impressive. I really want it, but I simply can't afford it. I can't even buy it at a discount. Damn it. At that moment, Lin Yao approached, observing Jiang Chen's expression, and softly asked, Jiang Chen, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? Jiang Chen sighed and shared his predicament with Lin Yao. After listening, Lin Yao fell silent for a moment, then pulled out a black card from her pocket, handing it to Jiang Chen. This is a special card my father gave me, containing 5 million gold coins. You can use it for now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt even more despondent. Damn, so it turns out I'm the only one who is poor? You all seem to be rich second-generation heirs? Jiang Chen accepted the card, tears of anguish welling at the corners of his mouth. Surely, it must be possibly that I don't have to pay it back, right? Hee. This is quite the turn of events, my brothers. Starting off with a windfall of 5 million from a wealthy benefactor. Can you even fathom the sensation? Seizing the moment while Lin Yao was momentarily distracted, Jiang Chen hastily wiped away the tears at the corners of his eyes. He chuckled to himself. He mustn't be discovered. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he approached the counter and selected 2 skill books he had long coveted. One was the SS grade tome titled Stellar Power, while the other was the S-grade volume known as Astrostride. Stellar Power is a prestigious skill book concerning the manipulation of celestial energy, empowering the user to harness the mysterious forces between the stars, thereby augmenting their combat capabilities. In contrast, Astrostride is a spatial skill that enables the user to momentarily traverse between different locations during battle, allowing them to evade attacks or launch surprise assaults. Both of these tomes held immense practical value for Jiang Chen. He picked up the 2 books and made his way to the 5th floor, where he encountered Lin Xinshu. Upon seeing Jiang Chen's selection, Lin Xinshu nodded slightly and began to calculate the total cost. Stellar Power is an SS grade skill, originally priced at 5 million gold coins, while Astral Stride has an original price of 150,000 gold coins. However, since I promised you a 50% discount, the total comes to 325,000 gold coins. Jiang Chen nodded, retrieving the black card that Lin Yao had given him, and swiped it at the POS terminal. Beep, payment successful. Lin Xinshu was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the black card and exclaimed. That is, after completing the transaction, Jiang Chen bowed to Lin Xinshu, expressing his gratitude. Uncle Lin, thank you for your support. I will strive diligently to meet your expectations. Lin Xinshu, regaining his composure, patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Good. I believe you will succeed. Chapter 11. Seizing Opportunities. The Secret of the SSS grade talent. After acquiring the skills, Jiang Chen and Lin Yao departed the library together. They arrived at the bus stop and boarded the 106 bus, heading home. On the bus, Jiang Chen gazed out the window, resolute in his decision. Tonight, he would conquer the 2nd level of the Divine Tower. As the bus gently rolled into the terminal, Jiang Chen disembarked first and walked towards his home. By this time, night had fallen, and the streetlights cast dappled shadows, elongating Jiang Chen's silhouette on the tranquil street. However, just as he reached his doorstep, a cacophony of voices assaulted his ears. Confused, Jiang Chen wondered, who could it be? Why is it so noisy at this hour? One might think it was a bustling market. He looked up to find a crowd gathered at his doorstep, some standing, some sitting, engaged in animated conversation, as though they had been waiting for quite some time. What on earth is happening? Why are they blocking my entrance? Should I make a run for it? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit strode forward, beaming as he addressed him. Jiang Chen, you've finally returned. He handed over a business card and began his introduction. I'm the director of the admissions office at the Magic Technology University. We've heard that you possess the rare SSS grade talent, and our institution is very eager to invite you to join us. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before several other similarly attired individuals squeezed in, each presenting their business cards and brochures, enthusiastically promoting their respective institutions. The names of various universities were peculiar. Some called the Interstellar Exploration Academy, others the Future Urban Planning University, and even the Academy of Biological Evolution. Most were obscure institutions he had never heard of. It turned out that since news of his SSS grade talent had spread, teachers from various universities had sprung into action, eager to recruit this promising star. After all, for over 3 centuries, there's been an unwritten rule in the minds of humanity on Blue Star. Only those with SSS grade talents may ascend to the rank of Emperor. This implies that awakeners who do not reach the SSS level are unlikely to break through to the 9th tier and become Emperor-level powerhouses. Moreover, human Emperor-level powerhouses correspond to the divine level among all races. Thus, only those with SSS grade talents are deemed worthy of achieving divinity. Of course, in the past 300 years, there has been one exception. It is said that 50 years ago, the Near Emperor Yi Wuhan broke through his limits in the territory of the myriad races and attained the title of Emperor. His talent was merely SS grade. However, based on what Jiang Chen learned in his previous life, Yi Wuhan actually evolved his SS grade talent into SSS grade during that battle. And after years of accumulation, he ultimately achieved the status of Emperor. Hence, strictly speaking, Yi Wuhan did not ascend as an Emperor solely with SS grade talent. Thus, while there is no concrete evidence, the belief that one must possess SSS grade talent to ascend to Emperor has almost become a universally accepted doctrine. According to what Jiang Chen learned shortly before his demise in his previous life, SSS grade talent may very well be the initial form of divine status. Upon reaching a certain level, SSS grade talent transitions into corresponding divine abilities or even imperial authority. As for why those with talents below SSS cannot become emperors, Jiang Chen remained in the dark. After all, he was just an inconspicuous character in his previous life. Perhaps Lin Yao knew more about this. Being one of the few female emperors among humanity in the past 3 centuries, Lin Yao, or rather, the Radiant Empress, must possess even greater knowledge. Jiang Chen stood among the crowd, politely listening, yet his mind was already made up. He graciously declined their offers. Esteemed teachers, I appreciate your recognition, but I have already made my choice. A middle-aged teacher appeared momentarily stunned, yet he became even more enthusiastic. Jiang Chen, you may not yet understand our conditions. We can offer the best resources, the most advanced training facilities, and even one-on-one mentorship with private tutors. Other university representatives began to chime in with their own offers, some promising generous scholarships, others providing unique research projects, and even one proposing to immediately confer an honorary degree upon him. Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head. Thank you all for your kindness, but I truly have already made a decision. Nonetheless, a grandly dressed elder stepped forward. The president of one of the top universities in the entire Xi'an nation, Yanjun University. He spoke firmly. Jiang Chen, I know you are an SSS grade talent. Are you not at all considering our Yanjun University? We can provide any resources you desire. The elder was about to continue, but Jiang Chen interrupted him. I have truly made up my mind and will not consider other options. Suddenly, a luxurious sedan pulled up, halting in front of the crowd. The door swung open, and an elegantly poised elder stepped out. He approached Jiang Chen directly, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Jiang Chen, I am Jiang, the president of Qingbei University. He introduced himself. Jiang continued, I have come personally to hope you will consider joining us at Qingbei University. We believe you will receive the best development opportunities here. Jiang Chen felt a flutter of interest. Qingbei University is indeed one of the most prestigious institutions on Blue Star. However, just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang unexpectedly. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Lin Yao. He answered, and her voice came through. Jiang Chen, have you arrived home? Jiang Chen responded, Yes, I just reached the doorstep and encountered a bit of a situation. He briefly explained the circumstances to Lin Yao. She laughed and said, It seems you are quite popular. However, I firmly believe that you will make the right choice. Jiang Chen nodded, his resolve strengthening within. He expressed his gratitude to Principal Jiang, saying, Thank you for your generous invitation. I will give it serious consideration, but I require some time to reflect. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's tentative agreement, Jiang felt a wave of relief and handed him a business card, stating, This is my contact information. Feel free to call me anytime. I look forward to your joining us. With that, he turned and entered his car, leaving the scene. The others, seeing this, could only depart in resignation. Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, stepping through the door of his home. Chapter 12. Departure, the second challenge. After bidding farewell to the various school principals, Jiang Chen decided to lie down and rest for 4 hours. Despite his recent surge in strength, he knew that enduring 3 days and nights without rest would not pose a significant challenge. Nevertheless, to ensure he was in optimal condition, Jiang Chen chose to sleep. 4 hours later, he awoke promptly. Stretching, he relished the invigorating sensation coursing through his body after a brief respite. Ah, quite splendid. I feel invigorated. He then rose and approached the window, gazing at the starlit sky, while silently communicating with the enigmatic tattoo on the back of his hand. As he concentrated, the tattoo seemed to come alive, emanating a gentle glow. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and poured all his mental energy into it. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the tattoo, enveloping him entirely. The space around him began to warp, forming a vortex, and Jiang Chen's figure gradually vanished from sight. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself in an unfamiliar realm, the second level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Recalling his past life memories, he recognized this layer as the Starry Trial Grounds. The first 10 levels were specifically designed for the myriad races to hone their skills. Thus, the difficulty of the second level mirrored that of the first, relatively low. Indeed, the Tower of Divine Communication was accessible not only to humans, but also to all races. It was only upon reaching the 10th level that the various races began to emerge in force. If memory served correctly, the human race's influence spanned levels 80 to 90. This was already a commendable achievement. Despite the tower comprising only 100 levels, the difficulty of each subsequent level escalated exponentially. Not only was a flawless completion required, but certain special conditions needed to be met to successfully claim a level. The height of a race's occupation within the tower essentially reflected its standing among the myriad races. It is crucial to understand that the universe is home to countless races. Indeed, myriad implies infinity, even disregarding those primitive species that have yet to attain intelligence. There are still at least several 100,000. Occupying positions within a range of 80 to 90 levels in the tower is a matter of immense pride. Furthermore, according to the Myriad Races Agreement, each race may claim no more than 1 level. Should they become greedy and overreach, they would face the collective wrath of all other races. After all, there's simply ISNT enough to go around. If a race occupies multiple territories, it is akin to seizing the interests of all others. No race would tolerate such an affront. More often than not, weaker races unite to claim a single level. In short, the human race is formidable. Apart from a few powerful factions, few dare to provoke humanity. This explains why Jiang Chen was able to study in peace earlier. Of course, the strength of the human race is primarily attributed to its 10 great emperors. As far as Jiang Chen knows, the human race currently boasts 10 emperor-level powerhouses. It is essential to recognize that an emperor is akin to a deity, a true god. Initially, relations between the human race and the myriad races were relatively harmonious. However, for reasons unknown, several years later, the myriad races united to invade humanity. With this thought, Jiang Chen lifted his gaze, following his memories toward the central edifice, silently chanting, "I have arrived at the second level of the Tower of Divine Communication." Soon, with the aid of the Mind-S law of following, Jiang Chen swiftly entered the inner sanctum of the trial grounds. The moment he stepped into the starry trial grounds, he was immediately enveloped by the rich celestial energy permeating the air. Sensing his presence, this celestial energy swiftly coalesced into a multitude of star puppets, each possessing unique celestial mystical arts. Subsequently, words appeared in the air. Trial commences. Jiang Chen cast a system-provided insight spell. Name, Star Puppet Radiant Messenger. Level, 5 grade, F. Health points, 1000 attack power, 80 physical defense, 30 magical defense, 30 skill 1, Star Slash. Wielding a weapon. It releases star sword energy, inflicting substantial damage on enemies in a straight line. Skill 2. Star Healing, absorbing celestial energy to restore its health points. Skill 3. Star Assault, rapidly moving to the target's forefront to deliver a powerful blow. Huh, utterly pathetic. Starfall. Jiang Chen raised his staff. Oh, I have yet to acquire any equipment. Realizing this, Jiang Chen raised his right hand toward the heavens, once again proclaiming, Starfall. Countless celestial energies swiftly converged in the sky, forming a small meteor that hurtled down toward the star puppets with great force. Noticing that the small meteor could only cover a fraction of the star puppets, Jiang Chen concentrated. Starfall. This impact zone expanded fivefold. Magic cost, 2,000. The skill has no consumption cost, but activating the talent requires mana. Boom! With a resounding crash, the star puppets were instantaneously engulfed in starlight. 8575, 8251, 8,736. Copper coins, 1,000. Copper coins, 1,000. Copper coins, 1,000. The star puppets collapsed, transforming into motes of white light, which scattered a small handful of copper coins. Due to Jiang Chen's level exceeding that of the star puppets by considerable margin, coupled with their status as ordinary foes, no experience points were awarded. A faint smile graced Jiang Chen's lips. The might of Starfall was indeed extraordinary, combined with his mind's law of following talent. It was nothing short of a sweeping harvesting machine. Level 5 monsters posed no challenge to the already level 10 Jiang Chen. After defeating them, only a trivial amount of copper coins dropped, let alone any equipment or items. He didn't even receive experience. Upon vanquishing all the star puppets, the remaining celestial energy in the air began to coalesce once more, gradually forming a colossal silhouette. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened. This was the starry prefect. He recalled that he had fallen here in his previous life. Thankfully, the second level determined the completion rating based on the number of defeats. As long as he defeated a single star puppet radiant messenger, he would secure at least a D grade evaluation. Otherwise, most individuals would likely fail this challenge. Jiang Chen cast the insight spell once more. Name, Star Puppet Starry Prefect, level, 10 grade, D, health points, 6,000 attack power, 200 physical defense, 150 magical defense, 150 skill 1, Star Shatter, releases a potent wave of celestial energy, inflicting massive damage within a circular area ahead. Skill 2, Stellar Barrier, constructs a barrier of stellar energy that reflects enemy attacks. Skill 3, Judgment of the Stars delivers a series of consecutive strikes on a single target, inflicting immense damage. Still worthless. With a mere tap of my finger, a streak of starlight flashes by. 7075, experience 15,000. Copper coins 10086. Stellar Spirit Stone 1. The Stellar Governor was instantaneously vanquished, dropping a green stone and a heap of copper coins. Another instant kill. The Stellar Puppet Stellar Governor was slain by Jiang Chen before it could fully manifest. It is noteworthy that ordinary awakeners, after breaching the first layer, struggle to reach level 5. Yet the Stellar Puppet Stellar Governor is a level 10 monster. Moreover, my speed in clearing the levels is astonishing. Thus, congratulations on achieving an SSS rating for successfully completing the second layer of the Divine Tower. Total time taken, 24 seconds. Chapter 13. Night Wuhan is coming to protect the path. Meanwhile, in the azure and tranquil sky of the Divine Tower, a voice of ethereal authority suddenly resounded. Congratulations to player Godslayer for solo clearing the second layer of the Divine Tower. Time taken, 24 seconds. Clearance rating, SSS. Godslayer has achieved another SSS clearance. Who exactly is Godslayer? How is he so formidable? A multitude of discussions erupted in the public channel. I'm not surprised that Godslayer can clear it, but how is it possible? 24 seconds? He must be cheating. Godslayer, don't you need time to travel? Surely, we are not climbing the same tower. The truth is revealed. Qingbei University. Principal's office. Jiang. This child possesses the demeanor of a great emperor. It seems I need to increase my stakes. No, I must make another trip to Suong. Lin Yao's villa. Lin Yao, is it that fast? It seems I must hasten my pace. Subsequently, Lin Yao's consciousness plunged into the back of her right hand, vanishing from the room in an instant. City Library. Lin Xinshu. Godslayer? That must be Jiang Chen. Truly, he has brought me honor. Somewhere in the imperial capital, in a spacious hall adorned with ancient decor, 10 enigmatic figures gathered around a massive rosewood table. They were the 10 imperial-level powerhouses of the human race, currently engaged in hushed discussions regarding Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's rapid advancement in strength is astonishing. We must ensure his safety. A venerable elder with white hair intoned solemnly. This elder is none other than Yi Qingyan, the true leader of the human race and the original emperor, known as the Emperor of Heavenly Mechanics. At the onset of the Divine Tower's arrival, when myriad races invaded Blue Star, Emperor Yi Qingyan was the first to awaken an SSS-level talent. Rising from humble beginnings, he calculated the heavenly mechanics, ultimately achieving the imperial throne and saving humanity from peril. He laid a solid foundation for 3 centuries of peace for the human race. Agreed. Another brawny figure in golden armor nodded. His growth is crucial for our people. We cannot allow him to suffer even the slightest harm under our watch. A cloaked woman added. The gazes of the assembly converged upon a young man with a stern countenance. He was Knight Wuhan, taciturn yet possessing unfathomable strength. I shall personally venture forth to discreetly protect Jiang Chen, Knight Wuhan proclaimed, his voice soft but imbued with undeniable resolve. The others exchanged glances, surprised yet understanding that Knight Wuhan's decision must hold merit. Since Brother Knight is willing to intervene, we shall entrust this to you, an elder spoke slowly, with the others nodding in agreement. Knight Wuhan inclined his head slightly, then vanished in a flash. Back with Jiang Chen, the system prompt sounded once again. Congratulations. You have achieved an SSS rating for clearing the second layer of the Divine Tower, earning rewards. All attributes 100, gold coins 100, 000, experience points 400, 000. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Waves of white light flashed by, and Jiang Chen's level surged to 16. It is worth noting, the level cap is 1,000, and only by clearing 10 layers can one unlock level 100. Upon entering the Divine Tower, novice awakeners automatically have their level cap set to 100. Only by breaching 10 layers and successfully clearing the 11th layer can a level cap be increased to 200. Furthermore, levels below 100 are classified as 0 tier. Levels from 100 to 200 are classified as 1 tier. However, being 1 tier does not inherently imply superiority over 0 tier. For instance, a talent-rich awakener might slay a level 201 2-tier awakener while still at level 99, which is 0 tier. Thus, a higher tier does not automatically equate to greater strength. Generally speaking, however, higher-tiered individuals tend to be more formidable than their lower-tier counterparts. For example, those at Tier 9 are often stronger than those at Tier 8. After all, without adequate strength, one could never hope to clear the 90th layer. Failing to clear the 90th layer means the highest attainable level is merely 900, and one cannot ascend to level 901, thus becoming a Tier 9 powerhouse. Only by surpassing the 90th layer can one attain level 1000 and attain divinity, imperial status. As for the 100th layer, it is rumored that no one has yet cleared it. Therefore, as one progresses further, the higher the tier, the stronger the awakeners generally become. Yet, just then, the system prompt echoed again. Due to your record-breaking completion time for the instance, the system rewards you with a special lottery opportunity. As the system announcement faded, a dazzling wheel of fortune materialized before Jiang Chen, adorned with an array of treasures and skills. Wow, another special lottery. Jiang Chen then focused his thoughts. Talent activated. Grant me an SSS-level staff. In the blink of an eye, a green light floated from Jiang Chen's head. Magic 15764. Ding. Insufficient magic, deducting part of life force. Life 10,000. Friendly reminder. Excessive use of the talent, Mind's Will, may incur unknown backlash leading to player death. Damn. Jiang Chen's complexion turned pale, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. That was a close call. It appears I must use this talent with caution in the future. The wheel began to spin, various rewards whizzing past, finally settling on a resplendent treasure chest. Congratulations! You have drawn the SSS level exclusive artifact, Eternal Star. Can evolve. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and pressed the claim button. A staff shimmering with pale blue starlight appeared in Jiang Chen's grasp. Worth it. Chapter 14. A staff with unlimited growth potential. With the staff in hand, Jiang Chen felt as if he were in a dream. Hiss. This is a level 10 SSS staff. In my past life, I only ever obtained an S-level item, and that was an unusable material, never once glimpsing even a shadow of an SSS item. I never imagined that in this life, I would acquire an SSS artifact upon clearing the second layer. This talent, though it consumes a tremendous amount, is astonishingly powerful. Perhaps I could draw every time in the future. On second thought, it's better to be cautious. One misstep, and I could perish from backlash. With that thought, Jiang Chen promptly equipped the staff and clicked to view its specific attributes. Equipment. Eternal Star. Grade. SSS. Type. Staff. Level 10. Attributes. Spirit 100. Intelligence 100. Critical hit rate 10. Spell Lifesteal 10. Spell Penetration 10. Skill 1. Celestial Explosion. Has a certain chance to trigger a celestial explosion with each attack, inflicting area damage equivalent to 200 of the wielder's current intelligence. Passive skill. Skill 2. Radiant Shield provides a shield that absorbs any damage after inflicting damage, with a shield value of 20 of the damage caused by the wielder. Passive skill. Trait. Infinite Growth. The staff can devour any item to enhance its attributes or skills. However, each consumption requires a cooldown of 1 day before the next can occur, and the consumed item's level must not exceed 50 levels above the wielder's current level. Upgradable. Growth progress, 0-100, can be increased through the consumption of other items. Note, upon reaching a progress value of 100, the staff's level will increase. Goodness. Although the base attributes are rather ordinary, it possesses 2 innate passive skills. The first passive skill is reminiscent of the mage artifact, echoing Wisdom Staff from a certain glory. Moreover, am I hallucinating? The ability to devour items for infinite growth? Is that what I think it means? May I ask, can it eventually consume the entire Tower of the Divine? If so, that would be utterly terrifying. What? All races. With a wave of the staff, no matter who you are, you'll be reduced to ashes. However, this item is evidently a voracious consumer. The current attributes are probably on par with an ordinary S-tier equipment. While the growth potential is exceptionally high, it necessitates the consumption of various high-level items to realize it. Furthermore, judging by the description of the trait, consuming items should only enhance certain attributes. So it is preferable to devour equipment or some special items, as that may yield special skill traits. The more traits, the better, the more versatile. With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen retrieved the celestial fragment, obtained from clearing a hidden level treasure chest. Let us test it out first. Subsequently, with a mere thought, Jiang Chen commanded, "Devour." A dazzling light flashed, and the growth progress of Eternal Celestial transformed into 10,100. Intelligence 10. Spirit 10. Goodness. The intelligence and spirit attributes of Eternal Celestial each increased by 10 points. No other changes were observed. This is merely a fragment of the S-tier material, Celestial Stone. Each individual fragment is at least B-tier or above, and it only adds this little attribute. It seems I must seek even higher level items to consume. In any case, I currently have nothing else to devour. Drat, I was already poor, and now I'm even poorer. Nevertheless, with this weapon in hand, invincibility is merely a matter of time. After equipping the staff, Jiang Chen's intelligence attributes surged to 625, while the spirit attribute reached 622, and his magical attack power skyrocketed to a staggering 1215. Compared to before, it nearly doubled. Even his mana has risen to 18,781. Consequently, a single celestial fall can deal 15,188 points of damage. It can take down 25 celestial governors. Then, Jiang Chen picked up the celestial spirit stone dropped by the deceased celestial governor. This is a valuable item that can directly enhance character attributes upon absorption. However, it seems this one is only the size of a thumb and should be a primary celestial spirit stone. I'll make do with it for now. Jiang Chen swiftly absorbed and utilized it. A line of text appeared before his eyes. Stamina 5. For now, this will have to suffice. I'll go explore the core city of the divine. Core city of the divine. According to memories from my past life, the core city of the divine is located in the central region of the Tower of the Divine. The core city is divided into 10 major zones, corresponding to the 100 floors of the Tower of the Divine. The first major zone corresponds to the first 10 floors, while the second major zone corresponds to the 11th to 20th floors. Each major zone is equipped with a corresponding respawn point. Generally, if an awakened meets an unfortunate demise during their trials, they will respawn at the designated point in the corresponding major zone. Similar to a city library, typically, high-level awakened individuals can enter lower-level zones after paying a certain price, while those from lower-level zones cannot access higher-level zones. Thus, to enter the higher-level regions of the core city, one must strive to ascend the tower. When an awakened clears 10 floors, the teleportation array to the next major zone will activate. Only by moving to the next major zone can the awakened challenge higher-level trials through the teleportation gates within that zone. For example, if an awakened clears the 20th floor, the teleportation array from the second major zone to the third major zone will activate. Then, the awakened can pass through the teleportation array to enter the third major zone, and then proceed to the teleportation gate of the third major zone to challenge the 21st level. Therefore, after the awakened first activates the core city of the divine, every time they enter the Tower of the Divine thereafter, they will appear directly in the corresponding area of the core city. From then on, they can only progress to the next level through the teleportation gates within their major zone. In the core city of the divine, awakened individuals can purchase equipment, sell items, learn skills, and even engage in PvP battles or form teams to challenge the Tower of the Divine. The city boasts various shops, auction houses, trading posts, and information boards, making it an ideal hub for resource exchange and information gathering. In simple terms, the core city of the divine resembles a main city in a game, while the various trials serve as game dungeons. Thus, one can view the 10 major zones of the core city as 10 different game main cities. With a flash of white light, Jiang Chen found himself in the first major zone of the core city of the divine. Chapter 15. The Strange Trant Merchant. As soon as Jiang Chen entered the first core area of the Tower of the Divine, he was greeted by a cacophony of discussions around him. Have you heard? The God-Slayer seems to be a bastard child from the royal family of the imperial capital. Nonsense. The royal family's SSS-tier awakened is a woman. The God-Slayer? It's obvious he's a man. Who knows, perhaps the family has 2 SSS-tier awakened this year. By Dewey. Is the God-Slayer male or female? Don't worry about that. As long as the God-Slayer doesn't perish, they will undoubtedly become an emperor in the future. Hearing the chatter around him, Jiang Chen hurriedly concealed his ID using the method he recalled. Goodness, am I so famous now? If the outsiders find out about me, what'll happen? Phew. Thankfully, no one should have noticed me. However, just then, a voice emerged beside Jiang Chen. Hey there, young man. Can I interest you in something? Startled by the sudden voice, Jiang Chen swiftly turned around, only to see a humanoid creature resembling a tree stump sitting behind him, greeting him from a makeshift stall. Oh, a Trant? He remembered that in his past life, the Trant race was relatively friendly compared to others. During the invasion of the myriad races over a decade later, they were one of the few races that remained neutral and even maintained trade relations with humans after the invasion. What a truly peace-loving race this is. However, just a moment ago, he surely did not notice his own ID, did he? While the Trant race is known for its pacifism, this does not imply that every member harbors the same disposition. Furthermore, I am an SSS-class individual. Any race, aside from humanity, would likely wish to eliminate me at the earliest opportunity. If a human's SSS-class awakener were to fully develop, it would merely serve to create another formidable opponent of imperial caliber. The balance of power among the myriad races has only just stabilized, And if humanity were to suddenly gain an additional emperor-level powerhouse, it would spell disaster. After all, a human emperor is capable of contending with two adversaries simultaneously. Nevertheless, I have heard that the Trans have a penchant for collecting various treasures. It might be prudent to take a look. Moreover, it appears that I have not been discovered. Jiang Chen exhaled in relief and resolved to act as an ordinary player, casually browsing the stalls of the Trant merchants. As he observed his surroundings, he casually inquired, just browsing, what fine wares do you have here? Upon hearing this, the Trant merchant's face lit up with delight as he picked up a stone radiating a black luminescence and began his pitch. Behold, this is obsidian, which I unearthed from an ancient ruin. It harbors tremendous energy and is said to possess unique properties. Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of reaction, he hastily presented another item. My friend, how about this? An S-class sword. Although somewhat damaged, it remains extraordinarily sharp. Yet, Jiang Chen remained indifferent, his attention captivated by a seemingly ordinary seedling that exuded a faint aura of life. He summoned his innate talent and cast an insight spell, mentally urging, reveal the information about this seedling. Magic 5,000. Subsequently, the seedling's details materialized before Jiang Chen's eyes. Seedling of the Tree of Life? Goodness, it truly is a seedling of the Tree of Life. How is this possible? The seedling of the Tree of Life could not possibly appear here. The Tree of Life is the very essence of the Trant race, embodying their faith and source of power, representing growth, prosperity, and eternity. To possess the Tree of Life is tantamount to wielding dominion over the entire Trant race. To put it bluntly, the emergence of the Tree of Life would summon the entire Trant population forth. Even any tidings related to the Tree of Life would garner intense scrutiny from the Trants, who would go to any lengths to safeguard both the tree and its seedlings. But how is this conceivable? Not only is it being sold, but the seller is a Trant. What is going on? Are they blind to the significance of the Tree of Life? Is it the Trants who have wronged you? Or is there some other explanation? Is selling the seedling a form of retaliation against Trant society? Suppressing his curiosity, Jiang Chen inquired once more. This seedling appears rather unique. What sort of plant is it? A flicker of uncertainty crossed the Trant merchant's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure and replied, I am not entirely certain. A human awakener procured this from our Trent's forbidden grounds, and I do not recognize it. He continued, however, I believe it holds significant value, so I purchased it for some of gold coins. If you're interested, I can offer it to you at a reduced price. Jiang Chen's interest was piqued. If this seedling truly bore a connection to the legendary Tree of Life, it would be an incredible fortune. Such a treasure is priceless. If it were to be sold, countless races would vie for it. It could easily fetch hundreds of billions of gold coins. Yet, he maintained an air of nonchalance, asking, how much for this seedling? The Trant merchant's eyes gleamed with excitement as he extended his right index finger, stating a price, 1 million gold coins. What? Just 1 million for this? My dear fellow, are you serious? Are you not afraid of being hunted down by the entire Trant race afterwards? Suppressing his exhilaration, Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow and feigned lightheartedness, retorting, come on, that is quite the joke. 1 million gold coins for a mere seedling? Do you take me for a fool? The Trant merchant gritted his teeth and, with determination, proposed, how about this? Along with the seedling, I will throw in everything else. Jiang Chen shook his head gently, pretending to be skeptical. He intentionally countered with an offer like that. I find it even harder to believe. You see, as a newcomer to the first major district, I simply do not possess that amount of gold. The most I can offer is 100,000 gold coins. Anything more is beyond my means. 100,000? That is far too low. The Trant merchant's expression indicated his dismay. This treasure cost me a considerable fortune to obtain. 100,000 is simply unacceptable. Jiang Chen chuckled inwardly, realizing he had ensnared his counterpart. He feigned helplessness, stating, very well, I shall raise my offer to 150,000 gold coins, but I cannot exceed that amount. I truly lack the funds. The Trant merchant hesitated for a moment before finally relenting, exclaiming, fine, 150,000 it is. Consider yourself lucky. Jiang Chen's heart soared with delight. Though he maintained a composed exterior, He handed over 150,000 gold coins to the Treant merchant and meticulously secured the seedling. He then reminded, "Do not forget to pack the other items for me as well." He grinned, realizing he had struck gold this time. Upon returning, he would delve into the study of this seedling, as it possessed the potential to nurture an entire race. The Tree of Life. Without a doubt, it is an SSS-class artifact. Surely, even Imperial-level beings would covet it. It is astonishing that he obtained it with such ease. After the transaction was complete, Jiang Chen departed from his stall, preparing to log off. However, at the very moment Jiang Chen vanished, a peculiar glimmer flickered in the Treant merchant's eyes. In an instant, that figure morphed, revealing a human form, none other than Yi Wuan. Chapter 16. The Divine Seed Training Camp. A flash of light, and Jiang Chen found himself back in his home. Phew, at last I have returned. What an exhilarating experience. My venture into the Tower of Divine Communication was extraordinarily fruitful. First, I acquired the SSS-level artifact, Eternal Star, and then I fortuitously obtained the SSS-level item, Seedling of the Tree of Life. All of this feels like a surreal dream. After all, these are SSS-level items, the pinnacle of rewards available to all awakeners. Undoubtedly, these two items lay the foundation for my future ascension to divinity. If I can achieve such gains with each successful completion, invincibility is merely a matter of time. Soon after, Jiang Chen carefully extracted this seedling of the Tree of Life and held it in his palm, scrutinizing it intently. At that moment, the seedling radiated a gentle green glow, as if it contained boundless vitality. Quite impressive. Now good night and sweet dreams. Morning dawned, and Jiang Chen remained blissfully asleep. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Ding dong. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Chen groggily opened his bleary eyes, wondering, who could it be? It's far too early to be waking me up. Reluctantly, he opened the door to find Principal Ji Yang standing outside, a broad smile plastered across his face as he greeted, "Good morning, Jiang Chen. I trust you rested well last night." Jiang Chen, taken aback, had not anticipated Principal Ji Yang's return visit. "Good morning, Principal Ji Yang. What brings you here?" Ji Yang entered the room, casting a glance around before taking a seat. With a serious demeanor, he stated, "I have come to discuss something of importance with you. I wonder if you have heard about." Ji Yang paused momentarily before declaring, "The Divine Seed Training Program." "The Divine Seed Training Program?" Jiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment. "Wow, it's actually the Divine Seed Training Program. This is one of the most enigmatic initiatives in the Xia Kingdom. It is said that the purpose of this program is to cultivate divine awakeners, essentially nurturing future emperors. Furthermore, those who complete this program, even if they do not ultimately ascend to divinity, will at the very least become 9th-tier powerhouses. Among these 9th-tier warriors, some have even reached the threshold of quasi-emperor level. It can be said that a significant portion of the renowned 9th-tier and above powerhouses in the Xia Kingdom have undergone this program, including the current top 10 emperors. However, to participate in this program, an Awakener S talent must be at least S grade. Yet in my past life, I was merely a B grade Awakener, far from having the opportunity to engage with such a classified initiative. Seeing Jiang Chen's shock, Principal Ji Yang nodded in satisfaction and continued. This program was jointly established by several of our top-tier institutions in the Xia Kingdom. Its aim is to discover and nurture promising young awakeners, providing them with the finest resources to lay a solid foundation. With a hint of pride, Jiang added, "Among these institutions, my Qingbei University leads the way." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen facepalmed. "So, ultimately, this means you want me to enroll in Qingbei University, right? However, having a strong backing is indeed advantageous. Attending university is still essential. Moreover, Principal Ji Yang has personally visited me twice. It would be rather rude to decline." Thus, Jiang Chen nodded in understanding and inquired, "So, Principal Ji, you have come again to recruit me for enrollment?" Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Ji Yang nodded with relief. "Indeed, you possess SSS-level talent. This year, there are only 3 SSS-level awakeners among the entire human race." He then added, "Before I arrived, I had already discussed this with the Lin family, and your little girlfriend has decided to enroll in Qingbei University." "Wow, I didn't anticipate that this old fox had such a well-laid plan. However, I had also discussed with Lin Yao in the principal's office that Qingbei University is indeed a splendid choice. It is the best in all of Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, in their eyes, I am an SSS-level talent. My treatment should certainly be among the very best. In my past life, I would not even have qualified to dream of entering. Just think about it. With so many individuals across the Xia Kingdom, only a few thousand are admitted each year. It's akin to 1,000 troops crossing a single log bridge. It can be described as a sanctuary that most awakeners yearn for. Gaining entry into a prestigious university also facilitates access to higher-end resources and connections. As a future emperor, my comrades should at least be 9th tier, right? Consequently, Jiang Chen nodded. I am willing to join Qingbei University. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, Principal Jiang immediately beamed with satisfaction. Welcome, Jiang Chen. Your inclusion will certainly add new brilliance to our Qingbei University. Jiang exclaimed excitedly. However, I have one condition, Jiang Chen suddenly stated. What condition? As long as we can fulfill it, we will certainly accommodate you. Principal Jiang responded hastily. I hope to have the freedom to arrange my training and study schedule. Jiang Chen articulated. I do not wish to be constrained too much. Principal Jiang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. No problem. This is fundamental. As an SSS-level awakener, what we can generally provide is resources as support, and I trust you have your own plans. A future emperor cannot be uniform. Furthermore, I can offer you the utmost support within my authority. Thank you, Principal, Jiang Chen replied. Haha, no need for thanks. I look forward to your remarkable performance at Qingbei University. Principal Jiang chuckled, patting Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Afterward, Jiang stood up, satisfied, preparing to leave. But before departing, he added, Oh, Jiang Chen, 10 days from now, someone will come pick you up, and you will officially enter the Divine Seed training camp. In the meantime, you could take some time to prepare. I believe you'll shine there. Jiang Chen gestured no sign. All right, goodbye, Principal. Safe travels. As Jiang exited the room, Jiang Chen promptly shut the door. Then, he leapt back on his bed. Finally gone. Now, time to catch up on some sleep. Chapter 17, A Strange Dream. At noon, Jiang Chen still lay in bed, his brow furrowed as if ensnared in a terrifying dream. His breath quickened, and his body trembled intermittently, his fists clenched tightly as if battling some formidable force within the dream. In the dream world, the sky appeared as if drenched in ink, an abyssal darkness enveloping everything, with swirling storm clouds and thunder roaring incessantly, as if the heavens were lamenting, heralding the imminent arrival of doom. Jiang Chen's consciousness floated in the void, and all he could see were desolate and tragic scenes. The battlefield was littered with corpses, blood flowing like rivers. The bodies of humanity intertwined with those of myriad races, forming a hellish tableau. Suddenly, a cacophony of battle cries erupted in the distance, capturing Jiang Chen's attention. He raised his gaze, and from his omniscient perspective in the dream, he witnessed the full horror unfolding. Jiang Chen gasped in shock. Countless armies from myriad races surged forth like a tumultuous tide, madly flooding into human territory. Instantly, flames of war ignited, fiercely burning, casting the land in a crimson glow. Innocent lives were mercilessly ravaged upon this soil, the air thick with the stench of blood and anguish, a sight too horrific to bear. Faced with such a formidable foe, the warriors of humanity did not falter. They stepped forward, valiantly resisting. With their own flesh and blood, they erected impregnable defenses, engaging in a breathtaking life-and-death struggle against the coalition of myriad races. However, despite the valiant courage of humanity's warriors, the sheer numbers of the coalition were overwhelming. They poured in ceaselessly, seemingly endless, imposing unprecedented pressure on humanity. The situation for humanity grew increasingly dire, with every moment fraught with the risk of extinction. At this moment, Jiang Chen also felt an unparalleled weight pressing down on him. He stood alone on the battlefield, akin to an indomitable fortress. In the face of such adversity, Jiang Chen did not retreat an inch. Instead, a blazing fire ignited within his heart as he sought to gather all his strength, preparing for one final breakthrough. Indeed, Dream Jiang Chen was exerting every ounce of effort to attempt a breakthrough to the divine level. As seconds ticked by, his body began to emanate a dazzling, mesmerizing radiance. This luminescence intertwined like countless golden lightning bolts, forming a resplendent cocoon of light that enveloped Jiang Chen tightly. This was the most significant sign of his impending ascension to divinity. On the other side of the battlefield, the 10 great emperors, representing humanity's last hope and protective force, also unhesitatingly stepped forward, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Their every strike shook the very heavens and earth, altering the colors of the skies and causing mountains to tremble. They were all striving to buy Jiang Chen the time needed for his breakthrough to the divine level, because they were aware that if Jiang Chen could successfully break through this bottleneck and ascend to the realm of divine strength, the entire human race would experience a monumental shift. Once Jiang Chen stepped into the divine domain, humanity would gain an unparalleled force. In such a scenario, the balance of power would undergo a cataclysmic transformation, and the previously stalemated situation could be irrevocably altered. With Jiang Chen's exceptional prowess, he would undoubtedly play a decisive role at the critical moment, guiding humanity toward the dawn of victory. However, just as the battle reached its zenith, a shadow of black and crimson suddenly appeared in the sky above Blue Star, its overwhelming aura suffocating and capable of overshadowing the heavens. As it opened its eyes, the world instantly shifted in hue, a blood-red canopy enveloping the sky. It appeared to be an ancient being from the farthest reaches of the universe, its power seemingly transcending the divine level, each movement imbued with cataclysmic might. Merely casting a glance, the 10 formidable sovereigns, who had fiercely protected humanity for centuries, were suddenly engulfed in a torrential spray of blood, their bodies bursting apart into clouds of crimson mist. These 10 sovereigns had once stood atop the pinnacle of the world. They possessed unparalleled power and authority, capable of dictating life and death. Yet, before this entity, they were utterly defenseless, obliterated in an instant without a shred of opportunity for resistance. Jiang Chen, witnessing this harrowing scene, felt a surge of turmoil even in his dreams, his eyes reddening to the point of threatening to weep blood. His lips trembled as they formed a single word: slay. This utterance seemed to carry boundless malice and rage, reverberating throughout the entirety of his dreamscape. Yet, at this precise moment, he found himself at the most critical juncture of breaking through to the divine tier, unable to make any move. In that fleeting instant, an extraordinarily potent dark force surged forth, and he realized he had been discovered. Following this revelation, a raspy, deep voice echoed, "Ha, at last, I have found you." Accompanied by this voice, a purplish-red light erupted from the being's eyes. Boom! Jiang Chen felt a darkness envelop him, and he lost consciousness entirely. In reality, Jiang Chen's body jolted awake, his eyes flying open as he gasped for breath. Sweat drenched his clothes, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He sat up, rubbing his temples in an attempt to dispel the dizziness brought on by the dream, his mind swirling with questions. Was this truly just a dream? Why did it feel so incredibly real? Could it be a harbinger of the future? A prophetic vision? If this dream were genuine, what calamity awaited in the future? Why was humanity facing such dire straits? The invading myriad of races seemed far more numerous than in his past life. And what of that shadow? Who exactly was it? Why did it possess such overwhelming power? Could it have transcended the divine level? What realm lies beyond divinity, to bring about the fall of 10 sovereigns with merely a glance? Moreover, what did I have found you signify? Was it specifically targeting me? With an SSS-level talent corresponding to the divine tier, did that mean my unique rule-level talent surpassed divinity? Could it be that my talent drew its attention? By heavens, what terror it evokes! A single glance leading to divine annihilation. I had never even heard of such a thing. I can only hope it was merely a dream. Please, let it not be aimed at me. If it truly is, that would spell immense trouble. Alas, my strength remains insufficient. By the way, what of Lin Yao? Why didn't I see her in the dream? Given her talent, she should have been on the cusp of becoming a sovereign as well, right? Why did she not appear? Has something happened to her? With that thought, Jiang Chen suddenly felt a pang of longing for Lin Yao and resolved to check on her, while also discussing matters concerning the training camp. Chapter 18. I suspect you are seducing me. Jiang Chen sprang from his bed with the agility of a fish leaping from water, swiftly donning a neat set of clothes. He grabbed his phone, his fingers dancing rapidly across the screen as he sent Lin Yao a message. Yao Yao, are you free this afternoon? I have something important to discuss. Before long, a notification chimed from his QQ account. Beep, beep, classmate. I'm here, come over. Location, Jiang Chen. Okay, wait for me. With that, Jiang Chen closed the door, activated the location feature, and prepared to depart. However, upon seeing the address, he couldn't help but exclaim, what the heck? Where does Lin Yao live? Huayangyending? That's the largest villa district in the entire city. It said that unless one has a fortune exceeding 100 billion, they can't even move in. Moreover, even if one meets the financial threshold, they still need connections. Otherwise, entry is denied. The residents are all prominent figures. Damn it, the school had downplayed this. This isn't just a little background. This is a background that reaches the heavens. A fortune of 100 billion. How many exist in the entire country? And that's just the minimum standard. No wonder 5 million was offered so casually. It's chilling. With such a favorable family background and her own exceptional qualities, this empress is going to be difficult to pursue. Before long, Jiang Chen descended the stairs and hailed a van, instructing the driver, Master, please take me to Huayangyending in the city center. The driver, upon hearing this, scrutinized Jiang Chen up and down, revealing a skeptical expression, yet replied, all right. Inside the van, Jiang Chen continued to ponder about Lin Yao, increasingly alarmed. Half an hour later, the vehicle halted at the entrance of the villa district, where a uniformed security guard approached, expressionless, blocking the way. This area is not open to the public, the guard stated coldly. Jiang Chen hurriedly explained, I'm here to see Lin Yao. The guard cast a dismissive glance at Jiang Chen, asking derisively, looking for Miss Lin? Do you have an appointment? Jiang Chen was taken aback. What? An appointment is necessary? The guard smirked coldly, mocking, without an appointment, you can't enter. Do you think this is just any place? Can anyone stroll in? Jiang Chen clenched his fists, immediately activating his insight ability. Nickname, Iron Pot Stewing Big Goose. Level, 346. Occupation, talent. Health points, magic points. One absurd nickname, a glutton perhaps. No wonder he is so rotund. Moreover, a mere security guard is over level 300. This gatekeeper is stronger than teachers at key secondary schools. Is this what life is like for the wealthy? Forget it. I can't win. Jiang Chen could only furiously clench his fists, but he maintained his composure, explaining, I am Lin Yao's classmate. We have urgent matters to discuss. The guard waved dismissively, move along, bumpkin. Don't waste time here. Infuriated, Jiang Chen glared at the guard, raising his voice, on what grounds do you say that? I'm here to find someone, not to beg. The guard laughed derisively, retorting, with your kind, you think you can enter Huayangyending? Have you even looked at your own identity? Damn it, a dog looking down on people. You're finished. I shall remember you. Jiang Chen clenched his fists in fury once more. At that moment, a brilliant idea struck him. He resolved to employ his innate ability, mind manipulation, to teach this pretentious security guard a lesson. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently wished. Let him feel an overwhelming urge to urinate, one that he cannot control. As Jiang Chen focused his thoughts, the security guard was suddenly besieged by an intense urge to relieve himself. His complexion shifted, and he swiftly scanned his surroundings in search of a suitable place to alleviate his discomfort. However, with a throng of people bustling about, he could only endure the torment. Move aside, you bumpkin. The guard waved Jiang Chen away, yet his tone carried a hint of panic. Observing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk, fully aware that his gift was taking effect. This ability is truly remarkable. Tricking a third-tier powerhouse is as effortless as eating or drinking. From now on, anyone who crosses me will face my wrath. He deliberately slowed his pace, ambulating leisurely while keenly observing the guard's reactions. Indeed, it was not long before the guard's face turned crimson, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. He squirmed incessantly, desperately attempting to alleviate the indescribable discomfort. Damn it, I'm a third-tier powerhouse. How can I not even control my urge to urinate? The guard cursed inwardly, but the more he cursed, the more intense his need became. Finally, just as Jiang Chen was about to step into the villa area, the guard could no longer contain himself. With a wretched scream, he felt his trousers become utterly soaked. Damn it, what a day of misfortune. The guard muttered curses under his breath as he hastily ran off to change. Jiang Chen turned back for a fleeting glance, a glint of amusement in his eyes, before casually entering the villa area. Huh, that's what you get for crossing me. This scene did not escape the notice of passers-by, who cast peculiar glances at the guard, deepening his humiliation. Following the address, Jiang Chen soon arrived at Lin Yao's residence. He pulled out his phone and sent her a message. Jiang Chen, Yao, I've arrived and I'm right downstairs. Shortly after, a reply came, coming down. 5 minutes later, the villa door swung open, revealing Lin Yao clad in a pink pajamas adorned with 2 little bear motifs. She held 2 luscious green grapes in her hand and gracefully stepped out of the villa. Her legs, fair as jade and as straight as 2 green onions, peeked out from beneath her short shorts. She moved with a lightness reminiscent of a fairy descending to earth, in a state of mild daze. Jiang Chen watched as she swiftly popped both grapes in her mouth, exclaiming, "Delicious! Is she really coming out in pajamas? How utterly adorable! You don't treat me as a stranger at all. And those legs, so straight, so fair. Is this some kind of test for a leader? My goodness, you're practically an empress. Your persona is crumbling. First, it was those JK stockings, and now pajamas. I have ample reason to suspect you're trying to entice me." Jiang Chen found himself momentarily mesmerized, swallowing hard as he endeavored to mask his nervousness. Upon noticing Jiang Chen, Lin Yao beamed a sweet smile. "Jiang Chen, why are you still out there? Come inside." Snapping back to reality, Jiang Chen awkwardly scratched his head. I wanted to talk to you, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult to get in." Lin Yao giggled, covering her mouth. I'm sorry. The community management is quite strict. Come on in. Let us chat at home." With a gentle smile, she naturally took Jiang Chen's hand and softly urged, "Let us go up and talk." Jiang Chen was taken aback. Wow, how direct. She is already holding my hand. Soon, they reached the living room, where Lin Yao invited Jiang Chen to sit and poured him a glass of water. "Thank you." Jiang Chen accepted the water, but his gaze remained fixated on Lin Yao. Feeling slightly bashful under his scrutiny, Lin Yao's cheeks flushed a soft pink. "What are you staring at?" Only then did Jiang Chen realize his lapse in decorum. Hastily diverting the conversation, Yao, I came to ask you about the training camp." Chapter 19, The Multi-Species Hunting Grounds. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, striving to appear composed before Lin Yao, and inquired, "I heard you're also going to participate in that so-called Divine Seed training camp. Is that true?" Lin Yao nodded, her eyes glinting with seriousness. "Yes, even the president of Qingbei University, Jiang, has approached me about it." "What is this program actually about?" Jiang Chen struggled to suppress his curiosity. Lin Yao pondered for a moment before answering earnestly. "As far as I know, this program is also referred to as the Multi-Species Hunting Program." Jiang Chen was taken aback. "What? The Multi-Species Hunting Program? Are you implying that this is related to the myriad races?" Lin Yao inhaled deeply, seemingly organizing her thoughts, and began to elaborate. "Jiang Chen, have you heard of the multi-species battlefield?" Jiang Chen nodded. "I've heard of it. It's the battlefield between our human race and the myriad races." "Exactly. The original intent of this program is to hunt the myriad races. Participants will be dispatched to the multi-species hunting grounds, located at the border of the multi-species battlefield, where they will encounter numerous alien species. Participants are tasked with hunting these beings to hone their skills. The mission entails exterminating alien species in that area over the course of a month. During this time, they will face life and death trials, and kills will earn them points, which will determine their rankings. Moreover, these points can be exchanged for substantial material rewards, and those who rank highly may even be awarded merits by the state. as killing alien entities at the battlefield's edge counts as military achievement. However, unlike formally entering the multi-species battlefield, the awakened individuals participating in this program are the elite of the year, so various universities will send experts to provide covert protection. Thus, generally speaking, this will be the first time for most participants to enter the multi-species battlefield, and it will also be the safest occasion. It can be said that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us young awakeners to gain genuine experience. After all, once we truly enter the total battlefield of myriad races, there will be no one to protect us. Lin Yao continued. This program will commence in about 10 days. Based on past experiences after 10 days, nearly all participants should surpass the initial 10 levels and reach above level 100, which signifies the first tier. Some particularly strong ones might even exceed level 200. Therefore, to ensure the training effect, in the multi-species hunting grounds, participants will generally have to handle alien species below level 300 on their own, while those above level 300 will be managed by the leading instructors. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen suddenly understood. So that is how it is. The multi-species hunting grounds. There indeed exists such a place in my memories from my previous life. It seems to lie at the boundary between the human race and the myriad races, positioned at the edge of the total battlefield. As it is situated at the periphery, there aren't any particularly strong entities among these alien species. Rumor has it that some of these beings were captured and raised by human powerhouses. However, in my past life, I lacked the requisite level to grasp the intricacies of such plans, naively thinking that confining lower-level alien species was an exercise in futility. Upon reflection, although those foreign races may be deemed inferior, they're easily vanquished by beings of around level 500. However, for a group of fledgling warriors at approximately level 100, they indeed serve as formidable training adversaries. After expressing this thought, Lin Yao reminded Jiang Chen, this opportunity is rare. If you wish to partake, you must prepare diligently. Moreover, the myriad races' hunting grounds are in close proximity to the battlefield, and there's a considerable likelihood of encountering powerful foreign entities. Jiang Chen nodded, lost in contemplation. Level 300 monsters. In his previous life, he had barely reached level 460 before his demise. In this life, was he truly to engage with the myriad races' battlefield in just 10 days? It seemed imperative to commence preparations forthwith. Upon returning, he would begin his ascent in the tower, although the hunting grounds were merely a lower-tier version of the battlefield. Their closeness posed a risk of powerful foreign beings wandering about. This was no jest. Even lingering near the periphery could lead to perilous consequences. Nevertheless, in this life, he possessed a unique rule-level talent. He could typically conquer at least one level each day. Perhaps in 10 days, he would be able to enter the second major region of the Divine Core City. With this thought, Jiang Chen turned to Lin Yao and proposed Yao Yao. Let's form a team, then. It will be delightful to have company. Lin Yao smiled softly, her eyes shimmering with warmth, and readily agreed, of course. Hearing her affirmation, Jiang Chen beamed. Then it's settled. I'll commence my tower ascension upon returning. See you in 10 days. With that, he bid farewell to Lin Yao and returned to his rented accommodation. Upon opening his attribute panel, he scrutinized the stats. Nickname, Godslayer. Level, 1675. Rank, 0. Profession, Supreme Mage. Talent, Mind Control. Health, 131-001-3100. Mana, 191-501-9150. Strength, 510. Agility, 513. Intelligence, 625. Constitution, 517. Spirit, 622. Attack power, 312-316. Magic attack power, 1215. Defense, 630. Magic defense, 940. Hit rate, 75. Dodge rate, 65. Critical rate, 15. Active skills, Fireball, LV1. Frost Magic, LV1. Lightning Bolt, LV1. Magic Shield, LV1. Mana Burst, LV1. Falling Stars, LV1. Passive skills, Mana Control, Magic Proficiency, Elemental Affinity, Quick Casting, Equipment, Eternal Star, Mage's Ring, Exquisite Robe. Gazing at the panel before him, Jiang Chen exhaled deeply, though his attributes rendered him invincible among his peers. In 10 days, he would face monsters of level 200. Moreover, to achieve commendable results, he would likely need to slay foreign entities exceeding level 300, with the possibility of encountering those at level 400. In 10 days, he must attain strength nearing level 300. Alas, if he did not exert himself, he might not even best the lowly security guards. It was time to prepare for a grueling endeavor. Chapter 20. I am Yu Wuhan. I am Yu Wuhan, born into an ancient and enigmatic lineage. Since the arrival of the Divine Tower 300 years ago, my family has vigilantly guarded the borders of humanity, resisting the incursions of myriad races. In this era, although the international community has acknowledged the threat posed by these races, my family continues to bear a unique responsibility to safeguard humanity from the lurking dangers of foreign entities. From a young age, I was instilled with a singular belief. As a descendant of the Yi family, my mission is to protect the safety of humankind and maintain peace. During my childhood, the elders of my family imparted the wisdom that strength is the sole means of safeguarding those we hold dear. Furthermore, they believe that an individual's constitution significantly influences the quality of their awakened talents. Thus, I embarked on a rigorous path of cultivation from an early age, unwavering in my pursuit of martial prowess, regardless of the trials posed by nature. As I matured, I exhibited extraordinary talent and determination. Not only did I rapidly advance in martial arts, but I also began to shine in cunning and leadership. I understood that sheer brute force could not resolve all dilemmas. Wisdom and strategy were equally vital. Consequently, I immersed myself in a plethora of literature, studying military tactics, history, and philosophy, striving to become a well-rounded warrior. My reputation gradually spread, and I emerged as a leader among my peers. When I turned 18, coinciding with the Gaokao examinations, perhaps as a reward for years of diligent effort, I awakened an SS-level talent, Mind Controller. This rare ability enabled me to perceive and influence the emotions and wills of others, a tremendous advantage on the battlefield. My family regarded me as the heir, placing immense expectations upon me. Aware of the weight of this responsibility, I devoted myself even more fervently to my training, striving to ascend the tower and enhance my capabilities. After completing the Gaokao, I chose to enroll in the National Military Academy, hoping that systematic training and education would better equip me to serve humanity. During my tenure at the academy, I not only refined my tactical and strategic knowledge, but also forged friendships with like-minded individuals, engaging in discussions, sparring, and mutual growth. Upon graduation, I was dispatched to the front lines, becoming a pivotal figure in the fight against the myriad races. There I encountered her, a wise, brave, beautiful, and kind warrior named Lu Su. She was not only my comrade, but also the most significant person in my life. Together, we endured countless trials of life and death, standing united against the onslaught of foreign races. In her presence, I felt my mind controller abilities intensify, and we fell in love. Yet, happiness is often fleeting. On a stormy night, the myriad races launched a surprise attack. To cover my retreat, Lu Su sustained grave injuries and ultimately fell in my arms. In that moment, the anguish within me surged like a tempest, shattering my world. In the depths of my sorrow and rage, my SS-level talent underwent a qualitative transformation, evolving into the supreme SSS-level talent, God of Mind. This not only allowed me to manipulate and alter the minds of my foes, but also endowed me with formidable combat prowess through the power of the heart. Furthermore, I gained the potential to ascend to divinity. Afterward, I felt as though I had transformed entirely. My gaze hardened, my swordsmanship became more incisive, and each strike resonated with profound sorrow and boundless strength. By chance, I uncovered a more significant conspiracy lurking behind the myriad races. They sought to unite and breach humanity's defenses, utterly conquering this land. I promptly reported my findings to the state and proposed targeted strategic measures. The nation took this matter seriously, appointing me as a general responsible for countering this unprecedented crisis. Through meticulous planning and relentless combat, I successfully thwarted the myriad races scheme. securing precious tranquility for humanity. Despite my resounding achievements, I remained humble and unassuming. I am acutely aware that behind every victory lies the sacrifice and dedication of countless soldiers. Thus, I extend my utmost care to my subordinates and treat the populace with kindness and compassion. My prestige has soared, and people laud my wisdom and benevolence. Consequently, the nation has entrusted me with significant responsibilities, appointing me as a commander to safeguard the serenity of the human territory. After the passing of the Willow Catkins, I devoted all my energy to the struggle against the myriad tribes. As the number of slain foes grew, so did my strength, until one fateful day, I grasped the profound essence of martial arts. In a moment of enlightenment, I transcended to the imperial level, achieving divinity itself. I became the youngest emperor in the annals of human history. My power could shake the heavens and the earth. My very existence became a nightmare for all other races. Yet, I have always maintained a heart of humility and diligence, for I understand that all of this is for the sake of the Willow Catkins, for the peace she could not witness. Upon ascending to the throne, I did not rest on my laurels. I recognized that our limited strength could not ensure lasting peace for humanity. We must seek out and nurture a new generation of formidable warriors, allowing them to inherit the mantle of guardianship. After countless nights of effort and observation, I discover a young man named Jiang Chen, endowed with a unique talent. His potential is boundless, his will unwavering, and his heart encompasses the world. I saw in him a brilliance akin to my own in years past, perhaps even surpassing it. Jiang Chen's SSS level talent, time reversal, is an exceedingly rare and powerful ability that permits him to manipulate time with his mind. If wielded judiciously, this power could serve as a tremendous asset to humanity. However, after prolonged observation, I found it peculiar that I had never witnessed Jiang Chen utilizing his time-manipulating abilities. Is it possible that the temporal talent is so fearsome? Why is it that even I, a being of divine caliber, cannot discern its secrets? Nonetheless, I remain unconcerned. As long as Jiang Chen is beneficial to humanity, that suffices. I do not wish for him to tread the same lonely and painful path that I once did. Therefore, after deliberation among the 10 emperors, I resolved to voluntarily become his mentor, guiding him on the proper use of this power and how to confront the challenges within his heart. Subsequently, I presented him with a sapling of the Tree of Life as a token of our first meeting, hoping it will become a great boon on his journey to divinity. Next, I prepared to meet Jiang Chen formally to accept him as my disciple. Standing in the ancient courtyard, I gazed upon the youth within the rented room. Filled with anticipation, Jiang Chen, you shall be the future of humanity, and I shall do all within my power to aid your growth, transforming you into a true guardian. I believe that with you among us, humanity will usher in a new era. Chapter 21, Eruption, 70 million damage. Inside the rented room, Jiang Chen closed the interface, his consciousness sinking into the tattoo on his right hand. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he instantly found himself within the core city of Tongshan. Welcome to the core city of Tongshan. This time, Jiang Chen wasted no time and made a beeline for the 3rd level of the tower. The Tongshan Tower tonight required no additional preparation. According to Jiang Chen's memories from his past life, the 3rd level remained the maze spirit realm. Indeed, it is a type of maze. It is said that this level serves as a trial set by a deity, where only those endowed with great fortune and opportunity can perceive its truths. Those who conquer this maze shall receive the blessings of the divine and embark on an extraordinary path. The maze spirit realm consists of a total of 100 levels. However, thus far, the best performance in the history of humanity has only reached a completion rate of 99, meaning they have cleared 99 levels. Within the maze spirit realm, each level presents multiple directional choices, all obscured by mist. Upon selecting a direction to enter the next level, all other paths vanish, containing potential gains, losses, rewards, or monster guardians. Every 10 levels lurks a formidable boss-level guardian. Only by defeating them can one delve deeper into the challenge. Failing in battle results in a 10-point drop in exploration rate and a return to the 10th level, necessitating a fresh challenge, an endeavor that tests a player's patience. It is said that the final level imposes a unique restriction. Although there is only one level to choose from, no one has yet met the entry conditions. Legend has it that whoever can enter the 100th level and successfully clear it has a high probability of breaking through the Tongshan Tower's limitations, achieving an unprecedented SSS level completion rating. The randomness of the maze is exceedingly potent. This time, it is solely up to talent to determine success. Resolute, Jiang Chen stepped into the teleportation array, a beam of white light engulfing him as the familiar prompt resonated in his ears. Wishing you a swift completion of the Tongshan Tower. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen watched as the white light gradually dissipated, revealing that he now stood at the entrance of the maze spirit realm. Surrounded by dense mist, his visibility was severely limited. It appeared that every step here demanded acute vigilance and decisiveness. Let's begin. Thereupon, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, a thought igniting within him as he activated his talent, Mind's Law, upgrading Insight Technique to Inside Eye. Ding. Insufficient magic power. What? This is utterly disappointing. What a wretched talent. It cannot even function. Is it only suitable for pranks? Oh well, I shall choose at random. With that, Jiang Chen casually selected one of the directional paths. Suddenly, a vortex manifested in the space around him, and a dark figure slowly materialized. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be a lizard man. What abysmal luck! Ordinarily, the first 10 levels are primarily composed of beneficial encounters. I did not expect to confront a monster on my first level. How unfortunate! Raising his hand, he cast Fireball. Critical hit. 4864. Experience. 20,000. Copper coins. 14,567. A swift kill. To my astonishment, the experience awarded is identical to that of my previous life. If this continues by the time I finish the third level, I might reach level 40. Without lingering, Jiang Chen stepped through the vortex, entering the second level. The second level, like the first, was enveloped in dense mist. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen randomly selected a direction. Life, 500. Joy filled Jiang Chen's heart. This was a beneficial effect. He pressed onward, soon arriving at the third level. This time, he opted for the left path. Before him lay a massive python coiled at the center, flicking its tongue, its eyes gleaming with menace. Jiang Chen immediately unleashed Fireball. 2,356. What? Didn't he perish? No matter. I shall cast Lightning. Jiang Chen raised Eternal Star, and a bolt of lightning surged from the staff, striking the giant serpent. 2586. The massive serpent convulsed violently before collapsing, yielding a bounty of copper coins. Experience. 25,000. Copper coins. 18,567. Though this was only my second time entering the third level across 2 lifetimes, Jiang Chen was astounded by the immense experience granted by the giant serpent. Goodness, the rate of growth remains terrifying as ever. According to this calculation, encountering a small boss-level guard on the 10th level would grant at least 200,000 experience points. It seems that reaching level 40 is a conservative estimate. In his past life, he fell around the 20th floor. Perhaps in this life, he might have a chance to complete the game. The more Jiang Chen thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, eagerly heading towards the next level. Suddenly, the scene of the 4th level transformed, and he found himself at the foot of a towering peak, with a staircase winding up along its slope. What a surprise! He had stumbled upon a maze of enhancement. Although the attributes provided by this maze were temporary, they would certainly be a tremendous aid in conquering the third layer. What a windfall! Without hesitation, he began to ascend the stairs, and with each step he took, a line of text appeared before him. Constitution 5, Strength 3, Health 110, Magic Attack Power 50, Experience 500. In less than 10 minutes, Jiang Chen had climbed nearly 500 steps, experiencing a significant enhancement in all attributes. His experience points surged by tens of thousands. It was important to note that while the attribute boosts were temporary, the experience was permanent. Suddenly, a massive tiger leaped out from the side, lunging at him with bared fangs and claws. Jiang Chen swiftly dodged to the side, brandished his staff. and unleashed a fireball spell. Boom. 4364. Experience 10,000. Copper coins 8567. The tiger was instantly reduced to ashes. Although monsters also appeared within the maze, they were generally weaker, and correspondingly, the experience points and rewards were considerably lesser. Onward. It was crucial to remember that this mountain stood approximately 800 meters tall. He would have to climb nearly 7,000 steps. Intelligence 8. Spirit 6. Experience 400. Time flew by, and soon Jiang Chen reached the final step. Before him stood a stone tablet inscribed with a dense array of names, impossible to decipher at a glance. Yet the first name was prominently displayed. Tianjizi. Tianjizi? Wasn't he the first great emperor of the human race, the Emperor Tianji? Had he also encountered the maze? Upon closer inspection, Jiang Chen noticed a line of small characters on the stone tablet that read, "Attack the tablet with all your might. Rewards will be distributed based on damage dealt." What a revelation! A ranking stone tablet? Jiang Chen took a deep breath, activated his talents, and silently chanted, "Exhaust all magic points to maximize the damage of falling stars." With great anticipation, he lifted his staff, Eternal Star, and waved it towards the sky. A deep blue beam, as wide as a barrel, descended from above and struck the stone tablet with tremendous force. Magic 248,645. Critical hit. 70,794,991. This was utterly terrifying. With the enhancements from the level, Jiang Chen's magic attack power was nearing 25,000, and his magic points had reached around 250,000. Combined with his talent, mind control magic, after depleting all magic points, falling stars had its damage amplified over 100-fold, resulting in an astonishing critical hit of 70 million damage. If defense wasn't factored in, this damage could likely obliterate an ordinary 7th-tier powerhouse in an instant. It was worth noting that in his past life, at the 4th tier, he only had a few 100,000 health. If he were to expend some life force, would he not reach over 100 million? How careless of him. Had he known, he would have sacrificed half his life force to enter. Nevertheless, considering the 3rd layer of the Divine Tower, even with substantial attribute enhancements, no one could possibly deal such damage, right? It seemed he would need to seek opportunities to further explore the application of his talents in the future. The stone tablet shimmered, and a line of large characters appeared. Congratulations, you have achieved rank 1, and the rewards are as follows. Experience 10,000,000. Gold coins 5,000,000. Special lottery chance 1. With a whoosh, as soon as the rewards were issued, Jiang Chen's level surged, and in the blink of an eye, he ascended to level 65. What a thrill! He shot up a remarkable 46 levels. Moreover, he received 5 million gold coins. Converting that to Xia country currency amounted to a staggering 50 million. He had not anticipated such an unexpected windfall. Chapter 22. The Era's Prodigy. As the subtitles gradually faded, the surrounding environment began to shift, enveloped once more in a thick fog. Excellent. Onward. This journey had already proven immensely valuable. His attributes had undergone a drastic transformation. Even without activating his talents to enhance damage, a single cast of falling stars could easily deal around 300,000 damage. Time to replenish some mana. Jiang Chen then retrieved several low-grade mana potions from his backpack and swiftly consumed them. Gulp, gulp. Magic 250. Magic 250. Magic 250. This recovery was rather meager. It was even less than his natural regeneration of 0.5 mana per second. Nevertheless, given that a standard version of Falling Stars only consumed 200 magic points, it would suffice. No need to waste time. With that thought, Jiang Chen hastily stowed away the remaining potions, casually chose a direction, and proceeded to the next challenge. The subsequent levels primarily consisted of enhancement challenges. Even when encountering monsters, under Jiang Chen's currently elevated attributes, a mere basic attack could dispatch them effortlessly. Jiang Chen's exploration progressed at an astonishing pace. 4th level, 5th level, 6th level. Soon, he arrived at the 10th level. Jiang Chen paused for a moment, and the surrounding fog began to coalesce, ultimately forming a grotesque green-skinned creature with a shiny bald head and a long, dark tongue hanging from its mouth. Ugh, what an eyesore. After regurgitating, Jiang Chen cast an insight spell. Name, Bloody Butcher. Level, 20. Grade, D. Health, 30,000. Attack power, 1,500. Physical defense, 1,000. Magic defense, 1,000. Skill 1. Butchery Slash. The Bloody Butcher wields a massive shadow axe, dealing 300 physical damage to a linear area ahead, with a 30 chance of slowing the struck target for 2 seconds. Skill 2. Dark Healing Tongue. The Bloody Butcher's black tongue can lick surrounding targets during each attack, siphoning some essence from them and restoring at least 5 of its maximum health. Skill 3. Fear Roar. The Bloody Butcher opens its wide mouth, unleashing a straight, long tongue while emitting a deafening roar, instilling fear in nearby enemies, reducing their attack and defense by 10 each for 5 seconds. What a disgusting set of skills. Siphoning essence from within? Please don't lick me. Get lost. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Chen raised his staff and cast Falling Stars. Boom. Instant kill. 328, 468. Experience 250,000. Copper coin 60,078. The Bloody Butcher had barely registered what was happening before it was obliterated by the celestial light descending from above. Despite its hideous appearance, the experience and copper coin rewards were quite generous. The crux of the matter is, astonishingly, a D-rank battle axe has surfaced. Alas, it is of no use to me. However, in the absence of superior alternatives, it could be preserved as devouring material for my eternal star. Yet, this axe's rank is rather low, and its attributes are unlikely to augment much. I wonder if, as a weapon, it might bestow some peculiar attributes? I await with bated breath. Subsequently, Jiang Chen waved his hand grandly, promptly stowing the spoils into his backpack. He then took a step forward, advancing into the next challenge. In the realm of reality, as Jiang Chen traversed from the 4th to the 10th level, a tempest erupted. All social media platforms, including QA sites, headlines, and news outlets, were ablaze with announcements. Extra! Extra! The ranking stone tablet in the labyrinth of the 3rd layer of the Divine Tower has just been refreshed. The Godslayer currently holds the 1st position. It is said that the first great emperor of humanity, Emperor Tianji, once dealt a staggering 30 million points of historical damage. So what damage will the Godslayer inflict? 50 million? Or perhaps 100 million? Will the Godslayer surpass the venerable emperors and become humanity's future supreme sovereign? Rumor has it that the Godslayer is the illegitimate son of Emperor Tianji, participating in the 3rd layer with special artifacts to maximize ranking rewards. Attention! Attention! It has come to light that foreign entities are now hunting the Godslayer, with a bounty reaching 1 billion gold coins. The rise of the Godslayer, a boon for humanity or a calamity. For the average player, merely entering the ranking stone tablet is an arduous feat. It must be noted that there are only 1 million slots available for the entirety of humanity. Over the past 3 centuries, the number of awakeners who have inscribed their names on the tablet has been overwhelmingly large, resulting in only those of S rank or higher being able to make the list. Naturally, for the prodigious talents and exceptional beings, ascending the ranks is a mere trifle. However, what they truly value is the damage dealt. The higher the damage inflicted, the stronger the individual appears, and it signifies their potential for the future. In the 3rd layer, where most are below level 30, being able to inflict tens of millions of points of damage is an astounding concept. This not only indicates invincibility among peers, but also suggests the capacity to transcend 2 or 3 major realms to vanquish opponents. Should such an individual attain divine status, they would undoubtedly remain invincible among their peers, just like Emperor Tianji of Ur. During the nascent stages of the Divine Tower's arrival, single-handedly averted calamity and elevated humanity from the depths, becoming one of the many formidable races. A single individual struck fear into the hearts of myriad races. This is an epic-defining powerhouse. One person can galvanize an entire era. One individual can alter the course of the world. This is destiny, and it is singular. In the imperial capital, within a grand hall, 10 emperors once again gathered around an ancient rosewood circular table, the atmosphere solemn and grave. Emperor Tianji Ye Wingyun wore a serious expression as he slowly broke the silence. I have verified that the God Slayer, also known as Jiang Chen, inflicted an astounding 70 million points of damage in the true realm of the third layer labyrinth. Upon hearing this, all the emperors were momentarily taken aback, plunging into a brief silence. This figure exceeds the achievements of any of them during their youth by a considerable margin, even surpassing what they once deemed the limit. They were aware of Jiang Chen's exceptional talent, yet none anticipated his prowess to reach such staggering heights. Over 70 million, one of the emperors murmured, a glint of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Emperor Tianji continued, in my youth I too left my mark in the third layer, but my score was merely 28 million. The other emperors exchanged glances, their expressions laden with complexity. Evidently, Jiang Chen's performance surpassed all their expectations. They understood that such power, if misdirected, could lead to unimaginable consequences. Noticing the hesitation among the others, Yi Wuhan pondered for a moment before stating, I have decided to formally take Jiang Chen as my disciple, guiding him to wield this power correctly and avert any potential tragedy. The other emperors nodded in agreement. Then we shall rely on you, Brother Yi. They comprehended that should such power fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, it would pose a grave threat to humanity. Thus, they must ensure Jiang Chen's path of growth remains righteous and steadfast. We must closely monitor his actions, providing the necessary guidance and support, another emperor added. Furthermore, we need to protect him from external interferences and threats, another emperor proposed. Consequently, the 10 emperors reached a consensus to unite in safeguarding this beacon of hope, ensuring his growth remains unobstructed while nurturing a new guardian for humanity. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away within the Divine Tower, Jiang Chen remained oblivious to the fact that he had become the focal point of attention in the imperial capital. At this moment, he was exploring the third layer, each step etching his unique legend as the God Slayer. Chapter 23, The Tower Spirit. 2 hours later, in the Divine Tower, third layer, at the 99th level, a streak of starlight shot across the sky, striking the guardian of the level, Flame Demon Lord. Boom. Magic 20,000. Instant kill. 2. 523, 164. Upon reaching the 99th level, Jiang Chen once again received a substantial augmentation in attributes, his magical attack power surpassing the 30,000 threshold. Thus, even though the Flame Demon Guardian is a level 45 S-rank boss with a staggering total health of 2 million and nearly 10,000 in dual defenses, it was still obliterated under the tenfold enhancement of Falling Stars. Seeing the Flame Demon collapse, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. Surely even the great emperors of the past could not achieve such feats. After the Flame Demon Lord fell, a plethora of items erupted forth. Experience 800,000. Copper coins 694, 587. Flame Prison Heart chestplate. Flame Prison Heart boots. Flame Prison Heart staff. Heart of Flame. Volcanic Eruption scroll. Swish. Jiang Chen leveled up once more. My goodness. Truly, this is the hallmark of an S-rank monster. The loot is so abundant. These are all A-rank items. Each piece is worth around 1 million gold coins. I've struck gold. I shall store them for now and examine them at my leisure upon my return. Next, it is time for the final level. This is a place where no one in humanity's history has ever cleared. As the corpse of the Flame Demon Lord vanished, a 2-meter-tall, luminous gate materialized in its place. After gathering his spoils, Jiang Chen gazed apprehensively at the light gate. Is this the portal to the 100th level? It appears there is but a single door. Should I enter directly? Once inside, how shall I conquer the 100th level? The 10 great emperors before me undoubtedly ventured here. Yet, without exception, they concluded their journeys with an exploration record of 99 levels. failing to progress further. The same quandary now confronted Jiang Chen. If this is a riddle, and the previous emperors faltered for various reasons, can Jiang Chen unravel this conundrum? He was not so presumptuous as to believe he would inevitably surpass the great emperors of his stage. Oh well, it matters not. Having arrived at this juncture, it was prudent to venture inside and assess the situation. Jiang Chen inhaled deeply and stepped through the luminous portal. In an instant, he found himself enveloped in a vast, ethereal expanse of white. Not far ahead, a colossal, pale golden crystal sphere floated, emanating a faint, multi-hued radiance. This was the awakening crystal sphere. Jiang Chen was exceedingly familiar with this form. The only difference was that the crystal spheres at school were a soft blue, while this one was a delicate gold. Additionally, the size varied, but everything else was identical. What could this mean? A test of innate talent? It seemed that the golden crystal sphere was of a higher caliber than the blue one, suggesting that the prerequisite for passing the 100th level was to possess a talent of SSS grade or above. How extraordinary! He never anticipated that the so-called special restrictions referred to the level of innate talent. It was no wonder, with the might of the 10 great emperors of the human race. Even if this level was challenging, there would invariably be 1 or 2 individuals who could succeed. However, since it was a measure of talent, it made sense. After all, the highest known level of talent was merely SSS grade. Yet for him, the comparison of talents was the least of his concerns. Unique. Rule level. Who else could compare? This was unprecedented. While he was not entirely privy to the circumstances among the myriad races, in terms of the human race, he was undoubtedly the sole individual in 3 centuries to surpass SSS grade. If even he could not prevail, then this level might truly become superfluous. With this thought, Jiang Chen's heart brimmed with confidence as he strode forward, approaching the awakening crystal sphere, raising his right hand to press against its crystalline surface. The moment his palm made contact, the crystal sphere erupted with a dazzling spectrum of light, enveloping his entire being. After a brief interlude, the brilliance dissipated, revealing a message before Jiang Chen's eyes. Ding, talent detection in progress. Observing the message, his heart raced with anticipation. Indeed, it was confirmed. Shortly thereafter, the notifications continued. Ding, testing complete. Ding, challenger's talent level detected. Unique rule level. Ding, prerequisite conditions met. Qualification for challenge granted. Ding, level challenge. God Slayer. What was happening? Wasn't it supposed to be a direct pass? The talent level was merely a prerequisite? What then was the challenge content? As the messages faded, the entire space succumbed to an eerie silence. 10 minutes passed. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen, what is going on? Why has there been no movement for so long? Am I being toyed with? Just as he pondered, a soft, ethereal feminine voice resonated throughout the space. I have finally awaited your arrival. Jiang Chen, bewildered, replied. What do you mean, finally awaited me? Were you specifically waiting for me? Suddenly, he sensed a powerful aura manifesting behind him. He swiftly turned to behold a stunning woman hovering in midair. Jiang Chen was awestruck. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Her visage was as flawless as jade, her figure exquisitely curvaceous, with a slender waist and elongated legs. Her arms appearing delicate and graceful, her fingers resembling slender jade. Moreover, she possessed an alluring 36D figure. Incredible. The most striking aspect was that she donned nothing but a pink crystal breastplate and a pair of blue bikini shorts. This was quite the spectacle. I am the guardian of this divine tower. The woman spoke softly. You have passed the talent test, but this is merely the first step. Next, you must confront the true challenge. Jiang Chen clenched Eternal Star, bracing himself for battle. What challenge? The woman smiled gently, producing a wand. Defeat me, and you may pass this final gate. Jiang Chen contemplated for a moment and suggested, how about you wear a bit more clothing first? Otherwise, I might feel uncomfortable fighting. The woman. Chapter 24. Cheating. It was not my intention. The woman furrowed her brow, waving her hands to conjure a flowing powder blue gown that modestly covered her form. She then continued, for the sake of fairness, my level will be suppressed to the limit of the first 10 tiers, which is level 100. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Chen immediately activated his insight ability to examine the woman's attributes. Name: Luo Shi, Spirit of the Divine Tower. Level 100. Grade: SSS. Health points: 10,000,000. Attack power: 120,000. Physical defense: 80,000. Magical defense: 80,000. Skills. Description: Luo Shi, the guardian spirit of the Divine Tower. Possesses extraordinary beauty and mysterious powers. Wow, with 10 million health points at level 100. How could he possibly contend with that? Even though he could inflict 70 million damage when attacking the ranking monument, the monument does not account for defense. 80,000 defense would be insurmountable, right? Even with the wand's innate penetration, she still had nearly 70,000 defense. Meanwhile, he only possessed over 30,000 magical attack power. Should he try using his talent? His magical energy had already surpassed 300,000. Was it possible to take her down? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth and began to silently recite. Curse her. Reduce her defense to 0. As this thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen's face turned pale, but his heart leaped with joy. Magical energy: 189,467. Success. The stronger the power, the more formidable the talent. It was simply all-encompassing. On the opposing side, Luo, she sensed something amiss, her expression shifting as she rapidly retreated, hastily waving her wand to cast several protective shields around herself. Jiang Chen's heart soared. Too late. He immediately raised Eternal Star, aiming it at Luo, Shi, and unleashed a starry strike that nearly drained half her life. Magical energy: 138,676. Life: 150,000. Life drain. Boom! A deep crimson beam descended from the heavens, enveloping Luo Shi entirely, shattering layer upon layer of her protective shields and striking her directly. Shield absorption: 5,784, 664. Shield absorption: 6, 794, 998. Shield absorption: 4, 761, 645. Critical hit. Instant kill: 38, 769, 464. In an instant, the garments adorning Luo Shi were vaporized by the stellar energy, reduced to ash. Her flawless form stood revealed to the world, gleaming under the starlight. Jiang Chen rubbed his nose, his gaze flitting nervously towards Luo Shi, feeling increasingly flustered. He was in a panic. Oh, this is awkward. I am supposed to be a model student. How could I have let this happen? However, she is undeniably stunning. Wait, will she die from this? She shouldn't tea, right? Her true level must be at least above 900, and she is likely a deity, but with her level suppressed. Moments later, a light green number appeared above Luo Shi's head, alleviating Jiang Chen's concerns. 10,000,000, Guardian of the Divine Tower. Phew, what relief. Fortunately, the Tower of Divine Communication bestowed its protection. Otherwise, great calamity would have ensued. If I truly vanquished the spirit of the tower, would I then be blacklisted by the Tower of Divine Communication? Observing the tattered garments that had been obliterated by his own actions, Jiang Chen hastily apologized. I'm truly sorry. It was not my intention. After a brief silence, Luo, she shook her head and remarked, this is of no consequence. However, congratulations. You have successfully passed the trial. Huh? Of no consequence? Could it be? Ah, I see. Luo Shi is the spirit of the Tower of Divine Communication, which means she is not strictly human, but rather a unique spiritual entity akin to a tool spirit. This clarifies much, for among the myriad races of the universe, it is the human race that places the utmost importance on such ceremonial customs. In my previous life, I had heard tales of peculiar diminutive races, such as the bee people who fly about in the nude. It is said they do so to facilitate the collection of various nectar essences. Moreover, this race's progenitor seems to have evolved from a peculiar bee species within a minor realm. Ah, never mind, I shall not dwell on such matters. For these diminutive races, The human race need only dispatch a 6th-tier awakener to completely subdue them. Perhaps they have long since become the vassal races of other formidable factions. At any rate, I am unlikely to encounter them. However, should fortune favor me and I do cross paths with one, it would indeed be amusing to capture one for a bit of fun. Crossed out. Oh right, not for myself, but I have a friend who is quite interested. Hee. As Jiang Chen reveled in his daydreams, the tower spirit, Luo Shi, conjured a pristine white gown and gracefully approached him. You truly possess an SSS-level talent. May I inquire its name? Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but his heart surged with tumultuous excitement. What? Even the spirit of the tower is unaware of the specific details? Does this mean my talent surpasses that of the Tower of Divine Communication? His heartbeat quickened, and he inhaled deeply, striving to calm his exhilaration. He gazed at Luo Shi and, without hesitation, spoke softly, Mind's law of following. Upon hearing this, Luo Shi echoed, Mind's law of following? How intriguing. Huh? What do you mean, how intriguing? What are you saying? Why can't I comprehend? Noting Jiang Chen's perplexed expression, Luo Shi chuckled lightly. For now, you need not concern yourself with such matters. Just know that possessing an SSS-level talent grants you the potential to transcend the divine. Jiang Chen was taken aback. The potential to transcend the divine. Indeed, his conjectures had not been in vain. There truly exists a realm beyond the divine. But what could that realm be? And what of that previous dream? Although he had suspected it before, hearing it from Luo Shi's lips evoked an entirely different sensation. Once Jiang Chen absorbed this information, Luo Shi resumed. Your current level remains too low. Knowing these things would serve you little benefit. Let us discuss the rewards for passing the trial. Chapter 25, An Unprecedented SSSS Evaluation. With that, Luo Shi waved her delicate hand and began to manipulate the air. Jiang Chen stood frozen, bewildered. What is happening? Does the spirit of the tower have a panel? Is the reward not simply bestowed? Yet, as the first awakener in history to fully conquer the 3rd level, surely the reward would not be trifling. How exhilarating. 20 seconds later, Luo Shi ceased her actions, raised her head, and winked at Jiang Chen. All done. No sooner had her words fallen than a whimsical system notification chimed in Jiang Chen's ears. Dear adventurer, congratulations. You have successfully defeated the charming, graceful, and irresistibly adorable spirit of the tower, perfectly conquering the 3rd level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Evaluation. SSSS. Ding. Preparing rewards. Please wait. Huh. What's going on here? Why does this notification feel so peculiar? The charming and graceful spirit of the tower. Does this not refer to Luo Shi herself? So this system announcement was issued by Luo Shi herself? Had she been typing on the panel just now? Moreover, did I not just see correctly? 1, 2, 3, 4. My goodness. 4 S's. The esteemed emperors required traversing 99 trials to receive an SS level evaluation. Yet here I am, directly awarded an SSSS level evaluation. The 3rd level, which had never before seen an SSS evaluation, and I received an SSSS level. Could it be that Luo Shi's earlier manipulations were for this purpose? Darn. Simultaneously, a grand and imposing announcement resonated from the pinnacle of the Tower of Divine Communication, reverberating throughout the world, echoing 10 times. Congratulations to the God-Slayer for perfectly conquering the 3rd level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Evaluation. SSSS. Congratulations to the God-Slayer for perfect conquest. Congratulations to the God-Slayer. The announcement echoed 10 times across the world, awakening all who were slumbering at the stroke of 1 in the morning. The official world chat channel of the Tower of Divine Communication erupted with a flurry of messages. What the heck? What is happening? Wasn't I asleep? Why am I hearing an announcement? What the heck? The announcement can even emanate from the Tower of Divine Communication? What the heck? What the heck? What is this? 4 S's? Hey, I counted. That S4. 6. Stop it. That S4 S's. Even the great emperors of Europe could not achieve such a feat. I'm still struggling for an A-level evaluation, while others have ascended to SSSS level. In the next moment, The world chat channel fell into silence. All messages from human players vanished. Everyone was stripped of their chatting privileges, and all messages in the chat channel were wiped clean. A complete gag order, just as confusion reigned. A message adorned with a colorful VIP emblem suddenly appeared at the top of the chat box. Special pin divine machine. LV 1000 from this moment forth. No one, including myself, shall divulge any personal information regarding the God Slayer. Those who violate this decree shall be deemed traitors to the human race and pursued by the Imperial Capital's Guard. 10 minutes later, chatting privileges were restored, and the world chat channel exploded once more. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? Is that the Divine Machine Emperor? The Emperor has spoken for the God Slayer. What the heck? It's the legendary Imperial Capital Guard. It is said that members of the Guard are all at least 9th-tier experts. I declare, from henceforth, the God Slayer is my dear grandfather. Anyone who dares to reveal my grandfather's information shall face my wrath. While Jiang Chen remained within the tower, engaged in profound dialogue with Luo Shi, he suddenly sneezed, completely unaware that he had instantaneously acquired countless grandchildren. In the imperial capital, the 10 emperors convened once more, seated around a rosewood round table in their customary order. This marked the third gathering within a mere week. According to tradition, such assemblies occurred but once a year. Yet now, due to Jiang Chen, 3 had transpired in just 1 week. An SSS level evaluation. Unprecedented. After dispatching the warning, Yi Qingyun spoke. It appears our plans must undergo some alterations. A graceful female emperor suddenly spoke. His flawless completion of the 3rd level suggests that his talents may surpass our understanding. Indeed, his potential is immense. Yi Wuhan declared earnestly. Regardless, we must ensure his protection. After a brief pause, he continued, let us not forget that individual. Wuhan. Ye Wingyun abruptly intergested, shaking his head at Yi Wuhan, signaling him to refrain from further mention. An elderly emperor then voiced, indeed, Jiang Chen might be our sole beacon of hope. He could potentially surpass us all. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingyan nodded. Then let us activate the level 1 combat readiness plan. Wuhan, hasten your preparations. Agreed, 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 agreed. In the alliance of 10,000 races, dozens of formidable alien leaders convened. At the head of the assembly, a middle-aged man adorned with dragon horns remarked, this youth possesses extraordinary potential. He may very well ascend to a status akin to our Lord. A wolf-like alien leader, with a fierce expression, growled, this youth must not be allowed to persist. We ought to dispatch individuals to eliminate him immediately. A fox-like alien leader interjected. The human emperors are not to be trifled with. Acting recklessly could ignite a major conflict. Instead, we should, unthinkable. Such matters must not disturb our Lord, who is currently on the brink of a breakthrough. Should we provoke him, we may find ourselves in dire straits. In that case, let us first send scouts into human territory to assess the situation. Yes, that is a commendable idea. We shall designate the 9-tailed celestial fox clan for this task. It is said that the human race harbors an interest in your kind of female foxes. You are best positioned to engage with Jiang Chen. First, attempt to forge an alliance with him. But if that proves unfeasible, do not hesitate to eliminate him in his infancy. However, Nobuts, during this mission, your clan will lead the other races. If complications arise, coordinate with other races for support. Upon hearing this, the leader of the 9-tailed celestial fox clan rejoiced. Yes, thank you for your trust, alliance leader. I shall obey your command and ensure the task is accomplished. Obeying your command. Obeying your command. Obeying your command. Obeying your command. In the Tower of Divine Communication, Jiang Chen received an SSS level evaluation for his completion, indicating he would become the center of attention. Luo Shi gazed intently at Jiang Chen. Watch about my Hivard. Luo Shi chuckled softly, then pointed, a beam of purple light piercing Jiang Chen's brow. Your reward is the entirety of the 3rd level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Chapter 26. The Divine Seal Leading to Godhood. At the moment the purple light entered Jiang Chen's brow, a series of system notifications echoed in the ears of all remaining humans within the tower. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen for achieving an SSS level evaluation in the 3rd level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Rewards include the human race-wide buff, Oath of Glory, temporary buff, Heart of Valor, enhancing the health and attack damage of humans within the tower by 20, lasting for 6 hours. Temporary buff, Shield of Resilience, increasing damage reduction for humans within the tower by 25, lasting for 6 hours. Temporary buff, Light of Rebirth, allowing immediate full-state revival upon failure or death, after which this buff will vanish, lasting for 6 hours. Oath of Glory. All humans exploring the 3rd level will experience a 50 increase in all attributes, with an indefinite duration. Moments later, the chat channels across major websites erupted with activity. Oh my! Everyone look! This is the universal buff for all humans. Long live Jiang Chen. I've been stuck on the 59th level for ages. I'll stay up all night. If I can clear it, I'll become a 6th-tier powerhouse. Ah! Long live Jiang Chen. Resurrection. This is an exceedingly rare resurrection buff. I can't wait. I'm heading to the tower now. Get off me, you dog woman. I need to get up and tackle the tower. I've heard that a powerful being nearing the end of their lifespan is about to emerge in the Empire. They're preparing to rush the tower tonight to break through their current level and live again. Stop the chatter. The core city of the Tower of Divine Communication is nearly overflowing. Let us take advantage of this crowd to advertise. Jiang Chen's power pills, you deserve it. With them, Mom will no longer worry about my insufficient damage while climbing the tower. Link, I'm in 2. Jiang Chen's strong potion. No need for 998, just 998, and you can take it home. Link, and me, Jiang Chen's ultimate girlfriend. Cute and charming, sweet or salty. With me, climbing the tower will never be lonely. I welcome all brothers and sisters to join my broadcast room to team up for tower climbing. The stronger you are, the lower the price. 8th tier and above are free. Link, universal buff for all humans. Such a phenomenon has never occurred before. In 300 years, counting the 3 emperors who fell during the initial war among the races, there have been a total of 13 human emperors. Although past emperors occasionally triggered buffs, they were limited to single-layer enhancements, unlike this unprecedented buff benefiting all of humanity. All of humanity. That amounts to billions of individuals. Warm reminder, the entire human race consists solely of the Great Xia and several smaller nations. All other major nations were annihilated in the early stages of the invasion due to the absence of emperor-level powerhouses. It is unreservedly stated that within the next 6 hours, the overall strength of humanity will undergo a significant leap. With this wave of buffs, those at the 3rd tier may ascend to the 4th to the 5th, and even those at the 8th tier may reach the 9th. Other buffs may seem commonplace. However, Resurrection, Light of Rebirth, is an exceedingly rare resurrection buff, granting a second chance at life. In subsequent challenges, death will not permit revival. With this buff, one can act without restraint during their first life. After resurrection, they can continue to engage. This dramatically increases the margin for error in clearing levels. While humanity currently boasts 10 emperors, that is the result of over 300 years of accumulation. Moreover, ordinary battle emperors are of limited utility, serving primarily as a deterrent. Ultimately, reliance must be placed on 8th tier and 9th tier powerhouses. After all, when an emperor takes action, it signifies a war among races. In the 3rd level of the Tower of Divine Communication, upon hearing Luo Shi's words, Jiang Chen was left utterly astounded, his mouth agape. What? The entire 3rd level? Does it mean what I think it means? Surely not. Surely not. It is known that, in the past 300 years, the entirety of humanity, with its 10 emperor-level powerhouses, has only managed to claim a single layer. And now, as a mere 0-tier individual, I am granted the right to claim a layer. Ouch, that hurts. This isn't a dream. At that moment, a notification from the Tower of Divine Communication resounded in Jiang Chen's ears, announcing the calculation of rewards. Congratulations. You have achieved an SSS level evaluation in the 3rd level of the Tower of Divine Communication, receiving rewards. All attributes 1,000, luck 10, gold coins 2, 000, 000. Experience points 100, 000, 000. Congratulations, you have achieved an SSS level evaluation in the third level, receiving additional rewards. Divine Seal. Ownership of the third level of the Tower of Divine Communication. Swish, swish, swish. Ding, your level has increased. Ding, your level has reached its zenith, level 100. Please hasten to the 11th layer to transcend this limitation. However, Jiang Chen paid no heed to his rapidly ascending level. Instead, his gaze was fixated upon the tower-shaped, silvery emblem shimmering in his grasp. What on earth is this? The Divine Connection insignia? Filled with curiosity, Jiang Chen opened it to inspect further. Divine Connection insignia. When the holder's level attains 999 upon utilizing the insignia, their level increases by 1. Once activated, it automatically selects the most suitable divine position for the holder, and upon ascending to divinity, the insignia dissipates. Note, this effect does not stack with SSS grade talent effects. Hiss, what is this thing? Is it truly that formidable? To use it at level 999 and become a deity directly? No need for any breakthroughs? Goodness, this is indeed the Divine Connection insignia. It is noteworthy that SSS grade talent awakeners must fulfill additional conditions to ascend from level 999 to 1000 and attain divinity. Possessing this insignia allows one to become divine effortlessly. Nevertheless, as someone with SSS grade talent or higher, I may not require this for myself. This insignia might serve as a valuable bargaining chip in the future. It could potentially grant an additional emperor to humanity while also benefiting me significantly. Surely, those powerful individuals stuck at level 999 would be most intrigued. Most SS grade powerhouses do not lack strength, but rather fail to meet the requisite conditions. For instance, in my previous life, I heard tales of an SS grade talent awakener who, single-handedly, executed a miraculous counterattack at level 900, defying the heavens and slaying a deity. Such strong individuals do not lack power, but are hindered by unmet conditions. Hence their inability to transcend. This is precisely why the notion that only those with SSS grade talent can attain divinity has become widespread among humanity. After all, they have slain deities yet still cannot break through to level 1000. Furthermore, it is not guaranteed that SSS grade talent awakeners can successfully pass the trials to elevate to divine status. Over the past 3 centuries, more than 1,000 SSS grade talent awakeners have emerged, yet only 13 emperors have materialized. This equates to roughly a 1% ratio. An emperor-level powerhouse emerges only every few decades on average. Heavens, I have struck gold. Subsequently, Jiang Chen turned his attention to another reward in the form of a paper document in his hand. Ownership of the third layer of the Divine Connection Tower and Sign 1. The holder may enter and exit the third layer of the Divine Connection Tower at will and will receive periodic bonuses of experience and item resources. Note, the quantity of experience and resource rewards is influenced by the number of awakeners who have cleared the third layer, determined by the system. 2. The holder may freely designate targets who are prohibited from entering the third layer. Note, restrictions can be set for a limited time or permanently. 3. The holder may, to a certain extent, set level information. Note, the maximum difficulty for clearance cannot exceed the limit of the 10th layer. 4. The holder may appoint an heir, who will inherit this privilege upon the holder's demise until a new holder is born. Note, ownership may also be directly transferred. N. The holder's information shall be permanently shielded by the Divine Connection Tower and automatically concealed. Chapter 27. I have acquired an entire world. It took Jiang Chen approximately 3 minutes to peruse the contents of the document entirely. Phew, it truly is the ownership of the third layer. From the implications above, not only can I freely enter and exit the third layer in the future, but I will also receive a certain quantity of items and resource rewards periodically. Does this not mean that I shall be akin to a grand overlord in the future? Henceforth, every awakener who clears the third layer essentially works for me. How delightful that sounds. I can reap rewards while reclining. No wonder everyone aspires to become a boss. As for the other function, the ability to enter the third layer at will, if utilized wisely, could serve as an exceptionally powerful life-saving technique. Could it not? Just imagine, during a fierce battle, Should I find myself outmatched, I could instantly utilize this privilege to escape, akin to a spatial divine technique that guarantees a 100 chance of teleporting to a place of absolute safety. Moreover, upon returning to the third layer, I could employ the privilege once more to re-enter the battlefield, catching my enemies off guard. For instance, if our combat strengths are comparable, I could initially retreat to the third layer to prepare my skills, then return to the battlefield for a surprise attack. Even when confronted with a more formidable opponent, I could hide within the tower for several hours, re-emerging only after the enemy has departed. The adversary would be left guessing, unable to fathom that I had retreated into the Divine Connection Tower. After several hours of my absence, the enemy would undoubtedly leave. Truly a teleportation technique. I do wonder if there are any limitations on its usage. After all, I must recharge for 12 hours after each tower run before I may enter again. I was once signed this. Luo Shi. It's quite simple. Just press the Divine Connection Tower tattoo on the back of your right hand to the lower right corner of the paper, and the system will automatically record it. Jiang Chen nodded, inhaled deeply, and followed Luo Shi's instructions, pressing the tattoo on his hand onto the paper. 3 seconds later. Ding! Congratulations! Your signature is successful. Signatory, Godslayer. As the system notification faded, Jiang Chen felt as though something new had been added to his mind. This must be the special connection between me and the third layer. Right. Then, Jiang Chen swiftly opened his character panel, and there, he discovered a new section for territory. Nickname, Godslayer. Level, 100. Rank, 0 rank. Occupation, Supreme Mage. Talent, Mind-Controlled Magic. Health points, 811-008-1100. Mana points, 11926011960. Strength, 3358. Agility, 3365. Intelligence, 3567. Constitution, 3368. Spirit, 3558. Attack power, 3823425. Magic attack power, 8755. Defense, 3586. Magic defense, 6468. Hit rate, 75. Dodge rate, 65. Critical hit rate, 15. Active skills, Fireball, LV1. Frost spell, LV1. Lightning spell, LV1. Magic shield, LV1. Mana burst, LV1. Falling stars, LV1. Passive skills, Mana control, Magic mastery, Elemental affinity, Rapid casting. Equipment, Eternal stars, Mage's ring, Exquisite robe. Territory, third layer of the Divine Connection Tower. These attributes can only be described as acceptable. However, they seem somewhat unworthy of a rule-level talent. Nevertheless, I currently possess only one weapon that is passable. Once I don the level 100 set, my attributes are likely to multiply several-fold. Alas, my level has increased too rapidly. I scarcely have the opportunity to change my equipment. Moreover, advancements in other areas have not kept pace. After all, I initially believed that completing the third layer would elevate me to level 40. Yet who would have thought I would ascend to level 100 as if propelled by a rocket? Disregarding all else, let's first explore the territory function. Subsequently, Jiang Chen closed his eyes, a surge of thought coursing through him, and he was greeted by a cacophony of shouts in his ears. Is this the core city of Tongshan? Such rapidity? It has already emerged? Not a hint of delay. At this speed, even a 9th-tier powerhouse would be hard-pressed to keep up. Perhaps even a godly entity, unless preemptively sealed off, would struggle to retain their presence. I must return and experiment. After 0.5 seconds, Jiang Chen opened his eyes, his face alight with astonishment. So swift. The return was equally rapid. Less than 0.5 seconds. It was almost as if a mere thought could facilitate entry. The tower still requires a countdown. Jiang Chen turned to the side, addressing Luo Shi with excitement. This territory function is simply extraordinary. It is truly an invincible escape tool. Luo Shi nodded with a smile. Indeed. Your current level is still too low. Many functions remain inaccessible. What you are experiencing now is merely the foundational aspect. It is important to note that each tier of the Tongshan Tower is essentially a world of varying sizes. In the future, every time you enter the 3rd tier, it will default to this location, Jiang Chen. So, I have essentially acquired an entire world? Luo Shi. Certainly, this tier is specifically designed with trials for those possessing SSS level talents and above. The potential is immense. However, it is still merely the embryonic form of a world. Jiang Chen. Can I bring others in? Luo Shi. Not for the time being. Jiang Chen, huh? Very well. Luo Shi shot Jiang Chen a glance of exasperation. Foolish, this is to protect you. Moreover, although you cannot currently bring others in, you do have the ability to expel them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded slightly in understanding. He comprehended the adage that an innocent man should not bear the burden of guilt. A level 100 tier awakener acquiring an entire world, such news, if leaked, would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of numerous high-tier awakeners. While Jiang Chen was not particularly worried about Lin Yao revealing his secret, Lin Yao herself had close friends. It was akin to confiding in my dearest friend, only for them to relay it to their closest confidant. Ultimately, the knowledge would spread. Among so many, there would inevitably be a few who would let slip. Furthermore, the talents and abilities of awakeners are exceedingly diverse. For instance, Jiang Chen knew of one called the Twin Remnant's Hand, capable of reading the memories of weaker awakeners from distance. Moreover, it is not just ordinary people. Even emperors could take action upon learning of such news. Upon acquiring it, they might even claim it was all for the benefit of humanity. Therefore, the best way to safeguard a secret is to keep it buried deep within oneself. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen shifted his gaze back to Luo Shi and inquired, "So, since you say this is merely the embryonic form, what must be done to elevate the world's tier?" Luo Shi glanced at Jiang Chen with a hint of disdain. "Your current level is still too low. Come back and ask me this question once you reach tier 5. This. Chapter 28. The Great Memory Erasure Technique? Upon finishing her statement, Luo Shi seemed to recall something and cautioned, "By the way, do not venture to the 4th to 10th tiers." Jiang Chen, huh? Why not? Luo Shi. Those are reserved for newcomers. What purpose do you have there? I see you have already reached level 100. You should directly participate in the tier advancement trial. Once you pass the trial, come find me, and I will personally escort you to the 11th tier. If you have nothing pressing to attend to, you should leave promptly. With that, Luo Shi waved her small hand, and Jiang Chen was instantly enveloped in a flash of white light, vanishing from a spot. Jiang Chen, you, in a whirlwind of motion. Jiang Chen found himself within the first core city. What the heck? What is happening? This is supposedly my territory, isn't it? How can I be ushered away so abruptly? Damn. Indeed, the more beautiful the woman, the more cunning she is. I truly fell for your tricks. Ugh. Wretched woman. Never mind. I shall first procure some equipment. 30 minutes later, navigating through the throngs of people, Jiang Chen arrived at the entrance of an equipment shop. If memory served me correctly, this is the most affordable place in the entire first core city. This is the one. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to step inside, a piercing scream rang out. Thief! Someone has stolen my precious treasure. Immediately, a group of burly men, moving like arrows, burst forth from within the shop. Oh my, is this truly exhilarating to encounter such an incident upon arrival? However, based on my memories from my previous life, the large commercial establishments within the core city are generally certified by the Tongshan Tower. Equipment and items in certified shops cannot be taken out unless they pass inspection, and typically, after a certain distance, they are automatically reclaimed by the system. So, why would there still be instances of theft? Could it be a special talent? Yet, as Jiang Chen pondered this, a shadowy figure clutched a circular jade pendant glowing with red light, hurtling back into the shop at an astonishing speed. Jiang Chen, quick on his feet, sidestepped just in time. Damn, that was close. I nearly got hit. I initially thought it was a special talent, but it turns out to be a clueless novice. That aligns with logic. If it were a special talent capable of circumventing the rules of the Tongshan Tower, the person would need to possess at least an S-level talent. Such an individual would hardly resort to stealing a jade pendant. Yet, why does that figure seem so familiar? Just like Never mind. Let us head inside and see. Jiang Chen pushed open the door and entered the equipment shop. Inside, a group of menacing muscular men wielding large clubs had encircled a young girl in a black dress. Damn, is that Lu Ruyan? The Lu family is considered a prominent family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Lu Ruyan is the legitimate daughter of the Lu family. How has she fallen to the point of thievery? Surely, her monthly allowance must exceed 100,000. What a twist of fate. I must investigate. Ha. As Jiang Chen took a step forward, Lu Ruyan, as if she had spotted a savior, broke through the encirclement and hid behind Jiang Chen. Her voice tinged with a slight whimper. Brother, they are bullying me. What's going on? Has she lost her mind? Why is she calling me brother? Jiang Chen quickly regained his composure, turning to meet Lu Ruyan's gaze and asking, Lu Ruyan, what is going on with you? Lu Ruyan, brother, save me. What the hell? What is happening? Sister, what are you doing? Just as Jiang Chen was bewildered, the shop owner approached, patting him on the shoulder and whispering, Young man, it appears you two are acquainted. If that is the case, then I shall waive the cost of that jade pendant the lady just took as a favor owed to you. However, the price of that pendant is 1,000,000 gold coins. You see, Jiang Chen turned around, letting out a cold laugh. What a worthless jade pendant. Worth 1,000,000? Moreover, hasn't the pendant returned already? The shop owner raised his right hand, pointing his index finger at Lu Ruyan. But look at this young lady. Jiang Chen followed the shopkeeper's gaze and turned around, only to see Lu Ruyan. Damn, what bad luck, he thought to himself. Immediately, Jiang Chen produced the black card gifted to him by Lin Yao, and, under the shopkeeper's astonished stare, he nonchalantly proclaimed, Please process the payment. The shopkeeper quickly regained his composure and, with a fawning demeanor, exclaimed, This card is the supreme black gold card of the Lin family, of which there are only 100 across the entire Blue Star. Since this is your first visit, I shall offer you a 50 discount. That amounts to 500,000 gold coins. Is the Lin family truly that formidable? Jiang Chen pondered. Moreover, was it possible that this card, of which only 100 existed throughout Blue Star, was the only one in his possession? It seemed that Yao Yao truly indulged him. With the shopkeeper cautiously accepting the black card, he retrieved a POS machine from behind the counter and swiped it. Ding! Payment successful. Young master, here you go. The shopkeeper held the black card in both hands, a smile illuminating his face as he handed it to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, feeling impatient, snatched the card and tugged at Lu Ruyan's hand, urging her to leave the shop. Lu Ruyan, are you a dog? Why are you still lingering? Hurry up and get out. Have you no shame? What bad luck. 5 minutes later, Jiang Chen led Lu Ruyan to a secluded alley. Damn! Although Lu Ruyan appears somewhat naive, her hands are truly marvelous, delicate, soft, and exquisitely smooth, and they feel delightfully cool to the touch. Jiang Chen found a quiet corner to sit down with her and earnestly inquired, Ruyan, what did you end up here? And why were you mistaken for a thief? Lu Ruyan blinked innocently and asked, Brother, what is a thief? Is it something delicious? Jiang Chen sighed, let it be. I'm exhausted. It seemed futile to extract any useful information from Lu Ruyan at this point. However, if she was not pretending to be foolish, her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to the rumored effects of a grand memory erasure technique from his past life. Legend had it that individuals subjected to excessive brainwashing would regress mentally, and in severe cases, become outright fools. Given Lu Ruyan's background, it was implausible that she was unaware of the rules governing the Divine Connection core city. Yet, how could she be foolish enough to resort to theft? Was she courting disaster? Moreover, she appeared to be an A-class talent awakener herself, even if she desired a jade pendant. 1,000,000 gold coins would hardly be an insurmountable sum for the Lu family. Never mind. I shall return and inquire with Yao regarding the situation. But could Lu Ruyan manage to find her way back alone in her current state? Chapter 29. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive. With this thought, Jiang Chen instructed Lu Ruyan, stay put and wait for me here. He then closed his eyes, reaching out to the connection in his mind with a third layer. With a swish, Jiang Chen found himself in a mysterious space. Lu Oshi, are you there? Come out. Lu Oshi, are you there? Come out. Lu Oshi, Luoshi, Luoshi. Suddenly, an ethereal voice resonated throughout the space. I hear you. Must you be so noisy? Can't a person get some sleep? What do you want? I have a friend whose mind is unclear. How can I bring her out of the divine connection tower? Well, that is somewhat troublesome. Is she male or female? Female. Since she is female, simply press your foreheads together and activate the tattoo on your hand. Remember to concentrate. If that fails, just give her a kiss. As this situation has never occurred before, an intellectually impaired person cannot enter. In essence, you need to guide her to focus her attention on you. What nonsense? Why do I feel like you're up to something nefarious? Enough chatter. Get out of here, I want to rest. As the world spun around him, Jiang Chen reappeared before Lu Ruyan. Damn, this is the second time. Luo, she has expelled me again. Is this what you call belonging? Indeed. The more beautiful the woman, the more deceptive she is. The ancients were right. They do not deceive me. Well, let's give it a try. I can only hope for the best. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and approached Lu Ruyan. He gently cradled her face, aligning their foreheads, and concentrated as he activated the tattoo on his hand. Instantly, a peculiar energy coursed between them, and Lu Ruyan's gaze began to sharpen, her eyes locking onto Jiang Chen with a look of confusion. Success! Jiang Chen rejoiced internally, ready to exhale in relief, when suddenly, Lu Ruyan's body went limp and collapsed into his arms. At that moment, both of them transformed into a flash of white light and vanished from their location. In Jiang Chen's rented room, a flash of white light appeared, and two figures descended, landing precisely on Jiang Chen's bed, which measured 8 meters. Thud! Ouch! What is this? So heavy. Are you trying to crush me? With my peak 0-level strength at level 100, I was nearly incapacitated by the weight. Jiang Chen pushed Lu Ruyan away with force, exclaiming in disdain, "Get off me!" Lu Ruyan looked up at Jiang Chen with a pitiful expression. Brother, do you not want me anymore? What? Anymore? What on earth happened? Has she been abandoned by the Lu family? That cannot be. She is at least an A-class awakener. Moreover, how did she end up in this state after entering the divine connection tower? Or was she transformed only after entering? Yet, her words implied that she had indeed been discarded prior to entering the tower, suggesting she became foolish first and then entered the divine connection tower. Why do I sense a grand conspiracy at play? I must ask Yao Yao. She should have received news immediately if something had transpired with the Lu family. Quickly rising, Jiang Chen composed a text message and sent it to Lin Yao. Jiang Chen, Yao Yao, please reply when you see this. I encountered Lu Ruyan in the divine connection tower today, and she seems a bit off, almost foolish. Jiang Chen, has something happened with the Lu family recently? After sending the message, Jiang Chen tossed his phone aside. It was currently 4 in the morning, and Lin Yao likely had yet to awaken. I'll take a shower first. After climbing the tower for several hours, I'm quite exhausted. A refreshing shower will help me relax. Lu Ruyan, stay put and don't cause any trouble. I'm going to wash up. Don't mess around, do you hear? Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen. What an utter simpleton. Poor child. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel. Upon checking his phone, he was surprised to see a reply from Lin Yao. Classmate, you don't know yet? A few hours ago, you cleared the 3rd layer and received an SSS rating. The Imperial Capital dispatched 9th-tier powerhouses to cast memory erasure on everyone who encountered you. You know, your previous relationship with Lu Ruyan was rather deep, so they were particularly harsh during the brainwashing process. Now, she has been abandoned by the Lu family. What? So the root of this calamity is none other than myself? Is this the cycle of cause and effect? Jiang Chen sighed, casting a glance at Lu Ruyan, who sat vacantly on the edge of the bed, his heart a tumult of emotions. Never mind. For now, I shall offer Lu Ruyan shelter until she returns to her senses, after which I will send her home. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly turned to Jiang Chen, her voice a mere whisper. Will you abandon me, brother? A wave of compassion washed over Jiang Chen as he approached her, gently stroking her head, reassuring her. No, brother will never forsake you. In an instant, joy illuminated Lu Ruyan's face, and she dashed from the bed to embrace Jiang Chen tightly around the waist. Alas, I am not equipped to care for a child. Yet, Lu Ruyan's form is indeed splendid. I estimate she must be at least a C cup. Ruyan, you should sleep here. I'll take a rest outside. No sooner had Jiang Chen spoken than Lu Ruyan burst into tears. No, I don't want to leave you. Have you decided to abandon me? For heaven's sake, it seems I must fetch another bed. Although Lu Ruyan presently exhibits the intellect of a 3 or 4-year-old, her body is that of an 18-year-old woman. Sharing a bed could easily lead to complications. I am a paragon of virtue. I would never take advantage of her vulnerability. All right, Rin, don't cry. Brother isn't leaving. I'm merely going to bring in a small bed. Lu Ruyan's face brightened immediately, and she obediently nodded. Goodness, if she recovers in the future, will she suffer social embarrassment? After much effort, Jiang Chen finally managed to bring the bed into the room. He looked at Lu Ruyan and shook his head helplessly, pondering. I hope tonight passes peacefully. However, as he lay down, ready to drift into slumber, Lu Ruyan suddenly leaned closer, batting her eyes as she asked, Brother, can you tell me a story? Of course. Ahem. Here we go. Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain stood a temple, where an old monk and a young monk resided. The old monk said to the young monk, Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and on that mountain stood a temple. This story is old news to Ruyan. It's not captivating. All right, let me try again. Jiang Chen cleared his throat once more, embarking on a new tale. Legend has it that Pangu created the world, Nuwa fashioned the deities, and the Yin and Huang emperors battled by the Yellow River, gradually giving rise to human existence. First, Sangjie invented characters, chronicling the tale of Dei shooting the suns, followed by Jingwei spreading her wings. After concluding the story, Jiang Chen began to sing a nursery rhyme. In what kind of garden do we dig and dig, planting what kind of seeds to bloom, what kind of flowers? In a little garden, we dig and dig, planting tiny seeds to blossom tiny flowers. In a big garden, we dig and dig, planting large seeds to yield large flowers. Lu Ruyan listened intently and soon fell asleep. Observing her exquisite sleeping visage, Jiang Chen felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He couldn't help but reach out, caressing Lu Ruyan's cheek, and slowly succumbed to sleep himself. This feeling is rather pleasant. Chapter 30. The Protective Laws? 5 hours later. Dingling, dingling, dingling. The alarm clock Jiang Chen had set went off precisely on time. He rubbed his eyes and yawned, instinctively slapping at the alarm. Smack! Wait, that sound seems off. Jiang Chen quickly opened his eyes, looking at the spot where his hand had struck. There lay Lu Ruyan, clutching her left hand tightly to her chest, drool trickling from her mouth, and a bright red handprint adorning her left cheek. My apologies. Do you believe I didn't mean to? Wait, something feels amiss. I distinctly remember Lu Ruyan sleeping on a large bed last night. How did she end up in my embrace? Furthermore, I struck her quite forcefully, yet she remained undisturbed. Could this be a side effect of memory erasure? Ruyan, wake up, wake up. Jiang Chen pushed Lu Ruyan a few times, but she remained unresponsive. Never mind. She acts like a dead pig. Perhaps this is for the best. I can first complete my ascension trial and return afterward. After all, with my abilities, it won't take long. However, hey, let go of my hand. Goodness, you're holding on too tightly. No matter. Jiang Chen extended his right hand, pressing firmly against Lu Ruyan's chest to create a gap for his left hand. And with a vigorous tug, he freed himself. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen felt an uneasy concern. Meeting you has certainly brought me misfortune. He then conjured paper and a pen from thin air, writing, Dear Ruyan, brother has urgent matters to attend to. When you awaken and feel hungry, remember to take some milk from the fridge. After finishing, Jiang Chen placed the note on Lu Ruyan's bedside, dressed, and began his morning routine. Once he completed his simple grooming, Jiang Chen communicated with the tattoo on the back of his hand, vanishing from the room in an instant. In the Divine Tower, First Core City, Jiang Chen reappeared in a flash of white light at the bustling center square of First Core City. However, he soon realized the area was teeming with people, leaving no room to stand. Grabbing a passerby, he inquired, Hey, brother, what is happening today that draws so many people? The man regarded Jiang Chen with a look of suspicion, astonished by his question, before patiently responding, "Brother, are you an alien? How could you not know? It's because of the God Slayer. The God Slayer achieved an SSS rating last night in clearing the 3rd level, and the system rewarded everyone with significant buffs. Now everyone is gathering here, preparing to enter the tower, hoping to seize this opportunity for a breakthrough. Brother, take my advice and hurry to the tower. The buff lasts only 6 hours. If you miss this chance, it won't come again. I'm off now. If fate allows, we shall meet again. Goodbye." Before Jiang Chen could respond, the man hastily pulled away, rushing towards the teleportation array. "Ah, I see. No wonder. Never mind. I must head to the trial area first." It is essential to note that after a rank elevation, the changes extend beyond mere numbers on a panel. The Awakened One's power will also experience a considerable enhancement. If I recall correctly, each rank increase grants an additional 10 final damage and 10 final damage reduction. For instance, a first rank Awakened will receive an extra 10 final damage and 10 final damage reduction, while a 9th rank Awakened will benefit from an additional 90 final damage and 90 final damage reduction. However, it is crucial to remember that any final damage and damage reduction gained through any means can never exceed 99.99 and will never reach 100, not even at the divine level. Yet, the fact that final damage reduction can never reach 100 does not imply that beings below divine level can achieve God-slaying through sheer damage output. 4. According to whispers from Jiang Chen's past life, divine beings seem to possess a unique protective law. It is said that without mastering the corresponding laws, it is utterly impossible to slay a god. For instance, if you, a level 1 Awakener, were to inflict an astounding 10 trillion points of damage upon a god-level Awakener, even with their 9,999 damage reduction, the actual damage dealt, despite reaching a staggering 100 billion, would still fall short of achieving divine slaying. Furthermore, once an Awakener grasps the laws, even at a rudimentary level, they are bestowed with a lifespan of at least 10,000 years. It is crucial to note that the theoretical maximum lifespan of a 9th tier Awakener is merely 3,000 years. This stark disparity in power is the fundamental reason for the vast gulf between God-level beings and 9th tier Awakeners. The distinction between God-level and sub-God levels is so pronounced that they scarcely belong to the same species. As for the specifics, such knowledge is beyond the grasp of Jiang Chen, a mere 4th tier pawn in his previous life. Without further contemplation, Jiang Chen swiftly moved towards the location etched in his memory and soon entered the trial zone. However, he found the entrance already teeming with individuals. The situation was unavoidable. The buffs granted by the system only took effect within the tower, and the ascension trials were conducted therein as well. This meant that a multitude of Awakeners were congregated at the trial's threshold, all yearning to leverage this wave of buffs to soar to greater heights. After all, the next SSS level evaluation was an uncertain prospect in the distant future. Upon witnessing the lengthy queue stretching for several hundred meters, Jiang Chen's brow furrowed in frustration. How exasperating. It felt as though he had lifted a rock only to crush his own foot. He would have been better off lingering at home for an additional hour, waiting for Lu Ru Yin to awaken before arriving. Speaking of which, would Lu Ru Yin seek to assign him tasks once she awoke? He fervently hoped she wouldn't stir up trouble. He simply could not endure further turmoil. Chapter 31. The Mysterious Beauty in the Next Room. Supplementary note. Not everyone awakens during the college entrance examination. After 30 minutes, Jiang Chen finally reached his turn. The primary reason being that the buff effects had expired just a few minutes prior. Consequently, a significant number of Awakeners, believing themselves insufficiently powerful, voluntarily departed the queue. Thus, Jiang Chen strode forward with confidence, stepping into the teleportation array of the trial zone. The system's countdown commenced. 3, 2, 1. The teleportation initiated. Ding. Dear God Slayer, welcome to trial room number 9527. The sudden system notification startled Jiang Chen immensely. Goodness, it directly announced his divine ID. Fortunately, all trial rooms here are single occupancy and completely isolated, so it is likely that the announcement won't be overheard outside. However, in trial room number 9526. A tall and striking beauty, who had been fiercely battling her opponent, froze momentarily upon hearing the system notification. Oh my, a god slayer. The one next door is a god slayer. Has he reached level 100 already? I must return and inform grandfather of this news. Just as the beauty was momentarily stunned, her opponent, a robot, suddenly lunged forward and firmly embraced her. Ding! Target detected as too powerful, initiating self-destruct sequence. 3, 2, 1, boom. Moments later, the beauty emerged from a thick cloud of smoke, coughing. Cough, cough, cough. How careless of me. What is this? A sour stench? Phew. Thankfully I passed. Hee hee, I shall soon be a first-tier powerhouse. She decided to head back. In trial room number 9527, Jiang Chen was utterly bewildered by the tremendous explosion emanating from the adjacent room. What on earth? Such a deafening blast? What on earth was happening next door? Were they engaged in such an intense battle? Wait a minute. I can hear the sounds. So I've been exposed. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I haven't shown my face. What am I worried about? It's almost time. Just 10 seconds remaining. At that moment, the system began its countdown, and the 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. As the countdown reached 0, a deep red subtitle materialized before Jiang Chen's eyes. Trial commences. Once the subtitle appeared, the floor of the trial room emitted a series of cracking sounds before sinking, revealing a square opening. Soon, a black robot was pushed up from beneath the square aperture, coming to rest steadily on the horizontal surface. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of realization crossed Jiang Chen's mind. It appears that the trial from 0 to first tier is identical to what I experienced in my previous life. The system randomly generates a robot, and defeating it is the key to successfully completing the trial. If my memory serves me right, the attributes of this robot should mirror my own precisely. Of course, it is only the attributes that align. The skills possessed by the robot far surpass those of current A-grade talent awakeners. Some robots even wield SSS-level skills. Hence, for those with lesser abilities, this presents a formidable challenge. Fortunately, there are 3 opportunities each week to attempt the Ascension trial. Moreover, there is no penalty for death during the challenge, so with a bit of time and some combat skills, most can successfully pass, even G-grade talent awakeners. As for myself, this would be a mere walk in the park. After all, I, Jiang Chen, am the one who dealt a staggering 70 million damage on the monument, overshadowing even the emperors. Hee hee, enough boasting. Prepare to perish. With that, Jiang Chen struck a dashing pose, then brought his fingers together, pointing skyward as he exclaimed, "Sword, come forth." As his voice resonated, the power of the stars began to coalesce in the air, gradually forming a colossal azure crystal sword. Jiang Chen swept his fingertip towards the robot, and the blue giant sword, seemingly responding to his command, shot directly towards the robot. Magic. 18997. Instant kill. Critical hit. 379,496. A damage value exceeding 300,000 floated above the robot's head, as the power of the stars obliterated it into oblivion. Jiang Chen's heart surged with elation. Wow, this was my first time executing such a maneuver. I never anticipated the outcome would be so remarkable. It seems that as long as there is sufficient magical power, any skill can be transformed into something extraordinary under the influence of talent. Falling Stars was meant to summon the power of starlight to strike a target. Yet with the alteration by talent, it directly morphed into the summoning of a giant sword. Roughly calculating, transforming the rigid beam attack into a spectacular blue sword strike appears to require an additional 4,000 magical points. Well, for now, it seems prudent to use it sparingly. It is not cost-effective. After all, the original consumption of an A-grade Falling Stars is merely 200 magical points. Nonetheless, this is a promising omen. Just then, a black subtitle appeared before Jiang Chen. Trial passed. Subsequently, a series of system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding. Dear Player God Slayer, congratulations on successfully passing the Ascension trial. Ding. Your rank has been elevated. Current rank, first tier. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired a first tier enhancement. an increase of 10 to your final attack damage, and an additional 10 to your final damage mitigation, lasting indefinitely. Ding! Congratulations! You have received a promotion reward of 500 free attribute points. Ding! Your level cap has been elevated, now allowing you to ascend to a maximum of level 200. Ding! You have successfully unlocked the teleportation array leading to the 11th floor. Ding! In 1 minute, you will be automatically transported back to the Divine Core City. Please prepare yourself. Only 1 minute remaining. I recall that when I previously held the top position on the ranking stele, I was granted a special lottery opportunity that I never got around to using. Now seems the perfect time to employ it. Subsequently, Jiang Chen opened his backpack, swiftly locating this special lottery opportunity one, and promptly clicked Use. Before Jiang Chen appeared a vibrant spinning wheel, whirling rapidly. The pointer gradually decelerated, ultimately halting in the golden sector. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained an SSS grade item. Invincibility Potion. Invincibility Potion upon use. You will enter a state of absolute invincibility for the next 30 minutes, rendering you immune to all damage and negative effects. Wow, what a remarkable item. It's an invincibility-related item. Alas, it is only usable once. Nevertheless, it is sufficient for preserving my life. Given my current notoriety, those wishing for my demise likely number in the millions. Who knows when it might come in handy? The minute is almost up. Time to head back. Lu Ruyan, please do not cause any trouble for me. Chapter 32. The water in there is not fit for consumption. The imperial capital. The Wang family. As Wang Xinran exited the trial room, she could hardly contain her excitement as she returned to the real world from the Divine Core City. Upon entering her chamber, she immediately took out her phone to draft a message. Wang Xinran, Grandpa, today, during the promotion trial, I encountered the God Slayer. He was right next to me. Soon, her phone chimed with a notification. Beep beep. Oh man, oh. My precious granddaughter. Did you see him? What does he look like? Handsome, is he? Should I set up a connection for you? Wang Xinran's face darkened. What on earth was this conversation? She quickly replied, Grandpa, don't you find this surprising? He just cleared the 3rd floor yesterday, which means he certainly hasn't entered from the 4th to the 10th floors. So, how did he obtain the qualifications for the promotion trial? I remember that the Divine Tower strictly mandates that one must completely clear all 10 floors and reach level 100 to unlock the promotion trial, right? Oh man, perhaps he has alternative means to participate directly in the promotion trial? Don't overthink it. Encountering such a genius is a rare opportunity. However, Grandpa, I can't shake the feeling that things aren't as simple as they seem. There must be some secrets we are unaware of. My dear, there are certain things you need not know. Just understand that the information regarding the God Slayer has been classified as an SSS grade file by the Emperors. And the less you know, the better. Moreover, Grandpa has heard that the God Slayer will participate in the Divine Seed training program in a week. I advise you to hasten your strength improvement, for you may encounter him then. Both possessing SSS grade talents, you mustn't tarnish Grandpa's reputation. Understood? Oh, got it, Grandpa. Jiang Chen's rental apartment. After the trial concluded, Jiang Chen immediately activated his tattoo to return home. However, upon appearing on his bed, he found no sign of Lu Ruyan. Damn, what was I afraid of? Where's she gone? Ruyan, ah, gurgle, brother, you're back? Phew. Thankfully, she has gone missing, but that sound seems to be coming from the bathroom. Jiang Chen followed the sound toward the bathroom, pulling back the curtain to find Lu Ruyan holding a ceramic bowl, preparing to scoop a bowl of water from the toilet to drink. Ah, little Ruyan. No, don't. That's the toilet. It's filthy. The water is not drinkable. Ah, it's not drinkable? Oh no. You haven't already drunk it, have you? No. Ruyan just came in and hasn't drunk yet, brother. Then what did you drink earlier? Oh, the milk from the fridge. It's all gone. But Ruyan is still a bit thirsty. Brother. ISNT Ruyan, very clever? Jiang Chen, yes. You are exceptionally clever. Especially clever. Phew. Thankfully, I returned in time, otherwise. Puffed. Sorry, I couldn't hold back. It's just too funny. All right, Ruyan, come here. Okay, brother. Hearing Jiang Chen call her over, Lu Ruyan immediately tossed the bowl into the toilet and ran towards Jiang Chen. Damn, that's the bowl I eat from. The next moment, a soft, fluffy figure dashed into Jiang Chen's embrace. "This is quite nice." Jiang Chen, with a resigned expression, raised a hand to pinch Lu Ruian's delicate face, gently saying, "Let us go. Brother will take you downstairs to buy something. From now on, you must not come to the bathroom looking for water, understood?" Lu Ruian wrapped her arms around Jiang Chen's waist, obediently nodding. "I'll listen to brother." "Ah, that tickles. Don't rub your head against me. If this continues, it'll surely ignite a fire. What if I send you to Yao Yao's house? Two girls living together should be much more convenient." However, Lu Ruian and Yao Yao aren't familiar with each other. Moreover, seeing Lu Ruian like this, it's clear she's decided to cling to me. Forget it. Let us just take care of her for now. Aside from being a bit foolish, she is quite charming. Yes, quite charming. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen returned upstairs carrying a large bag filled with various items for girls. Things like lingerie, sanitary pads, snacks, and essentially everything one could think of. He even purchased a pink Barbie doll. Look, at this moment, Lu Ruian was gleefully holding it, squeezing in her hands. "Lu Ruian, you're my living ancestor. I owe you for my past life." Jiang Chen felt he would never forget the look in the supermarket owner's eyes. It was as if he were staring at a kidnapper of an unsuspecting girl. "Damn, I am destined to be a god. A god. Do you understand? Lu Ruian, you are my greatest embarrassment in this lifetime. However, who told me to be kind-hearted? Hee hee, little girl. The strange uncle has come to collect his interest." Immediately, Jiang Chen flashed a mischievous smile at Lu Ruian, yet her innocent demeanor made it difficult for him to overcome the mental block. "You win. I concede. I'm scared of you. Let us go. Ruian, let us head inside." Lu Ruian, without looking back, casually replied, Is the Barbie doll really that fun?" Upon returning to the room, Jiang Chen opened his Penguin account, composed a message, and sent it to Lin Yao. "Yao Yao, I just successfully promoted. I'm now a first-tier warrior. Muscle." Lin Yao almost instantly replied, "Wow, that was fast. Congratulations to you, the first-tier powerhouse, Jiang Chen. I'm still preparing to challenge the 6th level." Jiang Chen replied with a smile, Thank you, Yao Yao. By the way, I have something to tell you." He then briefly explained the situation regarding Lu Ruian. After a while, Lin Yao responded, "So what do you plan to do? Are you going to keep bringing her along?" Jiang Chen pondered for a moment and replied, "I'm not quite sure for now. I'll just keep her with me. She is quite reliant on me, and I don't feel comfortable leaving her with someone else." Lin Yao fell silent for a moment before responding, "All right. If you need any help, just let me know." A warm feeling enveloped Jiang Chen as he replied, "Okay, Yao Yao. Thank you." After closing the chat window, Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Ruian, who was playing with her Barbie dolls, and sighed. Sigh. Let her play for now. After all, nothing major should happen. We all awaken on the same day. Yet Lin Yao has already ascended to the 5th level. It seems everyone is working hard. If it weren't for my connection with Luo Shi, I might still be struggling on the 4th level. That being said, I must not be diligent enough. I need to continue preparing for the ascent. Chapter 33. I don't eat beef after spending some time in the room, Jiang Chen. Feeling bored due to the cooldown period of the Divine Communication Tower's login device, decided to update his equipment before venturing into the 11th level. Although monsters do not gain bonuses to final damage or final damage reduction when upgrading from 0 to 1st tier, the basic attribute growth of monsters in the 11th level is at least 50 higher than that of those in the 10th level. Of course, given Jiang Chen's strength, he could easily dispatch the monsters of the 11th level with a single strike of Starfall. However, unlike the previous 10 levels, from the 11th level onward, each subsequent level is occupied by various races. This occupation does not imply that the levels are guarded by those races. Rather, after a level is occupied, the entire environment remains in game mode. Moreover, starting from the 11th level, except for certain special levels, a maximum of 5 players can team up to explore together. Thus, generally, one would not encounter other races while navigating through the levels. This occupation means that the occupying race, like Jiang Chen, can gain a certain amount of experience points and item rewards after a set period, and can also adjust and tweak the level information within their jurisdiction. For example, if the NTH level is occupied by the Bull Demon race, which is in an antagonistic relationship with the human race. Then the bull demon race can set all monsters within the level to deal 50 more damage to humans while reducing damage to themselves by 50. Although this may seem unfair, in the context of the Divine Communication Tower, both humans and the bull demon race are considered creatures, thus experiencing both buffs and debuffs, which the system deems reasonable. While there are numerical limits to such attribute adjustments, the overall enhancement for the bull demon race is significant. Therefore, once a race occupies a level of the Divine Communication Tower, they will maximize the setting of special conditions to assist their kin, making it considerably easier for them to clear that level. In essence, the more levels a race occupies, the more of their kin can pass through those levels, leading to greater rewards, while reducing the number of opponents who can succeed in those levels, thereby diminishing their spoils. Moreover, they can alter basic settings of a level, such as the weather. For instance, the snowman race can adjust the environmental conditions to favor an icy climate, enhancing their probability of clearing the level while simultaneously hindering the chances of other hostile races. This is one of the pivotal reasons why all races in the universe strive desperately to occupy more levels. Furthermore, there is an even more crucial factor. Once a race successfully occupies a level, they can subsequently arrange for their kin to enter that level at a cost, and then interfere with the awakening individuals currently exploring it, delivering devastating blows to the opposing race's talented awakeners. This is precisely the scenario Jiang Chen fears the most. Of course, there is a covenant among the races, including humans, generally prohibiting such actions. Otherwise, they would face joint sanctions from all races. However, barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Chen is likely to have gained notoriety. Within and beyond Blue Star, virtually every creature knows of the infamous Slaughter God. Given his uniqueness, it is likely that all races, aside from humans, wish to extinguish him in his infancy. Therefore, while Jiang Chen is confident in passing through the 11th level, he fears that the occupying race may send powerful individuals to disrupt him. For instance, if a race discovers him and sends down a 9th-tier powerhouse, even with the balance mechanism of the level in place, they would still retain at least a 5th-tier strength. Naturally, such occurrences are rare. Generally, the information of challengers within the levels is strictly protected by the Divine Communication Tower. Furthermore, the cost of summoning is not insignificant. Thus, as long as the hostile race does not receive prior intelligence, such situations are unlikely to arise. In summary, from the 11th level onward, awakeners must not only challenge the Divine Communication Tower, but must also be vigilant against the potential emergence of foreign powerful beings. This, for Jiang Chen, is the true challenge of the subsequent levels. Since all equipment and items obtained by awakeners within the Divine Communication Tower, including their own strength, can be fully brought back to the real world, Blue Star is home to numerous shops dedicated to selling equipment and items. At present, Jiang Chen is preparing to purchase a complete set of equipment from the largest trading website in all of Blue Star. Jiang Chen skillfully opened his phone, entered Tiango Trading Center on the Wandun website, and subsequently downloaded the Tiango software. After the download was complete, he opened the software, filled in his tier as first tier in the rank column, casually registered a nickname, and began browsing for equipment. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chen's gaze landed on a set of equipment named Starshine Watcher, an A-tier level 100 set. Oh, this set is quite nice. It suits me perfectly. He quickly contacted the seller, crafted a message, and sent it along with the equipment details. Hello, boss. May I ask how much this set of equipment costs? Is there any chance for a discount? 3 million seems a bit steep. Within 15 seconds, the customer service replied, Dear customer, I don't eat beef, hello. This set of equipment was originally priced at 3 million. It is particularly suitable for newcomers just reaching the first tier. However, we understand that this is your first visit to our store, so we recommend you click on the top right corner to follow our store, and you can receive an 85% discount. Upon reading the seller's response, Jiang Chen began to mentally calculate. Following for an 85% discount. Plus, since I'm using my Supreme Black Gold card for the first time on this platform, it should give me an additional 50 off. So the actual cost would be around 1,275,000 gold coins to acquire an entire set of A-tier equipment. And at level 100, that's quite a bargain. Thus, Jiang Chen proceeded to bind his card. Beep. Verification code error. Beep. Real name authentication failed. Beep. Card binding failed. Damn. I almost forgot this card was given to me by Lin Yao. He had grown so accustomed to using it. After all, the previous 2 times required merely a swipe of the card, rendering the process of binding the card entirely unnecessary. Oh well, never mind. Perhaps I should consult Yao Yao. However, before Jiang Chen could pose his inquiry, a new message popped up on his Penguin account. Classmate, XXXXXX. How considerate. I recall that such verification codes are generally valid for only 5 minutes. I must hurry and bind it once more. Chapter 34. It is said that playing with Barbie dolls can enhance one's intelligence. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen finally succeeded in placing his order. It is likely that the goods will arrive within a day. After all, the awakened are extraordinary beings endowed with supernatural abilities. As for his package, it is designated to be delivered by the renowned Beifeng Express, capable of reaching any location in Xia country within a single day. Satisfied, Jiang Chen set his phone aside and gazed towards Lu Rian's position, letting out a sigh. Alas, that foolish girl, still engrossed in her Barbie dolls? I fail to comprehend. Is this pastime truly enjoyable? Little Rian, I shall take a brief rest. Please take care not to cause any chaos at home. If someone rings the doorbell, do remember to wake your brother, all right? Got it. You're so naggy, brother. Jiang Chen. Little Rian actually find me bothersome. Sigh. Suddenly, he felt a pang of nostalgia for the previous Lu Ruyan. If only the head of the Lu family had not been so adamant, perhaps. Sigh. It is better not to dwell on past sorrows. I am now a possessor of a rule-level talent, a being destined for divinity. Why should I be concerned with such trivial matters? However, how dare they abandon such a pitiable and adorable little Ruyan? Why find the opportunity? I shall ensure that the head of the Lu family experiences my might. Time to rest. Once the equipment arrives, I must seize the night to ascend the tower. Jiang Chen lay upon his bed and soon fell into a deep slumber. 6 hours later, dingling, 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 the alarm rang, jolting Jiang Chen awake, only to find 2 soft objects resting upon his face, faintly exuding a delicate fragrance. Once he steadied his thoughts, Jiang Chen was astonished to discover that he had fallen asleep resting on Lu Rian's legs, his face nestled between her bosom. Wasn't Lu Rian playing with Barbie dolls? How did she end up on my bed? Embarrassed, Jiang Chen lifted his head, their eyes meeting, and miraculously, Lu Rian's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she softly murmured, "Brother, you're awake. I was worried you might catch a chill, so..." Seeing Lu Rian's reaction, Jiang Chen was taken aback. She can feel shy? This is hardly the demeanor of a 3-year-old. Could playing with Barbie dolls actually enhance intelligence? Perhaps I should buy her a few more. And she was worried about me catching a chill, so she cuddled up to me while sleeping? This logic is considerably more coherent than before. Never mind. I shall consult Yao Yao later to discern the situation. After all, Yao Yao was the Empress of Yaoguang in her previous life. She surely possesses more understanding of such matters than I do. For now, I must rise and retrieve my package. Ruyan, wake up. Brother S' package has arrived. Oh, okay. With that, Lu Rian obediently knelt to one side like a little kitten. Jiang Chen, sister, have I truly erred? Is it necessary to punish me like this? At least put on some clothes. Your collar is all undone. Even an old sage would weep. I now have ample reason to suspect you are an undercover agent sent by the Lu family to seduce me. Not dwelling further, Jiang Chen swiftly rolled off the bed, dressed, and headed downstairs. In the lobby, he spotted a young man clad in a yellow robe, patiently holding a palm-sized box. As Jiang Chen approached, the young man inquired, "Brother, what is the last digit of your mobile number?" Jiang Chen, XXXX. The young man glanced at the box in his hands and asked again, "The Tengu number instructs me not to consume beef, correct?" Jiang Chen nodded gently indeed. "All right, please present the goods order. I shall scan it for you." Jiang Chen retrieved his phone, opened the logistics software, and displayed the order to the young man. Beep. Order successful. The young man then handed the box to Jiang Chen, offering a blessing, wishing you a delightful life. Thank you, Jiang Chen replied, accepting the box with courtesy. Upon acquiring the box, he hurried upstairs, quickly locking the door behind him. This package is worth over 1,000,000 gold coins. If discovered by the neighbors, it could provoke untold chaos. While for Jiang Chen, 1,000,000 gold coins is not an exorbitant sum. For ordinary individuals, it represents a fortune that would require several lifetimes to amass. 1,000,000 gold coins equate to 10 million Xia country coins. Such a colossal sum is sufficient to ensure that the majority of common folk could live comfortably for generations. Once the door was shut, Jiang Chen swiftly unwrapped the package, revealing a lavish golden watch nestled within. Is this the storage watch? Truly befitting a delivery worth over 1,000,000 gold coins. The packaging itself is crafted from such high-grade materials. According to Jiang Chen's knowledge from his past life, storage watches resemble the spatial bags found in fantasy novels, serving as special space-related artifacts. It is said they are crafted by awakened individuals with spatial talents using unique methods, with the materials alone valued at no less than 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the creator's power level must be at least tier 5. Any awakened below that tier, even when employing special means, would produce a storage space that is exceedingly limited. From Jiang Chen's perspective, the space within this storage watch is approximately 5 cubic meters, roughly equivalent to a small room. Such a watch typically sells for between 300,000 to 500,000 gold coins. In his previous life, Jiang Chen could only dream of affording such a luxury. Even if he were to acquire one by chance, he would undoubtedly sell it for cash. Given this, it seems that the original price of the items I ordered is 3,000,000 gold coins, with a storage watch valued at around 300,000 gold coins, indicating the seller's ample sincerity. Just then, Lu Ruyan suddenly leaned closer, staring intently at the watch. Brother, what is this? It looks so beautiful. An idea struck Jiang Chen, and he decided to tease her. This is something edible, specially purchased for you. Would you like to try it, Ruyan? No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ruyan reached out, seizing the watch and taking a bite. Ah, thank you, brother. With a sudden crack, Lu Ruyan began to cry in distress. Wah, brother deceived me. This is not food. I cannot bite it. Bad brother, stinky brother. With that, she swiftly rose and tossed the storage watch onto the ground. Jiang Chen, what? You actually bit it. Just moments ago, I suspected you were an undercover agent sent by the Lu family to seduce me. But with this level of intellect, I doubt you'd survive a single episode. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen picked up the watch and casually lifted Lu Ruyan's skirt to wipe it off. Bad brother, what are you doing? Be good, stop fooling around. Ruyan, listen to your brother. You're infuriating Ruyan. Ruyan will not play with the bad brother. After speaking, Lu Ruyan rose from her seat and returned to her bed, resuming her play with her Barbie dolls. Ahem. It seems she is not entirely beyond hope after all. Chapter 35. The Brain's Self-Protective Mechanism. Once Lu Ruyan settled into bed, Jiang Chen shook his head in resignation. He swiftly retrieved his gear from a storage watch and employed his insight technique to examine the specific attributes of the equipment. Equipment: Starry Dreamweaver Armor. Quality A. Type: Chest Armor. Level 100. Attributes: Max Health Bonus, 5,000. Physical Defense Bonus, 500. Magical Defense Bonus, 300. Affix: 20 reduction in light-type combat damage. Equipment: Starry Wing Veil. Quality: A-type Cloak. Level 100. Attributes: Max Health Bonus, 2,000. Max Mana Bonus, 5,000. Physical Defense Bonus, 200. Magical Defense Bonus, 400. Magical Attack Bonus, 500. Affix: increases all magical damage dealt by 15. Equipment: Starry Crown. Quality: A-type Helmet. Level 100. Attributes: Max Health Bonus, 2,000. Intelligence Bonus, 150. Spirit Bonus, 200. Magic Resistance Bonus, 15. Affix: 30 chance to ignore mental control skills. Equipment: Starry Cloudwalker Boots. Quality: A-type Footwear. Level 100. Attributes: Agility Bonus, 300. Critical Hit Rate Bonus, 10. Affix: each time a skill is cast. Movement speed is increased by 20 for 10 seconds. Equipment, Starry Bracelet. Quality, A. Type, Bracelet. Level 100. Attributes, Intelligence bonus, 200. Critical hit rate bonus, 10. Magical damage bonus, 20. Additional block chance bonus, 15. Affix, each unit killed increases max health by 1. Stacking up to 50, lasting 30 seconds, refreshing upon kill. Equipment, Starry Whisper Ring. Quality, A. Type, Ring. Level 100. Attributes, Intelligence bonus, 200. Spirit bonus, 200. Magical attack bonus, 15. Affix, killing a target guarantees the next magical attack will deal 30 more damage. Equipment, Starry Guardian Necklace. Quality, A. Type, Necklace. Level 100. Attributes, Constitution bonus, 200. Intelligence bonus, 200. Max health bonus, 20. Affix, instantly restores 20 max health when near death. Equipment, Starry Blessing Amulet. Quality, A. Type, Trinket. Level 100. Attributes, Intelligence bonus, 400. Spirit bonus, 400. Magical defense bonus, 15. Magical attack bonus, 15. Affix, restores 1 max mana per second, effective even in combat. Set skill, upon assembling all 8 pieces of the Starry Guardian series, one gains the unique skill, Starry Guardian. 88. After reviewing the equipment attributes, Jiang Chen gasped in astonishment. Goodness, this is utterly terrifying. Once donned, this set of gear could potentially double his damage output. Other attributes would likely see a significant enhancement as well. Truly, this is a level 100 set of quality A. The attributes nearly rival those of typical level 200 gear. While the base attributes may seem modest, the accompanying percentage effects are indeed extraordinary. This gear enhances both offensive and defensive capabilities. The only shortcoming is that none of the 8 pieces possess any control effects. However, he could utilize his talents to create various control effects against his foes, just as he had done when battling Luo Shi, cursing her to nullify her defenses instantaneously. Similarly, should he inadvertently fall victim to an enemy's control skill, he could likely expend a certain amount of mana to break free. With such an extraordinary talent at his disposal, his most pressing needs are not damage output, but rather mana and health. It can be said that as long as his mana is sufficient, even the simplest fireball could be transformed into a colossal asteroid-level meteorite. If he were to expend a bit more life force, a single fireball might even wreak havoc on a grand scale. Let us now examine the set skill. An A-grade set skill should be formidable indeed. With Beta Breath, Jiang Chen activated Starry Guardian. Starry Guardian, upon activation, gain a star shield equivalent to 250 of your max health. While the shield exists, increases damage dealt by 40 for light-type skills and provides 40 damage reduction, with a 50 chance to immunity against control skills. The skill lasts for 5 minutes. Upon expiration, remaining shield converts proportionally to health restoration at a rate of 5 per second. Upon seeing this set skill, Jiang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wow, this life-preserving capability is simply astounding. I can't take it anymore. I must test this tonight. With this, even if a 5th-tier powerhouse were to suddenly appear on the 11th floor, he would have a reasonable chance of overcoming it. The life-draining talent is no jest. He promptly donned all 8 pieces of equipment, radiating a faint starry light. The sudden brilliance caught Lu Ruyan's attention as she dressed her Barbie dolls. Wow, brother, you look so handsome, and you're glowing. With that exclamation, Lu Ruyan discarded her Barbie doll and rushed to Jiang Chen's side, playfully reaching out to him. Jiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Of course, little Ruyan, would you like to wear it? Lu Ruyan nodded eagerly, akin to a chick pecking at rice. Ruyan wants to. In that moment, Jiang Chen recalled a psychology book he had read in his past life, which described cases like Lu Ruyan's, where the brain had sustained some form of psychological trauma, causing the mind to regress to childhood. It was highly probable that Lu Ruyan had suffered damage to a specific part of her brain due to excessive memory erasure techniques, and her subconscious had forcibly reverted her mentality to that of a child as a protective measure. This, in essence, is a form of the brain's self-protective mechanism. Generally speaking, with sufficient time for recuperation, allowing the brain to heal itself, her mental state could achieve a favorable recovery. Thus, after a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen gently encouraged her. Then little Ru Yin must grow up quickly. Once you do, you can wear it. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's words, Lu Ruyin clenched her tiny fists, her gaze resolute as she nodded. Ruyin will work hard to grow up. In response, Jiang Chen let out a weary sigh. Alas, is this truly the mental level of a child? At this rate of recovery, when will it ever come to an end? I sincerely hope she recovers swiftly. Otherwise, it will be quite inconvenient to do anything. After all, in about a week, I must participate in the Divine Seed training program. It is evident that I cannot bring anyone along. There is simply no spare time to attend to her. I should inquire with Yao Yao if she possesses any similar mental abilities, as I hope it might prove beneficial. In just a few hours, the cooldown period for the login device will conclude, and I shall take a brief rest before resuming my fervent endeavors. Ruyin, come here and keep your brother company as we sleep. With that, Jiang Chen patted the space beside him, and upon hearing his call, Lu Ruyin immediately climbed from the large bed onto Jiang Chen's smaller one, nestling obediently in his embrace. Before long, the sound of even breathing filled the air. Jiang Chen gazed down at the slumbering Lu Ruyin in his arms, his heart brimming with affection. Alas, poor child. Chapter 36, The Solitary Path to Ascendancy. As night descended, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes and instinctively yawned. How delightful. I managed to awaken naturally this time. Oh, the login device. The mere thought of it caused Jiang Chen to direct his gaze toward the login tattoo on the back of his right hand. At that moment, the tattoo emitted a faint golden glow. Splendid. The cooldown period has concluded. I can commence my tower conquest once more. Subsequently, Jiang Chen turned to look at the sleeping Lu Ruyin beside him, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Sigh. This girl, how pitiful she is. I wonder when she will recover. Alas, this issue cannot be resolved swiftly. I shall proceed to the tower and enhance my strength, for that is of utmost importance. Hee. Level 11. Here I come. In the Divine Tower, First Core City. With a flash of white light, Jiang Chen's figure reappeared in the central plaza of First Core City. If I recall correctly, Luoshi mentioned that before I enter the tower this time, I should seek her out. Yes, she must have something significant to convey. Thus, I shall find her first. It won't take much time at all. Jiang Chen swiftly made his way to a secluded corner, and taking advantage of the lack of attention, he vanished from sight with a mere thought. Level 3. Mysterious Space. Jiang Chen's figure transformed into a beam of white light, materializing within the mysterious space of Level 3. Luoshi, are you there? I am here. As soon as Jiang Chen's voice echoed, a graceful figure clad in a pink gown appeared before him. Luoshi scrutinized Jiang Chen from top to bottom, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment gleaming in her eyes. Your aura seems to have grown significantly stronger since our last encounter. It appears you have successfully passed the Ascension trial. Jiang Chen scratched his head and replied with a smile. Yes, thanks to you, I succeeded in my ascension. Luoshi nodded with a smile, her expression soon turning serious. You should be well aware of the rules of the Divine Tower. Generally, Awakeners must completely clear the first 10 levels and successfully complete the Ascension trial to activate the teleportation array to the next core city. After saying this, Luoshi turned her gaze toward Jiang Chen and continued, However, your situation is exceptional. You bypassed the novice trials from level 4 to level 10. This means you have only met the second condition while failing to satisfy the first. Thus, you cannot activate the teleportation array to the next core city. What I can do is assist you in activating the teleportation array to the second core city, after which you can proceed to level 11 on your own. With that, Luoshi turned to Jiang Chen and playfully inquired, So, young man, are you ready? Upon hearing her question, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed upon Luoshi. I've been ready. Luoshi nodded slightly, a strange glow emanating from her hand. Moments later, a blue portal appeared before them. Step inside. Young man, I wish you good fortune. Luoshi smiled. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen entered the portal and the scene before him shifted instantly. In the Divine Tower, second core city. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of white light flashed as multiple figures were simultaneously transported to the central plaza of the second core city. As Jiang Chen's vision gradually cleared, he began to stride towards the teleportation array that would take him directly to level 11. However, just as he made his move, a voice belonging to a middle-aged man suddenly called out from behind. "Hey friend, please wait a moment." What is this? Who is this? Do I know him? Why is he calling me? Hearing the man shout, Jiang Chen halted in his tracks, turning to face the man with a befuddled expression. Upon seeing Jiang Chen stop, the man's face lit up with joy as he hurried over and extended a friendly hand. "Hi friend, nice to meet you. My divine ID is Ancient Spirit Swordsman. You must be new to Second Core City as well. I heard that from level 11 onwards, the team feature will be enabled, allowing us to tackle the tower together. We have 4 people here, and with you, we will have a full team of 5. As the saying goes, many hands make light work. So what do you think, friend? Shall we team up to conquer the tower?" Upon hearing the enthusiastic invitation from the young man, Jiang Chen immediately waved his hands in refusal. No, you should find someone else. Brother, what a joke. I am a god slayer. How could a god slayer possibly team up with others? Teaming up would merely expose personal information. Wouldn't it? I'm sorry, my friend. It's not that I'm aloof. Rather, I simply wish to avoid unnecessary complications. More importantly, should I join your team? There's a chance the Imperial capital would send someone to arrange a mandatory memory wipe package for you. Alas, it's too difficult. I'm doing this for your own good. Ever since awakening the unique rule-level talent, I have existed in a separate realm from the vast majority of people in this world. The path I tread is a solitary journey toward ascendance. This path, while the most solitary, is also the most desolate. My companions will only be those geniuses who possess SSS-level talents, such as Lillia. Seeing Jiang Chen's resolute rejection, Ancient Spirit Swordsman appeared somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, before politely smiling at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen, no longer hesitating, turned away and departed, internally relieved to have avoided prolonged entanglement. Thus, he quickened his pace towards the location of the teleportation array. Soon, he arrived before the massive teleportation array. Standing in the center of the enormous array, Jiang Chen felt the surging energy around him, his emotions a mix of excitement and anxiety. He took a deep breath and activated the teleportation array immediately. A flash of white light enveloped him, and his figure vanished within the array. Level 11. I have returned. Chapter 37. Have I transformed into a female elf? Jiang Chen swiftly traversed the teleportation array, directly entering the enigmatic realm of the 11th level of the Divine Tower. Dear God Slayer, may you swiftly conquer the Divine Tower. According to Jiang Chen's memories from a previous life, the dungeons from the 11th to the 20th levels form an interconnected, colossal instance known as the Forest of Elves. This forest is inhabited by a myriad of ethereal beings, and the awakened ones venturing within must embody one of 2 factions, the Red Elves or the Blue Elves. It is crucial to note that the distinction between the Red and Blue Elf pertains solely to the Challenger's class and attribute growth, rather than their skin color. Indeed, aside from possessing wings and pointed ears, the physical characteristics of the Elven race bear a striking resemblance to those of humans. Furthermore, this particular stage features an intriguing characteristic. The awakened participants are granted the liberty to choose their gender. Upon establishing their identity, the awakened will embody this persona for the subsequent 10 levels. It is only upon successfully traversing the 20th level that they may reclaim their original information. Upon entering the 11th level, the awakened one's foundational attributes will be reset. However, their innate talents and rank will remain intact. Typically, those daring to challenge the 11th level are newly ascended to the 1st tier. Thus, the awakened's talent level becomes the paramount factor influencing the difficulty of the stage. A clever twist lies in the fact that levels 11 through 20 are all attributed to the Elven race. This does not imply that the Elven race occupies all 10 levels, but rather that the entire Elven alliance, comprised of hundreds of major races, claims dominion over them, with the Elven race itself serving as the alliance's leader. If memory serves correctly, The elven race resides on the 20th level of the Divine Tower, while the 11th level that Jiang Chen is about to challenge is represented by the Treant race, the very same race to which the bumbling merchant he encountered in the first core city belongs. It appears that the Treant race occupies merely the lowest tier of the Divine Tower, suggesting a seemingly weak lineage. However, considering that the total number of accessible levels in the Divine Tower, including the third level already seized by Jiang Chen, amounts to a mere 91. This alone attests to the Treant race's formidable prowess, placing them within the top 100 among the myriad races. Ding, please select your race. Without hesitation, two options materialized before Jiang Chen: Red Elf or Blue Elf. Contemplating his choice, he recalled that the Red Elf is aligned with strength and physical attack attributes, while the Blue Elf is associated with intellect and magical attack attributes. Thus, he opted for the Blue Elf. Ding, congratulations on your successful selection. Defeating opposing faction NPCs and completing tasks will allow you to accumulate exploration points. Indeed, there was no deviation from his previous life. Upon taking on the role of an elf, the awakened ones must engage in faction battles within the Forest of Elves. The narrative unfolds progressively with the advancement through levels. Even if his faction ultimately fails to seize power, as long as he avoids death along the way, he will successfully pass the 20th level and, at the very least, receive a C-grade evaluation. Should he perish midway, he would have to await the cooldown period for the next login to continue his quest. At that moment, two more options appear before him: male elf or female elf. He recalled having chosen male elf in his previous life. This time, given his unique identity and the need for concealment, he decided to select female elf. He chuckled to himself. Rest assured, I harbor no ulterior motives. This is purely for the sake of identity concealment. After all, in the eyes of myriad races, how could a heroic figure like the Godslayer disregard their identity to alter their gender? Ding, congratulations on your successful selection. No sooner had the words left his lips than a radiant light enveloped Jiang Chen. Ding, transforming character appearance. Ding, bestowing character class. Ding, generating character panel. Ding, transformation successful. Eagerly, Jiang Chen opened his latest attribute panel. Name: unnamed. Race: blue elf. Gender: female. Level: 1 class. Wind Whisper talent. Minds will rank. SSS health points: 200 mana points, 500 physical attack, 20 magical attack, 50 physical defense, 20 magical defense, 20 skills: magic arrow, magic shield, healing spell, chain lightning, windbind. Description: a blue elf awakened from the heavens, a naturally born SSS level elf with unparalleled potential. Splendid. A perfect inheritance of talent. This is a solid foundation. An SSS level attribute panel right from the start. As for the name, let it be Lillia. Ding, teleportation commencing in 10 seconds. Adventurer, please prepare adequately. He chuckled. Dear Blue Elves, I have arrived. As the countdown reached its conclusion, darkness enveloped Jiang Chen momentarily. Beneath the sacred white tree, in the sanctuary of the blue elf race, Jiang Chen could hear the jubilant cries around him. Mimi, Gulu, Walla. Ding, detecting the adventurer's inaugural arrival, synchronizing elven language. Ding, language synchronization successful. Look, a new elf has been born from the sacred tree. Mia, quickly summon the guardian. As you command. Shortly thereafter, a female blue elf named Mia returned with a white-haired elder. It is noteworthy that most of the elven race emerges from SSS-tier artifacts beneath the sacred white tree. Born with nearly 500 years of longevity, 5 times that of humans, the guardian, at the level of the 11th tier, is at least a second-tier powerhouse. They may even surpass the limitations of dungeon levels, achieving third-tier standards. Considering the elven race's long lifespan, coupled with the nurturing of the sacred white tree, those above third tier may live for over 5,000 years. Thus, the guardian before him may have existed for over 4,000 years. A veritable living fossil in the realm of archaeology. The guardian approached the sacred white tree, clasped their hands in reverence, bowed, and softly murmured, Mili Mili, Jili Galu. Thank you, sacred tree. Child awaken. Noticing Jiang Chen's lack of response, the guardian repeated, Child awaken. At that moment, Jiang Chen was enveloped in a sphere of light, suspended like a fruit upon the sacred white tree. Almost every 3 seconds, a green text appeared before him. Congratulations. Nourished by the sacred white tree. Constitution 5. Congratulations. Nourished by the sacred white tree. Intellect 5. Congratulations. Nourished by the sacred white tree. Strength 5. Congratulations. Nourished by the sacred white tree. Spirit 5. Only a fool would venture out. Why not luxuriate in this attribute enhancement? Meanwhile, the Guardian, witnessing Jiang Chen's prolonged slumber, began to pace anxiously, eyes riveted on the luminous sphere, and implored once more, "Child, why do you hesitate to awaken?" Chapter 38. Come join us for a soothing hot spring. Within the sphere of light, upon hearing the Guardian's inquiry, Jiang Chen felt an alarm ringing in her heart. Oh no! She had forgotten that there was a time limit for manifesting her innate attributes, and the Guardian was growing anxious. At that moment, within the 11th layer of the dungeon, the Elven clan was likely embroiled in the midst of their red and blue rivalry. If she lingered any longer, she would surely be perceived as a spy sent from the Red Elves. Consequently, Jiang Chen began to struggle within the sphere of light, attempting to descend from the sacred white tree. The system's prompt echoed at just the right moment. Ding. Adventurer, are you ready to be born? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen swiftly responded inwardly. Yes. As she made her choice, the sphere of light enveloping her suddenly radiated brilliantly. The surrounding blue elves were astonished by this phenomenon, chattering excitedly around the sacred white tree. Wow, what commotion! Her potential must be at least grade S, right? No, with such a disturbance, I believe it's at least grade SS. Nonsense. How long has it been since our blue elf clan has produced a member with SS potential? Let's not forget, even our elf queen is only of SS potential. Be quiet. The Guardian is watching. Indeed, it won't be long now. Once she is born, we will find out. Approximately 10 seconds later, the sphere of light enveloping Jiang Chen suddenly fell from the branches of the sacred white tree, gradually dissipating. Before them stood an exquisite female elf, adorned in a gown resembling crystalline armor, her legs curled up like a newborn babe nestled in the nurturing waters of the sacred pool. Wow, she is so beautiful. Indeed, she looks so adorable. I just want to hold her. That armor, a born warrior. Make way. The Guardian is coming. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen's emergence, the Guardian was overjoyed and rushed over, conjuring a pale blue crystal ball from thin air with a flourish of her hand, reminiscent of the talent-awakening crystal balls found in high school campuses. Before Jiang Chen could fully open her eyes, the elder known as the Guardian extended her right hand, and the crystal ball emitted a deep blue beam, aimed directly at Jiang Chen. Moments later, the beam vanished, and a massive screen appeared before the sacred white tree, displaying a portion of Jiang Chen's foundational information. Nickname, Lillia. Race, Blue Elf. Gender, female. Level, 1. Potential level, SSS. Description, a unique blue elf born from the divine power of the sacred white tree, endowed with an unparalleled and immense potential. Before Jiang Chen could react, a cacophony of exclamations erupted around her. An SSS level. Look, it's an SSS level. Oh my goodness. How long has it been since our blue elf clan has produced an SSS level member? Long live the sacred tree. With this, we might win the war. Indeed, as long as we have her, defeating the red elves is merely a matter of time. Amidst the astonished cries of the elves, the Guardian cleared a path through the crowd and approached Jiang Chen, softly saying, "Welcome, little one, to the blue elf clan." Jiang Chen rose gracefully, her demeanor akin to a tender sprout, imbued with vitality and hope. Is this the Guardian? She doesn't seem as difficult to converse with as the rumor suggests. She offered a gentle smile in response to the Guardian. Thank you. I shall do my utmost to contribute to the blue elf clan. A glint of satisfaction flickered in the Guardian's eyes. She sensed that during these tumultuous times of war, this SSS potential prodigy might indeed be a blessing bestowed upon the blue elf clan by the sacred white tree. Stepping closer, she extended her right hand, intending to stroke Jiang Chen's hair, kindly stating, "Child, your arrival is a miracle for us. Now, you must understand our world and your mission." Upon seeing the elder's outstretched hand, Jiang Chen's expression shifted to one of slight panic, instinctively edging away. However, the elder's hand still found its place upon her head. That feels cool. Don't touch me. I'm getting goosebumps. And what is this mission all about? Fear not, child. The elder withdrew her hands and instructed a nearby elf maiden. Avelia, please take her to the sacred spring for her baptism. I leave her in your care for now. The maiden was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of delight crossed her face. As you command, guardian. Oh my goodness. What is happening? It's the sacred spring. Is this not the legendary experience, spring water? Is this the benefit of having an SSS level status? This treatment is extraordinary. 20 minutes later, Jiang Chen followed Avelia to a spring emanating a gentle green vitality. Wow, so this is the sacred spring of the elves? The air is suffused with the essence of life. It's utterly delightful. Wait, why is there a figure in the sacred spring? Who could it be? Just as Jiang Chen's imagination began to wander, Avelia followed her gaze and softly explained, "That is our clan's saintess. Things have been unsettled in our clan lately, as the Red Elves have intensified their assaults. It is said that the saintess was gravely injured in the last battle, which is why the Guardian has permitted her to recuperate in the sacred spring." With a hint of envy in her eyes, she glanced at Jiang Chen, expressing concern. If all goes as expected, a great battle may be imminent. Hee. Fighting is wonderful. I love battles. How can one explore without them? She then turned to Avelia and inquired, "What should I do now?" Avelia smiled and replied, "You merely need to meditate in the sacred spring and strive to enhance your strength. When the time for war comes, you will instinctively know what to do." Jiang Chen nodded, following Avelia's guidance, and leaped into the sacred spring. Ding! Congratulations, you have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Ding! Congratulations, you have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Ding! Congratulations. You have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Ding! Congratulations, you have been nourished by the water of life. Experience 10,000. Your level has increased. Wow, this feels incredible. The sensation of the spring water coursing through my body is not only exhilarating, but the experience gained is substantial. The pace of leveling up is like riding a rocket. In less than 10 seconds, I've already reached over level 10. Hey, Lillia, why aren't you undressing? You are going to contaminate the sacred spring water. Hurry up. If the Guardian takes offense, no one will be able to bear the consequences. Huh? Undress? ISNT that. A bit inappropriate? You expect me, a grown man, to undress in front of a female elf? How rude is that? Wait, I'm also a female elf now. Besides, what is the big deal about being seen? In any case, this is not my original body. Strike through. Jiang Chen steeled her heart and promptly shed her breastplate in the spring water, followed by her short skirt. After discarding them, she clutched them in her palm and tossed them onto the shore. Upon completing this act, Jiang Chen glanced at Avril with a hint of anticipation. Avril, would you like to join me? In response, Avril's expression dulled as she waved her hand. Oh no, I lack the qualification without the Guardian's permission. After saying this, she cautiously retrieved a crystal glass the size of a thermos from her sleeve and gently crouched by the shore, filling it to the brim with the sacred spring water of the elves. Lillia, you go ahead and take a bath. I'll wait for you outside. Remember to call me when you're done. Let me let you in on a little secret. The water here is the essence of life. Drinking it directly will yield even better results. With that, the elven maiden Avril skipped lightly toward the entrance. Once Avril departed, Jiang Chen began to ponder. If memory served correctly, the evaluation for clearing the 11th level was based on the total score derived from the challenger's performance throughout the level when the awakened individual exited. Given her current level and performance, she should at least receive a B grade, right? This level allowed a total stay of 6 hours. There were still over 5 hours remaining. Time for another soak. Hee. Chapter 39. How did I hear that you were just born today? After Avril left, Jiang Chen rose and scrutinized her reflection in the water. How beautiful! I never expected that in my lifetime I would experience being a woman. The reflection revealed a stunning elven girl, her green hair dampened by the spring, cascading chaotically over her shoulders. Her features appeared as if meticulously crafted by a divine creator, so exquisite that words could hardly encapsulate her beauty. Then, as if struck by a thought, Jiang Chen reached down to touch a certain area beneath her. Oh, it's gone. It truly is gone. Will I have to squat to urinate from now on? Subsequently, Jiang Chen extended her hand towards where her Adam's apple used to be. Oh, that has gone too. Damn. Aside from her height remaining at 175 meters, every other physical characteristic had transformed entirely. Look at that. Her breasts were prominently rounded, radiating a fair glow. Her waist, arms, and legs had become even more slender, and her skin was pale, delicate, and smooth, a quintessentially pure elven beauty. She appeared unmistakably as a cute girl, utterly disconnected from any semblance of a boy. Considering her past life, she had been a boy for over 30 years, and now, suddenly becoming a girl, she found it rather disorienting. She had no prior experience in this regard and was utterly unfamiliar with the lifestyle of girls. Moreover, would she have to deal with menstruation? Though it had not yet arrived, she would need to maintain the identity of a female elf in the Tower of Divine Connection for at least 10 days. 10 days. Who knew if it would strike her during one of the levels? What would she do then? This is terrible. She had not thought of this at the outset. She had been so focused on concealing her identity. What a disaster. While Jiang Chen soaked in the bath, questioning her existence, the distant elven saintess seemed to sense something, opening her eyes and gazing in Jiang Chen's direction. She frowned momentarily before vanishing from sight. You are the newly awakened elf with SSS level potential, as mentioned by the Guardian. A celestial voice suddenly echoed from above Jiang Chen. What? Where did that voice come from? Jiang Chen was startled and quickly stood up from the pool, scanning her surroundings warily. No need to search. I am here. As the words fell, a breathtaking elven figure with 3 pairs of wings appeared suspended in midair. How beautiful! Jiang Chen stared intently at the enchanting figure, involuntarily murmuring. Yet her heart was filled with astonishment. Wow, another 3060. What's going on here? Do the beautiful NPCs in the Tower of Divine Connection all prefer wearing bikinis? First it was Luo Shi, and now it's the Elven Saintess. Could this be an unspoken rule within the Tower of Divine Connection? The more beautiful the female NPC, the less they wear? I just want to ask, don't you fear catching a chill with those long legs exposed to the air? What are you saying? The elven beauty furrowed her brows. My apologies, my lady. You are just too beautiful, and I couldn't help but speak my thoughts. Jiang Chen quickly explained. The elven beauty wasted no time and stated directly, allow me to introduce myself. I'm the designated sole heir of the Blue Elf clan, the Elven Saintess Cecilia. What the heck? Is such an introduction truly necessary? Are you afraid I will usurp your position as Saintess? Is this how palace intrigue unfolds upon my arrival? As a man, I have no interest in the position of Saintess. So you are indeed the esteemed Saintess Cecilia. The Guardian often speaks of you. Jiang Chen feigned surprise and began to fabricate. A flicker of doubt crossed Cecilia's eyes, but it quickly vanished. The Guardian has mentioned me to you? Indeed. The Guardian said you were the most beautiful and powerful legendary Saintess of the Elven race in centuries. Meeting you today confirms your reputation. Jiang Chen effused with praise. However, Cecilia's expression revealed skepticism. Are you sure? I heard that you were just born today. What? The speed of information dissemination is astonishingly swift? They already know? No, when I was born, she should have still been soaking in the spring water, which means the news must have been communicated through some special means. However, given your eloquence, I shall not hold it against you. Upon witnessing Jiang Chen floundering, Cecilia chuckled softly and added. Then, Cecilia gently descended, stepping lightly upon the water's surface until she stood before Jiang Chen. Wow, light as a feather on water. Sister, please don't come too close. I'm not used to it. I might nosebleed. Jiang Chen nervously took a step back, but Cecilia pressed forward. What are you hiding from? We are both female elves. Do you fear I would devour you? Cecilia teased, suddenly grasping Jiang Chen's chin and tilting her face upward. Let me have a good look at you. The two were so close that Jiang Chen could even catch a whiff of the faint fragrance emanating from Cecilia. Jiang Chen's heart raced uncontrollably, and a blush crept onto her cheeks. Oh my, oh my, oh my, help! I let my guard down. Brothers, I'm being flirted with. Could she possibly be a Yuri, a type of plant? Cecilia scrutinized Jiang Chen's face, her eyes gleaming with astonishment. You are quite good-looking, but your strength leaves much to be desired, she murmured to herself. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a surge of excitement. This was an excellent opportunity to showcase her abilities. She took a deep breath, preparing to channel the energy within her. After all, the attitude of NPCs within the dungeon significantly influenced the final score at the end of the level. However, at that moment, Cecilia unexpectedly extended her other hand and gently tapped Jiang Chen's forehead. A refreshing sensation immediately coursed through his entire being, as if he had entered a wondrous state of clarity. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a gift from the elf clan's Saintess Cecilia. Blessing of the Saintess. Jiang Chen was taken aback and quickly focused his thoughts to examine the specifics of the blessing. Blessing of the Saintess. Within the bounds of the elf sacred spring, experience acquisition efficiency is doubled. Jiang Chen gazed at Cecilia in astonishment. There is no need for surprise. This is merely a small token of our first meeting, Cecilia said with a smile. Now, I must continue to recuperate. You should train on your own as well. Make haste to grow stronger, for a new battle is about to commence. With that, before Jiang Chen could fully respond, Cecilia gracefully stepped forward and instantly reappeared at her previous training spot. Phew, she has finally gone. The aura of this saintess was overwhelmingly potent. I could hardly bear it. Thankfully, I currently inhabit a female body, which naturally provides some resistance to same-sex energy. Otherwise, I might have bled profusely again. Chapter 40. SSS rank item. Identity stabilization potion. 5 hours later, a melodious system notification abruptly startled the slumbering Jiang Chen awake. Ding! Adventurer, please be advised that only 5 minutes remain in this challenge. Upon hearing the notification, Jiang Chen rubbed his drowsy eyes, stretched lazily, and puffed out his proud chest, letting out a satisfied yawn as he fully roused himself. Indeed, it was true. Early in the second hour, boredom had led Jiang Chen to find a stone in the spring, where he had lain his upper body and drifted off to sleep. Yet, to continuously receive experience rewards, his lower half remained submerged in the spring's waters. Ah, that nap was truly delightful. No wonder it is revered as the source of life. The elf's sacred spring. After several hours, I can feel my life essence has evolved. Furthermore, after more than 5 hours, calculating at a rate of 20,000 experience points per second, I have astonishingly accumulated nearly 400 million experience points. Eagerly, Jiang Chen opened his personal attribute panel, discovering that, propelled by the immense experience rewards, he had ascended to level 186. Of course, this level pertains to Jiang Chen as the elf Lillia. His original self remains at level 100, unchanged. After all, the experience points gained were entirely attributed to Lillia. It can be said that the elf sacred spring is extraordinarily powerful, coupled with Cecilia's blessing of the Saintess. Reclining for over 5 hours has directly yielded 400 million experience points. Without this buff, I might not have even reached 200 million. With this thought, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy. This is solid progress. Level 186. Just 14 levels shy of reaching the upper limit of the 11th tier. If I grant myself a few more hours, reaching level 200 will be a mere trifle. Moreover, the levels of the godly tower from the 11th to the 20th differ from others. These 10 levels rely not on an awakener as personal attributes, but rather on the attributes of the awakener as an elf. This means that any awakener entering these 10 levels will have their attributes reset, making it relatively fair compared to other challenges. Here, a G-rank talent awakener, with a stroke of luck, might achieve a better clearance rating than an S-rank talent awakener. Naturally, due to perfect talent inheritance, the higher the talent level, the simpler the initiation will be. Thus, given my attainment of level 186 at the 11th tier, subsequent challenges should present little difficulty. It is crucial to note that most awakeners, even those who reach the 20th challenge, may not necessarily attain level 200. 5 minutes passed swiftly. In the next moment, the system notification chimed once more. Ding. Calculating scores. Calculation complete. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully cleared the 11th level of the Godly Tower. Clearance rating, SSS. Ding. Calculating rewards. Calculation complete. Ding. Congratulations. With an SSS rating, you have cleared the 11th level of the Godly Tower, earning rewards. All attributes 500, luck 5, gold 1, 000, experience 1, 5 billion. In a flurry of white light, Jiang Chen ascended over 30 levels in rapid succession. This time, the upgrade pertained to Jiang Chen himself, specifically his character panel as the Godslayer. Hee, quite splendid indeed. As expected, I obtained an SSS rating merely by reclining. This challenge has undeniably been the easiest I have faced in this life, and the last. There is no denying it. After all, I began with SSS level potential, regarded by the Elf Clan's guardians as a blessing from the Holy White Tree. It is worth noting that the Elf Sacred Spring is one of the sacred treasures of the Elf Clan. Its status is akin to that of the Holy White Tree and the Tree People as Tree of Life. If one were to rank these treasures, they would all be at least SSS-tier items. Even the life-giving water that bursts forth from the spring can be considered an S-tier item. Understandably, the vast majority of elves within the clan lack even the qualifications to approach the Elf Sacred Spring. This explains why, although someone might bathe in the sacred spring waters, Avril still cautiously fills her crystal cup to take it back for drinking. Essentially, only guardians, the Elf Queen, and the Elf Saintess are privileged enough to bathe in the sacred spring waters. Now, counting myself, that makes 4 individuals. However, receiving such immense benefits without reason may very well be the guardians preparing for the upcoming battles. Yet, just then, another system notification chimed in Jiang Chen's ear. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained a recognition of the Elf Clan, and the system rewards you with a special item. Identity Stabilization Potion. What? What is going on? Identity Stabilization Potion? What does that mean? Could it be what I think it is? Filled with curiosity, Jiang Chen clicked to view. Identity Stabilization Potion. SSS-tier item. Upon use, the identity chosen by the adventurer at the 11th level will be permanently retained, allowing for seamless switching between the new and original identities. Upon the current identity's demise, one will immediately transition into an alternate life form and continue to exist. A must-have for the clever. This is the new disguise, isn't it? Does it mean I could freely switch between human and elven identities in the future? But I'm male, yet my elven identity is female. Does that not imply that I could be either male or female at will? Oh heavens, this is a travesty. It's like shooting myself in the foot. Had I known, I would have chosen a male elf character upon entry. Wouldn't that have been preferable? Yet there's no turning back. According to the description, this is a second life. It must be utilized. Thus, Jiang Chen began to console himself. The elven race possesses remarkable advantages when compared to humanity. For instance, elves enjoy an exceptionally long lifespan and exhibit an innate affinity for magic. Furthermore, their dual identities are not easily discernible. Enough of that. I should first retrieve my clothes from the shore and return home. I wonder how Xiao Ruyan is faring at home. I hope she hasn't turned the place upside down. At that moment, 3 system notifications echoed throughout the entire Tower of Divine Communication. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen for successfully clearing the 11th level of the Tower of Divine Communication with an SSS rating. Congratulations to player Jiang Chen with an SSS rating. Congratulations to the leader of the Alliance of all races. Reports from within the Tower of Divine Communication indicate that Jiang Chen has just cleared the 11th level with an SSS rating. At this pace, he should reach the 12th level by tomorrow evening. His rate of growth is astonishing. Should we send someone to the elven race? No hurry. We must not alert the enemy. Inform all races to proceed according to the original plan. Chapter 41. A gift from a level 1000 awakened one. Upon being teleported back to the second core city, Jiang Chen focused his thoughts and materialized precisely on the grand bed of his rented apartment. That hurts. Stupid brother. Bad brother. Xiao Ruyan? What's going on? Get up, get up. You're pulling my hair. Awkwardness enveloped him as Jiang Chen was about to apologize when a sudden wave of dizziness struck him, and he vanished from the room in an instant. Just before disappearing, he heard Lu Rian mumbling, "Huh? Where did that stupid brother go? He was just here. How did he suddenly vanish? Is this some kind of magic trick?" In the early morning, atop the Tianhong building in Suang City, when Jiang Chen opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the roof of the tallest building in the city. Facing him was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, standing with his back to him, hands clasped behind his back. What is the meaning of this? Have I been kidnapped? Gathering his courage, Jiang Chen inquired, "Who are you? Why have you kidnapped me?" The shadow remained silent, continuing to face away from him. "Speak. Who the hell are you to kidnap me out of the blue? And what's with the cosplay? Why turn your back on everyone?" As Jiang Chen pondered this, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a self-assured smile. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yi Wuhan." Wow, wow, wow. It's actually him, Yi Wuhan, one of the 10 great emperors of humanity, and the youngest among them. His overall strength ranks among the top 5 in the history of humanity. I never expected to meet him, but what could be his purpose for bringing me here? It is said that this emperor possesses an understanding of human hearts, commonly referred to as the ability to read minds. Thus, I must be cautious not to entertain any errant thoughts in his presence. Moreover, he is a true pillar of humanity. I must maintain a sense of reverence. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Chen respectfully asked, "Your Excellency, what brings you to seek me?" Yi Wuhan chuckled softly and shook his head. "No need to be so formal around me. I seldom make assumptions about others' thoughts." Hearing this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that's a relief. But wait, if he isn't reading my thoughts, then why did he say that? Clearly, he must know my thoughts to offer such reassurance. Damn, so this is the kind of emperor he is. I almost fell for it. Noticing Jiang Chen's expression darkening, Yi Wuhan adopted a more serious demeanor and shifted the topic. "Jiang Chen, I am aware of you. I have been observing you for quite some time." Observing me for a long time? What does that mean? Does this emperor have been tailing me? How come I never noticed? But then again, Yi Wuhan is a level 1000 god-tier powerhouse. It would be effortless for him to conceal his presence from someone like me, who has just barely surpassed level 100. Besides, as an emperor of humanity, he wouldn't need to plot against a mere first-tier awakened novice. To put it bluntly, he could eliminate me with a mere sneeze. And this also explains why no foreign races have bothered me for so long. It seems they have all been dealt with behind the scenes. Seeing Jiang Chen's expression returning to normal, Yi Wuhan nodded in satisfaction. "You are quite perceptive." With Yi Wuhan's acknowledgement, Jiang Chen's inner questions were finally answered. Indeed, this makes perfect sense. With the Emperor's capabilities, clearing out some insignificant nuisances would be a simple task. However, is this what you mean by not making assumptions about others' thoughts? You sly one. As if sensing Jiang Chen's thoughts, Yi Wuhan remained unfazed and directly broached the main topic, jesting, "Jiang Chen, do you realize that you have become the most sought-after star in all of Blue Star? Your name tops the bounty list of foreign races, with a staggering reward of 100 billion gold coins. Even providing a hint of information related to you could earn someone up to 1 billion gold coins. It can be said that if it weren't for a few of us emperors intervening, there would be foreign creatures encircling Blue Star, eager to take your life." Wow, that's terrifying. That number must be in the hundreds of billions. One person's spit could drown me. Jiang Chen exclaimed. "But can I report myself? That's over 1,000 billion gold coins. With that kind of fortune, wouldn't I be invincible? Perhaps I could try transforming into a female elf and casually leak some information. Wouldn't that net me 1 billion gold coins?" Feeling quite pleased with the prospect, he contemplated the feasibility of his plan. However, just as Jiang Chen was lost in his thoughts, Yi Wuhan cautioned, "I advise against such naive notions. The number of foreign races is vast, and their abilities are unpredictable. Revealing even the slightest bit of genuine information could lead to your true identity being deduced." You're right. That plan is indeed not secure. However, esteemed Emperor, could we perhaps refrain from reading minds? Sensing Jiang Chen's reluctance, Yi Wuhan waved his hand dismissively. "Very well. Let's set that aside. The primary reason for my visit today is to present you with a few gifts." With that, he flipped his right hand. and a deep black cloak along with a tome materialized in Yi Wuhan's grasp. This cloak is known as the Dark Feather. When donned, it perfectly conceals one's aura, imperceptible to anyone below the divine level. Moreover, it offers a degree of protection. Yi Wuhan handed the cloak to Jiang Chen, then produced the book. This is an SSS-rated skill book I acquired many years ago. It contains a powerful life-saving skill, which should prove beneficial to you. Jiang Chen received the cloak and skill book, his heart brimming with gratitude. Thank you, Your Majesty. Yi Wuhan offered a faint smile. No need for such formality. Your contributions to the human race have been significant, and these are rightfully yours. Jiang Chen, I hope you will continue to strive and make even greater contributions to the protection of Blue Star. Jiang Chen solemnly nodded. I will not disappoint Your Majesty's expectations. Yi Wuhan patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Well then, do you have any other matters to attend to? If not, I shall take my leave. Your Majesty, please wait a moment. As Yi Wuhan turned to depart, Jiang Chen hastily called out to him. I have a friend who has suffered brain damage due to excessive memory erasure techniques. She currently has the mental capacity of a young child, and I hope Your Majesty can lend your assistance. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan produced a small ceramic vial from his sleeve and handed it to Jiang Chen. I possess some special elixirs that permanently enhance mental attributes. You may dissolve it in water and have her consume it, typically as her mental strength improves. The after effects of the memory erasure will gradually dissipate. With that, Yi Wuhan vanished from sight, leaving Jiang Chen alone on the rooftop in a daze. After a moment, Jiang Chen finally regained his senses and urgently shouted, Hey, wait, Your Majesty. You need to take me back. Goodness, this building is hundreds of stories high. Chapter 42. The illustrious Emperor of Humanity could hardly be expected to make such a grievous blunder. Jiang Chen waited alone on the rooftop of the Tianhong building for nearly 10 minutes. Yet there was no response from Yi Wuhan. Darn it, he really left me here. How could he abandon me in such a place? This building towers nearly 2,000 meters above the ground. How am I, a newly awakened Tier 1, supposed to get down? Take the stairs? I would surely be mistaken for a thief by the security. It shouldn't be. As a seasoned emperor, Yi Wuhan ought not to be so careless as to commit such a fundamental error. Surely, he wouldn't expect me to use my innate ability to teleport directly to the ground. That is clearly impossible, given my current strength. I certainly cannot teleport over 2,000 meters. Darn it, this is infuriating. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Jiang Chen, and he instinctively murmured, Dark Feather. Yes, the cloak that Yi Wuhan gifted me before departing is named Dark Feather. Since it contains the word feather, perhaps this equipment possesses the ability to fly. Thus, Jiang Chen turned his gaze towards the cloak in his hands, as if he had found a lifeline. Equipment, Dark Feather. Quality, SSS. Type, Cloak. Level 100. Base attributes, maximum health increase, 20,000. Maximum mana increase, 40,000. Physical defense increase, 3,000. Magical defense increase, 3,000. Magical attack increase, 3,000. Strength increase, 1,314. Agility increase, 1,314. Intelligence increase, 1,314. Constitution increase, 1,314. Spirit increase, 1,314. Attribute 1. Increases all magical damage dealt by the wearer by 20. Attribute 2. Reduces all magical damage taken by the wearer by 20. Attribute 3. Reduces all physical damage taken by the wearer by 20. Attribute 4. Automatically conceals the wearer's information. Beings below the divine level cannot discern it through insight techniques. Attribute 5. The base attributes provided by the equipment will grow automatically with the wearer's level, capable of reaching a maximum of level 1,000. Attribute 6. Consumes minimal mana to gain the ability to fly. In flight mode, the cloak's appearance can optionally transform into either light wings or a cloak. Description. Crafted by Yuan Xiaohong, the artisan god and one of the 10 existing emperors of humanity, this cloak was forged with immense dedication and a variety of top-tier materials, placing it among the finest even within the realm of SSS-grade equipment. Note, cannot be dropped. automatically binds upon wearing. Wow, the attributes are truly terrifying. Not to mention the base attributes. This equipment alone surpasses the total of the entire Starlight Guardian set. Moreover, the current attributes are not even its full potential. They will continue to grow as the wearer's strength increases. I can hardly believe it. I never would have imagined that Yu Wuhin would bestow upon me SSS-grade equipment. This parting gift is exceedingly precious. Furthermore, one of the cloak's remarkable traits is its ability to enable flight. I knew it. The illustrious Emperor of Humanity would not commit such a fundamental error. Furthermore, as stated in the description, this equipment was actually forged by Yuan Xiaohong, the artisan god, one of the 10 existing emperors of humanity. Yuan Xiaohong is a legendary figure of his time. He is the second emperor in the history of humanity. Historical records indicate that during the early days of the Divine Tower's arrival, humanity could only rely on conventional weaponry to fend off invaders from myriad races. However, perhaps due to the alteration of world rules following the arrival of the Divine Tower, the once devastating nuclear weapons proved ineffectual against foes of Tier 7 and above. If one cannot even contend with Tier 7 foes, there is no hope of using nuclear weapons against divine-level entities among the alien races. Yet, perhaps out of divine providence. In the first year of the Divine Tower's arrival, humanity witnessed the emergence of over a dozen SSS-grade awakened individuals. Among these individuals were the Emperor of Destiny, Yi Qingyun, and the artisan god, Yuan Xiaohong. Yuan Xiaohong's awakened talent is the only publicly recognized SSS-grade talent among all existing emperors, known as divine crafting. Indeed, just as its name implies, the possessor of this talent receives an inexplicable boon while crafting equipment, significantly enhancing the success rate of their creations. Furthermore, equipment forged by the talent's possessor boasts attributes superior to those of comparable items by 2050. Moreover, when the possessor of this talent reaches Tier 9, they can utilize their ability to transcend one tier and craft divine-level equipment, that is, SSS-grade items. It is known that typically, equipment crafting talents can only produce items corresponding to the current tier of the craftsman, while divine crafting allows for the creation of items surpassing one's own tier. For example, at Tier 8, one could craft SS-grade equipment, and upon reaching Tier 9, one could create SSS-grade items. Even more astonishing, once the wielder of this talent attains Tier 10, or Divinity, they theoretically possess the potential to forge equipment exceeding SSS grade. According to historical records, over 300 years ago, Yuan Xiaohong leveraged this talent, achieving Tier 9, and, at the cost of his own vitality and significant high-grade materials, successfully crafted dozens of SSS-grade items in one endeavor. However, he ultimately paid a heavy price, losing considerable lifespan and turning gray overnight. It is precisely due to these extraordinary armaments that the celestial mechanic emperor, Yi Qingyun, was able to wield the prowess of a quasi-emperor and lead the SSS-level talent awakeners of his era to valiantly combat the divine beings of foreign races, repeatedly repelling their incursions. It is said that this stalemate persisted for nearly 2 decades, after which Yi Qingyun successfully ascended from the ranks of quasi-emperor to that of emperor, thereby granting humanity its first true deity. Only then did the human race begin to assert its voice amidst the myriad of races. If one were to rank all the emperors in the annals of human history, Yi Qingyun would undoubtedly claim the top position, with Yuan Xiaohong firmly in second. Without the emergence of these two emperors, humanity would have surely faltered during its formative years. In summary, he is a venerable figure deserving of utmost respect from all humankind. Jiang Chen swiftly donned the dark feather and immediately felt a powerful force surging into his body from his back. I truly did not expect to acquire my second SSS-level equipment so effortlessly. Moreover, this piece of gear was crafted by the artisan god, Yuan Xiaohong, himself. Unlike the Eternal Star, this equipment does not require the consumption of any items for its growth. It evolves in tandem with one's level, thus conserving a significant amount of resources for maintenance. Of course, if one were to compare them, while the current attributes of Dark Feather appear superior to those of Eternal Star, the latter's potential undoubtedly exceeds that of the former. In fact, should Jiang Chen wish, He could activate the devouring feature of Eternal Star right now, consuming Dark Feather and transforming it into nourishment. Once he had adorned himself with the Dark Feather, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and activated the cloak's flight function. Instantly, the appearance of the cloak morphed in accordance with Jiang Chen's will, transforming into a pair of translucent wings that shimmered with a soft blue glow, rhythmically fluttering at his back. With a mere thought, the wings began to flap vigorously, propelling him hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye. At that moment, Jiang Chen experienced an unprecedented sense of freedom, as though the entire world lay prostrate beneath his feet. He slowly closed his eyes, relishing the gentle flow of the wind and thoroughly enjoying the sensation of flight. Chapter 43. Ding, Mental Power 2000. In no time at all, Jiang Chen found himself soaring above the vicinity of his rented apartment. How astonishingly fast! The speed of flight was truly remarkable. No wonder it was classified as SSS-level equipment. In less than 5 minutes, he had traversed over 10 kilometers. This velocity surpassed that of an ordinary automobile by a considerable margin. The most astonishing aspect was the minimal consumption. It appeared to consume merely 1 or 2 points of magic power per second. After such a duration, only a few hundred points had been deducted. In comparison to his total of over 100,000 magic points, this expenditure was utterly negligible. Well then, since I'm already home, I shall utilize my talent for instantaneous movement to enter. With a fleeting thought, Jiang Chen materialized in the bedroom of his rented apartment. As his eyes adjusted to the scene before him, he was greeted by a sight that set his blood racing. There lay Lu Ruyan, sprawled across the bed in a starfish position, soundly asleep, with remnants of crumbs still lingering at the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had indulged in snacks before collapsing in a bed without so much as washing her face. Goodness, such a lack of cleanliness. Jiang Chen's face darkened as he hurried over and gently shook Lu Ruyan's arm. Ruyan, wake up, wake up. Your brother has returned. Lu Ruyan murmured softly, gradually awakening and rubbing her eyes. Upon realizing that it was Jiang Chen who had roused her, a radiant smile instantly illuminated her face. She sprang from the bed and leapt into Jiang Chen's embrace, clinging to him like a koala. The suddenness of Lu Ruyan's attack caused Jiang Chen to stiffen, and as he felt the softness against his chest and the faint scent wafting through the air, his heart involuntarily raced. Brother, you're back. Lu Ruyan's voice was laced with a hint of languor. You're finally back. I missed you so much with that. She nuzzled her face against Jiang Chen's neck. This is too exhilarating. I can hardly bear it. Sister, you are practically wearing nothing. Jiang Chen chuckled helplessly, gently patting Lu Ruyan's smooth back. He softly said, all right, Ruyan, you should let go now. Oomph. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyan pouted, reluctantly releasing her hold. Once she descended, Jiang Chen sighed with relief, silently grateful that she had not detected his unusual reaction. Ruyan, why are you only wearing your undergarments to sleep? Aren't you worried about catching a chill? Brother, it's just so hot in the room. So, I took off my extra clothes. I feel much cooler sleeping this way. Lu Ruyan mumbled softly, casting a slightly resentful glance at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could only shake his head in disbelief at Lu Ruyan's reasoning. Indeed, it was summer in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Even at midnight, the room temperature was absurdly high. However, you cannot simply remove all your outer clothing. We share this space, after all. You are a girl. Do you not understand modesty? Moreover, that sleeping posture is rather unseemly. And besides, isn't there air conditioning in the room? If you're hot, you could just turn it on. Sigh, given Lu Ruyan's current state of mind, I can hardly expect her to remember how to operate the air conditioning remote. Well, I might as well give her the pills that Emperor Yi Wuhan bestowed upon me, and see if they yield any effect. With that thought, Jiang Chen produced a small ceramic vial from his system's inventory, uncorked it, and poured a yellow pill into his palm. Here, Ruyan, open your mouth and take this. He brought the small pill to Lu Ruyan's lips, but she shook her head. Brother, what is this? Is it bitter? Not at all. This is a pill. It's beneficial for your health and can cure your ailment, Jiang Chen patiently explained. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Brother is lying. Ruyan has no illness. This is difficult to negotiate. Then how about this? I'll eat it with you. Jiang Chen helplessly shook his head, taking another pill, and, in front of Lu Ruyan, tossing it into his mouth, chewing it as if it were a jelly bean. Ding, mental power, 2,000. Wow, such a terrifying effect. An instant boost of 2,000 mental power. What a pity. There are only 2 pills in the vial. If only there were more, I could share some with Yao Yao. Ruyan, look, your brother has already eaten it, and it's not bitter at all. Now it's your turn. Huh, all right then. After saying this, Lu Ruyan closed her eyes and reluctantly opened her mouth, and Jiang Chen seized the opportunity to pop the pill into her mouth. After swallowing the pill, a proud smile spread across Lu Ruyan's face. Brother, I've taken it. Indeed, my little Ruyan is truly wonderful. Jiang Chen watched as Lu Ruyan consumed the pill, eagerly anticipating its immediate effects. However, after a few minutes, there was no discernible change in Lu Ruyan. What could be the matter? Could it be that this elixir failed to alleviate the aftereffects? That should not be the case. This is a precious elixir bestowed by the great emperor. Just as Jiang Chen was engulfed in confusion, Lu Ruyan suddenly yawned. Brother, I feel so sleepy all of a sudden. I really want to sleep. Indeed, after consuming the elixir, it is imperative to ensure ample rest to gradually restore the damaged brain cells. If one were to recover abruptly, it could lead to disordered memories and inflict further harm upon the brain. Then you should rest well, Jiang Chen said, gently assisting Lu Ruyan to lie down, tucking her in, and then casually retrieving the air conditioning remote to set it to a comfortable 24 degrees. After completing these tasks, Jiang Chen quietly sat by the bedside, gazing at Lu Ruyan's serene face as she drifted into slumber, his heart brimming with anticipation. Time passed slowly, and Lu Ruyan's breathing gradually steadied. Unbeknownst to him, at some point, Jiang Chen had dozed off, resting atop the blanket covering Lu Ruyan, snoring softly. Chapter 44, Got a Time. Morning arrived, and within Jiang Chen's rented apartment, a sharp female scream suddenly pierced the air. Ah, Jiang Chen, what are you doing here? What did you do to me last night? At that moment, Lu Ruyan was trembling, clutching the blanket tightly, huddled in a corner of the bed, her face etched with terror. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? It's early morning, and shouting like that could give someone a heart attack. Jiang Chen was instantly jolted awake by Lu Ruyan's exclamation, rising quickly from the bedside, staring at her in bewilderment. Moments later, realization dawned upon him, and a look of surprise illuminated his face. Little Ruyan, you've recovered? Lu Ruyan's expression, however, grew increasingly grim. What, little Ruyan? Jiang Chen, how did you end up here? What did you do to me last night? And why am I only in my underwear? You wouldn't have. Hearing Lu Ruyan's response only confirmed Jiang Chen's suspicions, and a wave of elation surged within him. How wonderful! How splendid! She has finally returned to us. No longer will I have to play caretaker. The heavens have truly opened their eyes. Amen, thank you. The great emperor. Suddenly, it hurts. Lu Ruyan instinctively raised her hands to cradle her head, crying out once more. Ruyan, what is wrong? Seconds later, Lu Ruyan released her grip, slowly raising her head, her complexion slightly flushed, casting a complex gaze towards Jiang Chen. Just then, she recalled all that had transpired in the past few days. Jiang Chen, what is the matter? These past few days, thank you. That's a bit too formal. Oh dear. Suddenly, I feel that my adorable little Ruyan is far more endearing. Ruyan, now that you have recovered, what are your plans moving forward? Jiang Chen, could you please fetch me my clothes? I need to get up. My apologies. It was so late last night that I forgot to help you change, Jiang Chen said, his face flushing with embarrassment as he leisurely picked up Lu Ruyan's undergarments from the floor and handed them to her. These are dirty. I want to wear the new ones I bought last time. Oh, how difficult you are to please, Jiang Chen muttered as he rummaged through the wardrobe, eventually retrieving a brand new pink dress and swiftly presenting it to Lu Ruyan. Upon receiving the garment, Lu Ruyan promptly pulled the blanket around her, quickly changing underneath it. After donning the dress, she did not forget to get out of bed and tidy her hair in front of the mirror. Watching her silhouette, Jiang Chen felt a tinge of melancholy, sensing that Lu Ruyan might soon depart. Jiang Chen, thank you for your care during this time. Lu Ruyan turned to him, smiling warmly. It's nothing, I'm just glad you're all right. Jiang Chen managed a strained smile. So what are your plans now? Will you return to the Liu family, or? Liu Ruoyan shook her head sadly. No, the Liu family has abandoned me once. I have no intention of going back. What are your plans then? Jiang Chen couldn't help but inquire. I really don't know, Liu Ruoyan replied, gazing vacantly out the window. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen suggested, if you have nowhere else to go for the time being, why not continue staying here with me? Liu Ruoyan turned sharply, surprised. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate about it? You've already been here for quite some time, right? Besides, you've just recovered, and it's not safe for you to be out alone, Jiang Chen urged. But wouldn't it be inconvenient for us to share a place? Not at all. In a few days, I will have to leave for a trip. By then, you will have the place entirely to yourself. After hesitating for a while, Liu Ruoyan finally nodded. All right then. After a moment of thought, she playfully remarked to Jiang Chen, if there is nothing else, I'm off to climb the tower. I've taken so long, and I've only just passed the second level. Very well, go ahead. Enhancing your strength is of utmost importance. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Liu Ruoyan also nodded, then immediately focused her attention, connecting with the Divine Tower's login tattoo on her forearm. In the instant Liu Ruoyan vanished, a voice whispered in Jiang Chen's ear, Jiang Chen, how about we reconcile? Reconcile? Jiang Chen stood frozen, lost in thought as waves of memories surged within him. He recalled all the moments shared with Liu Ruoyan. Yet, he was acutely aware of the reasons behind their breakup. However, now that Liu Ruoyan had distanced herself from the Liu family, he shook his head and murmured, let us discuss this when you emerge from the Divine Tower. Once Liu Ruoyan disappeared from the room, Jiang Chen immediately locked the door. Retrieving the Eternal Star and the Starshine Wing Veil he had recently replaced. Let us give this a try. As an A-grade equipment item, it was likely that consuming it would significantly enhance the attributes of the Eternal Star. With a thought, Jiang Chen commanded, devour. A dazzling light enveloped the room, and the growth progress of Eternal Star surged to 5,200. Intelligence 100. Spirit 100. Ding. Congratulations, your weapon, Eternal Star, has leveled up. Indeed, A-grade equipment truly delivers. Previously, when he devoured star fragments, the progress value had only increased by 10 points. Yet this time, it soared by 95 points. It's worth noting that star fragments were also a B-grade material, just one level lower than the Starshine Wing Veil. It appears that the growth progress and attributes gained from devouring equipment items far surpass those from other types of items. Let us take a look at the upgraded attributes. Equipment, Eternal Star, Grade, SSS, Type Staff, Level 20, Attributes, Spirit 210, Intelligence 210, Critical Hit Rate 10, Spell Lifesteal 10, Spell Penetration 10, Skill 1, Starburst, Skill 2, Radiant Shield, Attribute 1, Infinite Growth, Attribute 2, Magical Amplification. Growth Progress, 5,200, can be enhanced by devouring other items to elevate the weapon's level. Oh, it appears an additional attribute has been added. With curiosity swelling within him, Jiang Chen clicked to investigate. Magical Amplification. All magical damage dealt is increased by 20. My goodness, is this not the very attribute of the original Starlit Veil? Moreover, if memory serves, it was previously a 15-point amplification of magical damage. This implies that devouring equipment carries a chance to perfectly inherit attributes while bestowing a certain enhancement. Does this not suggest that the more equipment one devours, the more attributes Eternal Star will accrue? Consequently, one would become increasingly invincible? Surely, that cannot be the case. There must be a limit to the number of attributes, right? After upgrading his staff, Jiang Chen retrieved the SSS grade skill book bestowed upon him by Yi Wuhan from his backpack. Given that the cloak gifted by the great Emperor Yi is so formidable, this skill book ought to be equally impressive. Got a time. Passive skill. Level, SSS. Effect. When a user's health falls to or below 20, this skill automatically triggers, enveloping the user in the protective embrace of temporal power, entering a state of time flow for a duration of 15 seconds. During this state, all damage and negative effects sustained are nullified. Upon learning this skill, if total damage received exceeds 80 of a user's maximum health, the excess is entirely discarded, and the user is forcibly thrust into the time flow state. Cooldown, 1 hour. Hiss. How terrifying. This essentially means, after sustaining excessive damage, one retains 20 health points while being rendered invincible for 15 seconds. Furthermore, unlike conventional invincibility, which can often be countered by effects that negate invulnerability, the loss of damage here presents a unique conundrum. At present, Jiang Chen cannot fathom any special effects capable of countering the power of time and space. Without further ado, Jiang Chen promptly clicked the Learn button. To hesitate for even a second would be a disservice to an SSS grade skill. Hith. Chapter 45. The Days of a Fallen Nation. Upon completing the skill acquisition, Jiang Chen felt a sudden void within him. He found himself alone in the room, rendering the atmosphere rather dull. Moreover, with over 5 hours remaining until the Divination Tower's login device refreshes its cooldown, there was little to engage him. Thus, Jiang Chen, in his boredom, reclined on the bed and began to daydream. After a while, he abruptly sat up as a crucial thought struck him. The level certification agency of the Xia Kingdom. This agency serves, in layman's terms, as the most official institution for combat power certification, recognized throughout the Blue Star. From what Jiang Chen recalled from his previous life, the testing machines employed by this agency were crafted from a unique material brought forth by divine-level beings from within the Divination Tower, thus ensuring its authoritative nature. One that even the leaders of foreign races must acknowledge. The certification levels are categorized into 5 major tiers: warrior, general, king, god of war, and true god. Generally speaking, those at the 0-3 tier of awakening possess combat capabilities at the warrior level, albeit relatively weak, rendering them akin to cannon fodder on the battlefield of myriad races. Awakening individuals at the 46 tier typically attain the status of general, showcasing a marked improvement in strength compared to warriors, enabling them to confront more formidable foes. Once an awakener surpasses tier 6 and reaches tier 78, they are designated as a king, possessing extraordinary powers and serving as a crucial force on the battlefield, a true indicator of combat strength among the myriad races. As for those above tier 9, they are hailed as gods of war, standing at the pinnacle of combat prowess, unmatched by any, representing the most formidable strength of the human race. The final tier, the 10-tier Awakener, commonly referred to as an emperor-level powerhouse, embodies true divinity, wielding the most potent forces within the cosmos, revered as true gods. However, this is merely a general overview, as the certification agency evaluates the genuine combat prowess of the Awakeners. Yet, within this world, there exists an eternal anomaly known as genius. For geniuses, it is entirely plausible to defeat a 4-tier Awakener while still at tier 3, meaning that one could potentially achieve a general-level certification at tier 3. Taking Jiang Chen as an example, he is presently merely a novice Awakener of tier 1, having awakened less than a week ago. However, judging by the damage he inflicts, he could already rival the capabilities of tier 5 or even tier 6 Awakeners, thereby bypassing the warrior level and ascending directly to the general level. Furthermore, the 5 combat levels from warrior to true god are further subdivided into 10-star levels. The stronger the Awakener, the higher their star rating. For instance, a 10-star god of war possesses a power level far superior to that of a 1-star god of war. It is no exaggeration to state that, although both may be classified as gods of war, a 10-star god of war could easily contend against 3 to 4 1-star gods of war simultaneously. In summary, an individual's certification level essentially reflects their true combat strength, except for the old 6. Alas, how could I have overlooked this? Perhaps I have been far too busy lately to even remember this. It is crucial to note that combat power certification not only validates one's strength, but also, following certification, specific institutions will deposit a monthly stipend into the Awakener system account based on their current certification level. If memory serves correctly, a 1-star warrior can receive a monthly subsidy of 10,000 gold coins. Moreover, at the warrior stage, for each star level gained, one can earn an additional 10,000 gold coins as a subsidy, meaning a 10-star warrior could receive up to 100,000 gold coins monthly. Similarly, a 1-star general, like a 10-star warrior, can also claim 100,000 gold coins monthly. However, at the general stage, each star level gain permits an additional 100,000 gold coins. Therefore, beginning from 2-star general, one can claim 200,000 gold coins monthly, and if reaching 10-star general, the monthly subsidy escalates to 100,000 gold coins. By this calculation, a 10-star king and a 1-star god of war could each receive 10,000 gold coins monthly, while a 10-tier god of war and a true god would directly receive a staggering 100,000 gold coins as their monthly subsidy. It is essential to note that the exchange rate between gold coins and Xia Kingdom currency is 1 to 10, meaning that even the lowest tier 1-star warrior, upon successful certification, would effectively earn a monthly income equivalent to 100,000 Xia Kingdom currency. A monthly subsidy of 100,000 Xia Kingdom currency translates to a lifetime of untroubled living for most ordinary individuals. Contemplating this, Jiang Chen swiftly rolled out of bed, grabbed his phone, and opened the ride-hailing app to summon a black car. Do not inquire why Jiang Chen did not utilize the flight capabilities of an Yu to travel directly to the certification agency for his combat power assessment. The answer lies in the chaotic early days following the arrival of the Divine Tower, when numerous Awakeners recklessly wielded their powers, nearly resulting in a systemic collapse of the entire nation. For instance, over 300 years ago, there existed a nation known as the Land of Little Sunday. In that era, a 9th-tier Awakener from that nation exploited his abilities for nefarious purposes, inevitably leading to a nationwide manhunt. It is said that, in a bid to counter the official pursuit, this 9th-tier Awakener chose to collude with foreign entities, which subsequently set off a cascade of events that culminated in the annihilation of his nation. Thus, from that point onward, the entirety of Xia country imposed a stringent ban on weaponry, mandating that any Awakener utilizing extraordinary powers outside the Divine Tower or the battleground of 10,000 races could face denunciation. Successful reports would incur severe penalties, and informants would be rewarded handsomely by the state. Chapter 46. My name is Lu Ruyan. I am Lu Ruyan, born into the illustrious Lu family in the renowned city of Suzhou and Hangzhou. From a young age, I was cherished and adored by my family, basking in boundless affection. My childhood was replete with vibrant dreams and carefree laughter, each day unfolding like a melodious poem, graceful and exquisite. However, as time passed, I gradually became aware that, as the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, I bore the weight of familial expectations and responsibilities, akin to invisible mountains pressing down upon me, making it hard to breathe. Yet, the vicissitudes of fate altered the trajectory of my life dramatically. In my first year of high school, I encountered Jiang Chen, a boy who unexpectedly intruded upon my existence, leaving an indelible mark upon my memory. His presence was like a gentle spring breeze caressing the surface of a lake, stirring ripples of emotion within me. We strolled along the cobblestone paths of our campus, sharing laughter, dreams, and secrets. In those moments, we were filled with hopes for the future, believing that as long as we held hands, we could traverse mountains and rivers to reach the shores of happiness. When our gazes met, we could see the stars and the vast ocean reflected in each other's eyes, accompanied by the whispers of blooming flowers. Before long, we fell in love. Our romance was akin to the springtime of Suzhou and Hangzhou, tender and radiant. We exchanged eternal vows amidst the blooming cherry blossoms, dreaming of cherishing every beautiful moment together in the days to come. In my second year of high school, I was honored to be recognized as one of the top 10 school beauties, a distinction that set me apart among my peers, simultaneously a source of pride and an invisible burden. I understood deeply that external beauty is but fleeting, while true strength often emanates from inner resilience and talent. Consequently, I dedicated myself to rigorous training and study, determined that others would see beyond my appearance to recognize my capabilities and intellect. I began to showcase my talents both academically and artistically, striving for excellence in every endeavor. I participated in various competitions, garnering numerous accolades, aiming to demonstrate through my actions that I possessed both ability and wisdom, far from being a mere decorative vase. However, as my third year approached, familial pressure escalated like a tidal wave, threatening the very foundation of my love with Jiang Chen. The Liu family, prioritizing their interests, vehemently opposed our relationship, insisting that I should not squander time on a boy with no future prospects, fearing that our bond would hinder my potential. Thus, under the family's coercion, we were forced to part ways. During that period, my heart felt as if it were a flower drenched by autumn rain, wilting in sorrow. Just before the college entrance examination, I unexpectedly awakened an A-grade talent, igniting a glimmer of hope within me, as I believed I could finally regain my family's approval and rekindle my lost love through my own strength. However, fate proved capricious, and I was blindsided by the revelation that Jiang Chen possessed an astonishing SSS grade talent, which filled me with remorse. On that day, at the entrance of the classroom, I summoned my courage, hoping to mend our fractured relationship. I knelt at the doorway, yearning for Jiang Chen's change of heart, but the outcome shattered my hopes. His rejection sliced through my last vestige of fantasy like a sharp blade. His gaze was cold, devoid of any emotion, as if he felt no nostalgia for our past. I was left to ponder whether, in that moment, he too harbored unspoken bitterness. I could not fathom why fate chose to torment me so cruelly, stripping away even my last flicker of hope. At that moment, I felt as though I had lost the entire world. To make matters worse, Jiang Chen's SSS grade talent was soon exposed, and his remarkable performances within the Divine Tower drew the attention of powerful figures in the imperial capital. In a bid to protect him, these influential individuals decided to intervene, erasing the memories of everyone who had encountered Jiang Chen. Unfortunately for me, as his first love, I bore the brunt of this memory-erasing spell. With the forceful removal of countless memories related to Jiang Chen, my mind suffered severe damage, regressing to the level of a 3-year-old child. Upon learning of this, the Liu family could not accept the person I had become and callously discarded me, as one would an obsolete object carelessly cast aside in a corner. At that moment, I felt like a lost lamb, wandering amidst a sea of strangers, unable to find my way home. Perhaps fate played another cruel trick, for I inadvertently activated the login device, re-entering the Divine Tower. Yet in my current state, my mind was juvenile, perceiving everything as a novelty. Out of curiosity, I impulsively stole a jade pendant from an equipment shop, unaware that this very pendant would ultimately become the bond that reunited me with Jiang Chen. After the theft, the shopkeeper labeled me a thief, sending several burly men to apprehend me. Just as I trembled in fear, Jiang Chen appeared unexpectedly, purchasing the jade pendant for 500,000 gold coins to rescue me. In that moment, I felt an unprecedented sense of security. Subsequently, Jiang Chen took me back to his home, where he tenderly cared for me. Within his abode, I once again experienced the warmth and affection I had long been deprived of, deepening my feelings for him. Days later, he presented me with a mysterious elixir, claiming it could restore my memories. Without a trace of doubt, I swallowed the elixir without hesitation, drifting into a deep slumber. When I opened my eyes again, my mind had miraculously returned to its former state, even restoring the memories forcefully erased by the powers of the imperial capital. From that moment onward, my feelings for Jiang Chen solidified even further. Now, I stand at the crossroads of my life, my heart resolutely set on ascending the Divine Tower and enhancing my strength. This endeavor is not merely to catch up with Jiang Chen, but to affirm my own worth. Having endured so much, I refuse to be a pawn of fate any longer. I will not lose myself again. I aspire to become formidable, to show the Liu family that I am not as fragile as they perceive, and that I can thrive without them. I dream of the day when I can stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Chen, facing this magnificent yet brutal world together, and confess my feelings once more, assuring him that no matter the storms we endure, my heart remains steadfast. I am well aware that the path ahead will not be easy, yet I am prepared. No matter how arduous, I shall pursue my own happiness and reclaim the tomorrow that belongs to us. I am Lu Ruyan. Always believe that only through the baptism of storms can one behold a more resplendent and vibrant rainbow. I am determined to prove myself within the Tower of Divinity, not for any other reason, but for that unwavering love and commitment to the future. Chapter 47, Soldier Test, First Challenge, Damage Assessment. International Hotel, Suwon City. 30 minutes later, the black ride-hailing car carrying Jiang Chen gradually came to a halt in front of a towering skyscraper. On the surface, it appeared to be a grand hotel, yet in essence, it served as a branch of the Combat Power Certification Agency of the Xia Kingdom located in Suwon City. This arrangement not only ensures a degree of confidentiality, especially from foreign races, but also provides a temporary residence for awakeners arriving from remote areas. From Jiang Chen's memories of his previous life, he learned that the Combat Power Certification Agency is divided into two main zones, the Combat Power Testing Zone and the Mercenary Task Zone. Indeed, the latter is an official platform where tasks can be freely posted and accepted by mercenaries. Awakeners who undertake and complete various tasks can gain not only monetary rewards, fame, and status, but also precious cultivation resources and opportunities to enhance their own combat power. These tasks include, but are not limited to, hunting foreign races. And awakeners who accept certain special missions are granted the privilege to utilize extraordinary powers within the city. Should an awakener inadvertently be reported during a task, presenting the relevant task certificate will exempt them from punishment. As Jiang Chen stepped out of the vehicle, he spotted two security guards dressed in black uniforms standing at the entrance. Their expressions were stern, and they were fully armed, exuding an air of authority. After presenting his identification to the two, Jiang Chen successfully entered the building. The moment he entered the lobby, a young female staff member approached him with a smile and inquired, "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" After explaining his purpose, the girl gestured towards the elevator on the right and said, "The Combat Power Testing Zone is on the 5th floor. You may take this elevator to reach it." Jiang Chen nodded in appreciation. "Thank you." Inside the International Hotel Combat Power Testing Zone. Upon entering the testing zone's hall, Jiang Chen was taken aback to find the area, which should have been bustling with activity, exceptionally vacant. How peculiar. What could be the reason for this? He pondered. If I recall correctly, this place is usually teeming with people, yet now there isn't a soul in sight. How the great emperors anticipated my arrival for the power test and cleared the venue in advance? Alas, it matters not. The tests here are generally self-service and do not require manual operation. Moreover, the absence of others certainly facilitates the concealment of one's identity. With that thought in mind, Jiang Chen hastily approached the service window. After scanning his iris, a mechanized prompt sounded. "Beep. Please check in at the self-service machine and collect a queue number." Hearing the prompt, Jiang Chen felt a mix of exasperation. Queue? For what purpose? There isn't even a single person around. Nonetheless, he followed the instructions and located a self-service machine. Jiang Chen needed to input various personal details into the machine, such as name, level, profession, Tower of Divinity challenge layers, and his tower ID. Notably, although this information is entered only once, it is randomized afterward, making it impossible for anyone to ascertain Jiang Chen's true identity, even when all details are combined. For instance, searching for Godslayer might yield the following information. Nickname, Godslayer, name, Li Tai Bai level, 205 profession, poet, wine, and sword hero. Layers, 85. As illustrated, searching for Godslayer reveals a real name of Li Tai Bai, with a mere level of 205, yet an astonishing climbing achievement of 85 layers. This approach effectively shuffles and recombines all information, ensuring that no one outside of the individual can retrieve any genuine information about the tester. Thus is exceedingly secure, alleviating any concerns regarding information leakage. These measures are foundational policies established by the state to protect awakeners who come to undergo combat power testing. Otherwise, many awakeners would be reluctant to participate. Upon completing the input of his personal information, the prompt sounded once more. "Beep. First time Awakener detected for combat power testing. This test will commence with a soldier assessment. Beep. Your current queue number is 101. Please proceed to room 1 for testing. Inside room 1 of the testing area, Jiang Chen swiftly twisted his hands, stretching his entire body. Beep. Tester detected in the room. The test will officially begin in 10 seconds. The countdown passed quickly, and a red light flashed on the wall as an emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the sealed chamber. Soldier test. First challenge, damage assessment. Are you prepared? Without hesitation, Jiang Chen declared prepared. No sooner had he spoken than a stone the size of 2 basketballs materialized directly in front of him. Beep. The first challenge of the soldier test, damage assessment, officially begins. Beep. Challenger, please attack the stone. Jiang Chen raised his right hand and summoned Eternal Star, launching a falling star at the stone. Magic 20,000. Critical hit 786, 164. A faint red beam descended from above, directly striking the stone and inflicting nearly 1.8 million points of critical damage. In mere moments, the stone was obliterated by the overwhelming magical force. Beep. Congratulations, you have successfully completed the soldier test, damage assessment. Hearing the prompt, a slight smile crept onto Jiang Chen's face. After all, isn't this merely a matter of skill? He had never feared anyone in terms of damage. Even the great emperors would not intimidate him. Beep. The system has detected that the Challenger's strength is exceedingly formidable, automatically advancing to the general level test. What? Due to his overwhelming strength, he was directly propelled into the general level test. Nevertheless, this suits me just fine. It will save me a considerable amount of time. Beep. General test. First challenge, nerve reaction speed test. Are you prepared? A glint of confidence sparkled in Jiang Chen's eyes. Bring it on. Suddenly, a green circle illuminated the floor of the room. Beep. Test begins. As the countdown concluded, a green laser shot forth from the circle at an incredible speed towards Jiang Chen. The beam, approximately 6 millimeters in diameter, whizzed past him, and with a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded it. Whoosh! The beam struck the wall, leaving a small circular mark without penetrating through. Phew! How terrifying! In his previous life, upon reaching the 4th tier, Jiang Chen had not undergone the general level combat power test, as his ultimate strength remained at the level of a 9-star soldier. He had not anticipated that the first challenge of the general test would involve a speed assessment using lasers. However, it appeared to be merely a beam of light that would not inflict any tangible harm. Fortunately, Knight Wuhan had gifted him a cloak that significantly enhanced his agility. Otherwise, he might not have passed this test. Chapter 48. Instant rise to 8-star general. However, before Jiang Chen could fully comprehend the situation, a flurry of laser beams erupted from the green circle, hurtling towards him with alarming speed. Startled, Jiang Chen swiftly dodged. What on earth is happening? I thought there was only one laser. I was careless. Unfortunately, in his haste to evade, he was struck by 2 of the beams, one grazing his arm and the other impacting his thigh. Ouch, that stings a bit. I didn't realize these lasers could inflict harm, yet this sensation is oddly reminiscent of receiving an injection. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the general level neuroreaction test. Please proceed to the next stage. Phew! Thank goodness. Once all the attacks ceased, Jiang Chen leaned against the wall of the testing chamber, taking deep breaths of fresh air to recuperate and prepare for the upcoming challenge. 10 seconds later, a robotic voice echoed once more, beep. The next test, defensive capability assessment, is about to commence. Are you ready? Defensive capability assessment. Currently, my strongest asset lies in my offensive power. By harnessing my innate talent and expending the requisite magical energy, my damage output can increase exponentially. But will this talent also enhance my defensive prowess? This presents a splendid opportunity. If I succeed, I could emerge as a melee mage adept in both offense and defense. Let us give it a try. Ready? As Jiang Chen voiced his readiness, an array of ice spikes suddenly materialized around him, swiftly launching toward him. Alarmed, he quickly activated his talent, attempting to consume magical energy to conjure a protective shield around himself. Magical energy, 20,000. Shield value, 400,000. Incredible. It actually worked. Gazing at the substantial shield enveloping him, Jiang Chen felt a surge of elation. However, in an instant, the ice spikes hurtled towards him, colliding with the shield and producing a cacophony of clinks and clatters. Shield, 26,549. Shield, 27,577. Shield, 21,564. Shield, 24,349. Jiang Chen realized that the attack power of these ice spikes was considerably greater than that of the previous lasers, and their sheer number was daunting. His shield, valued at 400,000, seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Alarmed, he quickly augmented his magical output, enveloping himself in another layer of shield with a value of 400,000, barely managing to withstand the onslaught of ice spikes. Magical energy, 20,000. Shield, 400,000. However, this was merely the beginning. A multitude of varied attacks ensued. Fireballs, wind blades, lightning, and more. Finally, after enduring for a while, all attacks ceased. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the general level defensive capability assessment. The mechanical voice resounded once again. Phew, that was quite a challenge. Onward to the next stage. Following was the stamina test, damage test, and magical affinity test. Unsurprisingly, Jiang Chen completed them all with ease. Through this series of evaluations, Jiang Chen finally attained a concrete understanding of his strength. He was above general level, yet below king level. For him, these tests posed no significant challenge. Moreover, he discovered a crucial insight regarding his talent, Mind S-Will, which proved exceptionally effective when utilized for singular enhancements. For instance, 20,000 points of magical energy could yield a shield value of 400,000 or amplify the damage of falling stars tenfold. However, if he simultaneously expended 10,000 points of magical energy to form a shield while enhancing skill damage, the efficacy diminished significantly, yielding a maximum shield value of 150,000 and 75 times the damage. Though the precise reasoning remains unclear, this evaluation undeniably affirmed the versatility of Mind S-Will, demonstrating its capacity to conjure shields from thin air. Furthermore, Jiang Chen's mastery over Mind S-Will had become increasingly adept. Almost instantaneously upon the thought's inception, his talent would activate autonomously, producing the desired alterations. At that moment, the walls of the room transformed into a grand screen, displaying a plethora of data scrolling continuously, generating a personalized report card for Jiang Chen. Beep. Congratulations. The general test has been completed, and your specific test results are being compiled. Please hold on. A few seconds later, neural reaction test, S-grade. Defensive capability test, S-grade. Damage capability test, SSS grade. Aggregating all results, your general test rating is S. Beep. Congratulations. Your combat power certification level is 8-star general. As the words fell, a medal descended from above, hovering gracefully before Jiang Chen. The front of the medal bore the engraving of 8 small stars alongside a soldier's visage, while the reverse side showcased a prominent character for general. Is this the medal for an 8-star general? How splendid. I never anticipated that at merely level 130 in this life, I would accomplish what I could not achieve at level 400 in my previous life. By the time I reach level 400, perhaps I will even qualify for the God of War rating. After claiming the general medal, a document materialized on the screen, outlining the various benefits and privileges Jiang Chen could enjoy as a general. As an 8-star general, his monthly stipend would amount to 800,000 gold coins, equivalent to 8 million in Xia country currency, disbursed on the first of each month by the staff of the combat power testing zone directly to his designated bank account. It is worth noting that Jiang Chen currently possessed only around 5 to 6 million gold coins. Thus, 800,000 gold coins will be quite a boon for him. Filled with anticipation, he continued to read. As an 8-star general, he held the privilege of purchasing property at half price. enabling him to acquire a residence in any city across Xia country. Upon reading this, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Half price for a house. I am in dire need of a home. Once I purchase a house, I won't have to squeeze into a cramped rental with Lu Ru Yin anymore. This is indeed a monumental stroke of luck. Once I earn a bit more, I must secure a place. Jiang Chen continued to peruse the document. Additionally, general-level warriors enjoyed numerous special rights, such as priority service, free access to certain public facilities, tax reductions, and more. Incredible. So, this is the privilege of being a general? No wonder everyone aspires to elevate their combat power certification level. It turns out that attaining the rank of general brings such remarkable benefits. Jiang Chen read further. The general test requires re-evaluation every 3 years. If the awakened individual's combat power certification level advances within this period, the re-evaluation cycle will be recalibrated. Well, that is not a problem. Forget 3 years. At my current rate of progress, I could potentially reach king level in less than a month. Upon completing the level certification, awakened individuals can claim tasks in the mission area using their medals, receiving corresponding rewards upon completion. Moreover, the general level medal, once activated, can transform into a special mask that conceals one's true identity, impervious to the scrutiny of awakened individuals below level 7. Below the 7th tier, generally speaking, it pertains to those ranked as war kings or lower. I never anticipated that the war general medallion possessed such a remarkable function. However, with my SSS class cloak, the shadow feather, I find it impossible to be detected below the true god level. Thus, this ability appears somewhat redundant. Chapter 49, Quest. Acquire the Water of Life. After assessing my combat prowess, Jiang Chen proceeded directly to the mercenary task area designated for war generals, eager to discover if there were any tasks suited to his skills. Standing in the center of the task hall, Jiang Chen gazed upward at the grand screen, where hundreds of tasks continuously scrolled by. Obtain the contact information of the God Slayer. Reward, 10 million gold coins. Protect the second young lady of the Wang family, Wang Shiran, for 1 week. Reward, 1 million gold coins. Travel to the Wolf Clan and slay the squad captain, Haha Kar. Reward, 800,000 gold coins. Find an appraisal master to evaluate an S-class weapon. Reward, 500,000 gold coins. Seek an online girlfriend. Rewards based on attractiveness. Reward, 50,000 to 5 million gold coins. Perusing these bounty tasks, Jiang Chen found himself at a loss for words. What on earth is this? The contact information of the God Slayer is valued at 10 million gold coins? Brother, I seriously suspect you're a spy. Are you planning to spend 10 million to acquire the personal contact of the God Slayer and then resell it to the alien races for 100 million? Pocketing a cool 90 million? You are quite the character. I'll have to ask Knight Wuhan for assistance in investigating this matter. Alas, unfortunately, none of these tasks seem particularly fitting for me. Subsequently, Jiang Chen's gaze continued to search the scrolling screen until, 3 minutes later, he was captivated by one particular task. Travel to the Elf Clan and acquire the Water of Life. Reward, calculated by quantity. Each drop of Water of Life is worth 100,000 gold coins. This task seems quite promising, just in time, as I am about to venture into the 12th layer. Moreover, given my standing within the Elf Clan, it wouldn't be unreasonable to bring back a few drops of the Water of Life, considering I have soaked in the sacred spring of the elves. Excellent. This is the one. Jiang Chen approached the task station and selected the task with a decisive click. Upon witnessing this, the sweet-faced receptionist immediately smiled and inquired, "Sir, are you certain you wish to accept this task?" "Absolutely," Jiang Chen replied without hesitation. "Very well. Please hold on for a moment." With that, the receptionist deftly operated her computer before handing Jiang Chen a card-shaped task certificate. "This is your task certificate. Kindly complete the task, as per the requirements outlined. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to contact us at any time." After accepting the task certificate and reviewing its contents, Jiang Chen flashed a smile at the receptionist before gracefully turning and departing the task hall. All done. Time to head home. As evening fell, Jiang Chen returned to his rented apartment. Just as he was about to indulge in a relaxing bath, he noticed a few pieces of women's lingerie carelessly strewn across the bed. Whose garments are these? Why are they scattered everywhere? Considering the time, Lu Ruyan should have returned from the Divine Tower by now. Thus, Jiang Chen called out, Lu Ruyan, are you there? Did you come back? However, there was no response. Why is there no one? Could it be that these aren't Lu Ruyan's? Did a thief break in? Surely not. With curiosity piqued, Jiang Chen cautiously approached the bed, picked up one of the garments, and brought it close to his nose for a sniff. Surprisingly fragrant. Suddenly, the bathroom door swung open with a clang, and a shapely figure wrapped in a towel emerged. Jiang Chen's gaze sharpened, and indeed, it was Lu Ruyan. Her hair was damp, and a delicate mist lingered around her. Her cheeks flushed, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Jiang Chen, you're back? Upon seeing Jiang Chen, Lu Ruyan stuttered slightly. Yet, when she noticed the piece of lingerie in his hand, her face turned as red as a ripe apple. What are you doing with my clothes? After exclaiming, she hastily clutched the towel with her left hand, fearing it might slip, and swiftly snatched the lingerie from Jiang Chen's grasp with her right. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, then offered an awkward smile. Oh, I see you're home. With such a mess, I thought a thief had come in. Lu Ruyan lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied. I just finished my bath and hadn't had the chance to tidy up. Seeing her bashful demeanor, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle, playfully patting his back. Well, go ahead and tidy up. I'm off to take a shower too. I'm utterly exhausted after a long day. Once Jiang Chen left, Lu Ruyan hurriedly gathered the lingerie and stowed it away in the wardrobe before straightening the bed. At that moment, her emotions were rather complex. She couldn't quite fathom why, but upon seeing Jiang Chen again, she felt an inexplicable anticipation. After Jiang Chen finished his bath and donned a fresh outfit, he emerged from the bathroom to find Lu Ruyan had already tidied the bed and was quietly waiting for him by its side. He approached and sat opposite her, concernedly asking, how did your venture into the Divine Tower go today? Was it smooth? Lu Ruyan raised her head proudly, a glimmer of triumph in her eyes. I made it to the 3rd layer this time, passing a total of 77 challenges. I received an A-grade evaluation and a substantial experience reward. I've already leveled up to 48. However, her expression shifted to one of slight melancholy as she continued. It's a pity I lost several days of progress before. That is still quite impressive. Jiang Chen reassured her with a smile. At this rate, you'll soon break through to the next tier. Jiang Chen suddenly. Lu Ruyan looked at Jiang Chen with a bashful expression, her eyes betraying a hint of unease and anticipation. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Jiang Chen gently inquired, Ruyan, what is the matter? Is there something on your mind? Lu Ruyan bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before ultimately shaking her head and softly saying, No, it's nothing. Nevertheless, her gaze lingered on Jiang Chen, as if she wished to convey something but found it difficult to voice. By the way, Ruyan, if there's nothing pressing, I plan to enter the 12th layer of the Divine Tower tonight. Okay, I'll wait for your return. After speaking, Jiang Chen nodded, then closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into the tattoo on his hand. A few seconds later, Jiang Chen's figure vanished from the rented apartment. Chapter 50. Even a pig could achieve SSS level completion. The Divine Tower, 2nd Core City. A flash of white light heralded Jiang Chen's arrival at the central plaza of 2nd Core City. His primary objective for this foray into the Divine Tower was to secure an SSS level evaluation on the 12th layer, while also attempting to procure some water of life from the sacred spring of the elves. However, before that, Jiang Chen decided to first seek out Luo Shi on the 3rd layer, as he had forgotten to adjust the challenge information there during his prior hasty departure. As the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen's figure instantaneously materialized within the enigmatic confines of the 3rd level. Luo Shi, are you there? In a mere heartbeat, Luo Shi appeared before him. What is it? Do you need something? Oh, how peculiar. The sun has risen in the west. You actually remembered to dress before stepping out this time. Well, I've come to inquire about how to modify the level information of the 3rd tier. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's inquiry, Luo Shi smiled gently and replied, It's quite simple. You can directly access the territory information from the character panel and make the necessary adjustments. However, do keep in mind that the difficulty of the levels must not be too high or too low, as this could adversely affect the challenger's experience and evaluation. Following Luo Shi's guidance, Jiang Chen opened the character panel and located the territory information. Territory, 3rd level of the Divine Tower. Owner, Slayer of Gods. Level drop rate settings. Level experience settings. Racial buff settings. Racial debuff settings. Level buff settings. Level debuff settings. Buff level quantity settings. Debuff level quantity settings. Minor monster strength settings. Boss strength settings. Maze trigger probability. Wow. This is astonishing, he exclaimed. I truly didn't expect there to be so many adjustable parameters. By calculating this, if tailored appropriately, even a mere pig could potentially breeze through the 100th level. No wonder every race is vying for control of the Divine Tower. It is worth noting that the current content of the 100th level has evolved from what it once was. Previously, the 100th level involved challenging Luo Shi, with success yielding an SSS rating. However, upon Jiang Chen's ascension to owner, the information for the 100th level automatically transformed, now requiring a challenge against a level 100 SSS panel boss, with success granting an SSS rating. Just imagine if henceforth anyone could attain an SSS rating upon successful challenge. What a tremendous advantage that would bestow. Note, the 3rd level is one of the novice trial levels, thus its difficulty is relatively low. After adjusting the level information, there exists the possibility of all challengers achieving an SSS rating. Note, the difficulty of subsequent levels is substantial, rendering the possibility of obtaining an SSS rating through mere adjustments virtually non-existent, although Jiang Chen remains unaware of this. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Chen began to adjust the level information. He weakened certain level difficulties while simultaneously enhancing the challenge of key levels. In the racial section, he boldly altered it to increase the attributes of all human races by 30 while reducing those of non-human entities by 30. Once he completed the settings, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. He believed that such adjustments would provide challengers with a more engaging gaming experience. I hope they will appreciate my modifications, he mused to himself. Subsequently, he closed the interface, preparing to immediately journey to the 12th level. All right, thank you, Luo Shi, Jiang Chen said with a smile. You're welcome, Luo Shi replied, gently shaking her head. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, her figure gradually faded away. Having finalized the modifications, Jiang Chen declared, now off to the 12th level. 10 minutes later, he successfully entered the internal challenges of the 12th level. The moment he was teleported into the 12th level, he was astonished to find himself standing naked in a pool of water. When the world is happening, why am I in a pool without any clothes? Suddenly, he realized, wait, this is the Elven Sacred Spring. I remember now, if I'm not mistaken, since the levels from 11 to 20 are fully interconnected. Time within the instance freezes 5 minutes before the challengers exit from the tower. Upon entering the next level, the character automatically appears at the point of disappearance in the previous level. In simpler terms, it's akin to saving and loading a game. Darn it, I need to find some clothes. Yet, as Jiang Chen approached the shore, a frantic voice rang out from outside the arched stone door at the entrance of the Elven Sacred Spring. It's bad. It's bad. Avril, are you there? The Red Elves are attacking. What? They're attacking already? If I recall correctly, in my previous life, the Red Elves only launched their attack when I reached the 15th level. Why are they here in the 12th level this time? Could it be that the world within the instance is also subject to the butterfly effect? Avril, don't panic. Please explain the situation in detail. Jiang Chen hastily donned his clothes and rushed to the arched stone door. Avril, in a fluster, hurried towards him, speaking rapidly. Lillia, the Red Elf clan has heard of a new elf with SSS potential in our tribe, and they want to capture you for research. After taking a deep breath, she continued, they have already breached the forest outside our tribe. The Guardian has sent me to find you and urges you to hide immediately. Goodness, this truly is the butterfly effect. They are coming for me. Jiang Chen's resolve solidified. No, I cannot hide. Since this conflict arose because of me, I cannot falter. I must assist my kin. Averil's favorability level, 5. Averil's favorability level, 5. Averil's favorability level, 5. But you're just a newly awakened elf. How can you possibly contend with the red elves? Avril exclaimed anxiously. Don't worry. I have a plan, Jiang Chen reassured her. Return to the Guardian and inform him that I will be there shortly. With that, he promptly opened his character attribute panel. Name, Lillia, Slayer of Gods. Species, Blue Elf. Gender, female. Level, 186. Class, Wind Whisperer. Talent, Mind Law Adaptation. Grade, SSS. Health points, 270, 200. Magic points, 410, 500. Physical attack, 6, 820. Magic attack, 10, 096. Physical defense, 5, 020. Magic defense, 8, 960. Skills, magic arrow, magic shield, healing spell, chain lightning, wind binding. Description, a blue elf awakened from the heavens. A naturally gifted SSS elf with unparalleled potential. This panel is quite impressive. The red elves? Capturing me for research? Just wait and see what surprise I have in store for you. After closing the panel, Jiang Chen swiftly made his way toward the elven forest, following the direction etched in his memory from his previous life. Chapter 51. The Arrival of the Detractor, Igniting the Red-Blue Showdown. Upon arriving at the elven forest, Jiang Chen observed that the guardians of the Blue Elves and the leader of the Red Elves were embroiled in a heated dispute over their territorial claims. Thus, Jiang Chen decided to remain hidden in a nearby thicket of grass, eavesdropping on their conversation. At that moment, the Red Elves suddenly erupted into chaos. You, a band of smurfs, dare to snatch away our clan's SSS-level prodigy. Today, you must surrender him, or her, to me. Indeed, he, or she, is the genius of our clan. Return him, or her, to us at once. Subsequently, the Smurf Guardian spat contemptuously onto the ground and retorted, Bah! How shameless! What do you mean by your clan's genius? Lillia was born beneath our Smurf clan's sacred white tree. She is inherently ours. If you claim her as your genius, then why did she not emerge from your clan's sacred spirit tree? Thus, she is inherently the pride of our race. The greatest gift bestowed upon us Smurfs by the sacred white tree. You have no right to assert she belongs to you. Upon hearing the Smurf Guardian's words, the Red Fairy leader's eyes widened in disbelief, seething with rage as he stomped in place, bellowing, Nonsense! What absurd glory! You merely wish to exploit her talents for the benefit of your clan. Observing the Red Fairy leader's fury, the Smurf Guardian smirked slightly. Her eyes filled with disdain and contempt, and continued to sneer, Exploitation? We are diligently nurturing her to become a true powerhouse. It is you Red Fairies who intend to seize her and utilize her talents for your own gain, is it not? The Red Fairy leader trembled with fury, his eyes ablaze with anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at the Smurf Guardian, exclaiming in a fit of rage, You lie. Nurturing? You are stifling her potential. She could have grown stronger, yet your selfishness binds her hands and feet. Witnessing the Red Fairy leader's agitation, the Smurf Guardian's smile blossomed further as she calmly countered, Stifling? No. We are providing her with the finest environment for growth. Moreover, only we can offer her ample protection and support to thrive in this world. Unable to contain his simmering anger any longer, the Red Fairy leader raised his voice, demanding to know, the best environment? Do you mean overextending her potential? What you are doing is nothing short of strangling her future. In response to the Red Fairy leader's inquiry, the Smurf Guardian remained undaunted, coolly retorting, Overextending potential? You may not be aware, but just a few hours ago, I arranged for Lillia to undergo a baptism in our clan's fairy sacred spring. Upon hearing the Smurf Guardian's revelation, the Red Fairy leader's emotions surged, his arms flailing as anger flickered in his eyes, his face darkening as he shouted, What? The fairy's sacred spring? How dare you? No, she is ours. No matter what is said, today I must take her back to the Red Fairy clan. The Smurf Guardian, wearing a taunting expression, smirked slightly and replied, Even if you take her away, what can you accomplish? You will only impose endless rules and restrictions upon her development, robbing her of the freedom she deserves. The Red Fairy leader, seething with rage, gritted his teeth and declared, "We possess the finest mentors in the world, capable of providing her with the best guidance and resources. Just that alone makes us incomparable." The Smuff Guardian smiled faintly and promptly countered, "The best? That is merely your self-aggrandizement. For Lillia, a free environment is the most suitable place for her growth. Here, she can explore the world at her leisure and tap into her potential as an SSS-level fairy, unable to suppress his fury any longer." The Red Fairy leader prepared to confront the Smuff Guardian directly, bellowing, "You hypocritical wretches! Do not think I am unaware of your schemes. You merely wish to exploit her power to fulfill your ambitions." The Smuff Guardian disdainfully shook her head, her gaze growing icy as she firmly replied, "Schemes? Huh, utterly ridiculous. We harbor no plans. We simply wish for her to live freely and discover her own path." Seeing the steadfastness of the Smuff Guardian, the Red Fairy leader proclaimed loudly, "In that case, let our young fairies engage in a fair and just duel. Let us see who is more qualified to guide her towards the future." Hearing this proposal, the Smuff Guardian pondered for a moment, then nodded slightly in acceptance of the challenge, stating, "Very well, let our younger generation decide." Afterward, the Smuff Guardian turned to her kin, her eyes filled with anticipation and trust, as she asked in a low voice, "Who wishes to represent our Smuff clan in battle? This is a contest of honor and dignity. Only the brave may take on this responsibility." In an instant, many Smurfs exchanged glances, their faces displaying uncertainty. Suddenly, a blue-haired youth stepped forward, his gaze resolute and determined. "I shall do it, Guardian." This young man, named Blue Wind, possessed striking azure hair and a handsome, steadfast visage. He was a paragon of the Smuff clan, yearning to contribute more to his kin. Faced with this challenge, he unhesitatingly chose to step forward. Seeing Blue Wind volunteer, the Smuff Guardian nodded approvingly, affirming, "Good lad, it shall be you. I hope you can secure victory for our Smuff clan." Meanwhile, the Red Fairy leader also surveyed his kin, confidence gleaming in his eyes. He called out, "Who wishes to represent our Red Fairy clan in battle?" Almost immediately, a red-haired maiden emerged from the crowd. Though her stature was petite, she exuded an intense aura. Her name was Red Little, a rising star among the Red Fairies. Red Little tossed her proud little head and confidently declared to the Red Fairy leader, "Leader, I shall do it." In the grass, Jiang Chen crouched, watching the two sides engage in a fierce exchange, his worldview nearly shattered. Goodness, is this old crone truly so formidable? How can she articulate so well? She has the Red Fairy leader practically fuming. This must be an agent from Zuin, he mused. However, as both sides selected their representatives, Jiang Chen could no longer remain idle in the grass. What? A red versus blue showdown? If I recall correctly, defeating the opposing faction's fairy should yield a significant increase in passage scores, right? How could I possibly miss such a fortuitous opportunity? Thus, Jiang Chen stood up and stepped out of the grass, striding directly toward the Smuff Guardian while declaring, "Guardian, since this matter originated from me, I request your permission to represent the Smuff clan in battle." The Smuff Guardian gazed at the suddenly appearing Jiang Chen in astonishment, hurriedly exclaiming, "Lillia, why are you here? This is not your place. You must go back. Quickly." Huh, what is the matter with this old crone? She seemed so composed just a moment ago. Yet now she is flustered? Does she fear that I might be taken by the opposing side? Chapter 52, Forbidden Spell, Abyssal Light Array. Upon the appearance of Jiang Chen, a red sprite with a sharp, elongated face hastily approached the leader of the red sprites, covering its mouth with a hand. Leaning down, it whispered a few words in the leader's ear. Mere moments later, the red sprite leader's expression shifted dramatically, instinctively directing its gaze towards Jiang Chen's position. "What? You mean she is Lillia? The SSS-rated blue sprite?" After a brief moment of astonishment, the red sprite leader stepped forward, its eyes glinting with a predatory sharpness. A subtle glimmer of murderous intent flickering within. It addressed Jiang Chen with a menacing tone. "If you are indeed Lillia, then allow me to personally ascertain your prowess." I am eager to see from where Olivia derives the audacity to claim they can provide you with the finest nurturing environment. Gula, do not overstep your bounds. Lillia is merely a fledgling sprite. Olivia, the guardian of the blue sprites, suddenly erupted in anger, stepping forward to shield Jiang Chen. Oomph. Today I shall witness the true measure of this SSS-rated genius. A sinister smile crept across Gula's lips as it gestured behind itself. Instantly, dozens of figures burst forth from the underbrush, charging towards Jiang Chen like famished predators pouncing on their prey. It was evident that these red sprites were all seasoned assassins, each possessing formidable combat abilities. Even in the face of such overwhelming numbers, Jiang Chen remained unfazed. However, the blue sprite beside her, Olivia, could no longer contain herself. What? Gula, you dare to ambush with assassins. You seek your own demise. With that, Olivia summoned a dazzling ice blue staff into her right hand and, with a graceful wave, conjured a vast protective shield that enveloped all the blue sprites behind her. She then surged forth from a shield protective range, unfurling her wings as she ascended into the air, her gaze icy as she fixated on the red sprite assassins. Raising her staff high, she began to chant an incantation. Mellow me libi mana. Suddenly, Jiang Chen noticed the sky above her darkening ominously, as if the heavens were about to collapse. A thick mass of storm clouds rapidly coalesced overhead, ultimately forming a colossal, swirling black vortex. Forbidden technique, abyssal light beam formation. Olivia's impressive display left Jiang Chen utterly astonished. Goodness gracious, you truly are remarkable, old woman, coming in with the big guns. I am in awe. After voicing her astonishment, Jiang Chen quickly stepped back, anxious to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The other blue sprites behind her erupted in expressions of admiration and awe. Wow, is this our guardian? So powerful. Long live the guardian. Go, guardian. Please teach those red sprites a severe lesson. Wow, no wonder our guardian has protected us for over a century. Her strength is unfathomable. Approximately 5 seconds later, the black vortex began to spin at an incredible speed. As the vortex whirled, it unleashed dozens of thick black beams of light that struck the charging red sprite assassins with pinpoint accuracy. In an instant, all the red sprite assassins were obliterated. No! Magica! Olivie! Mordoxy! My beloved children! Upon witnessing the annihilation of the sprite assassins, Gula, the red sprite leader, was overcome with grief, crying out in despair. Damn it! Olivia, you shall pay for this. I will make you repay this debt tenfold. With that, Gula stomped its feet on the ground and began to chant an obscure incantation. Subsequently, a massive teleportation circle materialized beneath all the red sprites, and with a flash, they vanished without a trace. So they just fled? No follow-up? What happened to your earlier bravado? As Jiang Chen stood there, bewildered, a melodic system notification chimed in her ears. Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully aided the blue sprite guardian Olivia in repelling the invading red sprite forces. System reward: 50 million experience points, completion rating, level 1. As the system reward was dispensed, a faint shimmer of golden light flickered across Jiang Chen's form. The rewards are rather generous. However, it is a pity. These experience points only contribute to Lillia's character, and my own self remains unchanged. Nevertheless, if such rewards continue to come my way, Lillia should reach level 200 in no time. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the complete disappearance of the red sprites, Olivia exhaled a sigh of relief, clearly fatigued from unleashing such a powerful magical attack. After retracting her staff, she slowly descended from the air, her gaze filled with curiosity as she turned towards Jiang Chen, her voice tinged with exhaustion as she softly inquired, Lillia, what brings you here? Did I not instruct Olivia to have you find a safe place to hide? Jiang Chen scratched the back of her head, feigning embarrassment as she replied, And Olivia, I was worried for your safety, so I secretly followed you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion glimmered in Olivia's eyes, and she spoke gently, Good child, you must not do this again. You are still quite vulnerable. You must learn to protect yourself. Jiang Chen nodded and, filled with curiosity, asked Anna Livial. That skill you just used was incredible. How did you learn it? Livial smiled, extending her hand to ruffle Jiang Chen's hair. This is a forbidden spell passed down through our blue sprite lineage, one that only SSS-rated sprites may master. What do you think? Would you like to learn it? What? You want to teach me a skill? And only SSS-rated sprites can learn it? So, does that mean Livial is also an SSS-rated sprite? Jiang Chen thought to herself, feeling a shiver run down her spine. This is astounding. An SSS-rated sprite has potential comparable to an SSS-level human talent, and with proper nurturing, they could potentially ascend to divinity. Furthermore, the skills qualifying for SSS-level mastery are likely to be SSS-rated skills themselves. Without hesitation, Jiang Chen eagerly nodded and, I want to learn. Observing Jiang Chen's eagerness, Livial revealed a somewhat enigmatic smile and nodded, very well. However, little Lillia, mastering this forbidden spell requires not only exceptional talent, but also relentless practice. You must be prepared for the hardships that lie ahead. Hearing Livial's words, Jiang Chen felt a wave of incredulity wash over her. What nonsense! Hard work? Practice? Huh! You must not realize that all I need to do is hold the skill book and tap it against my head to learn it, right? Huh, what a steal! Thus, Jiang Chen resolutely declared, Aunt, I am not afraid of hardship, as long as I can become stronger and protect everyone like you do. Lillia is willing to endure any challenge. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Aliwire nodded in satisfaction, her face lighting up with a comforting smile. Very well. Follow me. Chapter 53. The Candidates for the Guardian of the Elven Race. With that, Aliwire waved her hand and called out to a female elf nearby. Cecilia, please escort them back. Wait. Cecilia is here too? Jiang Chen exclaimed in surprise. It was a familiar face from their earlier encounter. Having concealed herself in the grass, she had failed to notice her presence. Understood, Guardian, Cecilia replied, her gaze subtly shifting towards Jiang Chen, her left eye imperceptibly twitching. Nonetheless, Jiang Chen caught the slight movement. What on earth? What does this mean? Is she worried I might usurp her position as the Saintess? Sister, I swear upon the heavens, I am truly uninterested in the position of Saintess. Just then, Aliwire's voice interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. Lillia, come with me. After saying this, Aliwire took the lead, stepping towards the realm of the Blue Elves. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen followed Aliwire to a magnificent palace. Curiously, she looked up and saw the plaque above the palace inscribed with the words Elven Treasure Vault. Wow, in my previous life, I frequently heard tales of the Elven race's immense wealth and their extraordinary prowess in collecting various treasures. It is said that while their overall strength may not be the mightiest in terms of wealth, they are among the richest of all races. Seeing it today, it certainly holds true. Just look, they have constructed an entire palace dedicated to storing treasures. How astonishing. It is important to note that this is within the 12th layer. Within the confines of the God-connecting tower, the highest level that these elves can attain is merely 200. Even with special items to break the world's level restrictions, they could only reach a maximum of 400 levels. Lillia, we have arrived. Aliwire suddenly halted, turning to smile gently at Lillia. Jiang Chen snapped back to reality, raising her right index finger to her lips, her expression somewhat naive as she asked, Grandmother, is our elven race truly this affluent? Indeed, Aliwire replied proudly. We have been renowned for our treasure collection since ancient times. This is just one of our many vaults. Countless treasures are scattered across the world. Jiang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow, what treasures are contained within? Aliwire smiled mysteriously, stepping forward to place her palm upon a nearby indentation, causing the grand door to swing open automatically. As the door creaked open, a blinding light erupted forth, momentarily dazzling Jiang Chen and leaving her momentarily disoriented. Upon regaining her vision, she discovered the palace brimming with treasures, glistening gemstones reflecting a spectrum of colors, precious magical weapons, ancient skill books, and more. Wow, Jiang Chen exclaimed excitedly, rushing inside to explore every nook and cranny. These are the ancestral treasures of our elven race. Each item possesses its own unique power and historical significance. Aloysius patiently explained from behind. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's gaze was captivated by a magnificent staff adorned with a massive red crystal, shimmering with an enigmatic glow. "What is this?" she inquired curiously. "That is the staff once wielded by the elven queen of Ur, imbued with formidable magical power," Aloysius replied. "How impressive!" Jiang Chen marveled. Aloysius, noticing the longing in Jiang Chen's eyes, smiled gently. "It is a pity that our elven race has not seen an elven king in many years, otherwise." Aloysius' tone faltered momentarily before she swiftly continued. "However, should you become the guardian of the elven race in the future, you may have the opportunity to wield it." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen froze in place. "What? Did I mishear? Guardian? Is she implying that she wishes to train me as the next guardian of the elven race? No wonder, no wonder. So that's why this old woman has been so protective of me. But becoming the guardian of the elven race doesn't seem like a disadvantage. Moreover, if I truly become the guardian, it would significantly boost my completion score when I pass the 20th level, wouldn't it?" With this thought in mind, Jiang Chen hesitantly asked, "Grandmother, do you mean you wish to cultivate me as the next guardian?" Upon hearing Jiang Chen's question, Aloysius nodded affirmatively and began to elucidate. "Indeed, Lillia. Do you know? To become a guardian, one must possess SSS level potential or higher. Only elves with SSS level potential or above are qualified to break the world's level restrictions and reach level 400. Our blue elves have not seen an elf with SSS level potential in many years." Indeed, my conjecture was correct. It appears this old woman is undoubtedly at level 400. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen gazed resolutely at Aloysius. "I will strive to achieve this, grandmother." Upon Jiang Chen's affirmation, Aloysius smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent, but before that, you must work diligently to enhance your strength. Therefore, this staff cannot be bestowed upon you just yet. When you are truly prepared, it will naturally belong to you. Gulme, dear child, follow me." With that, Aloysius led Jiang Chen to a bookshelf, pointing to a particular tome, beginning her introduction. "This is our blue elves' unique forbidden spell, the SSS level Skill Dark Abyss Beam Array. You may take it and study it well. It could prove immensely beneficial for you." Jiang Chen, brimming with joy, accepted the book. "Thank you, grandmother." Aloysius gently patted Jiang Chen's head, encouraging her. "Yes, work hard, child. I hope you can soon become the guardian of our blue elf race." Once Aloysius finished speaking, Jiang Chen hurriedly interjected, "Grandmother, may I choose a set of equipment for myself?" "Of course." Aloysius paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "The equipment here is all prepared for future guardians. You may choose freely." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Chen excitedly dashed out, searching eagerly throughout the treasure vault. Observing this, Aloysius could only retract her hand, shaking her head helplessly with a soft sigh. "Ah, this child." Chapter 54. The Trial from the Elven Saintess. 30 minutes later, Jiang Chen approached Aloysius with a beaming smile. At that moment, she was holding a 200-level pink longbow and an entire set of 200-level magical equipment. "Grandmother Aloysius, I have made my selection." Aloysius glanced at the equipment in Jiang Chen's hands, momentarily taken aback, and gently reminded her, "Good child, these are all 200-level equipment. You cannot utilize them just yet." In response, Jiang Chen joyfully waved the longbow in her hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I know, but I believe I will be able to use them soon. I'm already at level 190, and I suspect it won't be long before I reach level 200. With that, Jiang Chen opened her character panel, displaying her level information to Aloysius. Nickname, Lillia. Race, Blue Sprite. Gender, female. Level, 190. Potential level, SSS. As Jiang Chen's character panel was displayed, Olivia gasped in astonishment, clearly taken aback by the revelation. "You actually achieved this." Olivia's voice conveyed a sense of disbelief, and she swiftly approached, her fingers gently gliding across the screen as if to scrutinize every detail. "How is this even possible? It has hardly been any time since you emerged from beneath this sacred white tree." Seeing Olivia so astonished by her accomplishments, Jiang Chen felt a surge of pride and instinctively puffed out her chest. It's the sacred spring of the elves. After bathing, I immediately reached level 190. Not only that, but I also sense my potential has been awakened. Just give me a little more time, and I'm certain I can ascend to level 200. Upon hearing Jiang Chen's response, Olivia remarked, "No wonder it's the sacred spring." She then offered Jiang Chen a warm smile, tenderly stroking her hair, her eyes brimming with affection. "My child, you truly make me proud." However, the path to leveling up is not without its challenges. The trials ahead may prove to be even more arduous. In response, Jiang Chen clenched her small fist and confidently declared, "Rest assured, grandmother, I will strive diligently." Olivia nodded with a smile and gently instructed, "In that case, you should store these items away." With Olivia's approval, Jiang Chen happily stowed all the equipment in her backpack. "Thank you, grandmother. Now I shall return to level up." Just as Jiang Chen prepared to depart, Olivia suddenly called out to her and handed her a token. "Wait, this is the entry token for the sacred spring. Once you return, head straight to the spring for your baptism. Strive to reach level 200 as soon as possible." Jiang Chen stepped forward, joyfully accepting the token from Olivia's hand. "All right, thank you, grandmother." After bidding farewell to Olivia, Jiang Chen soared toward the direction of the sacred spring. However, midway through her flight, she encountered an unexpected visitor, Cecilia. "What are you doing here, Cecilia?" Jiang Chen inquired, but her question went unanswered. Cecilia's gaze was resolute and serious, indicating she had something of great importance to convey. The two faced each other in silence for a time before Cecilia finally spoke up. "Lillia, do you realize that there can only be one guardian of the Blue Sprite clan? Thus, I wish to test your strength first." Upon hearing Cecilia's words, Jiang Chen felt utterly wronged, as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through her mind. "What the heck? Big sister, I have no desire to be the guardian. It was Olivia who insisted on choosing me. Go argue with her. Why are you blocking my way?" With a furrowed brow, Jiang Chen slowly replied, "Cecilia, I have no interest in the position of the Holy Maiden." After a moment of silence, Cecilia scrutinized Jiang Chen closely, seemingly assessing the sincerity of her words. Finally, she sighed deeply, her tone softening. "I understand you do not wish to be embroiled in this conflict, but the guardian has made her decision. As a respected elder of our clan, her choice carries immense weight. Since she has chosen you, you cannot remain uninvolved. Therefore, we must engage in a contest to determine who is more deserving of becoming the new guardian." Jiang Chen nodded, resigned to her fate. She comprehended Cecilia's position and recognized the inevitability of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to accept Cecilia's challenge. "Very well, since that is the case, let's resolve this matter fairly." As Jiang Chen made her decision, 2 lines of text suddenly materialized before her eyes. "Trial begins. Friendly reminder. This trial is a sparring mode. Both parties must retain at least 1 HP. Sparring mode? How intriguing. It's indeed a rare sparring scenario." Jiang Chen thought. It is worth noting that awakened beings can respawn upon death in the levels, losing only a bit of completion score. However, NPCs within the Divine Tower cannot typically respawn unless they possess resurrection skills. Hence, sparring mode usually exists to safeguard the lives of NPCs. This indicates that Cecilia is a significant character, deserving of the system's protection. Before Jiang Chen could ponder further, Cecilia charged at her with a sword in hand. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Chen evaded the attack by sidestepping. Immediately, she conjured a stringless bow in her left hand and aimed it at Cecilia, unleashing a barrage of magic arrows. In an instant, she fired 3 arrows at Cecilia. Swish, swish, swish. Magic power, 50,000. Critical hit, 364, 500. Magic power, 50,000. Critical hit, 355, 946. Magic power, 50,000. Critical hit, 358, 794. With the enhancement from her talent, Mind Control, the 3 arrows dealt over 350,000 damage each, completely depleting Cecilia's health bar. Furthermore, the arrows, bolstered by the talent, struck Cecilia's vital points, sending her hurtling backward. Wow, was she so fragile? She was taken out in an instant. Jiang Chen scratched her head, flapping her sprite wings as she flew toward Cecilia. Upon reaching Cecilia, Jiang Chen extended her right hand. Get up, Cecilia. Lying on the ground, Cecilia's eyes widened in surprise. She had never anticipated Jiang Chen's strength to be so formidable. Despite Lillia's potential level of SSS, she still regarded her merely as a fledgling sprite. Suddenly, an idea struck Cecilia, and taking advantage of Jiang Chen's moment of inattention, she rolled over and pinned the unsuspecting Jiang Chen beneath her. Hey, what the? You're not playing fair. How could you launch a sneak attack? I was trying to help you up, and you turn around and ambush me? Chapter 55. Cecilia, I promise you. At that moment, Jiang Chen remained pinned beneath Cecilia. Unable to move, she struggled futilely. No matter how hard she tried, it proved ineffective. Speechless. Who would have thought that such a seemingly delicate elven figure could unleash such tremendous power? If she hadn't relied on her talent earlier, she might not have been able to best Cecilia. Indeed, to become the holy maiden of the Blue Sprite clan, she must possess considerable strength. Hey, Cecilia, what are you planning? Get off me already. However, Cecilia not only disregarded him, but also suddenly leaned in close to Jiang Chen's ear, gently exhaling a breath. Lillia, I shall not relent. The position of the guardian is one I must attain. Hiss. It was unbearable. The sensation was exquisite. This elven maiden, surely, she must be afflicted with some grave ailment. How unfortunate for me to encounter such a person. After uttering this, Cecilia unfurled her ethereal wings and soared into the distance. Once Cecilia departed, Jiang Chen slowly lifted himself from the ground, gazing at her retreating figure, feeling a tinge of helplessness. He had genuinely wished to resolve the matter amicably, yet he never anticipated Cecilia's unwavering determination. Forget it. There are more pressing matters at hand. I shall seek some experience at the Elven Sacred Spring. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen resolutely decided to head to the Elven Sacred Spring, for his primary objective was to elevate his level to 200. Ever since he learned from Olivia that the level cap could be transcended, Jiang Chen's aspirations had shifted from 200 to an ambitious 400. Moreover, he had undertaken a mercenary quest of the general rank titled Acquire the Water of Life. One drop of the Water of Life equals 100,000 gold coins. If I were to carry a whole barrel, wouldn't I be wealthier than nations? Well, of course, that is merely a fanciful thought. For the individual who issued the task might possess wealth that pales in comparison to the riches of nations. Nevertheless, even if I can't amass such a fortune, a substantial profit is assured. In any case, to the Elven Sacred Spring I shall go. Just as Jiang Chen prepared to unfurl his wings and ascend towards the Elven Sacred Spring, a system notification resounded suddenly. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the Holy Maiden Cecilia of the Blue Elf Clan. Reward: 20 million experience points. Completion rating: level 1. As the system notification faded, a golden light flashed momentarily across Jiang Chen's form. Wow, how delightful. What unexpected surprise. Why aren't there more holy maidens like her? I could single-handedly take on 10 of them. Subsequently, Jiang Chen swiftly opened her character panel, and to her astonishment, she discovered that she had indeed leveled up once more. Her current level now stood at 191. Excellent. Now, she was merely 9 levels away from reaching 200. Not a hint of anxiety. After all, there were still over 2 hours remaining until the 12th level's evaluation. Plenty of time to grind for levels. Elven Sacred Spring. Here I come. Soon after, Jiang Chen finally arrived at the Elven Sacred Spring. However, she was taken aback to find a complete set of women's garments piled up on the shore. Someone actually arrived before me. Who could it be? Why are they fully undressed? Is it Olivia or Cecilia? Judging by the style of the clothing, it is most likely Cecilia. How is it that I keep running into her? So annoying. Upon realizing it might be Cecilia, Jiang Chen lifted her head and scanned the vicinity, but saw no sign of anyone. Forget it. I shall not concern myself with her. Soaking in the bath is of utmost importance. Every wasted second is experience lost. Hence, Jiang Chen decided to put aside her thoughts, shedding her attire until she was left with merely her chest armor and shorts, before stepping into the spring to indulge in a bath. However, just as Jiang Chen was about to submerge her neck into the spring, a pair of arms suddenly reached from behind, attempting to embrace her. In an instant, Jiang Chen reacted, raising both hands, bending at the waist, and firmly grasping the hands that sought to seize her. Moments later, Jiang Chen spoke up, her voice ringing out, "Cecilia, I know it's you. What do you want this time?" Hee, I knew I couldn't keep it from you. I want you to agree to relinquish the position of guardian to me. With that, Cecilia suddenly leaned a bit closer, playfully blowing a gentle breath against Jiang Chen's ear. Upon hearing Cecilia's words, Jiang Chen furrowed her brow, slowly releasing her grip, turning to face Cecilia. Her heart filled with confusion. To her, Cecilia did not seem like the type to crave power. Why then was she so fixated on the position of guardian? Thus, Jiang Chen decided to inquire further. "Cecilia, could you tell me why you are so obsessed with the position of guardian?" After a moment of silence, Cecilia finally spoke, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. "You know, when I was very young, my beloved kin was slain by the chief of the Red Elf clan, Gula. Fortunately, the guardian appeared just in time to save my young self, granting me a new lease on life. Therefore, I vowed to become stronger, solely to avenge my family one day." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen felt a pang of sorrow welling within her, beginning to understand Cecilia's relentless pursuit. Following this, Cecilia's eyes glinted with vengeful intensity as she continued, "Only by becoming the guardian can I hope to gain the strength necessary to confront Gula. Thus, I must become the guardian." After listening, Jiang Chen gently offered her words of consolation. "Cecilia, I can help you. We can confront Gula together." In response, Cecilia resolutely shook her head, her eyes shimmering with hatred. "No, Lillia, you do not understand. This is a battle that belongs solely to me, and it must be completed by my own hand." Hearing this, Jiang Chen fell silent, knowing that everyone has their own mission and responsibility, and for Cecilia, her mission might very well be revenge. Therefore, Jiang Chen softly extended her hands, embracing Cecilia's slender waist and holding her tightly. "I promise you, Cecilia." Upon hearing Jiang Chen's agreement, a radiant smile blossomed on Cecilia's face. "Thank you, Lillia." After expressing her gratitude, Cecilia suddenly released Jiang Chen from her embrace, standing tall and proclaiming loudly, "Then let us bathe in this sacred spring together and bolster our strength." Chapter 56, Identity Solidification. 2 hours later, suddenly, 2 system notifications echoed in Jiang Chen's ears. Ding. Friendly reminder. Only 5 minutes remain until the level completion assessment. Ding. Time within the instance world has begun to freeze. The challenge will forcibly conclude in 5 minutes. Please prepare, players. Phew. Finally, it's over. Meditating is truly no easy feat. I'm exhausted. Indeed, 2 hours prior, at Cecilia's insistence, Jiang Chen found herself seated face-to-face with her in the pool, meditating to absorb the water of life. Although Cecilia was breathtakingly beautiful, as a modern urban youth who could rapidly level up by simply slaying monsters and completing quests, Jiang Chen found the prolonged meditation to be intolerable. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Chen sprang up from the pool as if rescued from despair, lightly patting her calves. "Huh! The system indicated that time had come to a standstill? Could it be that I can?" With a mischievous grin, Jiang Chen cast a glance at Cecilia, who was still seated cross-legged in the pool. He then slowly extended his right hand, gently grasping Cecilia's smooth, jade-like chin. Quite the beauty. Alas, what a pity. I am a model young man. I never take advantage of others in their vulnerable moments. Furthermore, I generally refrain from engaging in illicit activities. Yet, who could forget how you bullied me earlier? You nearly crushed me. It's only fair that I reclaim a bit of interest. Thus, Jiang Chen's right hand began its descent, firmly encircling Cecilia's waist and with a gentle twist. Hee, there we go. Revenge is sweet. Following this trivial interlude, Jiang Chen swiftly emerged from the water, locating his clothes and donning them. Once dressed, he retrieved a pre-prepared 10-liter bucket from his system backpack. Subsequently, Jiang Chen summoned his innate talent, aligning the mouth of the bucket with the elven spring water, the water of life. Under the influence of his rule-level talent, the spring water was effortlessly siphoned into the bucket from the pool. In less than a minute, it was filled to the brim. What a lucrative endeavor. If we calculate at approximately 20 drops per milliliter, then 10 liters translates to around 200,000 drops. The task I accepted clearly stated. 1 drop of life water is valued at 100,000 gold coins. Thus, this bucket alone is worth a staggering 20 billion gold coins. Moreover, it is a rare commodity. No wonder the elven race is said to be exceedingly wealthy. Merely considering this pool of life water could rival the entire fortunes of certain races. Coupled with the rare treasures hoarded by the elves, if we were to rank wealth, they would surely be among the top in all the races. One can only say, the elven race is truly alluring. 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, and the system notification chimed promptly, ding, calculating score. Ding. System detection indicates your level has reached the cap of 200 ahead of schedule. Completion evaluation level 1. Settlement complete. Ding. Congratulations on successfully clearing the 12th level of the Divine Tower. Completion evaluation. SSS level. Ding. Calculating rewards. Settlement complete. Ding. Congratulations. For achieving an SSS completion evaluation in the 12th level of the Divine Tower, you have received rewards. All attributes 500, luck 5, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 gold coins. Experience points, 200 million. Listening to the notifications, Jiang Chen felt a wave of exasperation. These rewards, how is it that compared to the 11th level, the experience points have only increased by 50 million? This seems rather lackluster. As the system notifications faded, a cascade of golden light enveloped Jiang Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Not bad. Thanks to the 200 million experience points, he ascended directly to level 172. It seems quite possible to reach level 200 before conquering the 15th level. A gentle reminder, due to racial differences, the experience required for leveling up the God Slayer panel and Lillia panel varies. After checking his status, Jiang Chen turned to face Cecilia, who remained meditating in the pool, a slight smile gracing his lips. Farewell, my dear. In the second core city, a flash of white light enveloped Jiang Chen, and his form instantaneously materialized in the central square. Ugh, how uncomfortable. What is going on? Why do I suddenly feel dizzy and nauseous? This shouldn't be. I am so close to level 200, on the brink of becoming a second-tier powerhouse. Why does teleporting make me feel sick? Never mind. It's nothing to fret over. I'll head back first. Jiang Chen, suppressing his discomfort, focused all his attention on the login tattoo on the back of his right hand. Early morning. Rental apartment. Jiang Chen transformed into a beam of white light, appearing on a large bed in his rented room. Back again. After exhaling a breath of stale air, Jiang Chen glanced at Lu Ruyan on the other bed. Noticing she was sleeping soundly, a faint smile gracing her lips, Jiang Chen sighed helplessly, shaking his head with a smile. This girl. Perhaps she is lost in a beautiful dream. There are still a few hours until dawn. Let me check my status panel. With a flick of his hand, a virtual screen materialized before him. Nickname, God Slayer. Identity being solidified. Level, 172, 53. Tier, first tier. Occupation, Supreme Mage. Talent, Mind Magic. Health points, 211, 600, 211, 600. Magic points, 309, 780, 309, 780. Strength, 6, 278. Agility, 6, 896. Intelligence, 7, 467. Constitution, 6, 258. Spirit, 9, 234. Attack power, 9, 825. Magic attack power, 25, 356. Defense, 15, 886. Magic defense, 22, 168. Hit rate, 85. Dodge rate, 75. Critical rate, 15. Skills, N.A. Equipment, N.A. Territory, an A. What the? Why are my magic and health points lower than Lillia S panel? Huh. Wait a moment. Identity being solidified, what does that mean? I distinctly remember not using an identity solidification potion. Could it be? Jiang Chen's face paled as he rummaged through his system backpack, searching frantically. Yet after 10 thorough searches, he found no trace of the identity solidification potion. What the hell? Did it activate automatically? Damn! Could it be that my earlier dizziness and nausea were due to this? No way. No way. Divine Tower. I'm not prepared to fully transform into a girl yet. If the solidification is completed, will I have to constantly switch between a male human and a female elf? Chapter 57. Submitting the task. Earning 20 billion in anger. After a brief moment of panic, Jiang Chen took 3 deep breaths, endeavoring to clear his mind. He resolved to temporarily set aside these troubling thoughts, opting instead for a good night's sleep. Planning to head straight to the Combat Power Certification Center to submit his task at dawn. Morning. Jiang Chen yawned and slowly opened his groggy eyes. Upon fully awakening, he discovered that Lu Ruyin had vanished from the rental apartment. Huh. This woman, ever since regaining her senses, seems to be deliberately avoiding me. Whenever I return, she is either sleeping or has entered the Divine Tower. And as soon as I step into the Divine Tower, she conveniently returns. However, this arrangement is rather convenient, sparing us the awkwardness of a lone man and woman in a room together. Jiang Chen shook his head, deciding to freshen up first before heading directly to the task center to submit his task. After washing up, Jiang Chen stood in front of the mirror, carefully examining himself. Quite impressive. So handsome. He is truly striking. So much so that he only falls slightly short of the legendary readers themselves. However, why do I feel that my skin has become fairer, more delicate, and even more hydrated than before? Could it be the work of the identity solidification potion? Subsequently, Jiang Chen stood before the mirror, adjusting his attire to ensure everything was in impeccable order. At the same time, he opened his backpack space to confirm that he indeed had the life-giving water on him. Once everything was prepared, Jiang Chen contentedly patted his backside and stepped out of his rented apartment. Outside, the brilliant sunlight bathed the street, heralding the dawn of a new day. Jiang Chen casually hailed a black taxi, heading straight for the Combat Power Certification Center at the Swang International Hotel. Upon arriving at his destination, Jiang Chen noticed that the Combat Power Certification Center was unusually bustling today, with numerous players and mercenaries queuing in anticipation. He deftly maneuvered through the crowd and approached the front desk of the mercenary task area, where a neatly uniformed receptionist stood. "Hello, miss, good morning. I am here to submit a task," he exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the task voucher from his backpack and handing it to her. The receptionist accepted the task voucher and, after scrutinizing it closely, displayed an expression of astonishment. "Oh my, this task. Sir, you are truly remarkable for being able to complete such a mission." Hearing her praise, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride, though he feigned nonchalance, replying, "It was merely a stroke of luck." The receptionist smiled and said, "Sir, please hold on a moment. I need to verify the task information." With that, she began to operate the terminal swiftly. Moments later, she looked up at Jiang Chen and said, "The task issuer has made a request. She wishes to meet you for a transaction in room 301 of the hotel within 30 minutes. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile, indicating his understanding. "All right, please let her know that I will be waiting there." After receiving the room key card from the receptionist, Jiang Chen promptly turned and left the front desk, seeking the elevator to ascend to the 3rd floor. With the room key card in hand, Jiang Chen entered the elevator and pressed the button for the 3rd floor. As the elevator doors closed slowly, a sense of unease crept into his heart. This transaction was of significant importance, involving an exorbitant amount of gold coins. If the news were to spread, it would undoubtedly be detrimental to him. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Chen retrieved the Battle General Level Combat Power Medal from his backpack. Giving it a gentle wave, it instantly transformed into a red mask that obscured half of his face. Perfect. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, Jiang Chen swiped his card to enter the designated room and quietly settled onto the sofa to wait. In less than 10 minutes, the door swung open once more, revealing a tall, elegant woman with an extraordinary presence. Her confident and graceful strides radiated an undeniable aura of power, making it clear that she was not to be trifled with. Noticing that only Jiang Chen was present in the room, the tall woman inquired in a somewhat indifferent tone, "Are you the one here to submit the task?" Jiang Chen turned to face her and nodded slightly. "Yes, I have brought what is required for the task." At his words, the tall woman raised an eyebrow, her gaze appraising the mask Jiang Chen wore, seemingly assessing his strength and sincerity. After a brief moment, she approached the table, placing the task documents down, and lightly tapped the surface with her finger before stating, "What I need is 1 liter of life-giving water. Are you certain you can provide it?" Huh, that expression, that tone. What do you mean? Seeing me wearing the battle general level metal mask, you start to doubt my abilities? It was you who posted the task in the battle general level task area, and now you dare to question my capabilities? Damn. Although Jiang Chen felt a hint of annoyance, he remained composed, retrieving a bucket containing the life-giving water from his backpack and slamming it onto the table. His tone somewhat unfriendly as he said, "Here it is, the life-giving water you requested, 10 liters. What? You actually have that much?" The tremor in the tall woman's voice was evident, her breath quickening as she was clearly taken aback by the sight before her. She instinctively stepped closer to the bucket, reaching out to gently touch its rim. Her hands trembled uncontrollably, as if she could sense the overwhelming vitality contained within the life-giving water, even through the bucket's wall. And a glimmer of greed began to flicker in her eyes. "How about it? Now you believe me, right?" Jiang Chen crossed his arms, gazing coolly at the woman before him. "Very well, I shall verify it immediately." The woman took a moment to compose herself, retrieving a uniquely designed device from her bag to begin testing the water bucket. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen idly surveyed the surroundings, feeling that something about this woman was slightly off. A few minutes later, the testing concluded, and a satisfied smile graced the woman's face. "Pleasure doing business. Here is your payment. It contains 2 billion gold coins." She extended a shimmering golden card towards him. Jiang Chen was momentarily stunned, his scalp tingling with disbelief. "What? This card actually holds 2 billion? Who is this woman? How can she casually produce such an immense sum of gold coins? Goodness, a top-tier, wealthy lady. If only I had brought more with me." With slightly trembling hands, Jiang Chen accepted the golden card, secretly relieved that he had not acted impulsively earlier. He then inserted the card into the room's built-in verification machine. After a few quick operations, the screen displayed gold balance 20,000,000,000. What? 10 zeros. It really is 2 billion gold coins. This isn't a dream. Wait a moment. Since she booked the room, could the car machine be a counterfeit she had prepared in advance? After checking the gold balance, to be safe, Jiang Chen immediately transferred all 2 billion gold coins into his bank card, checking the balance again, which displayed a string of numbers. Gold balance 20,004. 628, 309. The figures were accurate, without a doubt. It appeared the machine wasn't a forgery after all. There was indeed 2 billion gold coins. Ha ha, I'm going to be a billionaire. After concluding the transaction, the tall woman handed Jiang Chen a business card, smiling as she said, "I hope we can continue to trade in the future. Here is my contact information." Jiang Chen accepted the card, noticing it bore the 2 characters, Suran. Chapter 58. Yao Yao, I'm coming. After the trade was completed, Jiang Chen exited the Combat Power Certification Center, ready to take his newfound wealth to seek out a property. He stood by the roadside, pondering, where should I buy a house? How about Huayang Cloud Peak? It is not only the finest villa area in all of Suwang City, but Lin Yao also resides there. If we live nearby, we can look out for one another. All right, it's settled then. Once the house is purchased, I shall bring Lu Ru Yen along. While I move to the capital for my studies, I can temporarily leave the house for her to reside in. After all, I am not short on funds at the moment. If need be, I can always acquire another property upon my arrival in the capital. Wealth allows for such indulgences. Hith. After pondering for a few moments, Jiang Chen casually hailed a black taxi by the roadside. "Driver to Huayang Yunding, please." Upon entering the vehicle, Jiang Chen felt a surge of joy as he waved his hand nonchalantly at the driver. Upon hearing the destination, the driver scrutinized Jiang Chen through the rearview mirror for a moment, slightly astonished. In his eyes, Huayang Yunding was the most opulent villa district in the entire city, inhabited by individuals of considerable wealth and status. Typically, one would not even qualify to enter without prior arrangements. However, the driver refrained from probing further, abruptly pressing down on the accelerator as the car sped towards Huayang Yunding. At the sales center of Huayang Yunding, it is customary for villa districts to employ security personnel for the safety of their residents, usually denying entry without an appointment. However, the sales center operates differently. In a bid to expedite sales, there are no security checks, and they often advertise enticing incentives to encourage potential buyers to view the properties. After all, it is well known that some affluent individuals might appear impoverished, unable to afford even a decent outfit, yet can readily produce a sack full of cash when necessary. Thus, Jiang Chen easily gained access to the interior of the sales center. "Good day, sir. Are you here to view properties?" Upon entry, Jiang Chen was greeted by a staff member with a professionally affable smile. Jiang Chen nodded and replied with confidence, "Indeed, I am here to view properties. I am quite interested in the villas here." The attendant maintained her professional demeanor, though a flicker of shrewdness sparkled in her eyes. "May I ask if you have an appointment? Our villa district typically requires prior arrangements to ensure client privacy and security." "Huh? Privacy? Security? Isn't it merely a matter of identity?" Jiang Chen thought to himself, shaking his head lightly. "No, I do not have an appointment, but I am indeed interested in making a purchase." Upon hearing this, the attendant hesitated momentarily, yet swiftly adjusted her attitude, adhering to her professional standards. "In that case, we will need to verify your qualifications. Could you please provide proof of assets?" According to regulations, without a prior appointment, clients typically need to demonstrate assets in the 100 billion range to purchase directly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing that his recently acquired 20 billion gold coins would come in handy. Here it is. Consequently, Jiang Chen promptly retrieved his bank card from his pocket, brandishing it before the attendant with a hint of mischievousness on his face. "I have it. Let us proceed." The staff member's eyes widened in surprise as she gazed at the card, her heart racing with exhilaration. My goodness, could he truly possess assets exceeding 100 billion? He looked so young. Overwhelmed by shock, the attendant quickly regained her composure and led Jiang Chen to a card reader. "Please present your proof of assets." Her tone carried a note of anticipation as she gestured for him to swipe the card. After all, this was a significant client. If the deal were to be finalized, she could earn a commission ranging from several million to tens of millions. Who would be eager? Jiang Chen followed the attendant to the card reader, secretly reveling in the situation. "This is splendid. Just look at her eyes. They're practically sparkling." Following the attendant's instructions, Jiang Chen inserted the card into the reader and swiftly pressed the confirmation button. With a beep, the reader indicated asset approval, displaying the words "assets qualified," yet refraining from revealing the exact balance. This must be to protect client privacy. With his assets approved, the attendant's demeanor transformed into one of heightened enthusiasm. "Now, I can arrange a property viewing for you. Please follow me, and I will provide a detailed introduction to our villa district." 2 hours later, Jiang Chen emerged from the sales center, satisfied, clutching an array of brochures. He had successfully purchased a villa, conveniently located near Lin Yao's residence. This is settled. No longer will I have to share a cramped rental with Lu Ruyan. Time to prepare for the move. Moreover, being so close to Yao Yao's home would make future communication effortless. Although he had spent nearly 1 billion, it was undoubtedly worth it. Exiting the sales center, Jiang Chen's spirit soared. He eagerly sent a text message to Lu Ruyan, sharing the delightful news and the location of the villa. "Lu Ruyan, I just bought a new house. Once you return from the tower, remember to pack your things. We'll be moving shortly. Location, Hith. No need to notify Yao Yao, right? I'll surprise her later. For now, let's check out our new villa." 10 minutes later, having located his new abode via the map, Jiang Chen stood before the entrance, filled with a sense of awe. This is splendid. So luxurious. In my previous life, I wouldn't he have even dared to dream of living here. Just the most ordinary door of this villa costs several $100,000. Hith. Let us head inside. With that, Jiang Chen approached the grand entrance, aligning his face with the display screen at the door. Beep. Facial recognition in progress. Beep. Iris scan in progress. Beep. Verification successful. AI smart butler Xiao Lu at your service. Welcome home, owner. Look at that. No need to even lock the door upon entry. How posh. One need not fear intruders in such a residence. Upon stepping inside the villa, Jiang Chen was greeted by the refreshing scent of flowers wafting through the air. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, reveling in the ambience. This is remarkable. There are actually personnel assigned to maintain the property before it even sells. Is this what life is like for the wealthy? Moments later, seated on the sofa, Jiang Chen retrieved his phone from his pocket and opened the moving app he had previously downloaded, ready to contact a moving company. Chapter 59, Yao Yao. Why do you have two panda eyes? After scheduling the moving company, Jiang Chen resolved to pay a visit to Lin Yao, intending to surprise her. As for the move itself, there was no rush. Having paid for insurance, any missing items could be claimed. Besides, the old rental was quite small. Even with the house included, it wouldn't exceed 1 to 2 million gold coins. If it weren't for Jiang Chen's slight sentimental attachment, he could easily discard everything from the old place. The new villa was practically move-in ready, equipped with everything one could need. As Jiang Chen exited the villa, the intelligent butler activated the management system, automatically locking the door behind him. How convenient. Continuing on, Jiang Chen made a sharp right turn and walked straight for approximately 100 meters until he arrived at Lin Yao's doorstep. This distance could only be described as alarmingly close. Although the two villas were not directly adjacent, they were merely separated by a quaint little garden. Standing before Lin Yao's home, Jiang Chen took a deep breath and rang the doorbell, his heart fluttering with anticipation at the thought of Lin Yao's astonished expression. After all, he had just purchased the neighboring villa for a staggering 10 billion gold coins. However, after several rings of the doorbell, there was no response. What is going on? Is Yao Yao not at home? Has she gone to conquer the Divine Tower? He decided to wait a moment longer. 5 minutes later, he sighed. Well, perhaps it's best if I head back. Yao Yao is likely not home. Just as Jiang Chen turned to leave, the door suddenly creaked open, revealing Lin Yao, clad in a loose-fitting nightgown. Her hair was tousled, and she bore 2 conspicuous dark circles under her eyes, clearly just having awakened. Upon hearing the door open, Jiang Chen swiftly turned around, and, upon noticing that Lin Yao was only in her nightgown, he was momentarily taken aback. Yao Yao, did you come out without wearing any shorts? Hearing this, Lin Yao rolled her eyes and gently pinched the corner of her nightgown, revealing a pair of cute pink shorts underneath. I am wearing them. How direct. It turns out they were just obscured by the length of the gown. Jiang Chen felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly redirected the conversation. Yao Yao, why do you have panda eyes? Have you been particularly busy lately? Lin Yao rubbed her sleepy eyes, yawned, and stretched lazily before pointing to the dark circles on her face. I successfully passed the 10th level of the Divine Tower last night. After clearing the 10th level, I proceeded to challenge a first-tier trial, and I was so exhausted that I haven't slept since. By the way, Jiang Chen, why did you come all this way to find me? Wow, you're incredible. You cleared the 10th level already? If I remember correctly, it's been less than a week since your awakening, right? Given that each challenge lasts a maximum of 6 hours, and the cooldown period for the login device is 12 hours after challenge. It seems you haven't paused for even a moment? A gentle reminder. The duration of a single challenge can be less than 6 hours. Is it really that intense? Seriously? Sister, you're simply amazing. No wonder you were able to become an empress in your past life. You're such a formidable person. They say success is comprised of 99% effort and 1% talent. I see you possess both talent and effort to the fullest extent. Combined. That's 200%. If you're not the empress, who would be? I am in awe, truly humbled. I just purchased the villa next door, so we'll be neighbors from now on. I specifically came to inform you. Jiang Chen explained with a smile, pointing towards the luxurious mansion beside him. Lin Yao's eyes momentarily widened in surprise before she offered a weary smile. Congratulations, Jiang Chen. However, I might not be able to celebrate with you just yet. I'm far too tired and need to catch up on some sleep. Seeing Lin Yao's exhausted state stirred a pang of sorrow within Jiang Chen. He spoke gently. Then you should hurry back to rest. I won't disturb you any longer. He quickly added, by the way, if you get hungry or need anything, feel free to message me anytime. I'll be around during the day. Upon hearing this, Lin Yao felt a warm sensation in her heart, nodded, and smiled softly. Okay. Thank you, Jiang Chen. I'll head back now. Make sure to rest well. As Jiang Chen watched Lin Yao retreat into her home, he turned and left. Once back home, he began to reflect on himself. It seemed he hadn't been diligent enough in his tower climbing. Look at Lin Yao. As soon as her device's cooldown was over, she immediately dove back into the tower. And what about him? 6 hours spent challenging, 6 hours sleeping, and 12 hours of cooldown time when outside. On average, he was only clearing 1 level a day. Clearly, he could rest during the cooldown period instead of using extra time for sleep. If he utilized his time as efficiently as Lin Yao, he might have reached at least the 15th level by now. If not for Luo, she helping him cheat by skipping levels, he would likely still just be at the 5th level, striving to conquer the 6th. As Jiang Chen pondered these thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. He opened it to find a message from Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan, Jiang Chen, could you come pick me up? I've arrived at the entrance of Huayang Cloud Top Community, but the security guard won't let me in. Being blocked at the entrance? This scene feels so familiar. Oh, right. I remember there was a guard at the entrance. Someone named Iron Pot Stewed Goose. Damn, it hit him. It was definitely him. Previously, when he came to see Yao Yao, he had also been barred from entering by this very guard. Who would have thought that this time it was Lu Ruyan facing the same predicament? What dedication? Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly and quickly typed a reply. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. After sending the message, Jiang Chen promptly tucked his phone into his pocket and sprinted toward the community entrance. Upon arrival, he found Lu Ruyan seemingly engaged in a heated discussion with a plump figure. As he approached, he realized it was indeed the security guard known as Iron Pot Stewed Goose. Impressive. With you on duty, I need not worry about burglars in the villa. It seems I should give you a good review later. I'll have to treat you to a chicken leg next time. Otherwise, it wouldn't do justice to your dedication. With these thoughts in mind, Jiang Chen walked over and flashed what he thought was a friendly smile at Iron Pot Stewed Goose, greeting him. Hello, young guard, how are you? Upon hearing the voice from behind, Iron Pot Stewed Goose quickly turned around and, upon recognizing Jiang Chen, his demeanor shifted dramatically. It's Mr. Jiang. Hello, Mr. Jiang. This guard is surprisingly cordial this time. Moreover, he already knows my name. I only bought the house a few hours ago. How can he be so well-informed? It seems this guard is quite the resourceful individual. His preparation is commendable. One can only assume that he earns a monthly salary of at least 10,000, working in a place like Huayang Cloud Top with a wealthy congregate. Jiang Chen nodded with a smile and cheerfully said, Yes, that's me. This is my friend, Lu Ruyan. Could you please let her through? Iron Pot Stewed Goose's eyes lit up upon seeing Lu Ruyan, and a sycophantic smile spread across his face. So it's you, Miss Lu. Please come in. With that, he promptly opened the gate. Jiang Chen and Lu Ruyan entered the community, while Taiguo Dunda irrespectfully followed behind, paying their homage. Upon entering, Lu Ruyan curiously inquired, Why is the security guard so courteous to you? Jiang Chen replied with a mysterious smile. Well, I can't divulge the specifics, but let's just say there were some minor frictions in the past. Once inside the villa, Jiang Chen suddenly addressed Lu Ruyan. Feel free to find a room to rest. The place is spacious, and I will call for you if anything arises. After saying this, Jiang Chen swiftly retreated into a room and quickly locked the door behind him. Indeed, just moments ago, Jiang Chen felt an unusual warmth radiating from his abdomen, a peculiar flow swirling around his belly. This is it. The sapling of the Tree of Life has finally shown signs of activity. If memory serves, since the sapling stealthily entered the dantian in his lower abdomen, it had remained dormant until now. This is the first occurrence of change. Subsequently, Jiang Chen promptly seated himself on the bed, directing his focus inward to explore. He beheld a golden halo rotating steadily within him. Ah, is this truly the tree of life? This is not a tree at all. How has it taken on this bizarre form? Even if it has transformed into a halo, shouldn't it be green? Hastily suppressing his bewilderment, Jiang Chen cast a spell of insight towards the halo. Name, Tree of Life, Juvenile. Level, 1. Rank, SSS. Attributes, Health Value Bonus, 2000. Mana Value Bonus, 1000. Physical Defense, 100. Magical Defense, 100. Strength, 50. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 50. Constitution, 50. Spirit, 50. Effect, 1. Natural Healing. When the character is under the protection of the Tree of Life, they regain 2 maximum health and mana points per second. Effect 2. Vibrant Vitality. Upon entering combat, the holder's health and mana recovery speed increases by 20, lasting until the battle concludes. Effect 3. Life Guardian. Whenever the character is attacked, there is a chance to trigger a temporary increase of 20 in final damage reduction, lasting for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 20 seconds. Effect 10. Unlocked at level 1000. Trait. Devouring gold coins to gain growth progress. Max growth up to level 1000. Growth progress 0-100 can be enhanced by devouring vast amounts of gold coins. What on earth is this situation? A tree of life that opts to absorb gold instead of life force. Huh. Ridiculous tree. You don't possess consciousness, do you? I seriously suspect that you have emerged because you are aware of my recent earnings of several 100 billion gold coins. Little rascal, your true colors are showing. Oomph. Nonetheless, these attributes are indeed enticing. Moreover, upon reaching level 1000, it astonishingly grants 10 special effects. Given the abundance of gold coins, I shall test the waters. As Jiang Chen contemplated, a multitude of gold coins materialized in the room, transforming it into a dazzling spectacle, almost burying him beneath their brilliance. Goodness, how careless. This was merely a withdrawal of 5 million. No matter. Devour 5 million for me. I must ascertain how far you can grow. With a mere thought, Jiang Chen softly commanded, devour. In an instant, the mound of coins, as large as a small hill, shimmered several times before vanishing completely. After completing this, Jiang Chen once again turned his gaze inward, eagerly anticipating the transformation of the Tree of Life. Name, Tree of Life, Juvenile. Level, 3, Rank, SSS. Attributes, Health Value Bonus, 6000. Mana Value Bonus, 3000. Physical Defense, 300. Magical Defense, 300. Strength, 150. Agility, 150. Intelligence, 150. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 150. Growth Progress, 50,400 can be enhanced by devouring vast amounts of gold coins. Gasp. My poor gold coins. 5 million. A full 5 million. I only managed to level up twice. Based on this pace, it requires a staggering 1 million coins to progress from level 1 to 2, and to ascend from level 3 to 4. A whopping 400 million. Good grief. Could it be that the growth rate doubles with each level? No way. Surely that cannot be true. However, even if it isn't a strict doubling, you are undoubtedly a glutton for gold. Alas, how is it that I've toiled to earn 20 billion gold coins only to encounter such a prodigal entity? Sigh. It seems that the next time I venture into the 13th level, I can extract some life water to sell. Now go ahead and devour 600 million more. I shall see if it truly follows the doubling pattern. As Jiang Chen unleashed another 600 million gold coins, the halo of the Tree of Life within him began to spin rapidly. Name, Tree of Life, Juvenile. Level, 10. Rank, SSS. Attributes, Health Value Bonus, 20,000. Mana Value Bonus, 10,000. Physical Defense, 1,000. Magical Defense, 1,000. Strength, 500. Agility, 500. Intelligence, 500. Constitution, 500. Spirit, 500. Growth Progress, 925030000 can be enhanced by devouring vast amounts of gold coins. Staring at the panel before him, Jiang Chen instinctively wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Phew! Thankfully, it wasn't a doubling effect. However, it appears that upon reaching level 10, the method of calculating growth progress has undergone a transformation. Furthermore, no new effects have manifested. It seems that new effects may only emerge after reaching level 400 at a 4th tier status. The attribute enhancements are quite satisfactory. In any case, I shall nurture it slowly. Chapter 61. The Admission Notice from Qingbei University. Moments later, under the generous feeding of Jiang Chen's gold coins, the halo that had transformed from the Tree of Life gently trembled, as if it had just indulged in a hearty meal. Subsequently, the halo gradually contracted, finally taking the form of a small sapling radiating a soft green glow, floating serenely within Jiang Chen's Dantian space. Oh, what a singular sight! Just then, Jiang Chen's phone rang, the sound echoing through the room. Ding, ding, ding. Who could this be? How Klitsch D, actually making a phone call. Wouldn't it be more convenient to use WeChat? With this thought, Jiang Chen promptly withdrew from his introspective state, reaching for his phone, and upon unlocking the screen, he was astonished to discover it was Ji Yang. What is this old man up to? There are still 45 days until the commencement of the Elite Seed training program, isn't there? Why is he calling at this moment? Jiang Chen swiped to answer the call, his brow furrowed in confusion. Hello, Principal Ji, is there something you need? On the other end, Ji Yang's voice resonated. Jiang Chen, where have you been? I couldn't find anyone at your house. What the heck? He actually came to my house again. Jiang Chen felt a bit speechless and patiently explained. It's like this, Principal Ji, I just moved this morning. Upon hearing this, Jiang suddenly realized, oh, that makes sense. No wonder I knocked for so long and no one responded. He then quickly changed the subject. By the way, Jiang Chen, where are you living now? I want to come visit. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Chen replied, how about this, Principal Ji, I'll send you my address via WeChat. After hanging up, he opened WeChat, composed a message, and swiftly sent his new address to Ji Yang. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen's WeChat was inundated with a flurry of messages. Ji Yang, Jiang Chen, I've arrived at your neighborhood entrance. Ji Yang, however, I was stopped by a rather plump security guard. Ji Yang, he insists on seeing an appointment proof before letting me in. Could you come out and escort me? This. Could it be another instance of iron pot stewing, Big Goose? Is he really that formidable? Even the principal of Qingbei University dares not be obstructed? Surely, he must have awakened the legendary strongest security system, daring to stop anyone. I commend you, brother, as the most formidable urban security guard. Shaking his head, Jiang Chen hurriedly exited, jogging towards the entrance of the neighborhood to greet Ji Yang. At the neighborhood entrance, upon seeing Jiang Chen, the stout security guard immediately stood upright, rendering a military salute. Good day, Mr. Jiang. It's an honor. Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. Hello there, little security guard. I'm here to escort someone. Please open the gate. Certainly. The security guard promptly unlocked the gate, allowing Ji Yang's vehicle to enter the neighborhood. Ji Yang, spotting Jiang Chen, poked his head out of the car window and quipped, finally made it inside. Jiang Chen chuckled. Principal Ji, you're the president of Qingbei University. How could he dare stop you? Ji Yang shrugged helplessly, a wry smile gracing his lips. He doesn't know who I am. Inside the residence, haha, Principal Ji, please take a seat. Jiang Chen welcomed Ji Yang to sit down and poured him a glass of water. Ji Yang lifted the cup, taking a small sip before smiling. Jiang Chen, I've come specifically to deliver your admission letter. What? Really? You came all this way just to deliver my admission notice? I must be quite favored. But I had no idea. Seeing Jiang Chen in utter shock, Ji Yang chuckled softly, satisfied as he retrieved a booklet emblazoned with the 4 golden characters of Qingbei University. Handing it to Jiang Chen. Congratulations, Jiang Chen. You have officially been accepted into our esteemed institution. Jiang Chen, momentarily dazed, reached out to accept the booklet, feeling a profound sense of disbelief. Accepted just like that? Soon, he would be a university student. In his previous life, due to a low talent level and lack of financial resources, he lacked even the qualifications to enter university. In this life, he had effortlessly secured a place at Qingbei University. Thank you, Principal Ji. I will certainly strive to study diligently and not disappoint your expectations. Seeing Jiang Chen accept the admission letter, Jiang nodded in approval. I believe you will undoubtedly become a source of pride for our school. By the way, I've already taken care of your enrollment procedures, so when school starts, you can simply report in. After speaking, Jiang quickly rose, preparing to leave. Well, since I've delivered the admission letter, I must be on my way. Next, I plan to visit Lillia. She has an admission letter as well. If I recall correctly, she seems to live around here. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately interjected, Principal Ji, Lillia might still be at home, catching up on sleep. Allow me to take it to her. Jiang nodded in agreement. All right, that would be a great help. Afterward, Jiang retrieved another admission letter from his briefcase, handing it to Jiang Chen. Seeing this, Jiang Chen quickly extended his hands, accepting the second admission letter. I'll wait until Lillia wakes up to deliver it. Carefully tucking both admission letters away, Jiang Chen escorted Jiang downstairs. Before departing, Jiang reminded Jiang Chen that in 3 days, someone would come to take them to participate in the Elite Seed training program, urging him to prepare in advance. After bidding farewell to Jiang, Jiang Chen returned home and promptly sent a WeChat message to Lillia, inquiring if she was available. Upon receiving her affirmative response, he swiftly made his way to Lillia's residence, admission letters in hand. After ringing the doorbell a few times, the door slowly opened, revealing Lillia in loose sleepwear. Her hair somewhat tousled, clearly just having woken up. Moreover, dark circles around her eyes were evident, a clear indication of the toll taken by her late-night endeavors. After handing over the admission letter to Lillia, Jiang Chen took his leave and returned home. The Academy arc is about to commence. Chapter 62. Cecilia. I'm back again. After returning to his room, Jiang Chen fell into deep contemplation. Originally, the training program was set to commence in 10 days. It had been unexpectedly moved up by a day or two. Perhaps the elite institutions considered that some awakened individuals might be coming from distant locations. Thus, they collectively arranged for an earlier departure. Regardless of the reason, 3 days from now would herald a new beginning. Lillia is working so hard. I cannot fall behind. As soon as the login device as cooldown refreshes, I'll set off to challenge the 13th layer. With nothing else to occupy my time, I might as well take a brief rest and adjust my state of mind. Once I enter the 13th layer, I will once again transform into a female elf. Ugh, my head is already spinning. Time for or not. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a sudden and urgent ring of the doorbell jolted Jiang Chen from his slumber. Shaking off the lingering grogginess, he gradually awoke and glanced at his phone. What the heck? It's only 2 o'clock. What's going on? His eyes felt so heavy. Hadn't he slept for less than 2 hours? Who could it be? Yao Yao. Besides her, there seemed to be no one else familiar. All his previous classmates had undergone memory erasure. It must be her. Enough of this. My head hurts. I'll just see who it is. Upon opening the door, Jiang Chen found several movers standing outside, carrying various packing materials, evidently from a moving company. One of the lead workers, noticing Jiang Chen, politely inquired, "Good day, sir. We are from the moving company. Did you schedule our services?" It suddenly dawned on Jiang Chen that he had indeed arranged for the movers that morning to transfer his belongings from the previous rental. He nodded and replied, "Yes. It was I who made the appointment. My sincerest apologies. I have just awakened and am still coming to my senses." The mover smiled in response. "No problem at all. We have already transported everything from the previous residence and are ready to commence the moving process at your convenience." Subsequently, Jiang Chen stepped aside to clear a path and address the movers. "Very well. You may begin moving in now." The lead worker then commenced directing the others in the careful relocation of items. Jiang Chen stood by, watching as each familiar object was delicately carried into the new abode, feeling an indescribable sense of satisfaction swell within him. I shall be a person of distinction from now on. How splendid. The movers toiled for a full half hour before every item was unloaded from the truck. During the process, Jiang Chen diligently inspected each piece to ensure their impeccable condition. Once the moving was completed, the lead worker hopped back onto the truck and poked his head out of the window, calling to Jiang Chen, "Boss, we're done. Don't forget to leave a good review." Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen responded with an okay gesture and began to check for any potential omissions. However, just as he finished his inspection and prepared to retreat to his room for a brief respite, A sudden flash of light flickered across the back of his right hand. Jiang Chen paused momentarily, then erupted in joyous exclamation. It's done. What a coincidence. The cooling period ended just as we finished moving. I can enter the Tower of Communication again. Hey, 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 my beloved Cecilia, I am coming back. He hurriedly strode into his room, striking a dashing pose, and gradually focused his mind on the tattoo on the back of his hand. Moments later, he transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from spot. In the second core city, Jiang Chen's figure instantly materialized in the central square. However, unlike previous occasions, this time, he felt as if his head might explode from excruciating pain. What the hell is going on? Did I not rest well? Or is it the fault of the identity solidification potion? This is troublesome. If this continues, something disastrous is bound to happen. As a male human on Blue Star, transitioning to a female elven identity in this realm. Over time, am I at risk of developing a split personality? Half male, half female. Hiss. Just the thought is terrifying. Damn it. I regret it so much. Why didn't I choose a male elf character back then? Now look, I brought upon myself a heap of trouble. What is even more infuriating is that I didn't even actively use the identity solidification potion. What kind of trickery is this tower playing on me, automatically administering it without my consent? Damn it. After a full 2 minutes, the headache gradually subsided, prompting Jiang Chen to curse vehemently. Damn it. Tower, if I catch you off guard, beware that I might just devour you. Yet, what on earth? My voice. Why is it so high-pitched? He quickly lowered his head, attempting to glance at his toes. To his shock, he gasped, it's over. I can't even see my toes. Upon Jiang Chen's exclamation, a nearby passerby female cast an envious glance and remarked, Isn't it great not being able to see your toes? I dream of that. However, Jiang Chen was still in a state of tremendous shock, because this time, before even entering the 13th level, he had prematurely transformed into the female elf Lillia. This was Jiang Chen's first experience of changing identities outside of the level. How could he not be astonished? This signifies that the identity solidification potion is essentially taking full effect. He will genuinely possess dual identities, both male and female. More critically, this transformation is beyond his control. Who knows when he might suddenly experience a headache and transform into a woman, or wake up one day to find himself a man again. Hiss. The thought is chilling. Imagine this scenario. One day, while chatting with Lin Yao, he suddenly experiences a sharp pain in his head. His voice becomes high-pitched, and he sprouts 2 pairs of pointed ears along with several pairs of wings, transforming directly into a female elf. Would Lin Yao take him for a disguised spy from the elf clan? Would she draw her sword and attempt to slay him? Hiss. The image is too vivid to contemplate. Tower, you wait. I, Jiang the Great Beauty, shall remember this debt. Avoiding the crowd, Jiang Chen hastily made his way to the teleportation array leading directly to the 13th level. Moments later, he stood before the teleportation array, pausing to contemplate. According to the storyline within the level, this time, he was to be chosen as the saintess of the Blue Elf clan. Although he had previously promised not to compete with Cecilia for the position of saintess, that was merely a verbal agreement between the two of them. The guardian of the Blue Elf clan, Lady Elavel, might not adhere to such a promise. After all, from Elavel's perspective, Cecilia lacks the SSS level potential to break through the 200 level cap to reach level 400, thereby preventing her from possessing the strength to protect the entire Blue Elf clan. Thus, it is highly likely that Elavel would still insist on making him the saintess of the Blue Elf clan. Alas, poor Cecilia, I'm sorry. Chapter 63, Grandmother. I am willing to become the saintess. With this thought, Jiang Chen shook his head in anguish. Damn it. As a grown man, I am about to become the saintess of the elf clan. If word of this gets out, I might as well find a hole to hide in. Whatever. If I must go along with it, then so be it. There is no other recourse. Moreover, it is likely that completing the identity solidification will require more time. If it becomes unbearable, I can seek help from Luo Shi. She is the spirit of the tower. Surely, she knows everything occurring within the Tower of Communication. Yet, Is it possible that the identity solidification potion was actually a gift bestowed upon me by her? Enough. Let's enter the 13th level. Lingering on this will yield no answers. With that, Jiang Chen shook his head once more and stepped into the teleportation array. In an instant, her figure vanished from the second core city. 13th level, Elven Holy Spring. As Jiang Chen entered, time resumed its flow within the 13th level. At that moment, Lillia slowly opened her eyes, gazing at Cecilia before her mind blank with astonishment. Hiss! What a surprise! Sister, you were enjoying a bath so leisurely. Why did you suddenly stand up? Is this your way of giving a surprise? You're completely exposed, you know, suppressing the turmoil within her heart. Lillia feigned calmness and inquired, Cecilia, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly stand up? Aren't you continuing your bath? Cecilia gazed at Lillia with a look of intricate emotions and slowly spoke. Lillia, just moments ago, the esteemed guardian employed a secret art of our clan to summon all the Smurfs to the sacred white tree. She mentioned that she has a matter of utmost importance to announce. Observing Cecilia's complex expression, Lillia felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. If there was something to announce, then let it be announced. What does that look mean? Surely, it cannot be that she intends to declare me the new Smurf saint? Fear not. Even if she were to proclaim me as such, I would vehemently refuse. My true form is male. What kind of saint would I be? If anything, I should be a divine son. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Lillia softly said, Since it is the guardian who has summoned us, let us hasten to her side. At her words, Cecilia nodded slightly. All right. Seeing Cecilia acquiesce, Lillia promptly took her hand, declaring, No time for baths. Come, let us first dress by the shore. Without waiting for Cecilia's agreement, she pulled her towards the bank. Behind them, as Cecilia felt the warmth of Lillia's palm, a miraculous blush graced her delicate cheeks. Half an hour later, beneath the sacred white tree, as Cecilia guided Lillia through the air towards their destination, they were astonished to discover that hundreds, if not thousands, of Smurfs had already gathered. From a distance, Lillia could sense the formidable aura emanating from these Smurfs. Goodness, it appears that the Smurf clan is indeed robust. These hundreds of Smurfs must be at least level 200. What could require such a vast assembly? Surely, they aren't truly announcing me as the new saint? As the two approached, a female Smurf clad in a flowing white robe, wielding a silver staff, descended gracefully. She was none other than the guardian of the Smurf clan, Elivire. Elivire flew towards them, first casting a glance of guilt at Cecilia before turning her attention to Lillia, her voice gentle, Children, follow me. With that, Elivire soared towards the sacred white tree, landing squarely on the elevated platform before the throng of Smurfs. Upon sighting Elivire, the gathered Smurfs erupted in unison, proclaiming, Long live the Guardian. At this, Cecilia swiftly turned to Lillia, her eyes betraying a hint of panic. Lillia felt a wave of incredulity wash over her, yet she managed a sweet smile, as if to say, Fear not. Let us proceed. Immediately, she grasped Cecilia's hand and flew towards Elivire. Upon their arrival, Elivire greeted them with a warm smile and beckoned. Children, come here. Once Lillia and Cecilia stood on either side of Elivire, she suddenly directed her gaze towards the assembly of Smurfs below. Children, today, I have a significant announcement to make. With a firm grip, Elivire raised Lillia's hand and continued solemnly. The one to my left may be unfamiliar to you, but you have likely heard of her. She is Lillia, the newly born SSS level Smurf of our clan. After discussions with the Council of Elders, we have unanimously decided to appoint Lillia as the new saint of our Smurf clan. Therefore, from this day forth, Lillia shall become our second saint. Moreover, she will possess the same rights as Cecilia to become a guardian of the Smurf clan. The Smurfs below erupted in jubilant cheers upon hearing this news. Long live Lillia! Long live the new saint! Long live the guardian! Yet Lillia was utterly bewildered, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Elivire, struggling to process her words. What? A saint? Me? They have truly chosen me as the new saint. Goodness! Elivire, is there some mistake? I have only just been born a few days ago. A saint? Do we not already have Cecilia? Why choose me? This seems unfair to Cecilia. Noticing Lillia's reluctance, Elvire affectionately patted her head and began to explain with a smile. Child, this is the design of fate. Your arrival has brought hope, a sentiment shared by the entire Smurf clan. Furthermore, being a saint is not merely a title. It carries with it responsibilities and missions. Besides, do you not wish to inherit the Smurf treasury? You must understand, only by becoming a guardian can you qualify for that inheritance. Ah, this crafty old fox. Is this your way of tempting me? Alas, for the sake of the Smurf treasury, I shall have to sacrifice myself. Moreover, aside from the awkwardness, becoming a saint seems to carry no detrimental consequences for me, and the Smurf clan is quite affluent. Perhaps I could even leverage my identity as a Smurf in the real world to engage in a little deception. Upon reflection, it appears that the advantages of becoming a saint outweigh the disadvantages. Having come to this conclusion, Lillia nodded eagerly. All right, Elvire, I am willing to become the saint of the Smurf clan. As her words fell, a series of system notifications echoed in her ears. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Identity solidification progress. 50. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Lillia's character panel attributes. 20. Permanent. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Reputation among all Smurfs. 100,000. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. Instance completion evaluation level. Level 2. Ding. Congratulations. You have become the saint of the Smurf clan. You have gained a buff. Smurf Saint. Chapter 64. My name is Cecilia, the saint of the Smurf clan. My name is Cecilia, and I am the current saint of the Smurf clan, endowed with an impressive SS level potential. Each day of my life is imbued with responsibility and challenge, for I bear the mission of safeguarding my entire clan. From the moment I was recognized as a saint, I vowed to become the strongest Smurf. This is not solely for my own sake, but for the memory of my lost kin and for the future of the entire Smurf clan. Since my childhood, my parents fell victim to the brutal massacre orchestrated by the Red Smurf clan's leader, Gura. Thankfully, I was rescued by the timely arrival of the Smurf Guardian. At that pivotal moment, I was unexpectedly detected with SS level potential. Consequently, Guardian Elvire rejoiced and naturally took me as her adopted daughter, appointing me as the saint of the Smurf clan. In this era devoid of a Smurf king, the saint status is second only to that of the Guardian. From that day forth, I have shouldered the weighty responsibility of protecting the entire Smurf clan. I swore to surpass all limits, to break through the 200-level barrier and reach level 400, for only then would I possess the power to avenge my parents. Thus, each day henceforth, I have devoted myself to relentless training, yearning for the day of reckoning to arrive. However, in the year of my 22nd birthday, a piece of news struck me like a bolt from the blue. A new SSS level potential sprite had been born, and her name was Lillia. I was acutely aware that, given my current prestige among the sprite clan, if any sprite could pose a threat to my position as the saintess, it would undoubtedly be her. Following the conclusion of a minor racial skirmish, I learned that Lillia would be heading to the sacred spring of the sprites for her training. Consequently, I resolved to intercept her along the way. Concerned for my status, I decided to challenge her, eager to ascertain what distinguished this SSS level talent. Later, through careful planning, we encountered one another in a serene clearing. Lillia seemed perplexed by my actions, yet under my insistence, we engaged in a duel. The outcome, however, left me utterly astonished. I was defeated in a single blow. Her prowess far exceeded my expectations, leaving me in a state of profound confusion. Lillia, despite being merely a fledgling sprite for a few days, exhibited strength that surpassed level 200. Nevertheless, that confrontation profoundly illuminated the terrifying potential of an SSS talent. I began to reflect on my fears and anxieties, gradually realizing that perhaps Lillia's arrival was not entirely a harbinger of doom. After our challenge, my inner turmoil persisted. I understood that I could not afford to lose my status as saintess, for it was my sole hope and the cornerstone of my quest for vengeance for my parents. Thus, I resolved to take action to secure my future. Under the cover of night, I stealthily infiltrated the sacred spring of the sprites, awaiting Lillia's arrival for a bath. However, It appeared she had noticed my garments left by the shore, casting suspicion that I was nearby. Yet, for reasons unknown, she hesitated not, swiftly disrobing. At that moment, her figure shimmered in the spring waters, illuminated by the gentle moonlight, exuding tranquility and beauty. Gathering my courage, I decided to stealthily approach her from behind and unexpectedly embraced her tightly. The sudden assault startled Lillia, prompting her to exclaim. Yet upon realizing it was I who held her, her expression gradually softened. It was evident that Lillia, being an SS-level sprite, possessed remarkable intelligence. With but a glance, she discerned my apprehensions. Later, under her probing, we engaged in a brief conversation. Though our dialogue was succinct, she inexplicably promised not to contest my position as saintess. However, I was acutely aware that such a verbal agreement lacked solidity. It could not withstand genuine adversity, nor alter the determination of the guardian. Without further deliberation, we decided to luxuriate in the warm waters, relishing this fleeting tranquility. Before long, 2 hours had swiftly elapsed, and just as I pondered the possibilities of the future, the guardian's sudden summons shattered the stillness. In an instant, a weight settled in my heart. I knew that moment had inevitably arrived. The guardian's summons indicated that Lillia's evaluation ceremony was about to commence, and there was a substantial likelihood she would be officially proclaimed the new saintess of the Blue Sprites. My verbal agreement with Lillia felt utterly insubstantial in that moment. I realized I had to make a choice. Either accept this reality or take more resolute measures to safeguard my position. For I could not yield. I am Cecilia, the saintess of the Blue Sprites, and my fate must be mine to command. Yet, as I hesitated, Lillia suddenly grasped my hand and led me toward the direction of the sacred white tree. The sacred white tree, a venerable and hallowed tree, said to have witnessed the entirety of the Blue Sprites' history, from which most of our kin descended. No one dared to defy an oath beneath its boughs. Soon, we arrived within the vicinity of the sacred white tree, where, following Elaviel's guidance, we alighted on either side of her. The surrounding sprites gazed at us with reverence. Beneath the sacred white tree, the guardian Elaviel stood solemnly, her gaze seemingly capable of piercing the mists of time and discern the outlines of the future. At that moment, Lillia and I stood side by side before her, and I could distinctly feel Lillia's hand trembling in mine, her eyes shimmering with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. As expected, Lillia was soon proclaimed the new saintess. Yet, even more perplexing was the fact that Guardian Elaviel astonishingly did not revoke my status as saintess. It is well known that according to clan rules, there can only be one saintess among the Sprite clan. Chapter 65, Coronation, SSS-level equipment, Crown of the Saintess. As a series of system prompts resounded, Lillia stood frozen in place. Goodness, are the rewards this lavish? Had I known the rewards would be so generous, I would have hesitated not. However, what on earth is identity solidification progress 50? Could it be that upon reaching 100, I would instantaneously transform into a female sprite? By the way, what is the total progress at present? Why is there no display? Oh dear, let us take it easy. Please don't suddenly turn me into a female sprite. My heart can scarcely bear it. Noticing Lillia lost in contemplation, Elaviel subtly nodded, seemingly satisfied with Lillia's reaction. It appears the effect is quite favorable. I was merely concerned you might lack interest. Then, Elaviel turned her gaze toward the assembly of sprites and boldly declared, therefore, from this moment forth, Lillia shall officially become the second saintess of our Blue Sprite clan. With that, Elaviel waved her right hand, conjuring a crown-like item seemingly from thin air, gesturing towards Lillia. Child, come forth. Wait, this item looks remarkably similar to the one Cecilia wears. After a brief moment of surprise, Lillia approached Elaviel, employing her insight skill to examine the crown. Equipment, Crown of the Saintess. Quality, SSS. Type, accessory. Level, 200. Attributes, maximum health points increase, 50,000. Maximum magic points increase, 25,000. Physical defense increase, 6,000. Magical defense increase, 6,000. Magical attack increase, 6,000. Strength increase, 1,000. Agility increase, 1,000. Intelligence increase, 1,000. Constitution increase, 1,000. Spirit increase, 1,000. Trait 1. Increases all elemental magic resistance by 20. Trait 2. Increases all elemental magic damage by 20. Trait 3. 50 chance to be immune to mental control skills, with a 20 chance to rebound the effect upon successful immunity. Trait 4. Naturally exerts a certain deterrent effect on sprite-type beings, reducing all attributes by 20 during combat with sprite entities. Introduction. The crown, forged from ancient magical metals, serves as the emblem of every priestess of the Smurf tribe, symbolizing supreme honor and responsibility. Is this the priestess crown? My goodness, how astonishing. Becoming a priestess grants one an instant bestowal of a level 200 SSS quality equipment. By all accounts, this piece of gear should only be slightly inferior to the Dark Feather, right? It is noteworthy that although within the confines of the 10th to 20th floors, the attributes of the elf identity, Lillia, are independently calculated and do not inherit from the character panel of the Godslayer, items can indeed be perfectly retained. This moment signifies a fortuitous acquisition of an SSS level item. As Lillia approached, Elvira smiled warmly and said, "Good child, lower your head. I shall personally adorn you with it." Upon hearing Elvira's words, Lillia obediently stepped forward and bent slightly at the waist. Subsequently, Elvira skillfully placed the priestess crown upon her head. "Good child, how beautiful you are." At the instant the crown was donned, Lillia felt a warm energy emanating from the crown, swiftly spreading throughout her being, while her form radiated a soft blue glow. Witnessing this, the Smurfs below erupted in cheers, celebrating the emergence of their new priestess. Responding instinctively to the jubilant cries of the elves, Lillia reached up to touch the crown upon her head, suddenly feeling a profound sense of responsibility envelop her. She pondered, having only been born a few days prior, why the guardians of the Smurf tribe treated her as if she were kin. After all, they were merely NPCs within the Tower of Divine Communication. Why did they seem to possess emotions surpassing those of real humans? Perhaps, though this world is illusory, love is genuine. Yet, this experience starkly contrasts with her previous life. Should they not merely serve as monsters for awakened challengers to gain experience? Half an hour later, the coronation ceremony for Lillia had long since concluded. After dispersing the other Smurfs, Guardian Elvira guided Lillia and Cecilia to the elf treasury. At the palace entrance, she exclaimed, "Children, we have arrived." With that, Elvira swiftly pressed her palm against the golden indentation on the door, swinging it open. "Today is a day worthy of celebration. I grant each of you the privilege to select a cherished item as a gift." As the grand doors swung wide, Lillia's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she dashed into the palace with remarkable speed. Observing this, Elvira smiled, gently rubbing her forehead, and said to Cecilia, "Ah, this child, always in such a rush." Upon entering the palace, Lillia, like an inquisitive child, explored eagerly, an overwhelming joy surging within her. This was the treasury of the Smurf tribe. Not only S-level items, but even SSS-level artifacts must number in the dozens, if not hundreds. This was an incredible opportunity. She must find an SSS-level item to take back. Lillia excitedly surveyed her surroundings, her eyes shimmering with fervent curiosity. Although it was not her first visit, she remained awestruck by the profound heritage of the Smurf tribe. Ancient, mystical scrolls and immensely powerful artifacts were all present. It could be said that any item taken from here would fetch a fortune in the outside world. Meanwhile, Cecilia was also on the hunt for her own treasure. Soon, her gaze settled upon a bow shimmering with a pale blue light. This was the Elven Divine Bow, known as the Arrow of Starlight, boasting an astounding SSS quality. Legend has it that this bow was crafted from fragments of fallen stars, capable of shooting arrows of light that pierce through all darkness. She stepped forward, grasping the bow, and felt an uncanny sense of familiarity, as if it were custom-made for her. On the other side, Lillia's eyes roamed the treasury until they landed on a hefty tome. The cover bore intricate runes, emitting a faint silver glow. Drawn to it, she approached, reaching for the skill book while activating her insight skill. Name: Blessing of the Elven God. Type: Passive skill. Level: SSS. Effect 1. Upon learning this skill, receive the blessing of an unknown entity, granting an additional 100 base intelligence for each level gained. Effect 2. Upon learning this skill, receive the blessing of an unknown entity, granting an additional 100 base spirit for each level gained. Effect 3. Upon learning this skill, receive the blessing of an unknown entity, permanently increasing final damage dealt and final damage reduction by 20. Staring at the description of the skill, Lillia was momentarily stunned. This skill seemed incredibly powerful. However, the Elven God posed a significant dilemma. Should she choose it? Would learning it subject her to the gaze of the Elven God? Moreover, within the Tower of Divine Communication, there was no Elven King, let alone the Elven God. Thus, it was clear that the Elven God referred to the deity of the real world. Why then was this skill book present here? Chapter 66. Power Beyond the God Slayer. The Frost Dragon? As the thought crossed her mind, a flash of insight illuminated Lillia's consciousness. She suddenly realized that although learning this skill might lead to being monitored by the unknown Elven God, posing a risk of exposure, Lillia's panel and the Godslayer's character panel were mutually independent. In other words, they represented two distinct lives. Thus, if she learned this skill under the identity of Lillia, the Elven God would most likely discover Lillia rather than the Godslayer. Furthermore, considering her identity solidification progress was nearing 100, was there truly any difference between Lillia learning it and the Godslayer learning it? Without further hesitation, Lillia decisively took the skill book and slapped it against her forehead, instantly acquiring the skill. Ding! Congratulations, you have learned the SSS level skill, Blessing of the Elven God. Upon mastering the skill, she observed that her identity as an elf, Lillia's panel, had ascended to a new pinnacle. Name: Lillia, Godslayer. Type: Smuff. Gender: female. Level: 200, maximum. Class: Wind Whisperer. Talent: Mind's Law. Quality: SSS. Health points: 320, 200. Magic points: 720, 310. Physical attack: 15, 320. Magic attack: 70, 0, 87. Physical defense: 12, 0, 20. Magic defense: 62, 768. Skills: Magic Arrow, Magic Shield, Healing, Chain Lightning, Binding Winds. Equipment: Moonlight Breath Helmet, Moonlight Breath Robe, Moonlight Breath Gloves, Moonlight Breath Shoulder Guards, Moonlight Breath Belt, Moonlight Breath Boots. Description: An awakened Smuff descending from the heavens. A naturally born SSS level elf, possessing unparalleled potential. What an astonishing revelation. This skill is truly formidable. It is noteworthy that Lillia is currently at level 200, and upon acquiring this skill, she can generate an astonishing 100 points in both mental power and intelligence attributes out of thin air. Furthermore, when she dons the SS grade Breath of Moonlight set, which she obtained from the Elven Treasury during her last venture, her attribute panel ascends to an extraordinary height. Such attributes may well surpass even those of a Godslayer. With her innate talent, Mind's Flow, combined with an immense mana pool of 720,000, a mere cast of Chain Lightning could potentially summon a colossal thundercloud, shrouding the skies for miles around. Moreover, it seems that her talent, Mind's Flow, is primarily tied to her magical prowess, and the Elven race possesses an innate affinity for magic, endowed with exceptional magical growth potential. Thus, one could assert that Lillia is perhaps even more suited to this talent than the Godslayer. With the enhancement of her 700,000 mana, it is conceivable that even a Godslayer would struggle to contend with Lillia. However, Lillia bears a critical flaw. Her physical defense is woefully inadequate. As the two had finalized their rewards, the Guardian Elavil spoke up. Children, have you made your selections? If so, we must return. Upon hearing Elavil's words, Cecilia gracefully hoisted her bow and approached Elavil, standing behind her. Observing this, Lillia also took a step forward towards Alaville. Grandmother, I have made my choice as well. Alaville nodded with a smile. Excellent. Then let us return. Lillia nodded obediently, and together with Cecilia, they followed Alaville back to the center of the tribe. However, just as they were about to reach their destination, the sky above them suddenly darkened. Roar! 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 A deafening roar resonated from above, as a massive ice-blue frost dragon descended upon them with astonishing speed. Its colossal form sliced through the air, accompanied by a bone-chilling wind, seemingly intent on freezing all life in its path. Stunned by the thunderous roar, Lillia stood frozen, unable to comprehend the sight before her. What? Is that a dragon? A dragon species exists within the 13th layer of the Tower of Divine Communication. Damn it! How is this possible? Why have I never seen one in my previous life? This is a dragon. Dragon species, regardless of the world, undoubtedly reign at the pinnacle of the food chain. A naturally SSS grade monster, possessing the prowess of a battle general from birth, capable of effortlessly slaying battle kings upon reaching maturity. As Jiang Chen understood, the current leader of the alliance of all races appears to be a dragon. Cecilia, upon witnessing such a colossal figure, trembled uncontrollably, her calves quaking and beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Grandmother, look! There's a dragon. Following Lillia's gaze, Alaville looked up at the sky, her expression instantly turning grave. A dragon. That is the natural enemy of the elven race, with an innate high affinity for magic and an absurdly high magical defense. The magical skills of the elven race are but a jest in the face of the frost dragon's immense magical resistance. Moreover, this frost dragon, dwelling in the northern ice fields, especially favors the elven race as its prey. Thus, for Alaville, the appearance of the frost dragon is unequivocally ominous. We must hurry back, Alaville shouted, promptly casting a teleportation spell that whisked Cecilia and Lillia back to the center of the tribe in an instant. Chapter 67. Lillia, I hate you. In a flash of light, the trio materialized at the center of the tribe. Upon their arrival, the remaining blue elves began to shout in a chaotic uproar. Can't see me, can't see me. Oh my, who are those three? So brave? Standing so close. Hey, you all better hide. Are you blind? That's the Guardian. Oh my, it's the Guardian. The Guardian has come to save us. Guardian, we are here. Mama, I'm so scared. Will I be eaten by the dragon? Seeing the three, most of the blue elves gazed up at them with admiration, gradually emerging from their hiding spots and bowing slightly in their direction. Guardian, please slay the dragon. Guardian, please slay the dragon. Guardian, please slay the dragon. As Lillia observed the throngs of blue elves beseeching Alaville, she felt a subtle shock within her. She had never anticipated that Alaville's standing among the blue elves could be so exalted. This scene could easily be described as a form of spiritual reverence. Just look at those little eyes. They're practically sparkling with admiration. In light of this, it could be said that Alaville's status among the blue elves is akin to that of the Grand Emperor of Destiny among the human race. While Lillia was lost in her thoughts, Alaville's concerned yet stern voice suddenly broke through. Children, you must find a place to hide. This wicked dragon is for grandmother to handle. Cecilia, take Lillia over there quickly. As she spoke, Alaville pointed toward a specific location. Lillia immediately turned to follow Alaville's, only to be taken aback. Ah, this. Are you certain? You want me to crawl into a tree hollow? Are you sure this hollow can withstand the frost dragon's breath? Your intelligence. Is it perhaps a bit? Beside her, Cecilia, sensing Lillia's hesitation, hurriedly explained, Lillia, that log is part of a holy white tree. It can perfectly conceal our presence. We must not hesitate. Let us go. With that, Cecilia grabbed Lillia's hand, eager to sprint towards the tree hollow. However, she soon realized that Lillia remained utterly motionless. I knew it. So that is how it is. What a misunderstanding. I nearly thought Alaville had lost her wits. But hiding? That is not my style. Hee. I shall become the dragon-slaying warrior. Lillia thought resolutely, her hands clenched into fists. I can also participate in the battle. I want to slay the dragon alongside grandmother. Cecilia was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on Lillia, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Oh my, That is a dragon, the natural enemy of the elven race, an entity that even guardians might struggle to overcome. Aren't you afraid? Lillia, have you lost your mind? At this, Alaville was also taken aback, but then smiled with warmth and walked over to gently pat Lilia's shoulder. Good child, having courage is commendable, yet this battle is exceedingly perilous. It would be wise for you to seek refuge alongside Cecilia until your grandmother has vanquished the malevolent dragon. Witnessing Alaville's distrust, Lillia shook her head resolutely. No, grandmother, I am unafraid. I shall be cautious. Besides, you are here to protect me, are you not? Unable to dissuade Lillia, Alaville let out a gentle sigh and caressed Lilia's cheek with her palm. Very well then, but dear Lillia, do remember to stay close to your grandmother. With that, Alaville swiftly brandished her staff, casting a deep blue protective shield that enveloped both Cecilia and Lillia entirely. Cecilia exclaimed, "Ah, this is terrible. I never consented to partake in the battle, did I? Lillia, I shall remember this. Just you wait." After completing her incantation, Alaville flapped her wings and ascended gracefully into the air. Seizing the moment, Lillia cast an insight spell towards the frost giant dragon. Name, Sherry, young. Level, 350. Gender, female. Species, frost dragon. Grade, SSS. Maximum health, 48,000,000. Maximum mana, 20,500,000. Physical attack, 260,000. Magical attack, 450,000. Physical defense, 225,000. Magical defense, 385,000. Skill 1, Dragon Claw. Skill 2, Dragon Might. Skill 3, Dragon Roar. Skill 4, Dragon Kint. Skill 5, Frost Breath. Skill 10, Dragon's Reverse Scale. Hiss. The statistics truly reflect an SSS level. I was careless. This dragon is utterly terrifying. I can only imagine that even the slightest brush could lead to my demise. Moreover, these attributes are undoubtedly the most formidable I have ever encountered, surpassing even my past life. If all goes as expected, Alaville should be no match for her, right? Then, Lillia turned her gaze towards the protective shield surrounding her. Shield value, 50,000,000. Goodness, Alaville is also fearsome, starting with a staggering 50 million. No wonder she possesses the confidence to slay dragons while accompanied by 2 burdens. Even if she were to stand idly and endure blows with this amount of protection, it would surely take several minutes to wear her down. At that moment, the frost giant dragon soaring above seemed to sense something, inhaling deeply through its nostrils. Suddenly, its gaze shifted towards Lillia, unleashing a thunderous roar. Roar. Ding! Please note, you are affected by the skill Dragon Might. All attributes decrease by 15. Ding! Please note, you are affected by the skill Dragon Roar. All attributes decrease by 15. What? So powerful. A single roar has reduced my total attributes by 30. How am I to proceed now? With such a drastic decline, even if I deplete all my mana, I cannot hope to weaken this dragon's defenses as I did against Lexi before. This is dire. What am I to do? I thought my enhancements had granted me the strength to hunt dragons, yet I completely overlooked that a significant disparity in attributes can overshadow any innate talent. This principle is akin to a level 1 SSS talent wielder having little chance against a level 999 G talent wielder. Damn, am I truly destined to fall here? Chapter 68, Guardian, Lillia has been captured. Following that earth-shattering roar, the Guardian Alaville's complexion paled noticeably. It was evident that she had been gravely affected. However, as she regained her composure, she noticed the frost giant dragon's unwavering gaze fixated on Lillia, with a hint of delight shimmering in its eyes. Curse be it, it is indeed targeting Lillia. Without further hesitation, Alaville soared in front of the two, raising her staff and casting another layer of black shield over them. Ding, congratulations. You have received a blessing from Guardian Alaville. Temporary damage reduction increased by 20. Duration, 1 hour. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew tense, The frost giant dragon Sherry unexpectedly began to speak, her voice melodious and clear. The ancestor was not deceiving me. It truly is a newly awakened SSS level elf. But why must she be a female elf? Never mind. Regardless of gender, the ancestor can never be mistaken. Hee. I shall take her back first. Upon hearing the dragon speak, Lillia was struck with wonder. Goodness, is this truly magical? A dragon can speak human language? And such a lovely voice at that. Oh, I nearly forgot. The system provides a translation function within the realm. This isn't surprising then. However, a newly awakened SSS level elf? Is she referring to me? Goodness. Miss, do I know you? What would a dragon want with me? Are you hungry? I doubt my petite figure could even serve as a snack for you. Besides, what is wrong with being a female elf? Are you implying gender discrimination? Are you not aware that equality is being advocated for? While Lillia remained perplexed, Elavel suddenly shouted fiercely at the dragon. Wretched dragon, what is your intention? Hearing the rebuke, Sherry scoffed, her massive dragon eyes glaring suspiciously at Elavel. I have come to reclaim what belongs to our frost dragon clan. In her eyes, Elavel emanated a powerful magical aura, comparable to her own. In response, Elavel stepped forward, positioning herself protectively behind Lillia. Nonsense. She is clearly one of our blue elf tribe, and I shall never surrender her to you. Seeing Elavel's unwavering resolve, a glimmer of determination flashed in Sherry's eyes. Gradually, her colossal form descended to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. Moments later, the massive dragon body vanished, transforming into a youthful girl of 15 or 16 years. Gazing at the girl's slightly youthful face, Lillia was once again left in astonishment. Goodness, is this a minor? I can't believe it. This is truly terrifying. No wonder the dragon clan is so formidable. Even a juvenile possesses such might. When she reaches maturity, she will surely be unstoppable. Behold this cherubic visage, still imbued with a hint of youthful innocence. At that moment, Cheryl Way suddenly spread her arms wide, exuding an air of defiance, as if to say, if you seek to engage in battle, I shall not shy away. Today, I am determined to take her with me. What can you possibly do to stop me? Upon hearing these words, Elavir's expression hardened. Resolutely raising her staff and conjuring a radiant blue circular domain that enveloped Cheryl Way within. Then let us see you try, she proclaimed. Lillia, you must depart at once. I shall handle this. Witnessing Cheryl Way's formidable presence, Lillia lost the confidence she had previously held, grasping Cecilia's hand tightly and attempting to flee to safety. You think you can escape? Not so easily, Cheryl Way bellowed, and with a swift motion, a vast wall of ice materialized before them, seeking to obstruct Lillia and Cecilia's path. Thud, thud. The sound of two resounding impacts echoed as the pair collided with the ice barrier. Ouch! What on earth? Why is it so hard? With a slight smirk, Cheryl Way reveled in her successful blockade. Hee. I traveled nearly 1,000 miles just for you. Do you think I would let you slip away? You audacious wretch. Elavir roared in response, raising her staff and unleashing a magical spell towards Cheryl Way. Soon, a fierce battle erupted between Elavir and Cheryl Way, their spells colliding in a dazzling display of magical brilliance, punctuated by crackling sounds. Meanwhile, Lillia was consumed by anxiety, feeling utterly powerless. After spending considerable time together, she believed Elavir had treated her well, and it would be unjust to allow her to face danger alone. After all, their adversary was a fearsome frost dragon. If she were to perish, it would merely result in some lost experience or a minor reduction in her completion score. However, Elavir, as a unique NPC within the instance, would be lost forever if she were to die, although she would reappear when other awakeners challenged the instance. Lillia knew she would never encounter her again. Even if they did meet, Elavir would no longer be the familiar figure she once knew. As Elavir began to falter, Lillia gritted her teeth, resolute that she could no longer remain idle. She released Cecilia's hand and soared towards Cheryl Way, conjuring a stringless bow in her grasp. Aiming at Cheryl Way and calling out, "Grandmother, I am here to assist you." However, just as Lillia prepared to unleash her magic arrow, A shadowy figure suddenly emerged behind her. This shadow seized her arm without warning, dragging Lillia into the darkness within. In an instant, both she and the shadow vanished from sight. Cecilia, who had been watching from the sidelines, was taken aback by Lilia's sudden disappearance, and in her panic, she began to stamp her feet in distress. Guardian, Lillia has been taken. He at last. A melodious laugh echoed as Lillia found herself gripped by a massive dragon's claw, soaring through the air at an astonishing speed. What the hell? What is happening? Wasn't I just casting a spell? How'd I end up in the sky? Chapter 69. The Frost Dragon Clan from the Real World. My goodness, is this a dragon's claw? Upon realizing the enormity of the claw that held her, Lillia nearly burst into tears, frantically struggling. What the hell? I've been captured. Let me go. Where are you taking me? Sensing the commotion emanating from the dragon's claw, Cheryl Way chuckled, a playful glint shimmering in her immense dragon eyes. Are you certain? We are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Do you really want me to release you? What? 10,000? High altitude? Lillia trembled in fear at Cheryl Way's words, her eyes rolling back as she fainted from sheer terror. Mom, help me. I'm so scared. I have acrophobia. 2 hours later, within the frost dragon's lair, Lillia slowly opened her eyes, and once her vision cleared, she discovered a colossal dragon-like creature circling before her. What in the world is this? A dragon's den? Young friend, you have awakened? Just as Lillia was engulfed in confusion, the massive dragon suddenly spoke. Startled by the voice, Lillia quickly drew her bow, aiming it at the dragon, and leapt back several paces. Do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm, the dragon reassured, attempting to soothe her. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? Lillia demanded, her eyes filled with suspicion. Fear not, young friend. I am Zeneria, the matriarch of the Frost Dragon clan. I have brought you here with a request. Upon hearing Zeneria's words, Lillia felt a slight easing of her apprehension and discreetly activated her insight skill to assess the dragon's attributes. Name, Zeneria. Level 1000. Gender, female. Species, Frost Dragon. Rank, SSS. Max HP. Max MP. Physical attack. Magical attack. Physical defense. Magical defense. Skills. Description: a top-tier powerhouse from the real world, matriarch of the Frost Dragon clan, permanently sealed within the Tower of Divine Communication due to unknown reasons. Well, what? Level 1000? Is this a deity? Lillia thought, incredulous. Surely my eyes must be deceiving me. Let me check again. Rubbing her eyes, Lillia activated her insight skill once more. The result, hiss, level 1000, is indeed level 1000. The realization of encountering such a powerful being left her in utter bewilderment. What does she possibly want with me? This is dire. I'm in deep trouble. Wait, no, that is not right. The description mentions a top-tier powerhouse from the real world permanently sealed within the Tower of Divine Communication. What does that mean? Does she mean this request is related to that? Taking a deep breath, Lillia endeavored to calm herself. Senior, may I inquire what you require of me? Zeneria nodded and began to recount her tale. Hundreds of years ago, due to certain peculiar circumstances, I was sealed by a mysterious force and could not escape. After years of investigation, I discovered that only someone from outside this realm could potentially break the seal. Therefore, I seek your assistance in lifting this confinement. Good heavens! The implications of her words were clear. She was aware that Lillia had come from outside the Tower of Divine Communication. But, for centuries, countless challengers have ventured into the depths of the Divine Tower, from the 10th to the 20th level. What makes her think she can choose herself? It is noteworthy that, even excluding all the other races, at least 10 formidable emperors have emerged among the human race. Why does she not seek assistance from these powerful beings, but instead insists on bringing me here? Regaining her composure, Lillia spoke, Elder. I am merely an ordinary adventurer with limited strength. I fear I am ill-equipped for this task. Upon hearing this, Zeneria smiled, as if she had anticipated the response, and said, Do not worry, young friend. Your current power is indeed modest, which is precisely why I do not require you to break this seal at this moment. With that, Zeneria gracefully swept her massive claw through the air, conjuring a black and white contract along with a blue orb of light. Young friend, what I ask of you is simply to take little Snow out of this divine tower as a mount. She has suffered greatly, confined to this small world since the moment of her birth. What? A mount? Little Snow? You must be referring to Shiravi. Lillia thought, scanning her surroundings for any sign of Shiravi. Yes, it must be her. After a moment's hesitation, Lillia ultimately chose to accept the contract and orb. There was no other choice. The situation was dire. This was a being of level 1000. Even the greatest human emperors might falter before such a top-tier powerhouse. Even if this was a contract binding her to servitude, she had no choice but to grit her teeth and accept it. After all, while it was generally true that death within the challenges of the Divine Tower resulted in resurrection in the corresponding core city, for beings of divine caliber who wielded the laws, this rule could be disregarded entirely. Death would mean true death. Seeing Lillia accept the contract and orb, Zuinelia nodded her massive dragon head in satisfaction. Then, she opened her great maw and expelled a small golden orb. In an instant, this orb shot into Lilia's body at incredible speed, startling her. As Lillia frantically examined herself, Zuinelia explained, "This dragon orb is a gift for you. A token of my gratitude." "A gift? Why didn't you mention it sooner? You nearly scare me to death," Lillia exclaimed, then settled down to meditate and explore the properties of the dragon orb. Name: Frost Dragon Orb. Quality: SSS. Type: Special Equipment. Level: 200. Base Attributes: Maximum Health Increase, 200,000. Maximum Mana Increase, 100,000. Physical Defense Increase, 5,000. Magical Defense Increase, 5,000. Physical Attack Increase, 5,000. Magical Attack Increase, 5,000. Strength Increase, 1,500. Agility Increase, 1,500. Intelligence Increase, 1,500. Constitution Increase, 1,500. Spirit Increase, 1,500. Attribute 1. Increases all ice element magical damage dealt by the owner by 50. Attribute 2. Reduces all ice element magical damage received by the owner by 50. Attribute 3. Increases all damage dealt to dragonkind with a bloodline quality lower than the owner's by 50. Attribute 4. Reduces damage received from dragonkind with a bloodline quality lower than the owner's by 50. Attribute 5. The orb's level increases with the owner's strength, with no upper limit. My goodness, another SSS grade piece of equipment. And it's of a special type. What a windfall. Just as Lillia began to delve into the orb's attributes, a series of system notifications suddenly rang in her ears. Ding! Detected that the challenger possesses both Elven Bloodline and Frost Dragon Orb. Bloodline automatically fuses and evolves. Ding! Challenger Bloodline Evolution in progress. Ding! Current Bloodline Evolution progress. 151020. Moments later. Ding! Evolution complete. Ding! Dear Challenger, congratulations. You have become the new species Frost Elven Dragon, with all attributes increased by 100. Ding! Dear God Slayer, congratulations. You have successfully created a new species. Completion Evaluation Level 3. Chapter 70. I have a question. Who is Lillia? What on earth? A new species? Frost Elven Dragon? What is happening here? I can't believe it. Not only has my gender been forcibly altered, but now I'm being transformed into a new species. Suddenly, Lillia felt an intense itch atop her head, and upon reaching up to touch it, she gasped. What? Are these dragon horns? Have I truly become a dragon? Upon witnessing Lillia's transformation, Zuinelia's smile grew even brighter. Excellent. Now that the contract is signed, I shall send you on your way. The resonating voice of Zuinelia echoed in Lillia's ears. Wow, could you lower your voice? This time, Lillia did not hesitate. She bit her finger and pressed it against the contract. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully signed the contract and acquired the mount Frost Giant Dragon. Seeing Lillia successfully sign the contract, Zuinelia nodded once more. Now that the contract is in place, wait until you reach level 900 before returning here. For now, you may depart. Without allowing Lillia a moment to comprehend, Zuinelia waved her massive claw, creating a black vortex that generated immense suction, drawing Lillia into its depths. In the Blue Smurf tribe, a colossal black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the tribe's center, drawing a crowd of curious Smurfs. Look, what is that? Wow, the sky is breaking. Stop gawking. Quickly, summon the Guardian. Moments later, the black vortex gradually dissipated, and Lillia's figure plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. Ah, that hurts. What the heck? Just throw me like that. However, just as Lillia was preparing to rise, a system notification sounded in her ear. Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the trial of the 13th layer of the Divine Tower. Ding! Calculating score. Ding! Congratulations on successfully clearing the 13th layer of the Divine Tower. Completion evaluation. SSS level. Ding! Calculating rewards. Calculation complete. Ding! Congratulations! With an SSS level evaluation for clearing the 13th layer of the Divine Tower, you receive rewards. All attributes 1,000, luck 10, gold, 5 million, experience, 400 million. Ding! Congratulations! With an SSS level evaluation for clearing the 13th layer of the Divine Tower, you receive an additional reward. Identity, Solidification Accelerator. What a coincidence, I just cleared it. Following this, a grand and authoritative announcement echoed from the pinnacle of the Divine Tower, instantly resonating throughout the entire world. Congratulations to player, Godslayer, for achieving an SSS level evaluation for clearing the 13th layer. Congratulations to player, Godslayer, for achieving an SSS level evaluation for clearing the 13th layer. In Huayang Yunding, within a villa, Lu Ruyin was enjoying her dinner. Upon hearing the system notification, her eyes widened in shock, causing her to spit out her food. What? Godslayer achieved SSS level clearance. Isn't that Jiang Chen? This marks the second occurrence, doesn't it? Merely 4 to 5 days have elapsed, and he has astonishingly achieved an SSS rating once more. How terrifying! Somewhere in the imperial capital, a woman clad in a flowing red gown stood beneath a pine tree, murmuring to herself in a hushed tone. The Godslayer has once again accomplished an SSS rating. This time, the myriad races will surely take action. I must make my way to the borders. Yet, before the woman could act, a voice suddenly resonated from the distant sky. Hong Lian, there is no need. Yi Wu Hen has already gone ahead. Amidst the anticipation of the entire human race, the Divine Communication Tower ultimately announced the rewards for achieving an SSS rating in the Godslayer's conquest. Congratulations to the player Godslayer for successfully passing the 13th level of the Divine Communication Tower with an SSS rating. The system rewards all human players with a buff, Elven Saintus. Limited time, buff, Elven Pact, while challenging the 10th to 20th levels of the Divine Communication Tower. The basic favorability of the Elven race towards humans is increased by 50, lasting for 1 week. Limited time, buff, Dragon Guardian. While challenging the 10th to 20th levels of the Divine Communication Tower, all human players are safeguarded by unknown dragon powers, resulting in a 20 increase in final damage dealt and a 20 reduction in final damage taken, lasting for 1 week. Limited time buff, Tower Spirit Blessing. While challenging the 10th to 20th levels of the Divine Communication Tower, all human players receive a blessing from the Tower Spirit, gaining a buff that increases all attributes by 20, lasting for 1 week. Elven Saintus. While challenging the 10th to 20th levels of the Divine Communication Tower, all human players receive a blessing from the Elven Saintus Lillia, resulting in a comprehensive increase of 20 in base attributes, a 20 increase in drop rate, and a 50 increase in experience acquisition rate, lasting permanently. Following the announcement of the rewards across the server, all chat channels worldwide descended into a state of chaos. Suddenly, someone broke the silence by exclaiming, "No way, incredible." The chat channels erupted with fervor. Godslayer, amazing. Everyone look. The buff effects last for an entire week. No way. No way. This buff is astonishing. Not only is its duration long, but it's also incredibly powerful. No way. No way. Just as everyone was astounded by the formidable buff effects, someone raised a question. Dear experts, I have a query. Isn't the Elven Saintess named Cecilia and Alicia? Who is Lillia? Indeed, who is Lillia? I've never heard of her. Same question. I've never heard of her either. Same question. Same question. Same question. 1. 1. 1. 10,010. In a myriad races alliance, a man in black was at the forefront. What? Dragon Guardian? Are there dragon-like beings existing in this world aside from our race? I cannot wait any longer, Tianlang. Swiftly go to the human realm and uncover the whereabouts of the God Slayer. As you command, my lord. Just as the entire human race rejoiced, Lillia dusted herself off and rose from the ground, golden light flashing around her. Swish, swish, swish. Ding, your level has increased. Ding, your level has increased. Ding, your level has increased. Ding, your level has reached its limit. Level 200. Please proceed to the 21st level to break the level cap. What a thrill. I've reached level 200 already. In my lifetime, I've only spent about a week in the Divine Communication Tower, right? Hee hee. Suddenly filled with confidence about her future, she decided to head back. Chapter 71. Ahead, the Summer Kingdom, divine beings halt. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the human border was shrouded in towering ancient trees and swirling mists, appearing as nature's most steadfast barrier, guarding this ancient and mysterious land. The sunset bled into vibrant purples and reds, harboring an undercurrent of unrest amidst the tranquility. The mountain silhouettes loomed in the evening glow, while a meandering river flowed quietly from north to south, its crystal-clear waters reflecting the verdant trees on both banks and the distant towering city walls. This is the gateway to the Summer Kingdom, Yin Pass. At this moment, the air was thick with a subtle tension and oppression, as if even the wind had stilled, leaving only the occasional roar of beasts in the distance to shatter the momentary calm. At Yin Pass, lights glimmered brightly, and the soldiers stationed there, clad in armor and wielding long spears, exhibited unwavering determination in their sharp gazes, casting long shadows on the walls, standing tall like guardians. At the highest point of Yin Pass, a middle-aged man in a black robe, sword sheathed on his back, stood with his hands clasped behind him. He was Yi Wu Hen, one of the 10 great emperors of humanity. His countenance was stern, and his eyes were as deep as the night sky, as if capable of perceiving the world's myriad phenomena. His black hair flowed freely, swaying gently in the breeze, exuding an aura of wildness and dominance. Beside him, a young general clad in silver armor, holding an order tablet, was nervously reporting the latest intelligence. Your Majesty, according to reports from our spies, the Myriad Races Alliance has dispatched the leader of the Tianlang tribe, Tianlang, with the intent of locating the Godslayer. They are currently approaching the border. The young general's voice carried a hint of worry. Upon hearing this, a smile tugged at the corner of Yi Wu Hen's lips as he gazed into the distance, as if piercing through the thick clouds and directly spotting the Tianlang. Tianlang, is it? No matter. Merely a 1,000-level beast dares to tread upon our human territory. After a moment, a silver light suddenly streaked across the distant horizon, followed by a deafening roar that split the air, heralding the arrival of Tianlang. The leader of the Tianlang tribe, who charged toward Yin Pass like a falling meteor, enveloped in a tempest of demonic energy. His massive form crackled with lightning and flames, his eyes a blood red, brimming with a frenzied bloodlust. Spotting Yi Wu Hen blocking his path, Tianlang's voice boomed like thunder, shaking the entire Yin Pass. Yi Wu Hen, you had better step aside quickly. Whatever my Tianlang tribe desires, we shall claim. Yi Wu Hen remained unmoved, merely raising a hand. An invisible force surged forth from his being, materializing into a black barrier that effortlessly neutralized Tianlang's assault. Within the borders of the Summer Kingdom, any divine being must halt. Tianlang, you are no exception. With that, Yi Wu Hen stepped forward, his right hand sweeping outward, and his long sword unsheathed on its own, instantly engaging in combat with Tianlang. Divine Communication Tower, Second Core City. A flash of white light flickered, and Jiang Chen's figure materialized in the central square of the Second Core City. Phew, finally out. That challenge was truly perilous. The pressure the old dragon exerted was incredibly intense. As a level 1,000 divine being, she undoubtedly wields the power of the laws. Thus, If one were to be careless and fall to her blade, it would mean utter annihilation. I have never heard of such formidable entities existing within the first 20 levels before. What will happen to tower runs in the future? No, I must seek out Luo Shi for assistance. It seems that the second identity is quite crucial, after all, as it equates to a second life. Divine communication, third level, in mysterious space. Luo Shi, are you there? Are you there? Do not shout, I am here. As the words fell, Luo Shi instantaneously appeared in the mysterious space of the third layer. What is it? Did you summon me for a reason? Upon seeing Luo Shi's arrival, Jiang Chen hurriedly retrieved the identity solidification accelerator from his backpack and began to narrate his situation of possessing dual identities. It's like this. After listening to Jiang Chen's account, Luo Shi's expression transformed into one of sheer amusement, unable to suppress a laugh. Are you trying to make me die laughing so that you can inherit the Tower of Communication? As a grown man, why not choose a male elf? Have you overindulged, choosing a female elf instead? Moreover, the more critical point is that you somehow acquired such a rare SSS grade item as the Identity Solidification Potion. You truly are a peculiar specimen. Jiang Chen's face turned crimson from embarrassment, and he helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Well, at the time, I didn't think that much, which is why I've come to seek your assistance now. Luo, she covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Haha, worry not. With me around, there shall be no issues. Yanin pass. Half an hour later, after an intense battle, Yi Wuhan finally discovered the flaw in the Celestial Wolf's defense. With a swift stroke of his sword, the blade gleamed like a dragon, piercing through the Celestial Wolf's defenses and severing one of its arms. The Celestial Wolf immediately emitted a pain groan, its massive form rolling in the air several times before ultimately transforming into a streak of silver light and fleeing in a disheveled manner from the human borders. Witnessing the Celestial Wolf's defeat, Yi Wuhan waved his hand and collected the severed limb. Well, it seems dinner is secured. He then turned to the numerous soldiers behind him and proclaimed, All soldiers, heed my command. Maintain strict vigilance at the border and do not err. The soldiers responded in unison, yes. After that, Yi Wuhan's figure flickered and vanished from the spot, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. In the mysterious space of the third layer of the Tower of Communication. At this moment, Lillia wore a long face, staring despondently at Luo Shi. Is this really going to work? Just moments ago, Lillia, following Luo Shi's instructions, had consumed the Identity Solidification Accelerator. And then Jiang Chen had instantly transformed into Lillia. Trust me, there's absolutely no problem, said Luo Shi, patting her chest, causing ripples of surprise. Once the potion's effect wears off, you'll be free to revert to your male form. However, during the upcoming week, you must adapt to life as a girl. With that, Luo Shi, taking advantage of Lillia's inattention, suddenly teleported in front of her, extending her palm to gently pinch Lillia. Not bad. The texture is quite nice. I didn't expect you to be so well endowed. The moment they made contact, Lillia's face flushed an intense crimson as she quickly waved her arms, attempting to swat Luo Shi's hand away. What are you doing? I'm a man. In response, Luo Shi grinned mischievously at Lillia. That was in the past. Do you now as a bona fide girl? Chapter 72. Come, join me for some wolf leg. With a sly smile, Luo Shi gazed at Lillia and swiftly pinched her a few more times. Not again. You rogue. After being pinched several times, Lillia felt her entire body weaken and hurriedly activated her backhand login tattoo, preparing to escape the clutches and return to the real world. Huayang Yunding. Inside the villa. Bang! A flash of light appeared, and Lillia descended from the sky, landing directly on the 8-meter-tall bed. At this moment, a lingering blush remained on her cheeks. Damn it, that rogue. After cursing Luo Shi, Lillia immediately got up and walked to the mirror to take a look. What the heck? How is this possible? I thought I had exited the Tower of Communication. How could I still look like a female elf? Could it be that when Luo Shi mentioned a week, she meant a week in the real world? Oh no, I have to participate in the Divine Seed training program in 2 days. How can I go like this? The thought of attending the Divine Seed training program in 2 days made Lillia's face turn pale. Perhaps I should just go in the guise of a female elf. If anyone asks, I'll say Jiang Chen, didn't he show up? Anyway, no one knows my identity as a female elf. This way, I can attend the training program on time, while effectively concealing my identity. Truly a win-win situation. Yes, that's the plan. After coming to this conclusion, Lillia stood before the mirror, quickly organizing her thoughts and making plans for the upcoming training program. Suddenly, Lillia felt a blur before her eyes, and a wave of intense dizziness overtook her. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself back on the rooftop of Tianhong building. What on earth? What is happening? How'd I end up here again? Is it Yi Wuhan again? In this state, I must look utterly ridiculous. Then she recalled, wait, he seems to know it's me. Help! This is social death. Why? Why does he still recognize me, even after I've transformed into a female elf? Come, join me for some wolf leg. Just as Lillia was shocked to the point of social death, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly echoed from behind her. What? Eat wolf leg? Dude, you brought me here just to eat wolf meat? However, judging by the voice, it was indeed Yi Wuhan. Lillia quickly turned around to see Yi Wuhan not far from her, setting up a barbecue grill, flames dancing as he roasted a wolf leg. Crap, he really did bring me here to eat wolf leg. But wait, this wolf leg seems off. It must be something extraordinary, Lillia thought as she activated her insight technique, her gaze scanning the wolf leg. Name, celestial wolf leg meat. Quality, SSS. Type, ingredient. Level, none. Effect, consuming it significantly increases various attributes. What? Celestial wolf leg meat? This is an SSS grade ingredient? Goodness, did you slay a deity? It appears that today I am in for a treat. Stop staring. Cool me. Join me for a feast. Lillia remained silent, and Yi Wuhan urged again, don't just stand there, come over. Hearing Yi Wuhan's prompt, Lillia decided not to be coy any longer and quickly approached him, casually taking a seat beside him. After Lillia sat down, Yi Wuhan directly handed her a piece of roasted celestial wolf leg meat. Here, the aroma of the wolf meat was irresistible, and Lillia could no longer contain herself. Swiftly taking the wolf meat from Yi Wuhan's hand and biting into it eagerly. Constitution 50, Strength 50, Agility 50. How is it? Delicious? Yi Wuhan inquired softly. Hearing his question, Lillia continued to devour the meat, mumbling incoherently, yes, it's good, very tasty. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuhan smiled faintly and continued. This delectable meat from the heavenly wolf's leg was not easily obtained, and it is indeed a culinary delight. Not only is the flavor exquisite, but it also possesses the ability to enhance one's attributes. However, your current level is insufficient, so you must refrain from consuming too much. After speaking, Yi Wuhan seemed to recall something and tapped his forehead. Oh, by the way, how did you end up in this state? I nearly failed to find you. Upon hearing this, Lillia was momentarily stunned, slowly lowering the wolf's leg meat she held. Indeed, the inevitable had arrived. Alas, there was no escape. However, as the great emperor, Yi Wuhan likely had a way to assist her. Thus, Lillia quickly organized her thoughts in her mind and began to recount. The situation is as follows. Half an hour later. Ha 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 ha. This is simply too amusing. Lillia interjected. I must insist, great emperor. Can we cease the laughter? This is rather embarrassing. A moment later, Yi Wuhan, suppressing his mirth, addressed Lillia. I see. So what do you intend to do? Will you participate in the training program in this guise? Lillia bit her lip, nodding helplessly as she replied. For now, there is little choice. I can only hope no one recognizes me. Yi Wuhan, deep in thought, stroked his chin and remarked, perhaps I can assist you. Lillia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yi Wuhan. Finally, the moment she had awaited. Oh heavens! Oh earth! This was precisely the phrase she longed to hear. Yi Wuhan smiled gently, waved his hand, and a mysterious light suddenly enveloped Lillia. After a brief moment, the light dissipated, and Lillia lowered her gaze to her toes. Huh? Why can I still not see? There's no reaction. Great Emperor, are you truly lacking in skill? Noticing Lillia's actions, Yi Wuhan spoke once more, Enough of the peering. It's merely a small trick. He then produced a mirror from seemingly nowhere and held it before Lillia. Wow, how beautiful. Just as I expected. Hee hee. However, why do I still resemble a female elven dragon? Wait, something feels different this time. Huh, my ears. And the dragon horns? After observing closely for a while, Lillia was astonished to discover her ears had transformed into those of a human woman. Moreover, the pair of pink-blue dragon horns atop her head had vanished. Wonderful. This way, I can smoothly participate in the training program. Thank you, Great Emperor, Lillia exclaimed excitedly. Yi Wuhan waved his hand dismissively, smiling. It's a trivial matter. No need for gratitude. However, you must be cautious and ensure that no one discovers your secret. Lillia nodded in agreement, then continued to enjoy the delicious heavenly wolf leg meat alongside Yi Wuhan. Chapter 73. This wretched talent has finally proven useful. All right, mission accomplished. Now, I shall escort you back. After finishing the last morsel of wolf meat, Yi Wuhan smiled at Lillia. Then I must trouble the Great Emperor, Lillia said as she stood. Expressing her gratitude, Yi Wuhan smiled slightly, grasped Lilia's arm, and together they vanished from the rooftop. When Lillia next opened her eyes, she found herself back in her own room. Burp, that meal was truly filling. Not to mention, it enhanced several of my attributes. Great Emperor Wuhan is simply magnificent. First, he provided equipment, then treated me to a grand feast. He is even more caring than my own parents. Hee hee, time for sleep. Life is precious. With that, Lillia contentedly lay on her bed and quickly drifted into slumber. In her dreams, she once again beheld her future self, a powerful awakener, protecting those she cherished. The following morning, Lillia slowly opened her eyes, awakening and instinctively stretching. However, what is this? So soft? The texture is delightful. Thus, Lillia quickly began to gently squeeze it. So resilient. This sensation, it felt like. In an instant, Lillia realized what was happening, her face flushing crimson. Without a second thought, she swiftly threw off the covers, discovering a beautifully disheveled young woman glaring at her with wide eyes, filled with fury. Goodness, it's Sherry. How did she end up here? Just as Lillia was momentarily bewildered, Sherry suddenly spoke. What are you staring at? Haven't you squeezed enough? Quickly release your hand. My face is all swollen from your grip. Lillia, embarrassed, retracted her hand, her cheeks flushing further as she hurriedly explained, I'm sorry. It was unintentional. I thought. Before she could finish, she suddenly became aware that she was still in bed, and Sherry was right beside her, leaving her utterly perplexed. What transpired last night? How did you end up here? Lillia inquired, straining to recall the events of the previous night. But her memory was rather hazy. I have no idea. I just opened my eyes and found myself here. Upon hearing Lillia's question, Sherry's eyes widened, revealing her own confusion. What? You don't know either? Are you joking with me? By the way, I recall that before I exited the 13th floor, the old dragon forced me to sign a contract. If I remember correctly, the contract stated that Sherry would be brought out of the Tower of Divine Communication as my mount. So, she actually emerged from the mount space. Contemplating this, Lillia quickly opened her character panel and saw a mount section had appeared beneath the equipment column. She hastily clicked to examine. Mount name, Sherry, juvenile form. Level, 200, character limit, gender, female type, frost dragon grade. SSS max health, 25, 000, 000 max mana, 15, 000, 000 physical attack, 150, 000 magical attack, 250, 000 physical defense, 115, 000 magical defense, 185, 000 skill 1, Dragon Claw skill 2, Dragon Might skill 3, Dragon Roar skill 4, Dragon type creature, Lock skill 5, Frost Breath skill 10, Dragon's reverse scale goodness. To think it could be this formidable. A level 200 mount. These attributes are likely far superior to my own. Yet, why is Sherry's fourth skill, Dragon type creature, locked? Just as Lillia pondered this in confusion, a series of knocks echoed. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen. Are you inside? Oh no, it's Lu Ruyan. Jiang Chen, are you in there? Why is there a woman's voice coming from your room? Damn it. It's over. She has heard us speaking. What should we do now? If we get caught, we'll be utterly humiliated. Wait, my talent, my unique rule-level talent should come in handy. With that thought, Lillia closed her eyes and silently recited, "Transform me back." As soon as the thought crossed her mind, a bold yellow numeral floated before her eyes. Magic. 500000. First time, tenfold consumption. In an instant, a brilliant light flashed, and Lillia transformed into Jiang Chen's likeness. Success. How splendid. Oh heavens. Oh earth. This wretched talent has finally proven useful. Since my talent is effective, I no longer need to wait another week. Moreover, it implies that in the future, I can change my identity at will, merely by expending a certain amount of magic. Oh, and then there's Shelley. I shall simply summon her into my mount space. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Jiang Chen, are you in there? Damn it. Why the urgency? Jiang Chen waved his hand, and Shelley transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from the room in an instant. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, Jiang Chen slowly opened the door, revealing a sleepily dazed expression as he addressed Lu Rian outside. "Ah, it's Rian. Good morning. Is there something you need?" Lu Rian looked at Jiang Chen's appearance, her brow furrowing in confusion. "I heard voices inside and thought something had happened to you. Why do you look so exhausted? What were you up to last night?" Jiang Chen yawned, feigning the demeanor of someone just waking up. "Oh, I was engrossed in researching a new skill last night and ended up sleeping late." "What is the matter? Is there something you need?" Seeing this, Lu Rian still appeared somewhat concerned, nodding her head. "It's nothing. I was just a bit worried about you. If all is well, I shall head to the tower now." "All right, no problem." Hearing Lu Rian mention her departure, Jiang Chen felt as if he had been saved and promptly offered a dismissive reply. Once Lu Rian left, he immediately shut the door behind him and let out a long sigh. Phew, that was a bit exhilarating. Chapter 74, The Beast Forest. After Lu Rian departed, Jiang Chen returned to his bed, contemplating the tasks ahead of him. Currently, he had only cleared the 13th level of the Divine Tower. However, both his elven character Lillia and his human character Godslayer had already reached the upper limit of level for the first 20 layers of the Divine Tower. This meant that if he continued to challenge the Divine Tower, he would not experience significant improvements in the short term. Additionally, there were only 2 days left until the commencement of the Divine Seed training program. Therefore, if he wished to make substantial progress within 2 days, it might be time to venture into the Beast Forest. The Beast Forest is a realm teeming with mystery and danger, situated at the peripheries of every city. It was established by the human emperor as a trial ground for those awakened at the 9th tier and below. Every inch of the Beast Forest harbors unknown challenges and opportunities, serving as a sacred ground for countless awakened individuals who, having reached a bottleneck in their prowess, seek to hone their skills and achieve breakthroughs. According to records, in the early days of the Divine Tower's arrival, an abundance of unknown energy suddenly permeated the air worldwide. This energy had no significant effects on humans, but caused various extraordinary transformations in flora and fauna. For instance, trees grew abnormally tall, flowers emitted strange radiance, and animals expanded in both size and strength. Some formerly docile creatures became exceedingly ferocious, while weaker beings gained unimaginable power. It is said that during the initial arrival of the Divine Tower, the number of human experts was exceedingly limited. With the emergence of powerful plants and animals, they began to assault human cities, plunging human existence into unprecedented chaos. The impact was so profound that it far exceeded the tribulations faced by myriad races. However, with the later emergence of the Celestial Emperor, human strength surged dramatically, altering the situation and nearly driving the mutated flora and fauna to extinction. Ultimately, the remaining superpowered plants and animals were corralled, with the Beast Forest serving as one of the containment sites. Currently, within this forest, numerous beasts roam freely, some captured by powerful beings, while others fled here after being hunted in human territories. The variety of beasts within the forest is vast, ranging from low to high tiers, encompassing an extensive spectrum of species. Furthermore, It is rumored that the highest-tier beasts within the forest have reached an astonishing level of 999, just a step away from achieving divinity. These high-level beasts, however, seem to have entered into pacts with human experts, promising not to appear otherwise. It could potentially rekindle a race war within the Blue Star. Moreover, at the entrance of the beast forest, human officials typically station troops to guard it, allowing only qualified awakened individuals to enter. This measure not only provides a degree of protection for the awakened safety, but also prevents the powerful beasts within the forest from escaping and causing unnecessary disturbances to ordinary human lives. The interior of the beast forest is divided into 3 major areas, each suited for different tiers of awakened individuals. The first area accommodates awakened individuals from Tier 0 to 3, where the maximum beast level can reach up to 400. The second area is designed for awakened individuals from Tier 4 to 6, with beasts peaking at 700. The third area caters to awakened individuals from Tier 7 to 9, where the maximum beast level can attain 900. The beasts within these areas are not only formidable, but also numerous. Some lie in wait within dense thickets, while others conceal themselves in deep caves, ever ready to launch an assault on intruders. It is worth mentioning that the beasts of the beast forest differ from the monsters within the Divine Tower. They possess a more intricate ecological system and engage in battles for territory, food, and reproduction. Consequently, the ecological balance within the beast forest is exceptionally complex. Furthermore, due to the constant skirmishes, the beasts within the forest have developed rich combat awareness, making their strength significantly superior to that of monsters of the same tier within the Divine Tower. Additionally, given the intricate ecological balance, the awakened must not only confront beastly assaults, but also learn survival skills within the forest, seeking food, water sources, and navigating various potential emergencies. Rumors even suggest that deep within the beast forest lies a legendary special beast, not only powerful, but possibly endowed with unique abilities, representing the ultimate challenge of this trial ground. One can only conclude that the beast forest serves not only as a test of the awakened's strength, but also as a profound challenge to their wisdom and strategy. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Chen resolved to cast aside his hesitations, prepare his belongings, and embark on an impromptu journey. Once he had packed his bags, he decided to leave a note for Lu Ruyin, merely stating that he had urgent matters to attend to, so she wouldn't worry if he returned late. As he began to write, Jiang Chen suddenly froze. Damn it, this is a smart villa. Is it really necessary to leave a note? I must have been accustomed to poverty. Thus, he called out loudly for the villa's intelligent steward. Shaola, Shaola, master, I am here. How may I assist you? The voice of the intelligent steward quickly responded. I will be away for a while. Please take care of the house. If Lu Ruyin returns, inform her that I have gone out for business, Jiang Chen instructed. Understood, master. Wishing you all the best, Xiao Lu replied. Phew, all done. That was remarkably simple. Living in a villa certainly has its advantages. Subsequently, Jiang Chen hastily exited, first descending the stairs to purchase some provisions, followed by essential tools, preparing to venture into the beast forest. Although the beast forest lay outside the city, there was direct public transport available. After acquiring the supplies, Jiang Chen spent another 10 yuan to take a bus straight to the beast forest. It was noteworthy that this was Jiang Chen's first time training in the beast forest. In his previous life, he had always been deterred by various bizarre reasons and had never visited Beast Forest, 1st District. Soon, the bus Jiang Chen was on came to a gentle halt at an outdoor station in Suang City, aptly named the Suang City Beast Forest 1st District Bus Station. Indeed, for the sake of his own safety, Jiang Chen decided to first test the waters in the 1st District of the Beast Forest. After all, should he wish to venture into the 2nd District, he could easily delve deeper from the 1st District. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Jiang Chen alighted and, after surveying his surroundings, walked directly towards the human officer stationed at the entrance. Hello, please present your identification. A burly soldier with thick eyebrows and big eyes called out as Jiang Chen approached. Jiang Chen promptly retrieved his ID from his pocket and handed it to the officer, who placed it on a designated card reader. Beep. Card reads successfully. Subsequently, a stream of text appeared on the large screen beside them. displaying Jiang Chen's identity information. Name, Jiang Chen. Age, 19. Gender, male. Talent, a grade. Result, passed. Jiang Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the information displayed on the screen. Huh, a grade? Not SSS grade. It seems someone has deliberately obscured my information. However, this was fortuitous. There was no fear of identity leakage. Hee hee, here I come, delightful beasts. Chapter 75, Serpent King? Using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Beast Forest. First District. After his identity was confirmed, Jiang Chen retrieved his ID from the soldier's hands and stepped forward, directly entering the Beast Forest. However, just as Jiang Chen crossed the threshold into the realm of the Beast Forest, a rugged voice of a middle-aged man called out from behind, "Hey, young brother, wait a moment. What? Young brother? Is he calling me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen turned around and saw a bald man waving cheerfully at a youth who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old. Damn, how embarrassing. That was quite presumptuous of me. I thought he was addressing me. Moving on, 20 minutes later, while strolling, Jiang Chen suddenly halted and took out a map from his backpack for a closer inspection. Strange. Why have I not encountered a single beast after such a long time? Could the information on the map be erroneous? Shouldn't this be the territory of the Azure Water Essence Serpent? If memory serves me right, the Azure Water Essence Serpent evolved from the bamboo leaf green, becoming more aggressive after evolution. How is it possible that I haven't encountered even one? Could it be that someone has come here before me? Wipe them all out. Quite possible. The Azure Water Essence Serpent is a second-tier beast, generally above level 200, and has developed an inner core. It's likely that a mercenary group cleared them out in advance. There is no other option now. I'll have to use the snake incense. If they still don't show up, I'll have to head to another location. With that, Jiang Chen retrieved a small blue vial from his backpack, opened the cap, and a peculiar fragrance wafted gently from within. He carefully placed the vial on the ground before him and stepped back a few paces, awaiting in silence. After a few minutes of stillness, the grass ahead began to stir, and soon, a massive azure water essence serpent with 3 eyes slithered into view. It flicked its tongue, eyeing Jiang Chen warily. As expected, and judging by its appearance, it's actually a 3rd-tier azure water essence serpent. Hee hee, meeting me is your misfortune. With a thought, Jiang Chen summoned a staff into his hand, aimed it at the azure water essence serpent, and unleashed a standard version of falling stars. Countless starry energies converged swiftly in the sky, gradually forming a small luminescent orb, which shot forth a blue beam toward the serpent. Sizzle, sizzle, the azure water essence serpent, struck by the starry energy, convulsed a few times before completely losing its vitality. Oh yeah, success. My first bounty of the day. Jiang Chen quickly approached, ready to collect his spoils. However, as he reached the serpent's side, he noticed that its corpse shimmered with a faint light. Jiang Chen hurriedly crouched down for a closer inspection, discovering that the glow emanated from a small hole in the serpent's forehead. Is this the inner core? Quite impressive. I can't believe the first one yielded an inner core. Jiang Chen was overjoyed, swiftly stepping forward, carefully using a small knife to extract the inner core from the serpent's brow and deftly placed it into his backpack. This is the inner core of a 3rd-tier beast, not only highly valuable, but also immensely beneficial for cultivation. After securing the inner core, Jiang Chen prepared to leave and head to his next destination. However, just as he stood up, he felt a fierce wind rush past him from behind, startling him into a swift, evasive maneuver. What the hell? An ambush? A larger azure water essence serpent appeared before him, continuously spewing forth toxic green gas. Holy smokes, this is bad. It's enormous. This must be the Serpent King. Moreover, given the color of its eyes, it's likely nearing the 4th tier. This level is almost at the upper limit of the 1st district. Wait, something's off. Why does this serpent have an injury on its tail? Could it be? Before Jiang Chen could contemplate further, the Azure Water Serpent King launched a sudden attack, spitting forth a thick stream of green liquid towards him. Ugh, the stench. It is overwhelmingly potent. I can't endure this. You shall perish. In a swift motion, Jiang Chen waved his staff, directing an SSS grade spell. Forbidden spell, Abyssal Light Beam Array. Dark clouds rapidly gathered above him, ultimately coalescing into a colossal, swirling black vortex. As the black hole spun, a beam of darkness, as thick as a barrel, shot forth, striking the azure water serpent king with precision, obliterating both the serpent and the ground beneath it into nothingness. Boom! However, the moment the skill was unleashed, Jiang Chen immediately regretted it, letting out a pained cry. It's over. It's all over. My third tier, inner elixir. Gone. All gone. Not a trace left. Sigh. Never mind. I'll tidy up and prepare to move on. Since I have vanquished the Serpent King, it stands to reason that there are no other Azure Water Serpents lurking here. After defeating the Azure Water Serpent King, Jiang Chen consulted his map and made his way directly to Bear Mountain. Along the way, he encountered various peculiar minor beasts, such as bees with long legs and massive butterflies devoid of wings. Yet, these creatures were of such low levels that some were merely ordinary animals, not even evolved into magical beasts. Thus, Jiang Chen dispatched them with a single stroke. He wielded his staff like a club, effortlessly sending them away. According to the map, it was indicated that 2 giant bears resided within Bear Mountain, both around the 3rd tier, equating to levels over 300. Moreover, the map revealed that the area should be a forest, abundant with wild fruits growing on trees and a water source nestled in the ravines. Continuing along the mapped path, Jiang Chen soon stepped into a thicket where the sound of chirping insects filled the air. He folded his map, surveying his surroundings. There are insects. There are fruits. There is a water source. It is indeed a jungle. Everything aligns perfectly. The 2 giant bears must be nearby. Subsequently, Jiang Chen cautiously scanned the area, seeking traces of the bears. Observing. Suddenly, a gigantic paw emerged from behind a tree, swiping towards Jiang Chen. Realizing the danger, he nimbly sidestepped, his staff swinging in response, unleashing a beam of light toward the bear. The bear roared in pain, its mighty roar causing the leaves around to tremble. Seizing the moment, Jiang Chen retreated a few steps, creating some distance, astonished. Goodness, it withstood my furious basic attack, and is still alive. Truly a giant bear. Its defense is remarkable, far superior to that Azure Water Serpent King. But this is where it ends. Chapter 76. A family of bears must be together. Jiang Chen then raised his staff high, aiming at the giant bear, preparing to cast an enhanced version of Falling Stars. However, this bear displayed significantly more intelligence than the Azure Water Serpent, and upon sensing the immense threat, it bolted in the opposite direction without a second thought, leaving Jiang Chen bewildered. It's fleeing. What is happening? I haven't even cast my skill yet, and it's running away so fast. But wait, the direction it fled towards, if I'm not mistaken, it must be the bear's den. Regardless, I must pursue, activating my talent. Let us boost my speed tenfold. As the thought crossed his mind, Jiang Chen felt his feet grow lighter, his entire being imbued with an ethereal sensation. Goodness, what a feeling. This is the rhythm of soaring. Alas, there are too many trees around. I cannot fly. Otherwise, I would certainly give it a try. Wait for me, bear. Jianggu is coming. With that, Jiang Chen unleashed his full power, moving faster than lightning, and within the blink of an eye, he was tailing the giant bear. As the distance closed, he raised his staff, chanting an incantation, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Just then, the bear abruptly halted, turning to face him, its eyes glinting with ferocity. It opened its massive jaws, letting out an enraged roar, unleashing a powerful gust towards Jiang Chen. Startled, Jiang Chen quickly conjured a shield for protection, yet he was still pushed back several steps by the force of the blast. What on earth is this skill? Bear roar technique? I never anticipated that this bear possesses such prowess. Though the damage may be minor, the intimidation is significant. Seeing Jiang Chen stagger back, the giant bear showed no inclination to engage further, swiftly turning and fleeing once more. What is the meaning of this? It's running again. It was in the lead and now retreats. Wait, there appears to be a cave ahead. Could it be that cave is the bear's lair, and the other giant bear is indeed within? Is it returning to summon reinforcements? If that's the case, then splendid. Today, I may achieve a twofold victory. Jiang Chen closely followed the giant bear, contemplating the prospect of eliminating both bears in one fell swoop, which would yield substantial rewards. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a cave, and indeed, just as he surmised, there was an even larger giant bear inside. Goodness gracious! My predictions are spot on. I've hit the jackpot. Bear, prepare to meet your demise. With both giant bears now within his sights, Jiang Chen felt no need to hold back. He would take them down without hesitation, perhaps even savoring bear paws and broth for dinner. Hith hith. Raising his staff, Jiang Chen expended nearly 1/10 of his magical energy to unleash the enhanced version of Falling Stars. Countless red star energies swiftly converged in the sky, gradually forming a red meteor 5 meters in diameter, hurtling towards the entrance of the bear's cave with tremendous force. Boom, boom, boom. The moment the red meteor collided with the cave, it released a thunderous roar, startling Jiang Chen, who stumbled back nearly 100 steps. My goodness, this is utterly terrifying. The power is akin to that of a small missile. Truly astounding. This is my first time utilizing such a potent skill in the real world. I never imagined the destructive capability could be so immense. It seems I must refrain from infusing too much magical energy in the future. Not to mention, this destruction far surpasses what I could achieve at the 4th tier in my previous life. By the way, I hope my bear is unharmed. Jiang Chen peered into the cave, his brow furrowing. Alas, it's too smoky to see anything. Huh, right? I still have my talent. Then, with a swift change of thought, Jiang Chen activated his innate ability. Smoke disperse. In an instant, the lingering haze within the cave was entirely cleared away by Jiang Chen's talent. Once the dust settled, a gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him into the cave entrance to assess the situation within. What a thrill! This talent for survival is becoming increasingly useful. Indeed, utilizing this ability in the real world proves far more advantageous. Within the Divine Tower, it always felt like a turn-based game where you hit, then I hit, leaving no opportunity to employ one's talents. As the smoke completely dissipated, Jiang Chen cautiously entered the cavern, only to find 2 immense bears trapped beneath a massive rock, lifeless and devoid of breath. Phew, thank goodness. The bears are still here. I nearly thought they had been obliterated into nothingness. But how could they possibly be pinned down like this? Seeing the 2 colossal bears crushed under a sizable stone, Jiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. Subsequently, he activated his talent once more, using its power to shift the boulder aside. He then retrieved a small knife from his backpack, carefully slicing open the bears' foreheads to extract 2 pulsating, faintly purple-hued 3rd-tier bear inner cores. Success. They are in my grasp. Just these 2 inner cores could fetch a handsome sum in the market, likely selling for hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Hee hee. This money is truly easy to earn. Following this, Jiang Chen wielded his mind's power, first transforming the small knife into a large cleaver, and then splitting the cleaver into around 10 smaller blades, which he directed to chop down upon the corpses of the 2 bears. Moments later, the bears were reduced to mere chunks of meat, collected into his storage watch, leaving only a pool of blood behind. After dealing with the bear carcasses, Jiang Chen carefully stowed the inner cores away, preparing to exit the cave. After all, this is the jungle, fraught with too many dangers. Lingering here could provoke unnecessary troubles. However, just as he turned to leave, a faint disturbance echoed from the depths of the cave. Jiang Chen halted, alert and attuned to the surrounding auras. He slowly raised his staff, ready to confront any imminent danger. Suddenly, a soft patter of footsteps emerged from the cave's interior, prompting Jiang Chen to swiftly sidestep. Out from the shadows came a diminutive figure. To his surprise, it was a bear cub, its eyes filled with fear and trepidation, clearly startled by the earlier commotion. Wow, this little bear looks incredibly adorable. Yet, this is not a reason to soften one's heart. It must be noted that this bear cub is indeed a magical beast, likely possessing some degree of intelligence and a propensity for vengeance. If slaying 2 bears constitutes murder, then slaying 3 bears is no different. With this thought, Jiang Chen approached the bear cub with his staff, aiming a low-level, falling star directly at its head. A streak of starlight shot down from above, striking the cub's crown. The bear cub fell. Hee. Splendid. Since they are of the same family, they ought to be dealt with uniformly. Though this bear cub is a magical beast, it is evident that it has existed for a very brief time, barely qualifying as a first-tier beast, thus lacking any inner core to harvest. However, as a candidate for roasting, its flavor is bound to be exquisite. After eliminating the bear cub, Jiang Chen casually took out his phone to check the time. It's almost noon. Time to set up a barbecue right here. Hee. Delicious roasted bear paw. I've only heard tales of it. I've never truly tasted it myself. With that thought, Jiang Chen smiled slightly, determined to savor this moment. After all, once he enters university, he may not have such freedom again. Thus, he gathered some twigs and dry grass to construct a rudimentary barbecue stand. Skillfully, he cleaned the bear cub's paw, seasoned it, and placed it on the grill. Next, he conjured a miniature fireball spell to ignite the twigs and grass. As the flames intensified, the bear paw began to emit an enticing aroma, making one's mouth water. Just then, a flash of white light appeared, and a beautiful young woman materialized beside him. What the heck? How startling! The sudden appearance of this lovely maiden startled Jiang Chen, prompting him to hastily grasp his staff and sidestep. However, once he discerned the identity of the girl before him, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. For this enchanting girl was none other than his mount, Sherry Wei. Forget it. I can't possibly defeat her. Truly, I cannot. But why she come out on her own? Upon realizing it was Sherry Wei, Jiang Chen promptly lowered his staff, a smile gracing his face. Hey, Sherry Wei, what brings you out? Sherry Wei returned a gentle smile. Oh, me? I was drawn in by the aroma of your barbecue. Jiang Chen awkwardly scratched his nose. Oh, that. I just happened to hunt a little bear and thought I'd de-roast it for a taste. Would you like to join me? Sherry Wei nodded, moving closer to sit beside Jiang Chen. Sure, I'm getting hungry too. Jiang Chen handed her half of the roasted paw. Here, try my cooking. Sherry Wei took the paw, took a delicate bite, and her eyes instantly lit up. It's truly delicious. As they enjoyed the roasted bear paw, they chatted, creating a warm and joyous atmosphere. Jiang Chen felt that these moments were truly wonderful, hoping for more such experiences in the future. 2 hours later, the entire bear cub was reduced to nothing but a pile of bones. After feasting, Sherry Wei yawned, lazily leaning against Jiang Chen's shoulder. Burp. Jiang Chen, I'm feeling sleepy. I'll go rest in the mount space for a bit. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen smiled and nodded. All right, you go ahead. I'm also preparing to enter the second major zone. Sherry Wei stood up, dusted off her hands, and transformed into a beam of white light, vanishing from sight as she entered the mount space. Seeing Sherry Wei disappear, Jiang Chen quickly rose, tidied up his belongings, and checked his gear. Once everything was in order, he pulled out a map from his backpack and, following its directions, set forth towards the second major zone. Half an hour later, Jiang Chen continued to follow the map's guidance, skillfully avoiding magical beasts as he ventured towards the second major zone. However, as he walked, he suddenly spotted a petite girl rushing towards him in haste. Why does this person look so familiar? Wait, it's Wang Shirshir. Yes, she is Wang Shirshir, my classmate, the one who often helps me copy homework. But she must have also fallen victim to the memory erasing spell, right? Thus, it is highly probable that she does not remember herself. However, why does her expression appear so frantic? It seems as though she has been utterly terrified. Just as Jiang Chen was engulfed in confusion, Wang Shirshir also spotted him, urgently calling out, "Classmate, run away. There's a man-eating tramp behind me." What? A man-eater? A trant? That must be at least a third-tier creature, right? Excellent. Let the fun begin. I do have a penchant for man-eating entities. Those that do not consume humans hardly warrant my effort. Jiang Chen felt a surge of delight within, yet to avoid arousing suspicion, he feigned an expression of sheer terror and followed Wang Shirshir as they fled. Once they reached a place of safety, Jiang Chen pretended to pat his chest, panting as he addressed Wang Shirshir. Phew, classmate, where is that Trant? How did you encounter it? This is utterly terrifying. I can't believe there are actually man-eating trees in this world. Wang Shishir's face flushed slightly as she, still shaken, patted her chest, causing a ripple of anxiety, and then pointed in a certain direction. It's over there. I accidentally brushed against its roots, and it has been pursuing me ever since. Luckily, I run fast. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen promptly patted his chest with vigor, hastily offering reassurance. Fear not, classmate. My talent is of A rank, tenfold damage. It is exceedingly formidable. If it comes after us, I shall dispatch it. However, Wang Shishir immediately rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen. What's so impressive about that? As if everyone doesn't have A rank talents. Wait, you two possess an A rank talent. Oh, right. In the midst of our conversation, I nearly entangled myself. Actually, I do not possess an A rank talent, but rather the singular talent of rule level. But that shall remain a secret between us. Subsequently, Wang Shishir cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Chen, seemingly assessing whether he truly possessed the capability to confront the man-eating Trant. Observing her subtle actions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, deciding to withhold his true prowess for the moment to gauge Wang Shishir's reaction. Indeed, since we both possess A-rank talents, shall we venture forth to confront the Trant together? Jiang Chen feigned calmness as he suggested. Upon hearing this, Wang Shishir raised an eyebrow, doubting Jiang Chen's strength given his delicate appearance. Classmate, I advise you not to overestimate yourself. A creature of that caliber is not something you and I can handle. It will be prudent for you to leave this place post-haste. After stating this, Wang Shishir turned to depart. Noticing her intentions, Jiang Chen couldn't help but call out, classmate. Wait, why not accompany me to take a look? Perhaps we could resolve the situation together. Wang Shishir halted, glanced at Jiang Chen, and shook her head. No need. If you wish to go, go by yourself. I have no desire to meet my demise here. With that, she quickened her pace, vanishing from sight in an instant amidst the trees.